Han Shichu, having failed his job interview, was successfully lured into an entertainment company by a career agent. Upon signing the contract, he unexpectedly activated a latent absurdity system, the quirky adventure entertainment system. Initial task: triple strike. First strike. The host is required, within 10 minutes, to embrace a telephone pole plastered with advertisements from traditional Chinese medicine practitioners on the roadside, and with tears in his eyes, passionately exclaim, "Heavens, my ailment has finally found its remedy." Second strike. The host must confess his feelings to a recently divorced woman at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau before 5 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 1. Activating the system, quirky tasks. On Blue Star, in the bustling metropolis, within a cramped and humble rental apartment, Han Shichu stared blankly at the contract in his hand. Reflecting on the events of the day, he felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. He had been unfortunate enough to be eliminated from the morning's job interview, not due to a lack of competence, but rather because his competitor was the boss's brother-in-law. Frustrated and dejected, he rode the subway back to his modest dwelling. Leaning against the subway seat, he gazed at the meager balance in his WeChat wallet, his face etched with worry for the challenges that lay ahead. At that moment, a poised woman in a professional skirt suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a practical short haircut, unexpectedly took a seat beside him. The capable elite woman promptly extracted a business card from her handbag and, without any hesitation, stated, "My name is Lisa Rong, a distinguished career agent from the renowned Big Fish film and media company, ranked among the top 5 in Huaxia." Noticing Han Shichu's remarkable appearance and demeanor, she inquired whether he harbored aspirations of becoming a star. Standing at 185 centimeters, boasting long, straight legs, and an impeccable physique complemented by strikingly handsome features, he was undeniably a cut above the plethora of young idols in the entertainment industry. Even if he possessed no particular skills, his looks alone would suffice for him to thrive as a traffic idol. Thus it was no surprise that he caught the eye of a career agent. Although Han Shichu was merely a greenhorn fresh out of university, he instinctively regarded Lisa Rong's abrupt approach with skepticism, suspecting her to be a fraud. After several earnest explanations, even showcasing her biographical details on her phone, she finally managed to persuade him to tentatively trust her. Reluctantly, he followed her to the Big Fish film and media company, and upon entering her office, he was completely convinced of her credentials as a professional agent. Despite Han Shichu's shrewdness, he remained fundamentally just a naive youth newly emerged from academia. How could he possibly contend with someone seasoned in the entertainment industry who had navigated its complexities for over 2 decades? Lisa Rong vividly painted grand visions for him, and with the alluring prospect of a signing bonus of 100,000 yuan, she effortlessly coaxed Han Shichu into capitulation. He inscribed his name upon the contract and pressed down his fingerprint. Han Shichu was unwittingly lured into the Grand Fish Entertainment Media Company, becoming the sole artist under Lisa Rong after her return. Han Shichu set aside the contract he had just signed, promptly retrieving his phone to access his mobile banking app. Upon observing the displayed balance, he could scarcely believe he was not ensnared in a dream. A delightful smile gradually blossomed upon his face. Who could have imagined that he had been fretting over tomorrow's meals just this morning, only to find 100,000 quietly resting in his account by midday? Ah, life indeed abounds with surprises. Picking up the mirror from the table and gazing at his reflection, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Alas, who would have thought that the diligent and unassuming me would resort to earning a living based on looks? Fate is truly whimsical." With a dismissive scoff, he set the mirror down and shook his head. What's done is done. Excessive pondering is futile. I must first satiate my hunger. I insist on indulging in 4 dishes for lunch today. Just as he was preparing to tidy up and treat himself, Han Shichu was suddenly startled by a mechanical, robotic voice. "Congratulations, host, for officially embarking on the path of an artist and successfully activating the quirky adventure entertainment system." Han Shichu was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously surveyed his rented room, his body tense with vigilance as he sternly called out, Who is speaking? Show yourself and cease this trickery." While shouting, he began to carefully search the room. "Could you refrain from your nonsensical antics? This system resides within your mind." Han Shichu's face turned pale with shock as he exclaimed, "What? You say you are in my head? What exactly are you? How did you come to exist within my consciousness?" This system is a high-end, intelligent technological product developed and manufactured by a planet known as Earth, from a millennium hence, named the Quirky Adventure Entertainment System. After a lengthy introduction, Han Shichu gained a rudimentary understanding of the situation. Before he could ponder further, he heard the system's voice resonate in his mind once more. To celebrate the host's activation of this system, an initial triple task has been issued. First task: within 10 minutes, the host must go outside and embrace a utility pole plastered with advertisements from traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, shedding heartfelt tears while passionately proclaiming, "Oh heavens, my ailment is finally cured." Task completion will reward the host with one lottery chance. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of 5 from the host's attributes. Han Shichu stood frozen in astonishment. What the heck? This task and its punishment truly live up to the name. It's utterly bizarre and perilous. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Shichu vehemently shook his head, declaring, "I refuse. After all, I am a distinguished talent from our village, one of the top 10 outstanding youth leading fashion trends. How could I engage in such shameless folly?" System alert. Once a task is issued, refusal is not permitted. Should the host decline, the task will be deemed a failure and appropriate consequences will be enforced. Considering the host's incomplete understanding of this system, we shall not pursue this matter further, but a single electric shock warning will be issued. This will not happen again. Oomph. Han Shichu chuckled dismissively. Yet in the next instant, a jolt of electricity surged through his body. The unexpected intensity of the shock rendered him weak, collapsing to the floor as his body convulsed uncontrollably. What the hell? They're serious about this. After a 5-second shock, Han Shichu, curled up on the floor, involuntarily shivered several times. At that moment, his eyes were vacant, his complexion pale, and his muscles trembled incessantly. The sensation of the electric shock was not merely startling. It left a lingering discomfort that persisted even 5 minutes later as he weakly dragged himself off the ground, the strong palpitation still haunting him. Having developed a psychological aversion, he truly dared not attempt a second time. Of course, if Han Shichu had certain inclinations. But alas, he was merely an ordinary young boy, hardly even a man. Taking a deep breath, Han Shichu now comprehended that this absurd system was not jesting. It was indeed capable of executing its threats. Chapter 2. The absurd system and divine rewards. Han Shichu tugged at his shorts, glancing at his prized possession. Despite his substantial resources, he pondered whether a reduction of 5 centimeters would jeopardize his ability to bring joy to his future girlfriend and wife. Alas, in pursuit of a harmonious life and to embody the ideal husband, he had no choice but to brace himself and accept the task. Residing in a modest rental in a secluded urban village, he found the ubiquitous telephone poles plastered with dubious advertisements from traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. It was lunchtime, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Han Shichu scanned his surroundings for a telephone pole that was relatively unoccupied. However, the system's urgent notification soon interrupted his search. Only 2 minutes remain until the task's deadline. Please expedite, host. Failure to complete the task in time will result in a default failure by this system. Having developed a psychological aversion to the penalties of the absurd system, Han Shichu dared not delay any longer. He dashed across the street to a nearby telephone pole, embracing it with both arms. Gazing fervently at an advertisement promising cures for ailments, he exuberantly shouted towards the heavens, "Oh my affliction has finally found salvation." His antics, coupled with his loud declaration, instantly drew the attention of all passers-by. Some pointed and whispered, others cast him curious glances, while a few could not contain their laughter. Goodness, this fellow is quite audacious. How could such a young man be afflicted with such a condition? He seems quite presentable. Why not pursue a proper relationship instead of indulging in such reckless behavior? Han Shichu felt his face flush crimson, wishing to vanish into a crevice in the ground. Fortunately, the sound of a successful task notification resonated in his mind, prompting him to lower his head and hastily escape the mortifying scene. Breathless, he returned to his rented room, securing the doors and windows before finally exhaling in relief. Congratulations, host, on completing the initial task's first strike. You are awarded a chance for a random draw. No sooner had the system's notification ended than a virtual screen illuminated in Han Shichu's mind. At the center of the screen was a colossal spinning wheel, densely populated with an array of prizes. Among them were divine singing skills, unparalleled acting talent, extraordinary painting abilities, masterful piano performance, exceptional suono playing, and exquisite eru techniques. Han Shichu stared in astonishment at the myriad of awards displayed on the wheel, unconsciously swallowing hard. Good heavens, there must be over 1,000 options here, all extraordinary skills. He felt elated. Compared to the earlier embarrassment, this task paled in significance. Even acquiring just one of these skills would ensure a lifetime free from financial woes. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "System, there are no hidden agendas, are there?" "Rest assured, host. This system is entirely fair and just, with no deception involved." Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he eagerly exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us commence the draw." The host should concentrate on beginning. The wheel will spin automatically. When the host ceases concentration, the wheel will halt. Begin. The immense will spun rapidly. Stop. At his command, the wheel abruptly ceased its rotation. Upon inspection, he found the pointer indicating the prize of divine painting skills. Congratulations, host, on winning divine painting skills. Instantly, a brilliant golden light flooded his mind. As the radiance dissipated, he felt an influx of knowledge, techniques, and experiences related to painting. Han Shichu marveled at the miraculous sensation. It was as if enlightenment had graced him. Before he could fully grasp the wonder of his newfound abilities, another notification from the system interrupted his reverie. Initial task: triple strike. Second strike. Please confess your feelings to a recently divorced woman outside the Civil Affairs Bureau before 5 p.m. today. Successful completion will grant a chance for another draw and unlock the system's marketplace. Failure will result in the elimination of the host's sources of distress. Han Shichu was struck with a wave of dread. What on earth? This absurd system is utterly ruthless. Irritated, he vented his frustration. Damn it. This ridiculous system is insane. Are you trying to drive me to madness? If you issue a task to eat excrement, must I comply? Please note, host. This system is an eccentric adventure entertainment system, not one of absurdity. However, if the host has a strong desire in that regard, this understanding system can indeed issue related tasks. Moreover, the rewards for completing such tasks would surpass imagination. Would the host care to give it a try? Get lost. Han Shichu realized that this absurd system could be interpreted in two ways, one as a peculiar adventure and the other as entertainment. The tasks assigned were primarily outlandish adventures, while the rewards often pertained to entertainment. Of course, there were also rewards unrelated to the latter. I have a question. You won't continuously issue tasks, will you? Wouldn't that mean I would be perpetually occupied with your demands? No. After the host completes the initial triple strike tasks, this system will randomly dispatch tasks at irregular intervals. Han Shichu breathed a sigh of relief. However, the thought of the current task soon darkened his expression. The only silver lining was that the absurd system did not mandate a successful confession. Contemplating the potential rewards against the penalties for failure, Han Shichu sighed resignedly. I must be bold. He couldn't help but wonder if this ridiculous system was a cheat code or a cruel twist of fate sent to torment him. Checking the time, he noted it was just past noon, and the Civil Affairs Bureau would not open until 2 p.m. Thus, he had ample time. Deciding to grab a quick lunch, he hesitated, recalling his earlier antics, and opted to remain indoors. Abandoning thoughts of a lavish meal at the local restaurant, he settled for a simple rice bowl to satisfy his hunger. After hastily consuming his lunch, Han Shichu took a shower. His buzz cut not only looked fresh and energetic, but also required minimal effort, sparing him the need to dry his hair. He then donned a sharp, tailored suit and polished shoes. Though they were inexpensive, he was renowned for his ability to wear clothes well. On him, even the simplest attire appeared remarkably stylish. Alas, a handsome appearance could not conceal a lack of charm, while an unattractive visage could render even the most refined attire unappealing. Chapter 3. The Object of Affection. The cold and elegant CEO arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau precisely at 2 p.m., Han Shichu noted an unusually sparse crowd. Perhaps due to it being a Thursday or some other reason. He sat nonchalantly on the steps outside, waiting for over 2 hours without encountering a suitable candidate for his task. During his wait, he witnessed several couples, but they were all there to obtain marriage certificates, not divorce. As the closing time of the bureau approached, Han Shichu donned a despondent expression. Time was slipping away, and his chances were dwindling. As time ticked away, Han Shichu felt his heart rise to his throat, and he couldn't help but silently pray. Surely not, surely not. Oh heavens, please send someone who is divorcing quickly, or my second brother is in peril. Having learned from previous warnings, Han Shichu harbored no doubts that the absurd system would indeed sever the root of his troubles should he fail the task, whether it was divine intervention or mere coincidence. A luxurious executive car came to a halt at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The rear door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance who seemed rather honest and simple. Moments later, the driver's door opened, and a tall, elegant, and alluring woman emerged. Her light chestnut waves cascaded lazily down her back, Her exquisitely refined features were beyond compare, and her impeccably tailored high-end business suit showcased her enchanting physique to perfection. Her long legs clad in black stockings evoking an air of mystery that stirred the imagination. She appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting, a breathtaking beauty. As the woman approached, Han Shichu stood in stunned amazement. Part of his astonishment stemmed from her unparalleled beauty, yet more significantly, he recognized her. In fact, he had just seen her that very morning at Dayu Film and Media Company. As fate would have it, the woman was none other than Yu Chu-chan, the president of Dayu Film and Media. This was something Lisa Rong had told him earlier that day when he caught a glimpse of her from afar at the company. Yu Chu-chan, clutching a limited edition luxury handbag, walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau with an icy demeanor, while the middle-aged man lagged behind, reluctant and sluggish. There was no doubt they were there to finalize a divorce. Han Shichu quickly rose, patted his backside, and eagerly awaited at the entrance. This was likely his only opportunity of the day, leaving him with no choice. Even if the target of his affections was his superior, he felt compelled to act for the sake of his second brother. Even the risk of being dismissed seemed trivial compared to the importance of his sibling. With the system's deadline drawing near, Han Shichu paced anxiously at the door, occasionally peering inside. At last, Yu Chu-chan emerged first. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Shichu stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Time was of the essence, with just over a minute until 5 o'clock. There was no room for preamble. So he blurted out, "President Yu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" It was direct, succinct, and unambiguous. Success or failure mattered little. His intent was clear. Yu Chu-chan, with her cold and aloof demeanor, stood frozen in shock, regarding Han Shichu with an expression akin to gazing into the depths of an abyss. Her delicate eyebrows slightly arched, betraying her thoughts. Han Shichu's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his gaze in embarrassment, waiting for the system's notification sound. However, to his utter astonishment, instead of the system's mechanical response, he received Yu Chu-chan's astonishing reply. "All right, huh?" Han Shichu lifted his head slightly, bewildered, thinking he had misheard her. "I said all right," she reiterated. In that instant, Han Shichu was engulfed in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, standing there half-dazed. "Congratulations, host, for completing the second task. You have earned a lottery opportunity and access to the system mall." Finally hearing the system's notification, Han Shichu sighed in relief. He hastily began to explain. "I'm sorry, President Yu, But before he could finish, Yu Chu-chan interrupted him. "Come with me." "What?" Before he could process her words, Yu Chu-chan tugged him towards the luxurious executive car parked nearby. "Wait, President Yu, let me explain. Can you please let go?" "I can explain." Han Shichu struggled, desperately trying to articulate his thoughts. Yet, Yu Chu-chan paid him no mind, forcefully dragging him into the vehicle. Once inside the passenger seat, Han Shichu incessantly yanked at the door handle and pounded on the window, as if he were being kidnapped. "President Yu, please open the door. Let me out. What is going on? I'm scared, and my mother is waiting for me to come home for dinner." Yu Chu-chan remained expressionless, casting a cold glare at him before curtly ordering, "Be quiet." The frosty demeanor of Yu Chu-chan, a formidable woman of high stature, momentarily silenced Han Shichu, who instinctively closed his mouth. "Buckle up." Under the weight of her commanding presence, Han Shichu complied and fastened his seatbelt. Yu Chu-chan ignored him thereafter, starting the car and driving away from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Had he not known she was the president of Dayu Film and Media, Han Shichu would have been trembling with fear. Previously, he had scoffed at the notion that handsome boys needed to protect themselves when out and about, thinking it absurd. If there were truly so many predatory women, how could his capable second brother still be without a chance to shine? Yet at this moment, he felt the truth in that adage. Han Shichu covertly scrutinized the icy beauty beside him, speculating on her intentions. Was it kidnapping for ransom? He shook his head. She was the president of one of China's top 5 entertainment companies. Surely she lacked for nothing. Would she drag him to the police station? Surely not. As it was merely a confession, not even a flirtation, much less an offense. After much contemplation, the only possibility he could conceive was that Yu Chu-chan was coveting his body. This was the only asset he had to offer. Oh no. Could it be that she had ulterior motives? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 4. Not wanting to marry, but wishing to flirt. Casting a terrified glance at the focused Yu Chu-chan, he found himself devoid of any romantic notions. With a powerful system at his disposal and an array of extraordinary rewards, why should he worry about lacking opportunities? If Yu Chu-chan were to discover the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, she would undoubtedly kick him out of the car without hesitation. Han Shichu was a bundle of nerves in conflict. If his fears were indeed valid, would he resist with all his might, or would he succumb and enjoy the experience? Glancing once more at Yu Chu-chan, he had not anticipated that beneath her cold and noble exterior lay a wild and untamed spirit. Finally, amidst his relentless speculations, Yuchu-chan stopped the car on a secluded road. She turned off the engine and engaged the handbrake. Peering through the window, Han Shichu surveyed the desolate surroundings, prompting yet another wave of anxious thoughts. Surely not. Why had she suddenly stopped? And in such a remote location? In broad daylight, on a main road. Even if she were wild and reckless, she wouldn't dare do anything to him, would she? Yuchukin slightly turned her body and glanced at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe multiple times, finally nodding with apparent satisfaction. Feeling the meticulous scanning gaze of hers, Han Shichu couldn't help but feel as if she was admiring her prey. Instinctively, he shifted sideways, pressing himself against the car door, striving to create some distance between them. His expression one of vigilance as he kept a wary eye on her. At last, Yuchukin spoke, her voice cold and composed. You addressed me as President Yu. I presume you must be an employee of my company? Han Shichu nodded, responding, I was just signed into the company by Sister Rong this morning. Allow me to introduce myself succinctly. I am Yuchukin, 26 years old, the president of Dayu Film and Television Media. I possess a house, a car, savings, and a 3-year-old daughter, though she isn't my biological child. Aside from managing the company and taking care of my child, I have no other particular hobbies. Naturally, I do not indulge in any vices either. Han Shichu was left bewildered, unclear about her intentions. Oh, he replied nonchalantly, furrowing his brow in confusion. This feels a bit like a matchmaking routine, doesn't it? Yuchukin, with her strikingly large eyes, fixed her gaze upon him intently, saying, Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Despite his confusion, Han Shichu complied, stating, My name is Han Shichu, 23 years old, and I just graduated from university this year. Upon hearing this, Yuchukin slightly lowered her head, her brows knitting together as she murmured, A bit young, isn't it? Though her voice was soft, it was still audible in the confined silence of the car. Uncertain if it was intentional or not, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Han Shichu's lower half. Young? This immediately irked Han Shichu. He straightened his posture and retorted defiantly, I go by the nickname Big Brother Wei, alright? Clearly, he and Yuchukin were not on the same wavelength. It was uncertain whether she grasped the underlying meaning of his words, as she responded nonsensically, Well, it's acceptable. The trend of the moment is small puppies. Isn't it? Infuriated, Han Shichu glared at her. Is that polite? Do you even know how to engage in conversation? Who the hell is a small puppy? I am a big wolf dog, understand? Ah, spit. You're the dog. Your whole family is a bunch of dogs. Yuchukin appeared unfazed by his silent fury, responding indifferently. Since you have professed your feelings for me and I have accepted, we should now be considered a couple, in a romantic relationship. Wouldn't you agree? Han Shichu was momentarily taken aback, quickly explaining, President Yu, let me clarify, it's not as you think. Yet, Yuchukin interrupted him once more, showing no interest in his defense. How soon can we obtain our marriage certificate? At her words, Han Shichu was left utterly astonished, staring at her in disbelief. We are not. Stammering, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, but his words faltered. Yuchukin's delicate features turned even colder, as if encased in a thick layer of frost, evoking an unsettling chill. Her fierce gaze bore into him, her tone laced with hostility. She questioned, What do you mean? You don't want to marry? You want to play the rogue? Not at all. Han Shichu shook his head vigorously, anxiously replying, Don't be ridiculous. How could I be a rogue? Yuchukin retorted with conviction, Any relationship that does not have marriage as its goal is defined as playing the rogue. But we aren't even dating. You confessed. I accepted. How are we not in a romantic relationship? Han Shichu protested. His neck strained as he attempted to defend his stance. But I only confessed because I lost a dare. That is not my concern. Just tell me when we are going to register for marriage. The sooner, the better. Ideally, we should obtain the certificate by tomorrow. This is unreasonable. You are being completely irrational, Han Shichu thought to himself, convinced that this woman must be out of her mind. How could someone divorce one moment and casually seek to marry a stranger the next? Even if one were desperate, surely it wouldn't come to this? And was this truly a matter of desperation? Are you deranged? Han Shichu exclaimed indignantly. Yuchukin, refusing to back down, shot back. Do you have medication? Whatever ailment you possess, I have a remedy for it. Whatever remedy you have, I have the corresponding ailment. I have gyrian. Yuchukin shot him a resentful glare. In this round, Han Shichu, feeling triumphant, provocatively regarded her. You think you can contend with me? I'll have you choking on your words. Yuchukin cast a cold glance at him, adamantly declaring, It's settled then. We will register for marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. A man must take responsibility for his actions. Marriage? I think you've lost your mind. Han Shichu was about to refuse bluntly when unexpectedly, the absurd system delivered a fatal blow. Initial task triple strike. Third strike. Complete registration for marriage with Yuchukin before 12 o'clock tomorrow. Task successful. Reward. one lottery chance, an additional 10,000 popularity points, and activation of a tribute panel. Task failure will result in the host being paralyzed for 3 years. What the hell? Han Shichu gasped, his eyes widening in shock. He realized he was trapped in an inescapable predicament by this ridiculous system, which he was certain was a divine punishment designed to torment him. Moreover, it seemed to ensnare him step by step, digging a pit for him to fall into. Oh, the misfortune! Casting a furtive glance at Yichukin, he pondered whether this was truly torment. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, unwittingly acquiring a stunningly beautiful wife. Furthermore, she was a female president, a wealthy woman. Though she was a bit cold, her mind didn't seem unhinged. Chapter 5. A contractual marriage, a cliché plot. Han Shichu shook his head, inwardly musing that she didn't seem mentally unstable and certainly wasn't mad. Yet why did she engage in such bizarre behavior? He was perplexed as to why Yichukin appeared so eager and anxious to register their marriage. Could it be that she was genuinely attracted to him? Enough of this nonsense. While I may possess some level of attractiveness, that is hardly a valid reason. He wondered if this was some peculiar quirk exclusive to the wealthy, marrying and divorcing for sport? Surely, no one could be so capricious. It was evidently implausible. Was there perhaps a special reason behind her urgency? Something unspeakable. Upon this realization, Han Shichu nodded thoughtfully, as it seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Regardless, he was too fatigued to ponder further. This mystery needed clarification, or he would remain unsettled. However, before he could voice his inquiry, Yichukin, as if perceiving his thoughts, proactively retrieved a document from her bag and handed it to him. Han Shichu accepted the document, both puzzled and intrigued, flipping through its few pages. To his astonishment, he looked up at her, questioning, a contractual marriage? A sham marriage? Yichukin nodded without speaking. Then that man from earlier, the earnest one, was also in a contractual sham marriage with you? But why do you wish to divorce? Yichukin displayed a look of utter disdain, scoffing. He was a professional actor I hired at great expense. Yesterday morning, I signed the contract and registered our marriage. That evening, I deliberately invited him to dinner to test him. After all, one must always be cautious. However, while I feigned a trip to the restroom, he audaciously dared to surreptitiously drug my drink. Do you consider such behavior to be honest and naive? What a farce of professionalism, devoid of any semblance of integrity. I scoff at it. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Han Shichu shook his head, yet he harbored a modicum of understanding for this fellow. After all, Yichu-chan, with her unparalleled beauty and alluring figure, was testing a man's vulnerabilities. Was that not a blatant transgression? Any normal man would likely falter under such scrutiny. Yet this fellow's methods were base and despicable, and as a member of the same species, Han Shichu felt a deep disdain. So, Mr. Yu, did you hastily conclude the contract with him today? What other choice did I have? I am fortunate to have had a moment of inspiration to test him. Otherwise, bringing such a vile and contemptible person home would be inviting a wolf into the fold, wouldn't it? While Yichu-chan was indignant, she also felt a sense of relief. Han Shichu smiled faintly, arching an eyebrow, and curiously inquired, "Oh, is Mr. Yu not afraid that I, too, might be a wolf?" Without hesitation, Yichu-chan replied, "I am." Well, her forthrightness and unwavering resolve struck Han Shichu like a million critical hits. He was vexed at his own impulsive question. Why did he have to invite discomfort upon himself? Foolish. However, a mere fledgling fresh from academia, unacquainted with the darkness of society and the complexities of human nature, likely lacked any ulterior motives. Although these words were affirming, Han Shichu felt an inexplicable discomfort. Yichu-chan continued, "Moreover, you appear quite untainted. I refer not only to your exterior, but also to your eyes. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and through them, one can peer into a person's heart. Yours are remarkably pure and clear, unlike other men, including that seemingly honest fellow from earlier, whose gaze was tinged with greed and desire. Perhaps you may not believe it, but women are particularly sensitive to the gazes of men. Were it not so, I would not have deliberately tested him." The outcome was, as expected. Her words provided a certain comfort to Han Shichu. The crux of the matter was that time was of the essence. She had to marry by noon tomorrow, leaving her no opportunity for discernment or selection. Han Shichu, with a bitter smile, rubbed his forehead and mused, "So it seems I have unwittingly walked into your trap?" At this, a trace of a gentle smile graced Yichu-chan's exquisite features. Her enchanting smile melted the frost from her face, striking Han Shichu's softest core like a blade that kills without spilling blood. That unguarded smile was akin to a gentle breeze caressing Lugu Lake, or autumn rain nourishing Juzigu. In that moment, Yichu-chan surpassed the beauty of Zhao Jun returning to the world, reminiscent of Shi Zi coming back to life. Even the strongest steel would yield to her spring-like smile. Stunning, utterly captivating, leaving Han Shichu entranced, his face flushed with a rosy hue as he succumbed to his infatuation. Yu Chuchan sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere and quickly concealed her smile, reverting to an icy demeanor, and pretended to cough. Awakened from his reverie by her cough, Han Shichu awkwardly chuckled, foolishly ruffling his short hair, and hastily redirected the conversation to alleviate the tension. Mr. Yu, may I ask a question that might be inappropriate? Given her position, Yu Chuchan would naturally not refuse. If you have any doubts, just ask away. Why are you in such a hurry to register for marriage, Mr. Yu? Is there a particular reason? With a slight sigh, Yu Chuchan pondered for a moment before elaborating. During her narration, Han Shichu remained silent, simply listening attentively. Once she concluded, he finally grasped the urgency behind her actions. The reason was, to put it bluntly, quite melodramatic. In essence, it was familial pressure. 2 years prior, her family had issued an ultimatum. Either return to manage the family business by the age of 26 or marry before the same age. After which they would impose no further restrictions on her. Tomorrow happened to be the deadline agreed upon with her family. Should she fail to wed, she would be compelled to return to oversee the family enterprise, a prospect she found utterly unappealing, as her heart lay with her flourishing entertainment career. Clearly, she was unwilling to relinquish her hard-earned endeavors, and her family, well aware of her aspirations, simply sought to force her into marriage. Thus, she found herself with no choice but to pursue this route. This was why she contrived such a dubious scheme to appease her elders. In truth, there was another significant reason she kept to herself. Chapter 6. Seizing the opportunity to take advantage, fleeing with the funds. Yu Chuxia, with her captivating eyes brimming with hope and supplication, gazed intently at him and softly asked, "Can you help me?" She then assured him with fervor, "Rest assured. After we enter into this faux marriage agreement, I will adhere strictly to the terms and will not interfere with your personal life. Moreover, the promised 5 million compensation will be paid in full. If you have any reservations, I can provide you with half of the payment up front. It will be for a duration of 2 years, and once the term concludes, we will promptly proceed with the divorce." How does that sound? For no reason other than to fulfill the absurd mission imposed by the system, Han Shichu could not refuse. If he were to be incapacitated for 3 years, he might very well wish for death. Internally elated, Han Shichu nodded, putting on a facade of reluctance, and said, "In that case, I shall reluctantly agree." What a typical case of gaining an advantage while feigning innocence. How shameless. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yu Chuchan's exquisite eyes as she eagerly produced a pen and urged, "Then let us sign the agreement." With no further hesitation, Han Shichu, cornered by the absurd system, accepted the pen and inscribed his name. Then, brow furrowed, he looked around before his gaze landed on Yu Chuchan's vibrant red lips. His expression brightening. In a moment of audacity, Han Shichu extended his thumb and swiftly brushed it against her luscious lips. Only after his thumb had left its mark did Yu Chuchan react, her face instantly freezing into a thick layer of ice. Her eyes flashing with fury as she glared at him, her voice icy as she reprimanded, "Han Shichu, what do you think you are doing?" Han Shichu pressed his thumb, now tinged with her vivid lipstick, firmly onto the contract, waving it before her innocently. He replied, "Just borrowing a bit of lipstick for an impression. Why the fuss?" Yu Chuchan, still cold in her demeanor, retorted, "I have lipstick in my bag. Why did you have to get handsy? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation?" "Nonsense. How was I to know you would carry lipstick with you? Besides, this was simply a matter of convenience. Moreover, it was merely a light touch to the lips. Hardly qualifies as taking advantage." His tone was decidedly presumptuous, as if he were oblivious to his own blunders. Yu Chuchan had come to realize that this fellow was likely a staunchly straight man, utterly unaware of the essential cosmetic items every woman carries. Could he possibly be an innocent virgin who had never even been in a romantic relationship? Such a waste of that handsome facade. Yu Chuchan cast him a meaningful glance, the corners of her mouth curling into a barely perceptible smile that vanished almost instantly. She carefully placed the signed contract into her handbag, then started the car. Her tone icy as she declared, "Let us go." Han Shichu, perplexed, inquired, "Go? Where to?" "Wherever you reside. That's where we're headed. Just give me directions." "What do you need to come to my house for?" The more he listened, the more confused he became. "My little rented room can barely accommodate 2 people." Yu Chuchan shot him a sharp look and retorted, "To help you move." "What? Move?" Han Shichu was even more bewildered. "I don't recall mentioning that I wanted to move. What else with this sudden whimsy? Didn't you just glance over the contract? It explicitly states that the second party must reside in the first party's home. What is this? Having second thoughts?" Han Shichu had merely skimmed through it, and he indeed hadn't noticed that stipulation. Such a delightful surprise. Han Shichu had no valid reason to refuse, nor was he allowed to. He pondered silently whether he should still strive for success over the next 2 years. Clearly, this was the rhythm of being kept. Not only were meals and lodging provided, but a substantial allowance was included as well. Over 2 years, that would amount to 5 million, averaging nearly 7,000 a day. Where could one find such a splendid opportunity? The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Of course, Han Shichu had encountered numerous offers of support before, but they had all come from either heavy-set individuals or older women who still fancied themselves as beauties, or even those with peculiar tastes. None could compare to the stunning individual before him. Yu Chuchan inadvertently caught sight of the smile tugging at his lips, frowned slightly, and coldly warned. Though I'm allowing you to move into my home, I must caution you against harboring any unrealistic notions, understand? Should you dare entertain any sordid thoughts, do not expect me to treat you kindly. Han Shichu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, such bravado. What do you mean by not treating me kindly? You aren't planning to suffocate me with facial cleanser, are you? Naturally, he kept that thought to himself. Moreover, he was inherently principled, having accepted her monetary compensation. It was only right that he fulfill his obligations. If he were to covet her, it would be nothing short of outrageous greed. Under his guidance, Yu Chuchan soon arrived at his humble abode. Observing the shabby surroundings and the cramped, dilapidated rental, she softly asked, "You live here?" Her tone remained as frosty as ever, devoid of any disdain. Although the place was somewhat worn down, Han Shichu kept it remarkably tidy, everything arranged meticulously, and the room bore no unpleasant odors, only a faint, pleasant fragrance. After surveying the space, Yu Chuchan nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with Han Shichu's living habits. It was often said that a clean, odorless room meant its occupant was either a cross-dresser or gay. Yet Han Shichu was an exception. He simply valued cleanliness. Of course, if he were indeed a cross-dresser or gay, Yu Chuchan would be even more pleased. As Han Shichu busied himself packing his few belongings, he replied without looking up. Just a broke graduate. Having a place to stay is already a blessing. Who has the luxury to be picky? Yu Chuchan nodded and said, "Please provide me with your bank account details. I'll transfer half of your compensation now." There was no need for pretense. Han Shichu took out his bank card and handed it to her. Curiously, he asked, "Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the funds?" Yu Chuchan shot him a cold look. "You don't actually think the contract we just signed was meaningless, do you? Besides, now that you're employed by my company, your identity is no secret to me. Unless you wish to be on the run, what do I have to fear?" Chapter 7. The luxurious villa and adorable young ones. A mere 5 million is nothing to me. Even if it were a lost cause, it would hardly matter. Furthermore, this is just a sham marriage to deceive my family. It's not as if I'm asking you to go through hell and high water, and it's only for a 2-year term. Earning a substantial sum with such ease, I cannot believe you would willingly forfeit the remaining payment. Moreover, during our 2 years together, you will undoubtedly attend various social events, which will afford you the opportunity to network with elite individuals across multiple industries. Any sensible person would know the potential earnings far exceed 5 million. You don't strike me as foolish enough to throw away a fortune for a trifling gain. Her words, though somewhat harsh, were undeniably factual. Even without the coercive demands of a ridiculous system, Han Shichu believed he would find it difficult to turn down such a lucrative proposition. After fiddling with her phone, Yu Chuchan announced, "All done." She returned the bank card to him. "You have SMS notifications activated, right? This transfer is real-time. Check if you've received the transaction alert." No sooner had she spoken than Han Shichu's phone chimed with a text notification. Glancing at the message from the bank, he nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Thank you." Indeed, life is filled with unexpected surprises. Just hours had passed, and his account had quietly accumulated 260,000. Happiness often arrives so suddenly, catching one off guard. Yu Chuchan replied nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. It's a fair exchange, and you've earned it." Han Shichu chose not to respond, simply smiling in acknowledgement. His possessions were few. Apart from a few seasonal outfits, he had little else. As for the odds and ends, he was too lazy to sort them. As they held little value, he could easily leave them for the landlord or the next tenant. After all, he was now a millionaire, allowing himself a little indulgence. After handing the keys to the landlord, he could leave without hassle, as there was no deposit involved with that shabby rental. As the car entered the prestigious Ipin Huafu estate, Han Shichu, though mentally prepared, was still taken aback. He knew Yu Chuchan was wealthy, but he hadn't anticipated such extravagance. Ipin Huafu was situated in the heart of the bustling metropolis, where real estate was worth its weight in gold. And all the residences were luxurious standalone villas complete with swimming pools and private gardens. Han Shichu had no idea how many aspirations one would need to purchase a villa here, but it was undoubtedly beyond the reach of someone like him. The car drove straight into the villa's private garage, where over 10 luxury vehicles from various high-end brands caught Han Shichu's eye, leaving him momentarily speechless. Any one of those cars would likely be unattainable for an average person, and for someone like Yu Chuchan, these rolling vaults of wealth merely sat idly, gathering dust. Some of the vehicles had probably never even been driven since purchase, pristine and untouched. Carrying his light suitcase, Han Shichu followed Yu Chuchan into the villa. The villa boasts 3 splendid levels, with a private swimming pool nestled in the front yard, while the rear features an expansive garden adorned with lush greenery. It is undeniable that this has profoundly reshaped Han Shichu's perception of the affluent. Standing there like a rustic bumpkin, he gazed in awe at the opulently decorated living room. Reminiscent of a grand palace. His astonishment was entirely understandable, having emerged from a rural background and just embarked on his journey into society. He had never encountered such grandeur before. Here, please change into these slippers. Yu Chuchan retrieved a pristine pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet at the entrance. Her tone notably gentle, perhaps to spare his feelings. She then proceeded to remove her high heels as well. Han Shichu, holding the men's slippers in his hands, found himself momentarily taken aback. Sensing his bewilderment, Yu Chuchan proactively clarified, "I had these prepared in advance." Her meticulous forethought to appease the elders in her family was commendable. "Mommy, is that you?" A small girl's sweet voice suddenly echoed from the second floor. Shortly thereafter, a woman's anxious tones followed. "Oh dear, little Tang Yuan, be careful running down. You might fall." Curious, Han Shichu raised his gaze after changing into the slippers. Before him appeared a delicate little girl, as exquisite as a porcelain doll, dragging a large golden retriever behind her, cautiously navigating the staircase with her short legs, supported by the wall. Following closely was a woman in her 50s, who reached out to safeguard her from a potential tumble. Finally reaching the bottom of the stairs, the little girl loosened her grip on the dog's leash and hurriedly scampered toward Yu Chuchan, calling out, "Mommy, why are you back so late today? Little Tang Yuan missed you." Yu Chuchan enveloped the child in her arms, her previously frosty demeanor melting into a soft smile, her once piercing gaze transformed into one brimming with warmth. "Did you miss Mommy, my dear? Mommy missed you very much too." In the presence of the adorable little Tang Yuan, even her voice took on an unusually gentle and delicate tone. No wonder, even Han Shichu, standing nearby, found himself utterly captivated by the charm of this little being. She was simply too exquisite, too adorable, too endearing. It was hard to imagine anyone resisting the allure of such a precious child, no matter how stoic. Even the toughest of men would be softened by her presence. Cuddled in Yu Chuchan's embrace, little Tang Yuan gazed up at Han Shichu with her bright, sparkling eyes. Her curiosity piqued. "Mommy, who is this handsome brother?" Yu Chuchan glanced at Han Shichu, then gently released little Tang Yuan, playfully brushing her soft, delicate cheek with her fingertip. "Sweetheart, this is not just a brother, he is your father." "Father? Is he really my father?" Little Tang Yuan tilted her head back, earnestly scrutinizing Han Shichu. "Yes, my dear. Haven't you always been asking to meet your father? Now that he is finally back, are you happy?" A radiant smile blossomed on little Tang Yuan's cherubic face as she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yay, little Tang Yuan has a father now. Little Tang Yuan has a father." She then tightly clasped Han Shichu's leg, looking up with an adorably pitiful expression. "Father, where have you been? Little Tang Yuan missed you so much." As she spoke, tears began to well up in her bright eyes. All the children at kindergarten had their parents to see them off and pick them up. But little Tang Yuan only had Grandma Wang and Mommy. Watching other children holding their parents' hands filled her with envy. Whenever she longed for her father, she could only climb into bed and sleep, for only in her dreams could she meet him. As the tears overflowed, Yu Chuchan discreetly wiped her own eyes. Engulfed in a wave of guilt, little Tang Yuan, the daughter of Yu Baidan, was remarkably perceptive. Despite being just over 3 years old, she rarely cried or threw tantrums. Except for the matter of her father, she had never caused Yu Chuchan any worry. Over the years, Yu Chuchan had been predominantly preoccupied with her career, leaving little time for little Tang Yuan, and her care and attention had indeed been insufficient. She had never anticipated that her daughter, so young, harbored such profound thoughts and feelings, concealing so much within her heart without ever voicing it. Yu Chuchan finally understood why little Tang Yuan had previously cried and clamored for her father, only to quietly climb into bed to sleep afterward. She merely wished to drift off quickly, hoping to see her father in her dreams. Observing little Tang Yuan's pitiful expression and reflecting on her words, Yu Chuchan felt an overwhelming urge to chastise herself. Was this truly how a mother ought to behave? Han Shichu hurriedly knelt down, tenderly wiping away little Tang Yuan's tears, his heart entirely melted by her innocence. He pulled her into a tight embrace, wishing to envelop her within his very soul. A fleeting glance at Yu Chuchan, who was surreptitiously dabbing at her tears, suggested that perhaps little Tang Yuan was a significant reason behind her ill-conceived idea of a fake marriage. After a lengthy moment, Han Shichu reluctantly released little Tang Yuan from his embrace. "Sweetheart, your father misses you very much too, and he dreams of you every night." Little Tang Yuan gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, asking softly, "Really? Was I a good girl in your dreams?" "Indeed," Han Shichu responded without hesitation, The little Tang Yuan in my dreams is exceptionally well-behaved. Just like the one I see before me. Little Tang Yuan's face broke into a beaming smile as she nodded enthusiastically. Yes, little Tang Yuan is very good, very adorable, very pretty, and very understanding. Ah, this little one certainly knows how to boast. Han Shichu teased, his curiosity piqued. Sweetheart, what does your father look like in your dreams? Little Tang Yuan shook her head, her expression turning forlorn. I don't know. Every time I want to see my father's face, I wake up. However, in her heart, her father looked just like he did now. Tall, strong, handsome, and with a pleasant scent. Han Shichu didn't wear perfume. Little Tang Yuan likely associated his fragrance with the scent of laundry detergent. As she tightly hugged his neck, she pitifully implored, Father, please don't leave little Tang Yuan again. I don't want to be without my father anymore. I will always be very good and understanding. Hearing this, Han Shichu felt a tightness in his chest. He gently stroked her little head, promising earnestly, I promise you, little Tang Yuan, I will never leave our precious little girl again. Really, father? Little Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with hope. Han Shichu sighed inwardly, yet smiled gently, affirming, really, let us make a pinky promise. Little Tang Yuan extended her tiny pinky, her face alight with expectation. Han Shichu, of course, would not disappoint her. He extended his pinky finger and gently hooked it with hers. Little Tang Yuan, while engaging in this solemn pinky swear, earnestly recited, pinky promise. 100 years without change. Just as she prepared to retract her finger, she was halted by little Tang Yuan, who pouted and said, Daddy, we haven't sealed the deal yet. With a smile, Han Shichu offered his thumb, and they sealed their pact. Following this ritual, a pure and innocent smile blossomed on little Tang Yuan's face. As if this act had banished any fears of her father reneging on their agreement. Her tender heart found solace in this moment. Truly, she was like a fallen angel. A little sprite from the heavens. Observing the closeness between Han Shichu and little Tang Yuan, Yu Chuchan felt a twinge of jealousy. All right, my little darling, Daddy just got back. How about letting him sit and rest for a bit? Upon hearing her words, little Tang Yuan promptly wriggled out of Han Shichu's embrace. Oh, Daddy, let us go sit on the sofa. After saying this, she took Han Shichu's hand and led him to the living room. Once she settled him on the sofa, she hurried off to fetch a cup of warm water, eagerly presenting it to him. Daddy, drink some water. Witnessing this, Yu Chuchan felt even more envious. After all, this had once been her exclusive privilege. Now, with Daddy around, little Tang Yuan seemed to have forgotten about her completely, as if she had been cast aside. Han Shichu accepted the cup with delight, generously praising, Thank you, little Tang Yuan. You are such a good girl. Little Tang Yuan beamed, revealing a set of tiny, pristine teeth. Daddy must take good care of our little Tang Yuan. Otherwise, such a sweet girl might be stolen away by a bad guy. Haha. Daddy will definitely look after little Tang Yuan, and let any bad guys take her away. What an endearing little imp she was. Daddy, please sit tight. Little Tang Yuan has a gift for you. After this, she turned to the golden retriever lying at her feet and commanded, Guadongdu, come with me upstairs. The obedient golden retriever promptly stood up, presenting its collar to little Tang Yuan. Accompanied by Guatongdu, she trotted up the stairs, her little legs moving with determination. After a few steps, she turned back, anxiously reminding, Daddy, you mustn't leave. Just sit quietly and wait for little Tang Yuan to return. Han Shichu smiled back, assuring her, Daddy won't go anywhere. He*s waiting to see your gift. Despite the reassurance, little Tang Yuan was still uneasy, glancing back frequently, as if fearing her father might vanish unexpectedly. Chapter 9. The Harsh Truth and the Emergence of Artistic Talent. Once little Tang Yuan's figure disappeared from sight, Yu Chuchan instantly transformed into an icy demeanor, the warmth of maternal affection evaporating in an instant. Han Shichu was taken aback by her rapid change, unable to suppress his admiration for her ability to alter her expression so swiftly. Yu Chuchan introduced, Wang Ma, this is Han Shichu. He will be the master of our household from now on. Shichu, this is Wang Ma, who has been with us for over 20 years. She watched me grow up. Han Shichu promptly rose to greet her, Hello, Wang Ma. A gentle smile graced Wang Ma's face as she nodded repeatedly, saying, Good, good. He*s a fine young man. Naturally, Yu Chuchan did not conceal her ill-conceived plan from Wang Ma, as it would have been impossible to do so. Wang Ma, understanding yet not exposing the matter, seemed intent on aiding her in deceiving the family. Chuchan, Shichu, please sit and rest. I'll go prepare dinner, she said hurriedly before turning towards the kitchen. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Chuchan gradually spoke, My little darling is named Yu Baidan. She is my brother's daughter. Shortly after little Tang Yuan was born, my brother and sister-in-law were involved in a severe car accident on their way to work, tragically losing their lives. To ensure little Tang Yuan grows up healthy, happy, and carefree, our family decided to keep this from her, and I brought her to live in the Magic City. Han Shichu nodded in understanding and agreement. After all, they shared the Yu surname, and they were truly family. My parents and grandparents are pressuring me to marry soon, to provide little Tang Yuan with a complete family, he added. Han Shichu had suspected this already, understanding that a single-parent household could be detrimental to a child's development. I've always told little Tang Yuan that her father is abroad. Han Shichu frowned, questioning, what will you tell her in 2 years? My absence will only cause her greater pain. Yu Chuchan shook her head in frustration. I don't know. I'll take it one step at a time. Little Tang Yuan has been persistently demanding to see her father, throwing quite a tantrum each time. Crying sorrowfully, making it impossible for me to maintain the ruse. I had no choice but to think of this temporary solution, which served 2 purposes. As for what will happen in 2 years, I haven't thought that far ahead. Han Shichu shot her a disapproving glance, at a loss for words regarding her irresponsible deceit. Before long, little Tang Yuan returned, escorted by Guotongdu, holding a piece of paper. Upon seeing her, Yu Chuchan swiftly displayed her remarkable talent for changing expressions again. Little Tang Yuan waved the paper in her hand, running excitedly and calling out, Daddy, Daddy. She dashed to Han Shichu, presenting the drawing in her hands like a treasure. Daddy, this is a gift from little Tang Yuan. Han Shichu accepted the paper, which depicted a family of 3, a father and a mother holding the small child in the middle. Though the drawing was rough, Han Shichu understood it represented the scene little Tang Yuan yearned for. Moreover, the father in the drawing had only a blank white face, devoid of features. For little Tang Yuan did not know what her father looked like, and thus could not draw him. Observing the eager anticipation in little Tang Yuan's eyes, he smiled and said, You did a fantastic job, my little darling. Hearing her father's praise, little Tang Yuan's face lit up with a silly grin. After a moment's thought, Han Shichu continued, Would you like Daddy to teach you how to draw? Sure. Little Tang Yuan replied without hesitation. For her, it didn't matter what they did. As long as she could be with her father, she was happy. Han Shichu stood up, taking little Tang Yuan's small hand. Let us go, my little darling. Daddy will teach you how to draw in the room. Watching the sweet and warm figures of the big and small together, Yu Chuchan couldn't help but break into a faint smile, momentarily lost in thought. After nearly an hour, Wang Ma brought the dishes to the dining table. Observing Yu Chuchan sitting alone on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet, she gently inquired, Chuchan, where are Shichu and little darling? It's time to eat. Yu Chuchan, hearing her voice, set down the tablet, stretched her stiff neck, and replied, They're upstairs drawing. I'll go call them. With that, she stood and headed upstairs. Upon opening little Ting Yuan's room, she found Han Shichu sitting on the carpet, with little Tang Yuan nestled affectionately in his embrace, diligently teaching her how to draw. As I was about to call them downstairs for dinner, I heard the voice of little Tang Yuan. Wow, she exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. Daddy, your drawing is amazing. Then, pointing to the figures in the artwork, she declared, This is the beautiful mama, this is the handsome daddy, and this is the adorable little Tang Yuan. Daddy, you captured our likeness so well. It's so cute. I can recognize us at a glance. Daddy is incredible, absolutely fantastic. After saying this, little Tang Yuan planted a kiss on Han Shichu's cheek. Curious, Yu Chuchan approached to take a look. What she saw took her by surprise. The drawing depicted the 3 of them, rendered in a chibi-style cartoon. It was exquisitely detailed and endearingly cute, vividly bringing the characters to life. If one were to merely glance at the likenesses on the paper, they would surely seem lifelike, almost astonishingly so. Not only was Yu Chuchan astonished, but even Han Shichu was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the system's divine drawing skills would be this impressive. Though it was merely a chibi cartoon, it suggested that the system's capabilities in traditional Chinese or oil painting must be equally unparalleled. Indeed, the system's products are truly remarkable. Let's head downstairs for dinner. The sudden voice of Yu Chuchan startled both Han Shichu and little Tang Yuan. They turned around, and before Han Shichu could utter a word, little Tang Yuan innocently asked, Mama, when did you arrive? How come Daddy and I didn't hear you coming? Mama just got here. It's because little Tang Yuan was so engrossed in learning to draw from Daddy that she didn't notice, Yu Chuchan replied. Little Tang Yuan blinked her big, round eyes and nodded vigorously, affirming her mother's words. She then proudly handed over the drawing, saying, Mama, look, Daddy's painting is truly beautiful. Yu Chuchan took the artwork, feigning a careful examination before commenting, Daddy has indeed drawn very well. Mama, quickly give the drawing back to me. It's a gift from Daddy to little Tang Yuan, and she must keep it safe. If Mama wants one, you should ask Daddy to draw another for you, but you can't take little Tang Yuan's. Upon finishing her statement, Han Shichu looked at Yu Chuchan with a smile full of amusement. Chapter 10, Sweet Interactions, Provocative Teasing. Yu Chuchan shot him a glare, retorting, Mama doesn't he want one? Anyway, noticing that little Tang Yuan was about to say something else, Yu Chuchan quickly diverted the topic. Granny Wang has prepared dinner, little Tang Yuan. Hurry and follow Daddy downstairs to eat. With that, she turned and went downstairs, fearing little Tang Yuan might utter something innocent and candid. Han Shichu smiled faintly, picking up little Tang Yuan as he said, "Come on, darling, let us go eat." At the dining table, after washing her hands, little Tang Yuan insisted on sitting right next to Han Shichu, clinging to him affectionately. She clumsily picked up a chicken leg with her chopsticks and placed it directly into Han Shichu's bowl, sweetly saying, "Daddy, eat meat." Han Shichu was genuinely touched by her gesture. He returned the chicken leg to her bowl, smiling gently, "Little Tang Yuan, you eat." However, little Tang Yuan was not pleased and puffed her cheeks, stubbornly placing the chicken leg back into his bowl, insisting, "Daddy, eat." The adorable back and forth between the father and daughter filled Yu Chu-chan with jealousy, stirring her feelings of envy. Meanwhile, Granny Wang watched the tender exchange with a smile, clearly amused. Unable to resist little Tang Yuan's insistence, Han Shichu had no choice but to comply. Little Tang Yuan gazed at him with her big eyes, seemingly needing to see him take a bite before she would feel satisfied. Han Shichu obliged, taking a bite of the chicken leg. Delicious. Granny Wang. Your cooking is superb. Granny Wang chuckled, serving him more vegetables while saying, "If it's tasty, you should eat more." "Thank you, Granny Wang." Little Tang Yuan curiously glanced at Yu Chu-chan, asking in her sweet voice, "Mama, why don't you serve Daddy some vegetables?" Little Tang Yuan and Granny Wang have both served Daddy. Hearing her precious daughter's words, Yu Chu-chan, already feeling jealous, was further provoked by Han Shichu's teasing gaze and playful smile. Angered, she coldly picked up a pair of chopsticks and stuffed a piece of green vegetable into his bowl, giving a huffy snort as a warning. Han Shichu wore a mischievous grin, placing a piece of braised pork into her bowl, saying, "Dear, eat some more meat. Look how thin you've become." Yu Chu-chan shot him a fierce glare, but in front of little Tang Yuan, she couldn't reprimand Han Shichu, so she merely replied coolly, "I don't eat fatty meat," before tossing the braised pork back into Han Shichu's bowl. However, Han Shichu's teasing did not cease there. He returned the meat to her, saying, "Dear, you're an adult now. You can't be picky with your food. You need to set a good example for little Tang Yuan." Little Tang Yuan nodded vigorously, chiming in, "Mama, you should be good like little Tang Yuan and not be picky." Reluctantly, in order to set a good example for her daughter, Yu Chu-chan had to force herself to eat the meat. If looks could kill, Han Shichu would have been slain multiple times over. The dinner was filled with warmth and laughter, save for the visibly irritated Yu Chu-chan. After the meal, little Tang Yuan didn't cling to Han Shichu anymore, but instead lay on the luxurious carpet in the living room, resting her head on the soft belly of Tongdo. Her little legs kicked up as she blissfully watched cartoons. Yu Chu-chan, somewhat annoyed, said, "Come on, let us go to your room." Han Shichu chuckled, grabbing his suitcase and following her upstairs. The second floor had 6 rooms. Aside from Yu Chu-chan's bedroom, there was a toy room for little Tang Yuan, which was also where she had been drawing, and the remaining rooms were guest bedrooms. Since little Tang Yuan was still young, she shared a room with Yu Chu-chan, while Granny Wang stayed on the first floor. Pointing to a guest room opposite her bedroom, Yu Chu-chan coldly stated, "You can stay in this room. The bedding and everything inside are new." Han Shichu shrugged, indicating he was indifferent. Upon opening the bedroom door, he found that all the furnishings were indeed brand new. The room was spacious and included a private bathroom, quite satisfactory. As he began to unpack his suitcase, Yu Chu-chan leaned against the doorframe and warned him, "I advise you not to be too reckless in the future." Han Shichu understood what she meant, smiling slightly as he replied, "Ms. Yu, if I don't call you wife, what shall I call you? Should I address you as Ms. Yu in front of little Tang Yuan? Or call you by your first name? How do you think little Tang Yuan would feel hearing me address you that way?" Yu Chu-chan frowned, obstinately stating, "I don't care. Just don't call me wife again." Han Shichu raised an eyebrow and tentatively asked, "What about calling you Chuaner?" Feeling a chill run down her spine, Yu Chu-chan shivered, coldly refusing, "No? Well, that won't do, and neither will that. What do you suggest I call you? You think of something yourself." Han Shichu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about calling you leader?" Yu Chu-chan nodded, approving of that title. Suddenly, Yu Chu-chan remembered something and anxiously looked at him. "Do you have your household registration book with you?" "Don't worry, I brought it." "That's good," Yu Chu-chan sighed in relief. "My parents will be arriving in the bustling metropolis tomorrow afternoon, and you must put forth your best performance. Do not, under any circumstances, disappoint me. I can only promise to try my utmost." After organizing her belongings, Han Shichu turned to Yu Chu-chan, who was still leaning against the doorframe, and said, "I intend to take a shower, Director. Would you prefer to remain here, or should I temporarily excuse you?" "Humph, you rogue." With a light scoff, Yu Chu-chan swiftly turned and exited. As Han Shichu approached the bathroom, she noticed the array of toiletries was not only comprehensive, but also entirely new, evidently prepared in advance by Yu Chu-chan. After her shower, Han Shichu donned a flamboyant pair of beach shorts and a refreshing tank top. instantly feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Just as she opened the bedroom door, intending to head downstairs to check on the little dumpling, she found Yu Chu-chan's bedroom door coincidentally swinging open. Their gazes met. Yu Chu-chan had also just finished her shower and had changed into a nightgown. The black lace satin nightgown accentuated her alluring figure exquisitely, adding an air of mystery and temptation. The plunging neckline barely concealed her fair, undulating curves, which, judging by appearances, suggested a D cup. Han Shichu felt an involuntary gulp as he glanced down at his open palm, contemplating whether he could maintain his composure. "You shameless scoundrel." Perceiving his heated gaze, Yu Chu-chan's cheeks flushed slightly. She coldly chastised him before hastily retreating to close her door. "How dare you wear something so revealing and then blame me for looking?" Discontentedly muttering to herself, Han Shichu made her way downstairs. Chapter 11. The System Mall. A call from Mom. As soon as Han Shichu descended the stairs, the little dumpling, sprawled on the carpet, immediately sprang up and leaped into her embrace. The dog, who had been resting his head on her lap, sighed in relief. He feared no one in the household, save for this tiny human. Although the little dumpling was quite well behaved, her temper could be rather volatile at times, and as long as her energy levels were high, she had boundless vigor. While others were hesitant to scold her, the little dumpling wasn't afraid to take action, though she always exhibited restraint. Her small stature rendering her strikes merely gentle taps on the dog's head. "Daddy, will you watch cartoons with me?" the little dumpling asked sweetly, growing weary of Han Shichu. "All right, Daddy will watch with my little darling." The little dumpling watched intently, occasionally breaking into a delightful grin. While Han Shichu appeared to be engrossed in the television, he was, in fact, communicating with the system. "System, I still have one more chance for a lottery, correct?" "Yes." "Host, I wish to draw." As the virtual screen unfolded in his mind, Han Shichu intoned, "Start." "Stop." "Congratulations, host, you have drawn the skill of divine singing prowess." To be honest, regardless of what skill he had drawn, Han Shichu would have been content as long as it wasn't a mere consolation prize. Moreover, divine singing prowess was not only a necessity, but also an explosive skill. "I'm satisfied, immensely so. Am I perhaps the embodiment of luck?" A broad smile graced Han Shichu's face. "System, didn't you unlock the system mall? Where is it?" The lottery screen promptly vanished, revealing the mall interface. The mall displayed numerous categories: films, television series, music, advertisements, comedic skits, literary works, and props. Han Shichu clicked on the film category, which opened up several subcategories, including comedy, romance, action, and thriller, all meticulously organized. Upon clicking the comedy subcategory, countless comedic films appeared, each accompanied by varying popularity ratings beneath their promotional posters. System notification: the host needs to expend popularity points for purchases. For items in the film and advertisement categories, upon purchase, the host can not only view the original content, but also receive the script. For music items, if an MV is available, the host can also view it. And in addition to listening to the original, the lyrics and sheet music will be provided. Han Shichu nodded, thoroughly pleased with the system's user-friendly design. After perusing a bit, he began to grasp the concept. Curiously, he clicked on the props category, where the plethora of items left him both dazzled and intrigued. Charm fruits, golden throat lozenges, healing wine, lucky stars, misfortune talismans, indestructible powders, and bed-pressing oils. All treasures, indeed. Han Shichu clenched his fist, resolutely determined to earn popularity points. "Hey, I say, you're quite the grown-up, yet you're laughing so brightly at a cartoon. Is it really that amusing?" A voice suddenly chimed in from beside him. And Han Shichu turned to see Yu Chu-chan, who had changed into a long-sleeved satin pajama set, effectively concealing her previous alluring silhouette. Feeling a palpable malice, Han Shichu wondered what this was intended to signify. Was it to guard against prying eyes, as if he would dare to peek? "Mind your own business. Can a childlike spirit remain?" he retorted. Yu Chu-chan let out a disdainful chuckle. How childish. Disregarding her, he gently addressed the little dumpling. "Shall we stop watching now, my dear? Staring too long might damage your eyes. Daddy will play with your toys instead." "Okay." Han Shichu picked up the little dumpling and headed towards the toy room upstairs. Yu Chu-chan pouted, jealousy distorting her features. At that moment, Wang Ma approached with a smile, saying, "Chu-chan, I need to return to my hometown tomorrow." "What is the matter, Wang Ma? Is there something you need? Can I assist you?" Yu Chu-chan inquired with concern. Wang Ma shook her head. "Oh, it's just that my nephew is getting married, and he insists on having me back." Yu Chu-chan sighed in relief. "That is wonderful. Wang Ma, have you booked your flight yet?" "Not yet. I thought I should inform you first." Yu Chu-chan pulled out her phone. "Let me book your ticket right now. You rarely get to go back. This time, stay a bit longer. Don't worry about me. The little dumpling is in kindergarten now, and I'll be home on weekends, so just enjoy your time in your hometown, as if on a vacation." Wang Ma smiled knowingly. "All right." It has indeed been a while since I last visited. I'll stay a bit longer this time. The ticket is booked. Your flight is at 8 in the morning. I'll drive you to the airport. Wang Ma quickly waved her hands. No, you still have to work tomorrow. I can take a taxi. Yu Chuchan pondered for a moment and replied, that won't do. Tomorrow, I'll have Shichu take you. In the toy room on the second floor, Han Shichu, observing the little dumpling thoroughly engrossed in play, teasingly asked, who bought you that little car, my dear? The little dumpling glanced at the small excavator in her hands and earnestly replied, I bought it myself. Her response took Han Shichu by surprise. Oh, where did you get the money? I drew it myself. You drew it? Isn't that just pretend money? But this car is pretend too. Alright, I concede defeat. Han Shichu acknowledged his shortcomings against the imaginative logic of a child. While playing with her, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Han Shichu was surprised to find it was his mother. He gestured to little Tang Yuan to remain silent. Be a good girl and don't speak. Daddy needs to take this call. Little Tang Yuan promptly covered her mouth with her tiny hand, nodding vigorously, observing her adorably innocent demeanor. Han Shichu chuckled softly before answering the call. Hello, Mom. Shichu, what are you up to? It took you so long to answer. I wasn't doing much. My phone was out of reach. Have you found a job? If not, you can come back and help us sell vegetables. Your father and I are overwhelmed with work. Mom, I've already found a job. If it's too hectic for you and Dad, why not hire some help? Don't overexert yourselves. I'll send you some money shortly. Don't hesitate to spend it. No, keep the money for yourself. Your father and I are fine. The important thing is that you found a job, so do your best. Just as Han Shichu was about to respond, little Tang Yuan unexpectedly piped up, Daddy, is that Grandma? I want to talk to Grandma. Chapter 12, The Chatty Nature, Sharing a Bed. Both Han Shichu and his mother were momentarily taken aback by little Tang Yuan's sweet voice. After a prolonged silence, his mother incredulously asked, Son, are you married? Do you have a daughter? Her voice trembled, betraying her astonishment. Han Shichu managed a wry smile, bracing himself as he replied, Yes, I'm married. His mother, now flustered, exclaimed, Such a significant event, and you didn't inform your parents? Han Shichu moved the phone away from his ear, covering the mouthpiece, and softly instructed little Tang Yuan, Sweetheart, play by yourself for a moment. Daddy will finish the call and come to you. Little Tang Yuan nodded obediently. Han Shichu then exited the toy room, retreated to his bedroom, and closed the door to explain the situation. However, he refrained from mentioning the pretense of a marriage, instead providing a brief overview of little Tang Yuan's circumstances and advising his mother to keep it discreet. Alright, Mom, I understand. I'll hang up now and initiate a video call. You want to see your granddaughter. With that, he promptly ended the call. As soon as he stepped back into the toy room, his mother's video call came through. Once connected, she eagerly urged, Where's my granddaughter? Hurry and let me see her. With an exasperated smile, Han Shichu called out, Little Tang Yuan, didn't you want to speak with Grandma? Come here. Upon hearing this, little Tang Yuan immediately tossed aside her toy and scampered over with her little legs. Seizing the phone Han Shichu offered, she gazed at her grandmother on the screen and beamed. Grandma, is that you? The moment Han Shichu's mother laid eyes on the cherubic child, her face lit up with a loving and gentle smile. Yes, it's Grandma. My sweet girl is so beautiful. Little Tang Yuan, ever receptive to praise, beamed brightly, embracing every compliment without a hint of modesty. Grandma, where are you? Why don't you come see little Tang Yuan? I'm at home, dear. You can come back with Daddy during your break. Grandma, is there anything fun at home? Little Tang Yuan chattered animatedly with Han Shichu's mother. To Han Shichu's surprise, she exhibited quite the chatty disposition and an insatiable curiosity. Through the video, she requested to see geese, ducklings, cows, sheep, and bunnies, delighting in her grandmother's responses. Little Tang Yuan was not only polite and well-behaved, but also charmingly articulate, keeping Han Shichu's mother in high spirits throughout the conversation. After reluctantly ending the video call, little Tang Yuan looked up at Han Shichu with eager anticipation, asking, Daddy, when are we going back to see Grandma? I miss her. Han Shichu replied teasingly, Are you missing Grandma or her geese, ducklings, and bunnies? Caught in her own thoughts, little Tang Yuan simply smiled and responded, I miss them all. Han Shichu patted her little head and said, When summer vacation arrives, Daddy will take you back to see Grandma. All right, okay, little Tang Yuan exclaimed, her joy evident as she danced about. Just then, Yu Chuchan entered the room, curious about little Tang Yuan's exuberance. What has got you so happy, little Tang Yuan? Mommy, little Tang Yuan wants to go back with Daddy to play. Yu Chuchan glanced at Han Shichu, puzzled. After a brief explanation from him, she quickly grasped the situation. However, she didn't express any opinion on the matter and instead urged, Little Tang Yuan, it's time for bed. Hurry and go wash up with Mommy. Okay, little Tang Yuan replied. Han Shichu, relieved that little Tang Yuan didn't ask him to bathe her, felt a bit apprehensive, given that she wasn't truly his biological daughter. Thankfully, little Tang Yuan followed Yu Chuchan obediently back to the bedroom for her bath. After tidying up the scattered toys, Han Shichu returned to his room and lay on his bed, allowing his mind to wander. A great deal had transpired that day, signing with an entertainment company, activating a system, and entering into a faux marriage. Everything felt surreal. As he pondered these events, a small figure dashed into the room, climbed onto the bed, and nestled into his arms. Little Tang Yuan, resting her head on his chest, playfully nibbled at his face. Breathing in the sweet scent of the little child, Han Shichu smiled, feeling grateful for such a warm and affectionate companion. Moments later, Yu Chuchan appeared at the doorway. Half-heartedly scolding, "You disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hurry back to sleep with mommy." Little Tang Yuan clumsily climbed off Han Shichu and tugged at his hand, urging him to follow her. "Daddy, didn't you hear mommy calling us to sleep? Hurry, or she'll get angry." Little Tang Yuan insisted. When mommy is angry, she can be really fierce. Han Shichu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yu Chuchan, who, upon hearing little Tang Yuan's words, displayed a flustered expression that gradually turned into a charming blush. Caught off guard by little Tang Yuan's request to sleep together, both Han Shichu and Yu Chuchan exchanged uncertain glances. As little Tang Yuan continued to pull him along, she urged, "Come on, Daddy, or mommy will truly be upset." After a moment of contemplation, Yu Chuchan, with no time to concoct an excuse, exchanged a resigned glance with Han Shichu and said, "Let us go." Han Shichu stared at her in bewilderment. Her unexpected response caught him off guard, as he had anticipated she would find some excuse to avoid it. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up," Yu Chuchan chided playfully. "All right," Han Shichu replied, still puzzled by her intentions. Once they reached Yu Chuchan's bedroom, little Tang Yuan eagerly climbed onto the bed and settled in the middle. Yu Chuchan blushed as she lay down on her left, while Han Shichu found himself on the right side, with half his body precariously hanging off the bed. An unspoken tension enveloped the room. Yu Chuchan pulled out her phone and became engrossed in it. Suddenly, a notification chimed on Han Shichu's phone. He glanced down to find it was a message from Yu Chuchan. "The great fish, no wild thoughts. Lull the little Tang Yuan to sleep before returning to your own room." Han Shichu offered a faint smile, refraining from a response, instead turning to glance at her. Meanwhile, Yu Chuchan remained engrossed in her phone, feigning ignorance of the situation. In truth, she had been covertly watching Han Shichu out of the corner of her eye. Ultimately, it was little Tang Yuan who broke the silence. Her large eyes filled with hope as she looked up at Han Shichu and sweetly said, "Daddy, I want to hear a bedtime story." Han Shichu, devoid of any knowledge of children's bedtime tales, immediately cast a pleading glance towards Yu Chuchan. Naturally, she noticed his look for assistance but remained unmoved. Continuing to fiddle with her phone, a barely perceptible smile crept onto her lips as she inwardly scoffed. "Oh, so now you know to seek my help? Weren't you quite bold before? Didn't you seem very close to little Tang Yuan? Now you must find a way to soothe your little cotton-padded jacket yourself. I am not concerned." Seeing the eager expectation in little Tang Yuan's eyes, Han Shichu realized he could not refuse the adorable child and silently sought help from the absurd system. "System, does the shop sell fairy tales?" After posing the question, he realized he likely had no popularity points to make a purchase. What a futile inquiry. However, to his surprise, the absurd system benevolently extended a helping hand. "Yes, and this system can also provide interest-free loan services." Han Shichu casually purchased a copy of Grimm's fairy tales priced at 100,000 popularity points from the items listed by the system. After all, he was unaware of the quality. Buying the expensive option seemed prudent. Host borrows 100,000 popularity points to purchase one copy of Grimm's fairy tales. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and a myriad of fairy tales filled his mind. With a slight smile, he cast a disdainful glance at Yu Chuchan, thinking, "You think you can outsmart me?" Clearing his throat, Han Shichu began, "Little Tang Yuan, Daddy will tell you the story of Little Red Riding Hood." Little Tang Yuan nodded eagerly, resting her small hands beneath her face, embodying a model of attentive listening. Once upon a time, there was a lovely little girl whom everyone adored. Was she as cute as little Tang Yuan? She interrupted with wide eyes. "She was just as adorable as you, little Tang Yuan." Han Shichu continued. "But her grandmother loved her the most, giving her anything she desired." "Little Tang Yuan's grandmother loves her very much too," she chimed in. His storytelling attributes awakened once more. Gently patting her back, he narrated, "One day, the grandmother gifted the girl a little red hat, which suited her perfectly and looked splendid. From that moment on, she refused to wear any other hat, and everyone called her Little Red Riding Hood." Little Tang Yuan listened with rapt attention, though her propensity for interruption persisted. Meanwhile, Yu Chuchan, having put down her phone at some point, was particularly engrossed in the tale. When the moment arrived where the wolf devoured the grandmother and Little Red Riding Hood, Little Tung Yuan's tears began to fall. Yu Chuchan shot Han Shichu a fierce glare. Not daring to linger, he hurriedly pushed on with the story. After finishing the tale, little Tang Yuan burst into laughter, truly an emotionally vibrant little creature. Little Tang Yuan must also be like Little Red Riding Hood, listening to Mama and not trusting strangers, she declared. Little Tang Yuan nodded, saying, hum. Little Tang Yuan would never believe the big bad wolf. After this, she looked at Han Shichu and said, Daddy, I really want to go back to Grandma's house to see her. Han Shichu playfully pinched her little nose and chuckled, You little rascal. Is it Grandma you wish to see, or is it her little red hat you desire? Remember, we agreed that once summer vacation begins, Daddy would take you back. So now, close your eyes and sleep. Han Shichu switched off the bedside lamp, and little Tang Yuan joyfully shut her eyes. Yu Chuchan cast a complex gaze at Han Shichu, who was coaxing little Tang Yuan to sleep, as a strange sentiment quietly blossomed in her heart. The carefree little Tang Yuan soon fell into a steady slumber. Han Shichu tiptoed out of bed and gently left the room, closing the door behind him. Ding ding. Just as Han Shichu laid down in his own room, a WeChat notification chimed. The great fish, thank you. Han Shichu understood her implication and replied, It was merely a matter of duty, no need for gratitude. Of course, if the big friend wishes to hear a story next time, it will require additional payment. Seizing the opportunity to tease her, he added some levity. The great fish, get lost, with a knife emoji. Reading her response, Han Shichu smiled, shaking his head as he muttered, A temperamental woman is quite troublesome. The great fish, by the way, you need to drive Wang Ma to the airport tomorrow morning. Her flight is at 8. The car keys are in the small cabinet on the wall of the garage, and the code is 0909. Understood. After replying, Han Shichu set his alarm and promptly fell asleep. After a long day, he quickly drifted into a deep slumber. However, Yu Chuchan, in the room next door, tossed and turned, unable to sleep, lost in her thoughts. The following morning, precisely at 6, Han Shichu was awakened by his alarm. After washing up and changing clothes, he descended the stairs. Wang Ma, having prepared breakfast, looked slightly surprised upon seeing Han Shichu. Shichu, why are you up so early? Don't you want to sleep a bit longer? Wang Ma, aren't you going to the airport? I'll drive you. Oh, didn't I tell Chuchan that I could take a taxi? You shouldn't have to wake up so early. It's no trouble, Wang Ma. It's perfectly fine. Wang Ma shook her head in resignation, saying, All right then, Shichu. Sit for a moment. I'll bring you breakfast. The breakfast spread was sumptuous. Carrot and beef porridge, handmade meat buns, pan-fried dumplings, boiled farm-fresh eggs, and several dishes of vegetables. A truly authentic huaxiao breakfast that Han Shichu greatly enjoyed. After finishing the meal, Wang Ma, with her luggage packed, left a note and accompanied Han Shichu to the garage. In the garage, a small safe was embedded in the wall. After entering the code, he opened it to find a dozen car keys lying quietly within. Han Shichu chose a discreet executive sedan, similar to Yu Chuchan's, avoiding flashy limited edition sports cars or luxury vehicles. Throughout the drive, Wang Ma regaled him with stories of Yu Chuchan's childhood antics and mischievous schemes, revealing another side of the cold, elegant CEO. After dropping Wang Ma off at security, Han Shichu prepared to drive back. Just as he settled into the car, a man wearing sunglasses and a mask approached his vehicle, acting suspiciously. Before Han Shichu could speak, the man opened the door and entered the car, making a gesture for silence and a pleading motion. Han Shichu furrowed his brow. The stranger removed a backpack from behind and pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills, urgently urging, Brother, drive fast. Chapter 14. The Senior Brother, the Wealthy Four Treasures. Goodness. The thickness of that stack must be at least 7 or 8,000. However, Han Shichu did not reach out to accept it. This man, with his sunglasses and mask, coupled with his furtive behavior, clearly did not appear trustworthy. Han Shichu dared not take his money. The unfamiliar man, seeing that he remained unmoved, urgently exclaimed, Brother, rest assured, I am not a bad person. Noticing the vigilant scrutiny in Han Shichu's eyes, it was evident that he was not convinced by the man's words. With a resigned sigh, the stranger slowly removed his sunglasses and mask, pointing to his face as he asked, Brother, do you recognize this face? Han Shichu was taken aback by the strikingly handsome visage before him. To be clear, his orientation was perfectly normal. Although the man's looks were undeniably captivating, they still paled in comparison to Han Shichu's own. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that he recognized this face. It belonged to Bai Luming, a male actor currently riding high in the entertainment industry. Despite his youthful appearance, he was a bona fide actor with considerable talent. His participation in several historical dramas had led to phenomenal success, with viewership ratings that left competitors in the dust. With his charming looks and exceptional skills, he had captured the hearts of countless young women and even their mothers, rivaling the popularity of other young heartthrobs. Even Han Shichu, who was not particularly invested in the entertainment circle, was aware of his name, a testament to his immense fame. Moreover, more crucially, this fellow was affiliated with Dayu Film and Television Media Company, making him Han Shichu Sr. Han Shichu teasingly remarked, "Your face and mouth seem rather familiar." Seriously? Is that even a proper way to speak? Bai Luming shot him a disapproving glare. "Are you selling braised meat or something? Just a joke, don't take it to heart." "So, you are Bai Luming?" Bai Luming nodded and replied, "Now, do you believe I am not a bad person?" Confused, Han Shichu looked at him and inquired, "What are you up to?" With a heavy sigh, Bai Luming lamented, "I just want to shake off my manager and assistant for a day of unrestrained fun. You see, we public figures may appear glamorous, but often we are not in control of our own lives. Our schedules are packed to the brim, leaving us no personal space or time. Can you believe I haven't had a single day off in 6 months? So today, I am determined to enjoy myself to the fullest." Han Shichu rolled his eyes and retorted, "Come on. Other stars would jump at the chance to be busy but can't find the opportunity. Spare me your humble bragging. When your fame wanes, do as you please. Who will care about your downtime then?" "Seriously?" Bai Luming stared at him blankly. "Is this how you treat someone politely? Do you even know how to engage in small talk? You openly mention your decline in popularity. How can you expect a positive outcome?" As Han Shichu drove away from the airport, Bai Luming, eager to initiate conversation, asked, "What is your surname, my friend?" "Modestly, my surname is Han Shichu." "What a lovely name. What makes it so special?" Bai Luming, with a hint of playful disappointment in his eyes, awkwardly smiled, feeling like he had underestimated the situation. "You're quite the character, aren't you? Is it true that you drive a luxury car worth millions at such a young age? A second-generation rich kid?" Han Shichu turned slightly to look at him, confirming that he was indeed a friendly and somewhat audacious individual. "Not a rich kid, but rather, I'm supported by a wealthy woman." Bai Luming was momentarily speechless. "That is impressive. With looks that can rival mine, living off someone else's wealth must be a breeze." Curious, he then asked, "Little Han, I have a question that has been weighing on my mind. Do you happen to have candles, ropes, collars, handcuffs, or whips for dominatrix play? Don't misunderstand. I mean no offense. I am merely curious." At this line of questioning, Han Shichu perked up, responding with a knowing smile. Well, little Bai, I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable." Bai Luming quickly clarified, No, all of my knowledge comes from books and videos, just superficial understanding. Let me tell you, in our line of work, there is so much more than just what you mentioned. There are countless props that exceed your imagination." "Oh, little Han, do share. I am eager to learn." Bai Luming appeared genuinely interested. "Do you know about the 4 treasures of a wealthy woman?" Bai Luming shook his head. The 4 treasures refer to the wealthy woman's joyful ball, joyful fish, fiery mountain, and the moon closing fan. Bai Luming's eyes widened in curiosity as he eagerly probed. "What are those?" Han Shichu wore an enigmatic smile as he replied, "Patience, let me elaborate slowly." By the time he finished explaining, Bai Luming was left utterly stunned. His worldview shattered. Gulping down his astonishment, he gazed at Han Shichu in admiration, instinctively giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Bro, you are truly my brother." "I am in awe. Han Gu, you engage in such wild activities. Can your body handle it?" "My little brother, the average person might struggle. But I have my means, effective remedies that allow me to engage multiple times in a night without any side effects." "Seriously? That is incredible. Han Gu, can I have a glimpse of this?" "Apologies, my little brother, but I don't have it on me today. How about we exchange WeChat? And I'll bring it next time?" "Sounds good." Bai Luming eagerly nodded, pulling out his phone from his backpack. "Han Gu, please stop the car at the next intersection and drop me off here." "Sure, little brother, take care. Let us keep in touch." In the end, Bai Luming insisted on pressing a stack of cash into Han Shichu's hands, stating that earning money was no easy feat. Han Shichu could only sigh. Bai Luming, you are indeed a man of principle. When he returned to Yipin Huafu, it was just past 8. Familiar with the door lock's password, he entered without hesitation. The moment he opened the door, he was met with the heart-wrenching cries of little Tang Yuan. Without a moment to change his shoes, he dashed into the living room, where he saw the heartbroken little Tang Yuan clinging to Sugar Bean, sobbing inconsolably. He quickly asked, "What's wrong? Why is my little darling crying so sadly?" Initially filled with helplessness and concern, Yu Chuchan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Han Shichu return. Hearing his voice, little Tang Yuan immediately stopped crying, raising her tear-stained face to look at him. Upon seeing Han Shichu, she scrambled from Sugar Bean's embrace and threw herself into his arms. "Daddy, where have you been? I thought you left me again." Han Shichu lifted her up, gently wiping her tears while softly reassuring her. Grandma Wong went back to her hometown. "And Daddy took her there. Didn't we promise little Tang Yuan that I would never leave her?" Yu Chuchan chided playfully. "You little ungrateful child. Mommy has explained this countless times, yet you still don't believe it. Now that Daddy is back, you should be happy, right?" Little Tang Yuan quickly broke into a smile. Eager to make amends, "I'm sorry, Mommy." Chapter 15, Registering for Marriage, the plot thickens. Upon waking up, little Tang Yuan began to cry when she discovered that Daddy was missing, while Yu Chu-chan had been tirelessly coaxing and explaining, which led to their current predicament of not having eaten yet. Han Shichu emerged from the kitchen with a warm meal that Wang Ma had prepared before leaving. After they finished eating, they all set off to take little Tang Yuan to kindergarten, fulfilling her wish. Even while sitting in the car, she was so excited that she flailed her arms in delight. Due to the heavy traffic, Han Shichu could only park on a side street, after which they walked to the kindergarten. As soon as they stepped out of the car, little Tang Yuan eagerly grasped her parents' hands. With arms raised in exuberance and little legs kicking high, a radiant expression of pride and happiness adorned the small face. Yu Chu-chan exchanged an inadvertent glance with Han Shichu, only to hastily avert her gaze, a fleeting blush of wine red crossing her cheeks. Han Shichu felt an extraordinary sensation, despite knowing it was all a charade. He could not suppress the overwhelming surge of satisfaction, joy, and bliss. Stealing a glance at Yu Chu-chan, who was fixated on the path ahead, he pondered her thoughts at this moment. Unbeknownst to him, after he withdrew his gaze, Yu Chu-chan discreetly stole a glance at him from the corner of her eye. The trio resembled a picture-perfect family, drawing the attention of passers-by as they walked down the street. The father was handsome, the mother beautiful, and the daughter sweetly adorable, inciting waves of envy and admiration. At the entrance of the kindergarten, the principal and teachers stood ready to greet the little ones. Upon spotting the trio, curious glances were cast their way. "Good day, principal." "Hello, Teacher Lee." Little Tang Yuan beamed as she greeted both the principal and her teacher. In unison, the principal and Teacher Lee replied with warm smiles. "Hello, Tang Yuan." It must be said, little Tang Yuan was undeniably charming. The teachers and principal at the kindergarten were particularly fond of the well-behaved and adorable child. With a proud tone, little Tang Yuan announced, "Principal, Teacher Lee, this is my daddy." Han Shichu promptly extended his hand, greeting them. "Hello, Principal, Teacher Lee. I am little Tang Yuan's father, Han Shichu." "Hello, Mr. Han," replied Teacher Lee, a recent university graduate whose cheeks flushed with shyness as she shook his hand. Indeed, Han Shichu's striking appearance was undoubtedly captivating for a young lady like Teacher Lee. Bending down, Han Shichu adjusted little Tang Yuan's skirt and bear-shaped backpack, gently instructing, "Little Tang Yuan, be good at kindergarten, listen to Principal and Teacher Lee, and I will come to pick you up after school." "MHM." Little Tang Yuan nodded vigorously. "Daddy must come." Han Shichu entrusted little Tang Yuan to her teacher, smiling as he said, "Principal, Teacher Lee, I leave my little Tang Yuan in your capable hands." The principal responded with a smile, "Mr. Han, you are too polite. It is our duty. Besides, little Tang Yuan is such a good and understanding child. She has saved us a great deal of trouble." After bidding farewell to the little one, Han Shichu and Yu Chu-chan headed straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before long, they emerged from the bureau. Sitting in the car, Han Shichu gazed at the red marriage certificate in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his face. Yu Chu-chan, on the other hand, remained composed. After all, it was not her first time, so she felt no excitement, yet a peculiar sensation stirred within her. Han Shichu tapped the marriage certificate, looking at her, and remarked, "Leader, my first time was bestowed upon you." Without little Tang Yuan present, Yu Chu-chan reverted to her usual frosty demeanor, glaring at him. "Can you speak properly? Why must you be so distasteful?" Han Shichu refrained from arguing, instead smilingly inquired, "Leader, would you grant me a wish?" Yu Chu-chan furrowed her brows, curious. "What wish? Speak up." Seeing him hesitate, she impatiently urged, "Spit it out already. Why are you dawdling?" Han Shichu discreetly glanced at her, took a deep breath, and slowly uttered, "Leader, now that we are recognized as a legally married couple, could you address me as husband?" Yu Chu-chan fixed him with a cold, piercing stare, her tone laced with menace. "Han Shichu, do you wish to die? If you don't want to, then don't. Why get angry?" Han Shichu muttered, "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to hear it to soothe my complex feelings after obtaining the certificate." "Humph," Yu Chu-chan scoffed, "no ulterior motives? Dream on." Han Shichu shrugged and started the car, asking, "Shall I take you to the office or somewhere else?" "To Kaishin Shopping Plaza." "What for?" "To shop, of course." Upon receiving the directive, Han Shichu drove while casting a sidelong glance at Yu Chu-chan, suddenly struck by an idea. Casually, he asked, "Leader, do you know why people in ancient times referred to their wives as Nyangzi?" Taken aback by the nonsensical question, Yu Chu-chan blinked before asking, "Why?" "Because they respected her as a mother and loved her as a child." Noticing her nod, Han Shichu continued, "And do you know why people today refer to their wives as Laupa?" Yu Chu-chan shook her head. "Because it begins with the god of marriage and ends with the lady of forgetfulness." It did sound rather romantic. Han Shichu smiled slightly. "Do you know how women address their husbands after marriage?" Without a moment's thought, Yu Chuchan blurted out, "Husband." Han Shichu burst into laughter, realizing her slip. She knew she had fallen into his trap. The blush that had graced her cheeks was instantly replaced by a thick frost. "You shameless scoundrel." Facing Yu Chuchan's exasperated rebuke, Han Shichu merely chuckled lightly. "Oh, you think you can outsmart me? Do you really believe my 10-level rogue certificate was earned in vain?" After parking in the underground garage of Kaishin Shopping Plaza, the two took the elevator to the first floor. Han Shichu curiously asked, "Leader, what are we here to buy?" Still fuming, Yu Chuchan huffed in annoyance, offering no response as she began browsing on her own. Han Shichu, unfazed by the silence, followed along, content to accompany her. As they strolled through the mall, they attracted countless admiring glances. After all, the striking appearances of Han Shichu and Yu Chuchan were nothing short of exceptional. They had long grown accustomed to the envious gazes surrounding them, remaining blissfully indifferent. Yu Chuchan entered an international high-end luxury menswear store, and Han Shichu, puzzled yet intrigued, followed her inside. As they stepped into the lavishly decorated store, they were greeted by neatly arranged sales associates in tailored suits, who stood in 2 rows with hands respectfully placed before them. With warm yet reserved smiles, they bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Welcome." The flagship store of an international luxury brand was indeed unparalleled. The demeanor, appearance, and courteous service of the sales associates evoked a delightful mood and a comforting sense of homecoming for the customers. Before the sales staff could approach, Yu Chuchan coolly commanded, "Please help him pick out a few suitable outfits." "Of course, ma'am." "Sir, please follow us." Han Shichu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Yu Chuchan was there to buy clothes for him. However, it quickly made sense. She was likely preparing for her parents' visit. There was no reason to refuse, as presenting oneself well was a matter of respect, not only for oneself but also for others. Moreover, meeting the in-laws certainly warranted a more refined appearance. High-end luxury brands undoubtedly surpassed ordinary ones, with impeccable designs, comfortable fabrics, adept tailoring, exquisite craftsmanship, and meticulous attention to detail. After changing into the meticulously selected attire suggested by the sales associate, Han Shichu underwent a remarkable transformation, embodying the essence of a mature, composed, and commanding business elite, showcasing his chiseled masculine charm to perfection. Even Yu Chuchan, who was seated in the lounge area, couldn't help but be momentarily dazzled, nodding slightly in approval. The beautiful saleswomen in the store were equally captivated by the strikingly handsome Han Shichu. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, cheeks flushed with excitement, and they were nearly overwhelmed with a desire to shower him with attention. It was a palpable surge of feminine hormones, a phenomenon that often masquerades as love at first sight, yet is merely a superficial attraction, especially for women, who, despite claiming indifference, are undeniably drawn to physical allure. However, upon noticing Yu Chuchan seated on the sofa, they could only lower their heads in resignation, feeling eclipsed and humbled. No amount of competitive spirit could ignite the desire to challenge her. The disparity was stark and unmistakable, rendering any comparison futile. Fortunately, with Yu Chuchan present, had Han Shichu arrived alone, he would have likely been besieged by a throng of admirers, perhaps even leaving with numerous couple privilege vouchers tucked away in his pockets and shopping bags. Yet, professionalism prevailed. Armed with a keen eye, distinctive aesthetic sensibility, and extensive experience in fashion coordination, the sales associate adeptly assembled several outfits for Han Shichu. From head to toe, with remarkable precision, Han Shichu couldn't help but admire the prowess of the elite sales staff. Ultimately, it was his striking looks and fit physique that made the selection process so effortless. Even draped in burlap, he would still exude a sense of fashion. Naturally, high-end luxury brands come with exorbitant price tags. Although Han Shichu had mentally prepared himself, he was nonetheless taken aback upon seeing the bill. Good grief, for just 5 outfits. The total exceeded 600,000. Why not simply rob a bank? Clearly, he had misunderstood. This was far more convenient than any heist. This was not merely clothing. It was, in fact, a veritable treasure. To spend over 600,000 would not just be a financial strain. It felt like a dagger to his heart. Just as he was preparing to awkwardly return the items, Yu Chuchan presented him with a gold card. Her demeanor cool and succinct as she stated, "There is no password." Han Shichu glanced at her but offered no protest. After all, a pauper like him had no right to refuse. This vast sum would leave him reeling. While to Yu Chuchan, it was inconsequential, a mere drop in the ocean. There was no need to feign wealth for the sake of pride. Why clash with money over something so trivial? Besides, he was effectively being supported. What was the harm in indulging a little? Even if he wished to play the part of a provider, Yu Chuchan would likely deny him that opportunity. In her eyes, he was merely performing for her. And these extravagant purchases were simply props that he ought to provide himself. She had no inclination to exploit her subordinates. Thus, Han Shichu took his place in this dynamic. comfortably accepting his role as a kept man. With numerous shopping bags in hand, he trailed closely behind Yu Chu-chan, resembling a devoted acolyte. They entered a prestigious luxury jewelry store renowned worldwide, and as before, they were greeted with warm hospitality. Yet this time, Yu Chu-chan was undeniably the center of attention. Initially, one might have thought she would casually select an item to appease her parents, but to Han Shichu's surprise, she approached the selection process with remarkable diligence and seriousness. After nearly 2 hours of careful consideration, she showed no signs of impatience, leaving Han Shichu both astonished and curious about her true intentions. "Madam, you have an exquisite eye," the sales associate chimed, her smile radiant. "This pair of rings is crafted by the esteemed master, Ms. Nan Jinping. The price is surprisingly modest, as per the master's instructions. And there is only this one pair available." Yu Chu-chan was taken aback. Ms. Nan Jinping, in her 50s, was a luminary in the world of jewelry design. With no piece from her hand ever priced below 10 million. The revelation that this ring was merely 2 million was astonishing. Yu Chu-chan was drawn to this ring not only for its breathtaking beauty, but also for its perfect price point. Not too cheap to be deemed unworthy, yet not so exorbitant as to be out of reach. Her furtive glances toward Han Shichu revealed her ulterior motives. Her intentions were unmistakable. Unfamiliar with Ms. Nan Jinping, Han Shichu could only marvel at the price. Goodness, was this a ring or a luxury vehicle? To him, it felt akin to the cost of a house. Yet for the affluent Yu Chu-chan, this was insignificant. If her motives were pure and devoid of ulterior motives, even a higher price would not deter her. If she desired it, she would not bat an eyelash. Wealth allows for such indulgence. Chapter 17. Exchanging Rings, a playful encounter with the system. This is reality. What holds immense value for one may be trivial for another. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Chu-chan declared, "All right, let us go with this one. The size is just right for us. Please wrap it up." "Certainly, ma'am," the sales associate replied. Han Shichu eagerly made his way to the checkout and handed over his bank card. With the expenditure of over 2 million, he was once again transformed into a bona fide pauper. The sting of the cost was inevitable. Yet he felt it was worth it when compared to the previous 600,000 spent on clothing. The significance was simply different. However, Yu Chu-chan did not object. A subtle smile played at the corners of her lips, though she skillfully concealed it. Each harbored their own thoughts, perhaps both understanding one another without needing to articulate it. "Let us go home," Yu Chu-chan stated, her tone softened from its previous chill, now imbued with warmth. Seated in the car, Han Shichu hesitated to start the engine. Instead, he slowly opened the small box containing the ring. He removed the women's ring and, looking up at Yu Chu-chan, softly asked, "May I put this on for you?" Yu Chu-chan met his gaze, her luscious red lips parting slightly, yet no words escaped her. After a prolonged moment of eye contact, she finally extended her left hand. Han Shichu gently took her delicate hand, meticulously sliding the ring onto her ring finger. In that instant, her finger was no longer nameless, holding her tender hand. He admired it, a smile gracing his lips as he could not help but exclaim, "It's truly beautiful." After a long moment of allowing him to hold her hand, she finally withdrew it with a hint of annoyance, saying, "Have you looked enough?" To which Han Shichu replied, "How could I possibly have seen enough?" He then removed the men's ring, intending to adorn himself with it. However, Yu Chu-chan snatched it away, seized his right hand, and placed it upon his ring finger. Compared to Han Shichu's gentle elegance, her actions were undoubtedly more brash and unrefined. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm merely returning a favor," Yu Chu-chan explained pointedly. Yet, a faint blush graced her delicate face, dissipating almost instantly as she resumed her usual regal and aloof demeanor. "Ah, a woman whose words betray her," Han Shichu thought. Bemused by her feeble excuse, he merely smiled softly and said, "Let us go home." With that, he started the vehicle and gently drove away from the shopping plaza. By the time they returned to the villa, it was nearing midnight. In the sweltering heat of the day, after a morning of exertion, the two cleanliness enthusiasts eagerly retreated to their respective rooms to shower and change. While showering, Han Shichu was not idle. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not working out," he thought. "System, the third strike mission has been completed. What rewards do I receive?" Third strike mission completed, granting the host a lottery chance, along with a bonus of 10,000 popularity points, and unlocking the attribute panel. Attribute panel? What on earth? Let's take a look. A virtual screen illuminated in Han Shichu's mind. On the left side of the screen was his three-dimensional image, while the right displayed various attributes. Aside from his basic information, name, gender, age, height, and weight, there were some peculiar attributes. Physical fitness, strength, speed, agility, resilience, and other composite attributes 60, maximum value 100, with the average for a normal adult male being 50. Upon observing this figure, Han Shichu frowned. "What the hell? I'm a robust young man, and I only rate a measly 60 points? By what right? This barely surpasses the weaklings. Though dissatisfied, the precise values provided by the system would not bend to his whims. Charm, 90. Intelligence, 75. The intelligence score particularly irked Han Shichu. Popularity, negative 90,000 points. Skills, divine level painting technique, divine level singing ability. Han Shichu stared blankly at the attribute panel, incredulous. Beyond being handsome, he seemed utterly lacking. Damn it. His high spirits were instantly dashed by the absurdity of the system. I want to draw a lottery. Han Shichu resolved to indulge in a lottery to soothe his disheartened spirit. The virtual screen shifted, displaying the lottery interface. Start. Stop. Congratulations. The host has won the divine level guitar playing skill. Not bad. Not bad. Han Shichu felt a surge of joy. System notification, deducting 10,000 popularity points from this reward. The host now owes 90,000 points. Please repay the loan promptly. Good heavens. Han Shichu thought the ridiculous system was deliberately toying with him. Just as his mood had lifted, this debt collection abruptly soured it again. However, the torment and teasing from the system were far from over. Congratulations, the host has successfully completed the initial 3-hit mission, gaining the system's recognition, and receiving a large gift package as a reward. The unexpected windfall filled Han Shichu with excitement. Hey, you absurd system, are you intentionally messing with my emotions? In just this short time, my mood has been a roller coaster of highs and lows. He opened the large gift package to see what treasures awaited him. Han Shichu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Large gift package opened successfully. Rewards scattered everywhere. Are you kidding me? Did I just defeat a monster to loot equipment? Is this your idea of fun? Congratulations, the host has received divine level culinary skills, a collection of cheesy pickup lines, a complete anthology of couplets, a bottle of bed-breaking oil, a song, and a classical poem. Physical rewards are automatically stored in the system's storage space. The host need only think of them to retrieve them. Han Shichu was taken aback. Oh, there's a hidden feature? System, can I store external objects in the system space? Yes, but the current system space is limited to 1 cubic meter for the host. Though the space was small, it was enough to astonish Han Shichu, and he realized it could be further developed. No rush, no rush. However, he was quite disappointed with the rewards from the large gift package. What a bunch of nonsense. Divine culinary skills? ISNT that just giving myself more work? Cheesy pickup lines. Who am I supposed to say those to? The ice-cold female CEO? I'd probably be left stuttering. A complete anthology of couplets? What use is that? Writing spring festival couplets? That's ridiculous. Bed-breaking oil? What a joke. What could I possibly use that for now? Classical poetry? Am I meant to become a great literary figure? Alright. Han Shichu felt the absurd system had once again pranked him. Fortunately, he had received a song as a consolation prize. After showering, he changed into comfortable beach shorts and a casual tank top before heading downstairs. Just as he settled onto the sofa, he noticed Yuchu-chan, dressed in layers as if to ward off thieves, descending the stairs. He couldn't help but smirk. This girl was utterly boring, wrapped up so tightly. Chapter 18. Testing culinary skills, fierce mother-in-law. Yuchu-chan sauntered into the living room and took a seat on the sofa, slightly tilting her head as she tended to her cascading hair, inadvertently revealing a languid side of herself. Fresh from her bath, her delicate skin glowed with a light rosy hue, exuding an elegant fragrance. Han Shichu breathed in the sweet aroma in the air, his already restless heart becoming even more restless. He swallowed hard, unable to suppress the impulse. While arranging her hair, Yuchu-chan casually inquired, "What do you want for lunch?" "I can order takeout." After a moment of contemplation, Han Shichu decided he wanted to experiment with his divine culinary skills to see just how impressive they truly were. He replied slowly, "Let us eat at home. Takeout isn't healthy. I'll go check the fridge for ingredients." Yuchu-chan paused, then looked at him with skepticism. "You can cook? Is it edible?" Rolling his eyes, he replied curtly, "Growing up in the countryside, who doesn't know how to cook? It won't kill you." With that, he got up and headed toward the kitchen. Opening the fridge revealed a surprising abundance of ingredients, nearly overflowing. Without hesitation, Han Shichu rolled up his sleeves, tied on an apron, and got to work. In the living room, just as Han Shichu left, Yuchu-chan's phone rang. Picking it up, she saw a video call request from her mother. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the answer button. A beautiful woman appeared on the screen, bearing a striking resemblance to Yuchu-chan, with similar facial features and a youthful glow that suggested she had once been as stunning as her daughter. Even now, with proper care, the passage of time had left only faint traces on her visage. One might easily mistake her for Yuchu-chan's older sister. In an instant, Yuchu-chan shed her usual cold and regal demeanor, transforming into a sweet and attentive daughter. A warm smile graced her exquisite face as she playfully said, "Dear mother, what brings you to video call today?" "Ah, truly a woman of many facets. If Han Shichu were to behold her current visage, he would likely struggle to believe his own eyes, perhaps even shattering his worldview in the process. The elegant matron, Mother Yu, immediately darkened her expression and retorted with irritation. Do not play tricks on me. Surely you have not forgotten what day it is today? Of course not. I am simply waiting here at home for your and Father's arrival, came the reply. Mother Yu paused, momentarily taken aback, and skeptically inquired, You truly are married? You are not merely deceiving me, are you? Yu Chuchan rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh, Mother, do you still not know your daughter? Do I strike you as someone who would jest about such a significant matter? After which, she extended her right hand, waving it before the camera. Ding, ding, ding. Do you see this? Do you know what it is? Mother Yu's gaze fixated on the wedding ring adorning her daughter's finger, yet disbelief still lingered in her eyes. Anticipating her reaction, Yu Chuchan continued, Wait, Mother, allow me to show you something else. She swiftly ascended to the second floor, returning to her room. From her bedside table, she retrieved the marriage certificate and slowly unfolded it before the camera to present to Mother Yu. With a triumphant smile, Yu Chuchan asked, What do you think, Mother? Do you believe me now? Mother Yu, astonished, nodded in agreement, but her face soon blossomed into a radiant smile as she exclaimed, Wonderful. My dear daughter has finally wed. Our entire family can finally rest easy. By the way, how is your relationship with him? Let me warn you, if he does not treat you well, no matter how excellent he may be, neither I nor our family will accept him. Mother, do you really think I am so irresponsible? I would not have married him without his approval, Yu Chuchan reassured her. Rest assured, he and my dear one have a splendid relationship. She would cling to him 24 hours a day if she could. I'm rather envious, to be honest. Mother Yu's smile widened uncontrollably as she nodded repeatedly. That is good. That is good. So, tell me about your husband. Without hesitation, Yu Chuchan replied, He is quite decent, very handsome, possesses a great personality, and is young. He just graduated from university. How about that? Isn't my daughter remarkable? Mother Yu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I did not realize you had taken a liking to younger men. You certainly take after me in that regard. Mother, Yu Chuchan pouted, What are you saying? Am I not your own flesh and blood? Is there any need to belittle your daughter? Mother Yu scoffed dismissively. Yu Chuchan pondered for a moment, adopting a hesitant demeanor before finally saying, Mother, I will not hide it from you. In fact, Shichu comes from a rural background, and his family circumstances are rather modest. As soon as she spoke, Mother Yu's expression darkened, and she scolded her with visible anger. What of it? What is wrong with being from the countryside? How have I raised you? Have you disregarded your grandparents' teachings? You little rascal, have you grown wings now? Where did you learn this nonsense? It infuriates me. Hearing her mother's reprimand, Yu Chuchan found herself not angered but rather amused as she replied, Please do not be upset, Mother. If I were truly disdainful, do you think I would marry Shichu? My intention in revealing this is not to provoke you. Before she could finish her thought, Mother Yu interrupted brusquely. Enough? Do you think we are so unworthy in your eyes? You little ingrate. Let me tell you, our family does not harbor the prejudices of social standing. What if his family is not well off? Can they truly surpass our family? After a brief pause, she continued earnestly, My daughter, while we have been urging you to marry, what we truly wish to see is you marrying for love, with someone you cherish. Do you understand? The sudden emotional revelation caught Yu Chuchan off guard, her eyes glistening as she stammered, I understand. Thank you, Mother. Stop being silly, you foolish girl. Now where's my son-in-law? Let me see him. He is in the kitchen preparing a meal. You and Father are coming to Modu this afternoon, so what is there to see now? Oh, I did not expect my son-in-law to be a cook as well. You have excellent taste. This is something you excel at over me. Yu Chuchan replied with a hint of pride, Indeed. Then Mother Yu continued, Your father and I cannot make it. He is swamped with work at the company, and I have my own duties. I cannot prioritize your trivial matters over national affairs. Chapter 19. A mother-daughter duel of cheesy flattery. Upon hearing Mother Yu's inability to attend, Yu Chuchan was overjoyed, though she could only secretly revel in her delight, maintaining a facade of disappointment. Oh, you cannot come? I had prepared so many things with Shichu. Her act was so convincing, she could easily have made a name for herself in the performing arts. However, Mother Yu smiled and replied, No matter, summer break is just around the corner. You can bring my granddaughter and son-in-law back to Beijing then. Yu Chuchan quickly engaged in a mental brainstorm, her eyes sparkling as she devised a counter-strategy. Mother, it is unfortunate, but Shichu has already promised my dear one that they would return to his hometown during the summer break. Humph, you may have your clever plans, but I have my own means. Mother Yu furrowed her brow and said, Since you have made a promise to your dear one, there is no way around it. Moreover, as your mother-in-law, you ought to meet your in-laws first. It is fine. Returning during the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival is also acceptable. Now, let me see my son-in-law first. Yu Chuchan descended the stairs with her phone in hand, saying, Mother, I will show you a sneak peek. But Shichu was not mentally prepared for this sudden call. Do not frighten him. Mother, you nodded with a smile. All right. Creeping toward the kitchen door. She aimed the camera at the focused Han Shichu, who was diligently cooking. A rich aroma wafted through the air, causing Yu Chuchan to swallow instinctively. The scent was simply irresistible. Observing his tall and graceful figure, she couldn't help but feel a momentary spellbound, as it is said that a man engrossed in his work is most attractive. After a prolonged moment of reverie, she quietly retreated from the kitchen. Returning to the living room, she asked, Mother, what do you think of your son-in-law? Mother, you nodded in approval. Very good. Tall, handsome, and cultured. I'm quite satisfied. Then she earnestly advised, My daughter, now that you are married, you must amend your troublesome habits. You cannot continue as before. In the kitchen, after nearly an hour of dedicated effort, Han Shichu finally completed a sumptuous lunch. He had sampled his cooking and nearly bit his tongue off in surprise. Truly, his culinary skills were extraordinary. He had never tasted such exquisite dishes before, whether in knife skills or other areas. He was indeed deserving of the title of a culinary master. The system's offerings were nothing short of divine. After presenting the meal at the table, Han Shichu glanced toward the living room, only to find Yu Chuchan's enchanting face flushed with color. He approached her with concern. Leader, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Yu Chuchan quickly shook her head. No, perhaps it is just too warm. Good to hear. Let us eat. As she gazed at his retreating figure, Yu Chuchan let out a long sigh, inwardly lamenting. Mother really has a peculiar way of discussing such embarrassing matters all of a sudden. It's scandalous, utterly scandalous. As if the king of filth himself has tainted the air. At the dining table, the sumptuous spread made Yu Chuchan's mouth water. There were spicy boiled pork slices, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, sautéed taro, and a delightful pickled vegetable vermicelli soup. Casting a glance at him, she inquired, How did you know I adore these dishes? Han Shichu, while serving her rice, replied nonchalantly, Wang Ma mentioned that you enjoy Sichuan cuisine, so I prepared a few dishes at random. Do give them a try. Eagerly, Yu Chuchan picked up her chopsticks and swiftly placed a piece of spicy boiled pork in her mouth. The moment it touched her palate, an explosion of rich and layered flavors unfurled delightfully upon her taste buds. It was delectable, truly exquisite, spicy, aromatic, with tender meat that was a textural marvel. This was the most authentic and delicious spicy boiled pork she had ever encountered. She had thought Wang Ma's culinary skills rivaled those of a top chef. But to her surprise, Han Shichu's prowess surpassed even that of Wang Ma. Who was this man? How is it? Tasty? Han Shichu asked, his smile broadening. Delicious. She almost exclaimed, but quickly reined herself in, feigning modesty as she said, It's all right, just average. Han Shichu shook his head with a smile. He was quite aware of the truth behind her words. Rather than confront her blatant fib, he chose to let it be, continually serving her more dishes. Eat more, he encouraged. Yu Chuchan, for her part, was unusually receptive, diving into her meal with fervor. Her movements appeared remarkably graceful, and had he not witnessed it firsthand, Han Shichu would find it hard to believe that nearly all the food on the table had vanished into her stomach. Goodness, so she is quite the foodie. Hiding it so well, he mused. After the meal, a thoroughly satisfied Yu Chuchan lay back comfortably on the sofa, rubbing her stomach in contentment, while Han Shichu busily tidied up the dishes. Just as he finished washing the plates and exited the kitchen, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was his manager, Lisa Rong. Hello, Rong Jie, he answered. Shichu, where are you right now? I need to discuss something important. I'm at home. What's the matter, Rong Jie? Lisa Rong's laughter came through the receiver, indicating good news. How about you give me your address? We can talk in person. My address. Han Shichu hesitated, uncertain if he should share it. Just then, Yu Chuchan reached out and said, Hand me the phone. Once she had the phone, she declared, Rong Jie, just come to my house. After hanging up, she returned the phone to him. At the Yuyuan Film and Television Media Company, Lisa Rong sat in her office. A look of disbelief etched on her face as she clutched her phone, utterly stunned. Was that Chuchan's voice? Am I hearing things? How could this be? Why is Shichu at Chuchan's home? Bewildered, she seized her car keys from the desk and dashed out. Her insatiable curiosity ignited. Han Shichu, intrigued, asked, Do you know Rong Jie? Yu Chuchan nodded, explaining, Rong Jie is my close friend. She had retired from the industry, but I urged her to return, as the company is currently lacking in talent, and I wanted her to mentor a new batch. I never expected you to be her first signed artist. Han Shichu raised an eyebrow, grinning as he remarked, Do you know why this coincidence occurred? Why? Because I went out to seek blessings yesterday. Yu Chuchan, puzzled, inquired. Seek blessings? For what? It seems we are destined to be together in this life, hence our remarkable connection. Goodness, that's quite the cheesy line, Han Shichu thought, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Yu Chuchan shot him an annoyed glare. How distasteful. despite feeling a shiver run down her spine. She couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy, akin to savoring a piece of candy. Chapter 20. A bombardment of cheesy lines, penniless. As long as she remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Thus, Han Shichu resolved to fully commit to his cheesy lines. Launching a direct assault on the aloof and regal female CEO. With a gentle tone, he asked, "Are you feeling tired, leader?" The sudden concern made Yu Chuchan feel a bit queasy, yet she answered honestly, "Not really, I'm fine." "How is that possible?" Han Shichu feigned surprise. "You've been running through my mind all day and night. How could you not be tired?" He fixed his gaze upon her, furrowing his brow as he stated, "Leader, you have something on your face." Yu Chuchan immediately reached up to check. "What is it?" "Just a bit of beauty." Without granting her a moment to react, Han Shichu pressed on, "Leader, why do you seem a bit different today?" Yu Chuchan instinctively retorted, "What do you mean? What's different? You're just exceptionally beautiful." Han Shichu was poised to continue his flirtation, yet Yu Chuchan abruptly stood, shooting him a fierce glare as she snapped, "Smooth talker, how tiresome." With that, she hurriedly retreated upstairs, her steps slightly faltering. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She dared not linger any longer. Han Shichu's relentless onslaught of cheesy lines had left her feeling overwhelmed. Even the frostiest of personalities could not resist his charm, leaving her legs feeling weak. Watching her flustered retreat, Han Shichu couldn't help but smile, feeling a surge of pride. What a stark contrast to the aloof and regal CEO, under the barrage of his cheesy lines. She too fell prey to blushing and racing heartbeats. Han Shichu rose and headed upstairs, chuckling at the sight of Yu Chuchan's closed door. Entering the toy room of little Tang Yuan, he grabbed a drawing board, brushes, and paper before making his way back downstairs. Settling into the living room, the golden retriever, Tang Do, lay contentedly at his feet, thoroughly pleased with the new provider of treats. Han Shichu embarked on his drawing, determined to transform the fairy tale he had narrated to little Tang Yuan into a comic strip. With the characters and plot vividly etched in his mind, he simply needed to replicate them on paper. Not long into his drawing, the doorbell rang, presumably signaling Lisa Rong's arrival. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by none other than Lisa Rong herself. At the sight of him, she stood agape, stammering, "You, Shichu you." After a prolonged moment of flustered silence, Han Shichu urged, "Rongjia, why don't you come inside first?" After changing into slippers, Lisa Rong remained in a state of astonishment. "Where's Chuchan? Is she in her room?" Rushing upstairs, Lisa Rong was clearly eager to uncover the situation. Han Shichu shook his head in confusion and returned to his drawing. About an hour later, he saw Yu Chuchan and Lisa Rong descending the stairs, arm in arm, laughing and chatting. It was evident that Lisa Rong had figured out their relationship. Once seated, Lisa Rong grasped Han Shichu's arm and said, "Shichu, I've already contacted you for a hot new variety show. You should debut through this program." Curious, Han Shichu asked, "What show is it?" "Penniless." "Wait, is that true?" "Rongjia, going all out for my debut? Is it even possible to decline?" The show Penniless was immensely popular. Even someone like Han Shichu, who had no interest in variety shows, was aware of its existence, and he even enjoyed watching it. This variety show is meticulously orchestrated and produced by the largest live-streaming platform in Huaxia, Longting Live. Each episode features one or two of the most celebrated stars from the entertainment industry. The guests are required to live for 2 days and 1 night without a single penny to their name. They are prohibited from leveraging their fame, borrowing money, incurring debts, accepting gifts, or taking advantage of free meals and accommodations. They must rely solely on their own resourcefulness, whether it be washing dishes, serving, or even masquerading as beggars, as long as they adhere to the rules. Of course, if they choose to forego food and drink and spend the night in a park, that is also permissible. This program is broadcast live for 36 hours on the Longting platform, which is the reason it cannot be aired on television. Those who have participated in Penniless have invariably lamented their experiences, expressing their grievances. Who in their right mind would willingly partake in such a grueling show? Yet, the undeniable truth is that the show's immense popularity has led to a surge in the fame and public interest of the stars who participated, provided they did not sabotage themselves. Thus, despite the show's harrowing nature, a steady stream of celebrities clamors to join. Lisa cast a sidelong glance at him, exasperation evident in her voice. "What do you think? Do you have any idea how much I had to sacrifice to secure your spot on this show? Moreover, you are not even the main attraction in this episode. You are merely a supporting character." System task: please participate in and excel in the Penniless program. Task success: the host receives 1 lottery chance and an additional 50,000 popularity points. Task failure: the host is subjected to facial paralysis for 5 years. Well then, originally reluctant, Han Shichu found it difficult to refuse under the system's insistent intervention. Furthermore, the system had added a stipulation that he must perform exceptionally well during the show. Truly, Blessings and misfortunes come hand in hand. Han Shichu sighed and resignedly replied. All right then. Lisa's face lit up with joy. That's more like it. Shichu, let me tell you, although the program is quite harsh, its popularity is undeniable, and it attracts a significant fan base. As your debut showcase, it is undoubtedly the most fitting opportunity. But remember, don't go self-sabotaging. Han Shichu nodded in agreement. Lisa then proceeded to explain various precautions and potential pitfalls in great detail, which Han Shichu diligently committed to memory. Meanwhile, Yu Chuchan sat nearby, engrossed in her tablet. By the way, Rong Jia, when do we participate in the show? Tomorrow. What a surprise. The show is happening tomorrow. And she only just now decided to inform him. Talk about being nonchalant. Lisa glanced at her watch, stood up, and declared, all right, that's enough for now. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. At this moment, Yu Chuchan finally looked up and urged, Rong Jia, why not stay for dinner before you go? Why the rush? Lisa shook her head in refusal. Do you think everyone is like you, a lady boss who can delegate work and be carefree? I still have a lot to handle, including assembling a team for your husband. I have a meeting with one of the industry's top makeup artists, so I must take my leave. With that, she grabbed her bag and strode away. Han Shichu glanced at the time and remarked, Little Tang Yuan must be getting out of school now. Are you going to pick her up? Initially disinterested, Yu Chuchan suddenly recalled what Little Tang Yuan had said before and promptly changed her mind. Yes, let us go together. Chapter 21, A Delightful Daily Routine. Daddy. With her adorable bear backpack, Little Tang Yuan spotted Han Shichu and Yu Chuchan waiting outside the gate from a distance. However, it was evident that she selectively overlooked Yu Chuchan. With her short legs, she hurried towards Han Shichu, who crouched down with open arms, ready to embrace her as she leaped into his embrace, giggling joyfully in his arms. Little Tang Yuan planted a wet kiss on Han Shichu's cheek. With a smile that radiated warmth, Han Shichu gently inquired, Little Tang Yuan, were you well behaved at kindergarten today? Did you listen attentively to Teacher Li? Did you eat well and sleep soundly? He doted on her like a concerned father. Little Tang Yuan nodded enthusiastically, her sweet voice chiming. Daddy, I was so good. I finished a whole bowl of rice, and I slept really well. Han Shichu kissed her cherubic face, eliciting more giggles from her. Meanwhile, Yu Chuchan felt like an outsider, her expression tinged with envy as she watched the father-daughter duo with a hint of jealousy in her gaze. Daddy. Put Little Tang Yuan down. As they passed a convenience store, Little Tang Yuan suddenly called out anxiously. Thinking she wanted to walk on her own, Han Shichu gently set her down. However, the moment her feet hit the ground, she grabbed his hand and led him toward the store. Curious, Han Shichu asked, What do you want to buy, Little Tang Yuan? I want to buy a dog. A dog? Han Shichu was utterly perplexed. Did convenience stores sell dogs? He was uncertain and dared not ask, merely following Little Tang Yuan into the shop. Upon entering, Little Tang Yuan gazed up at the shopkeeper with wide eyes and asked earnestly, Annie, do you sell dogs? The shopkeeper was equally baffled but smiled and replied, Sorry, little one, we don't sell dogs here. But if you want a dog, you should ask your daddy to take you to a pet store. Little Tang Yuan, looking a bit anxious, clarified, Not that kind of dog. I want to buy a drink. Dog drink. A drink dog? Now both Han Shichu and the shopkeeper were thoroughly confused by the kindergartner's whimsical language. Eventually, it was Yu Chuchan who explained, She means Wangzai milk. What does Wangzai milk have to do with dogs? Han Shichu still found himself bewildered. The connection between Wang, woof woof, and dog had evidently stuck in Little Tang Yuan's mind. Ah, I see. Han Shichu nodded, turning to the shopkeeper. Could you please get me a box of Wangzai milk? The shopkeeper couldn't help but chuckle at Little Tang Yuan's imaginative naming. However, when Han Shichu prepared to pay, Little Tang Yuan piped up, Daddy, Little Tang Yuan will pay. Then, she triumphantly produced a 100 yuan bill from her bear backpack, grinning widely. Daddy, Little Tang Yuan has money. Little Tang Yuan treats Daddy to drink dog. It turned out her sudden desire to buy a dog was to get a drink for herself, and Han Shichu felt a surge of warmth at her thoughtfulness. Still, he cast a curious glance at Yu Chuchan. Yu Chuchan, somewhat exasperated, explained, That's her savings from her New Year's money and pocket money. If she's willing to buy you a drink, just be grateful. I've never enjoyed such treatment myself. Han Shichu couldn't help but smiled joyfully. In the end, it was determined Little Tang Yuan would pay. After opening a bottle of Wangzai milk and inserting a straw, Han Shichu held the milk in one hand and cradled the little one in the other, feeling quite content. With her beloved Wangzai milk in hand, Little Tang Yuan didn't drink it herself, but instead offered the straw to Han Shichu, insisting, Daddy drink. The dog drink is super yummy. Little Tang Yuan loves it the most. The unintentional actions of Little Tang Yuan once again stirred his emotions. She truly was a considerate little darling. To avoid disappointing her, Han Shichu pretended to take a small sip and smiled, declaring, It's delicious. The doggy is really tasty. Little Tang Yuan beamed with joy and eagerly offered the straw to his lips, insisting, "Daddy, drink some more." Han Shichu shook his head and replied, "Daddy isn't thirsty right now. He just wants to watch Little Tang Yuan drink." Little Tang Yuan pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, then Daddy can just watch me drink. If Daddy wants to have some doggy, just let me know." Observing the deep bond between the father and daughter, Yu Chuchan felt a whirlwind of emotions, joy, happiness, even a hint of sweetness, yet overshadowed by a profound jealousy. Upon returning home, as Han Shichu tied on his apron, he instructed the little one, Little Tang Yuan, "Go play with candy for a bit. Daddy will prepare something delicious for you." "Okay," Little Tang Yuan obediently nodded. Once Han Shichu entered the kitchen, she began issuing commands to her golden retriever, Guotongdu, "Take my little bear backpack back to my room." Guotongdu eagerly seized her little bear backpack and dashed upstairs. It was then that she suddenly remembered the forgotten Yu Chuchan. "Mama, why haven't I seen Grandma Wang? She hasn't been eaten by the big bad wolf, has she?" Clearly, she had not forgotten the story Han Shichu had told the night before, though she had overlooked Grandma Wang's return home. Seeing the worried expression on her little face, Yu Chuchan couldn't help but chuckle. Grandma Wang has gone back home. Little Tang Yuan visibly sighed in relief, only to remember something else, and scampered towards the kitchen. "Daddy." Bursting into the kitchen, she wrapped her arms around Han Shichu's leg, her voice sweet and soft. "Daddy, Little Tang Yuan misses Grandma. I want to talk to Grandma." How could her little thoughts escape Han Shichu's notice? However, he said nothing and simply took out his phone to request a video call with his mother. Before long, the video was connected. Before Han Shichu could say a word, his mother spoke first. "What's wrong, son? Is there something you need?" Han Shichu shook his head. "What could I need? It's your granddaughter who misses you and wants to talk." He then handed the phone to Little Tang Yuan. "Here, say whatever you want to Grandma. Hurry and go outside to talk. Daddy needs to cook." Holding the phone, Little Tang Yuan walked outside, sweetly calling, "Grandma, Grandma, did you miss Little Tang Yuan today? Little Tang Yuan misses you so much." The little chatterbox quickly resumed her conversation with Han's mother. By the time Han Shichu had finished preparing dinner, the little chatterbox was still engrossed in her chat with Grandma. "All right, Little Tang Yuan, enough chatting. Come eat dinner now." Lying on the carpet, propped up by Guotongdu, with her little legs crossed, upon hearing his call, Little Tang Yuan quickly exclaimed, "Grandma, Daddy is calling Little Tang Yuan to eat. I'll talk to you again tomorrow." Chapter 22. Ambiguous flirtation, jealousy, and rivalry. With Little Tang Yuan around, Han Shichu naturally could not prepare a heavy dinner, opting instead for a lighter fare. The meal included poached shrimp, steamed sea bass, sweet and sour ribs, braised lion's head meatballs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and Crucian carp tofu soup, a nutritious and varied spread. As Yu Chuchan gazed at the sumptuous dinner, her salivary glands involuntarily quickened, and she couldn't help but swallow. Little Tang Yuan, on the other hand, expressed her excitement openly. "It smells so good." Han Shichu picked up a lion's head meatball and placed it in her bowl, then scooped some with a spoon, saying, "Little Tang Yuan, quickly try Daddy's cooking. Is it delicious?" Without a moment's hesitation, Little Tang Yuan, trusting her daddy, popped the meatball into her mouth, her face lighting up with delight. "So good. Daddy's cooking is even better than Grandma Wang's." Eagerly, she grabbed the spoon herself and began to eat, her voracious appetite almost melting Han Shichu's heart. As he peeled shrimp, he gently reminded, "Little Tang Yuan, eat slowly, there's plenty more." After placing the peeled shrimp in her bowl, Little Tang Yuan handed a shrimp to his mouth, sweetly saying, "Daddy, try some shrimp." Han Shichu smiled slightly. "Thank you, sweetheart." After lovingly finishing peeling the shrimp for her, he meticulously removed the bones from the fish, careful not to let her choke. Yu Chuchan, accustomed to this, buried her head in her meal, not sparing a glance at the father-daughter duo, quietly enjoying the food. Han Shichu placed a bowl of soup in front of her, gently saying, "Don't just focus on eating. Drink some soup too. It's good for your skin and health. There's no harm in drinking more." Yu Chuchan looked up at him, nodded, and softly murmured, "Thank you." Noticing a grain of rice and a smear of oil on her lips, Han Shichu effortlessly grabbed a napkin, saying, "Hold still." Instinctively, Yu Chuchan froze. Her beautiful eyes fixated on him. Tenderly and carefully, he wiped away the remnants from her lips. All done. Yet Yu Chuchan remained in a daze. And if not for the faint blush rising on her cheeks, one might think she had been enchanted. Han Shichu's sudden warm and flirtatious gesture caught her off guard, setting her heart racing and leaving her parched. Regaining her composure, she hastily lowered her head, drinking soup to conceal her fluster and shyness. In the subtlety of his actions, Han Shichu gradually began to occupy her heart. Of course, when he would fully conquer it remained uncertain. "Daddy, Little Tang Yuan is full." Han Shichu glanced at her round little belly, having eaten to her heart's content, and lifted her off the chair, chuckling. "If you're full, go feed Guotongdu." However, Little Tang Yuan stood her ground, tilting her head back, and with a sweet voice said, "Daddy, you haven't wiped little Tungwen's mouth yet." Well, it seemed the little one had learned to be possessive. Upon hearing this, Yu Chuchan's cheeks flushed slightly again. Han Shichu could only cast an exasperated glance at the clever little girl, then gently took a napkin and wiped her mouth clean. "Thank you, Daddy." Satisfied, little Tang Yuan patted Guotongdu's head, saying, "Guotongdu, take what you want to eat. I'll feed you." Before long, Guotongdu returned with a bag of beef-flavored dog food. Little Tang Yuan picked up the bag, awkwardly and with effort, opened it, and poured it into Guotongdu's special bowl. Naturally, she made sure to fill the bowl to the brim before stopping. After washing the dishes, Han Shichu searched the house for little Tang Yuan, but she was nowhere to be found. Growing anxious, he asked Yu Chuchan, who was lounging on the sofa digesting her meal, "Have you seen little Tang Yuan?" Yu Chuchan sprang up, urgency in her voice. "Little Tang Yuan is missing? I've searched the entire house, and I can't find her. I'll help you look. She might be hiding in some nook or cranny." The two hastily began to search the house, calling out for little Tang Yuan and Guotongdu. After a thorough search, they still could not find her. Yu Chuchan's eyes filled with tears from worry. Han Shichu reassured her, "It's all right. I'll check the front and backyards." After hastily opening the door and stepping into the front yard, he searched thoroughly, but to no avail. The only area left unexamined was the small garden in the back, which caused even Han Shichu to feel a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, upon entering the backyard, he discovered the still figure of the little dumpling crouched behind a cluster of flowers, motionless, while Tang Do lay quietly beside her. Han Shichu let out a long sigh of relief, approaching to find that the little dumpling was intently observing a wriggling insect on a green leaf. Scooping up the tiny creature, he gently admonished, "Little dumpling, your father and mother are calling for you. Did you not hear them?" The little dumpling, with her round, innocent eyes, replied, "No, I didn't hear anything." Little dumpling is unaware. Han Shichu could only shake his head helplessly. He couldn't possibly feel anger towards such an adorable little being. In the living room, Yu Chuchan was pacing anxiously. The moment she saw him enter with the little dumpling in his arms, she rushed forward. Snatching the tiny creature from Han Shichu, she scolded, "What were you doing in the back garden? Do you realize how worried your mother was when she couldn't find you?" Her tone was slightly more severe than usual. Sensing she might have erred, the little dumpling quickly sought to appease her, wiping away her tears with tiny hands and pleading, "Mama, don't cry." Little dumpling knows she was wrong, and she won't go to the garden again. Although she was uncertain where she had gone astray, it was best to admit fault. Seeing the little dumpling with her head bowed and a pitiful expression, Yu Chuchan couldn't help but smile through her tears. With a tender heart, she said, "Mama isn't forbidding you from playing in the garden, but you must tell Mama and Baba before you go. If Mama and Baba can't find you, they will be very worried, understand?" The little dumpling nodded her head and replied softly, "Little dumpling understands." Yu Chuchan set her down, casting a sharp glare at the golden retriever nearby and chastising, "If little dumpling didn't hear, then you certainly didn't either? Didn't you know we were looking for her? Do you have a desire for dog meat?" Her irritation even extended to Tang Do, who trembled on the ground, whimpering softly. Chapter 23, Giving Roses, the Wealthy Little One. The little dumpling tugged at Yu Chuchan's pant leg, gazing up at her with pleading eyes, shimmering with tears as she said, "Mama, the dog is so cute. And he's little dumpling's friend. We can't eat the dog." Han Shichu quickly interjected, "Mama was just teasing Tang Do, we don't eat dogs." He then promptly shifted the topic to avoid further entanglement, asking, "What were you doing all alone in the garden?" To his surprise, the little dumpling leisurely pulled a red rose from her little bag. With a beaming smile, she proudly presented it, saying, "This is for you, Baba." The rose was undoubtedly one she had picked herself from the backyard. Han Shichu did not take the rose, but instead knelt down to hold her tiny hand. Scrutinizing it with concern, "Little dumpling, are you hurt? Did you prick your hand while picking flowers?" The little dumpling shook her head, smiling as she replied, "Baba, my hands are fine. I was very careful while picking the flowers." Hearing her reassurances and finding no injuries on her fingers or arms, he let out a relieved breath. It had indeed been a night filled with worry. The kindergarten years were both a source of joy and anxiety. Grinning, he accepted the rose from her hand and asked curiously, "Is this for Daddy?" The little dumpling nodded, then shook her head. This left both Han Shichu and Yu Chuchan perplexed, unsure of her meaning. "What does that mean, little one? Is it not for Daddy?" The little dumpling giggled. "It was picked for Baba, but little dumpling wants Baba to give it to Mama." She had seen other children's fathers giving flowers to their mothers. Thus she wished for Baba to do the same. Understanding dawned, and Han Shichu ruffled her hair, saying, "All right, then Baba will give the flowers to Mama." He then presented the red rose to Yu Chuchan with a meaningful smile, saying, "To the mother of our child, I offer you this rose. May your beauty endure, and your youth remain as radiant as a blossom." Goodness, what a straightforward man he was. Such saccharine words rolled off his tongue effortlessly. Yu Chuchan blushed, casting him a playful glare as if to scold him for his frivolities in front of their child. Nevertheless, she accepted the rose, her heart swelling with delight. Han Shichu led the little dumpling into the playroom, where they began to play with building blocks. As they played, he suddenly inquired with curiosity, "Little dumpling, how much money have you saved?" Upon hearing this, the little dumpling quickly stood up and peeked out the door. After ensuring no one was around, she closed the door carefully. Her cautious demeanor made Han Shichu chuckle. She truly was a little miser. Pulling him along, the little dumpling whispered, "Baba, come with me." She led him to a cabinet, opening it to reveal a small safe inside. Goodness, even a kindergarten child had a safe for her savings? How much could she possibly have? The safe was quite simple, with only an electronic keypad lock and no other complex security features. She confidently typed in her password in front of him. Han Shichu remembered it instantly. It was simple and identical to the garage key code, 0909. He guessed it must be her birthday. As the little dumpling opened the safe, Han Shichu was taken aback. Inside lay several bundles of brand new banknotes, at least dozens of them. Each bundle containing 10,000, with the bank's binding paper still intact. Indeed, poverty had limited Han Shichu's imagination. The little dumpling was undoubtedly a small heiress. "Baba, do you need money?" she asked with wide eyes, her voice soft and sweet. Han Shichu chuckled, replying, "Little one, Daddy doesn't need money, Daddy has money." She insisted, "If Baba ever needs money, just tell little dumpling. She has money." Seeing her prideful expression, Han Shichu gently patted her head, murmuring, "All right, if Daddy needs money, I'll come to little dumpling." "Okay, now close it," she said with a smile, and she shut the safe. She then beckoned him to kneel down beside her. Uncertain of her intentions, but compliant, Han Shichu knelt. The little dumpling leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Baba, I'll tell you a secret. Little dumpling's password is 0909. If little dumpling isn't home, Baba can come and take it." With that, she pecked him on the cheek. Indeed, such a little financial wizard she was, completely dispelling any notions of her being stingy. Han Shichu felt that she was exceedingly generous and had a grand perspective. If Yu Chuchan ever dared to label the little dumpling as miserly again, Han Shichu would certainly defend her fiercely. "All right, thank you, little dumpling." She shook her head, saying, "No need to thank Baba. What's mine is Baba's." The innocent words of the little one unexpectedly moved Han Shichu deeply. Embracing her, he showered her with affectionate kisses, eliciting peals of laughter from the little dumpling. Just then, Yu Chuchan entered the room, witnessing the playful scene between father and daughter, and curiously inquired, "What are you two up to? Why are you so cheerful with the door closed?" Han Shichu, clearly unwilling to betray the little dumpling's secret, despite its possible notoriety, responded, "Oh, nothing much. The little dumpling was just telling me about your cooking." Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to tease her. The little dumpling cooperated splendidly, her sweet voice chiming, "Mama's food is dark and stinky, and there's a big fire with lots of smoke." The little one was referring to the only instance her mother had attempted to cook. On that occasion, with Wang Ma absent, she whimsically picked up a cookbook, eager to learn. Alas, as an inexperienced novice in the kitchen, she mistakenly believed that understanding the theory would translate to practical skills, resulting in a near disaster that almost set the kitchen ablaze. This little escapade was revealed to Han Shichu by Wang Ma. Otherwise, how would he have known? The little dumpling's innocent revelation of her mother's blunder left Yu Chuchan feeling quite embarrassed, her fair cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Once a cool and aloof CEO, she now resembled a bashful young bride, frequently flushing in the past few days more than in the entirety of her 20-plus years. What brought about such a transformation? Stealing a glance at the mischievous Han Shichu, she shot an annoyed look at the little dumpling, exclaiming, "You little rascal. Stop talking so much and hurry up to take a bath with your mama." Unable to bully the older one, she resorted to teasing the younger instead. Chapter 24. Soothing the baby, the show begins. Leaning against the headboard of Yu Chuchan's bedroom, Han Shichu, compared to the previous night, now held a drawing board and brush in hand, fully reclined on the bed without any parts dangling off. The freshly bathed little dumpling lay obediently in his embrace, emanating a delightful milky fragrance that was utterly enchanting. Meanwhile, Yu Chuchan also leaned against the headboard, but tonight, she refrained from playing on her phone, quietly awaiting Han Shichu to commence the storytelling. "Daddy, the little dumpling is ready. You may begin," she prompted. A sly smile appeared on Han Shichu's face as he teased Yu Chuchan. "The little one is all set. How about the big one?" Yu Chuchan said nothing, merely shooting him a sharp glare. Clearing his throat, Han Shichu began, "Little dumpling, today I'll tell you the story of Snow White." The little dumpling's eyes widened in eager anticipation. "Once upon a time," Han Shichu narrated with a gentle, melodious voice while sketching. However, He had only reached the halfway point when the little dumpling, her battery running low, fell into a deep slumber. Carefully placing her down and tucking her in, Han Shichu tiptoed out of the room. "Good night," he whispered, offering Yuchuchan a soft smile before closing the bedroom door. The following morning, after rising, Han Shichu first engaged in a vigorous workout at the gym on the third floor before showering and preparing breakfast. Just as he finished cooking and was about to ascend to call the mother and daughter for their meal, they descended the stairs together. During breakfast, the little dumpling looked at Han Shichu and sweetly suggested, "Daddy, can we go to the zoo today to see the little brain pig, the big West chicken, and the little fierce tiger?" Han Shichu gently ruffled her hair, replying, "I'm afraid not, dear. Daddy has to work in the next few days. How about we go to the zoo next weekend?" The little dumpling's face fell, her lips pouting as she asked, "Daddy, are you leaving?" Looking into her big eyes that were quickly glazing with tears, Han Shichu quickly clarified, "Daddy isn't leaving. Yes, just going out to work. Besides, you can see Daddy on television." This immediately piqued the little dumpling's interest as she eagerly inquired, "Is Daddy going to be on TV?" "Yes, that's right. Daddy will be on TV, and you can watch him with Mama at home," Han Shichu assured her. "All right, but after Daddy finishes on TV, you must come back early, or I will miss you very much," she insisted. "I promise, little dumpling. Once I finish work, I will return right away. If you miss Daddy, just give him a call, all right?" After breakfast and soothing the little dumpling, his manager, Lisa Rome, rang the doorbell. With the little dumpling's reluctant gaze upon him, Han Shichu stepped onto the stage for his debut performance. At that moment, on the Longting live streaming platform, in the broke and penniless live room. Although the broadcast had yet to commence, countless viewers were already waiting in the live room. The number of online viewers had astonishingly exceeded 5 million. Such is the evident popularity of this program. Once the broadcast began, the atmosphere in the live room was fervent, with viewers' comments buzzing. "So excited. After waiting a month, it's finally airing. I wonder which guest the production team has invited this time. It doesn't matter who it is. I just want to see some chaos. I wonder if this guest will starve or sleep on the street. Huh, washing dishes and pretending to be a beggar sounds fun too. I absolutely love this show." Broke and Penniless is truly a breath of fresh air in variety shows. Not only chaotic, but also exceptionally genuine, filled with endless humor and mischief. I adore it. Isn't that the truth? The only pity is that we can only see an episode once a month. From the viewers' comments, it was clear that they had minimal expectations of the guests. They simply wanted to witness the genuine struggles and challenges faced by celebrity artists. Naturally, if the guest happened to be a big-name star, that would be even more delightful. The audience had caught on to the production team's pattern, knowing they consistently invited popular stars or top-tier celebrities, so they were entirely unperturbed. As the lively discussions continued, the previously dark live room suddenly illuminated with a countdown screen. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown concluded, the screen transformed, revealing the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower of Shanghai, and the host appeared on camera. "Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the brand new variety show Broke and Penniless, exclusively presented by the Longting live streaming platform. I am your quirky host, Pineapple Ma. Haha, Pineapple is as humorous as ever. Pineapple, you're spot on. After all, we only get to see your face at the beginning of each episode. I'm sure everyone is particularly curious about this episode's guest. You might be in for a surprise." The host, Pineapple Ma, intentionally built suspense, engaging the atmosphere in the live room. Okay. I don't even need to look at the comments to know you're all asking for knife deliveries and the like. Life is precious. So I won't create any more animosity. For this episode, we have invited the charming Bai Luming, renowned for his captivating historical drama roles. Wow, it's actually Bai Luming, that goofball. How delightful. Haha, are you sure Bai Luming isn't here just to be funny? Oh, my husband is participating in the show? Bai Luming, that rascal, will probably skip meals for 2 days. I can't wait to see it. In a refreshing ensemble, Bai Luming donned a crisp white t-shirt, paired with casual gray trousers and canvas shoes, exuding an invigorating aura of youthfulness. With a smile gracing his face, he waved at the camera, greeting everyone with a polite demeanor. "Hello everyone, I am the actor Bai Luming." The host, Marco Buello, chuckled as he inquired, "Luming, may I ask who bestowed upon you the courage to participate in our show?" Bai Luming's expression shifted to one of bittersweet amusement as he replied, "Sister Buello, to be frank, it was my manager who instilled this courage in me. As you all know, aside from acting, I am nothing short of a verbal giant, a complete goofball in the realm of everyday life. With my survival skills that barely surpass those of a weakling, do you think I would dare to join this merciless program? It was merely my manager luring me in with the bait of a vacation. Given my fondness for fun, how could I possibly resist such temptation? A couple of days of hunger and sleeping on the streets? For the sake of a holiday, I had no choice but to grit my teeth and go for it." Chapter 25, The Goofball and the Simpleton. Indeed, Bai Luming is quite the goofball, yet one cannot deny his authenticity. Truly, this is the essence of Bai Luming. As long as a holiday is at stake, there is nothing he wouldn't dare to pursue. My heart aches for dear Luming for a fleeting second. Mama loves you. But how can I resist a chuckle? Unquestionably, whether they were bystanders or Bai Luming's devoted fans, there was a palpable sense of schadenfreude in the air. Host Bolo couldn't help but laugh as she asked, Luming, after learning that you would be participating in our penniless program, did you prepare anything in advance? Bai Luming nodded earnestly, stating, Of course, I made quite ample preparations. Oh, Sister Bolo's curiosity piqued. What preparations did you undertake? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Luming responded, I had a hearty breakfast this morning, devouring 3 substantial meat buns, 2 oil sticks, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, 3 tea eggs, and a large steak. Goodness! I almost burst. Bolo, unable to believe her ears, stared at him incredulously. And this is your preparation? Indeed, Bai Luming affirmed with pride. I reckon I can last until tonight without feeling hunger. Haha, this silly buffoon can't possibly be serious? Well, now I understand. This fellow is not just a goof, but a complete simpleton as well. I strongly suspect that the production team invited him solely to amuse the audience. At a loss for words, Bolo gently patted his shoulder and sighed deeply. Luming, we are rather familiar with each other now. I must advise you, never abandon treatment. Bai Luming, with a bewildered and regretful expression, queried, What do you mean, Sister Bolo? I am not ill. What nonsense about abandoning treatment? No, you are unwell, gravely so. Hey, Sister Bolo, don't think that just because we are on good terms, you can speak recklessly. Be careful, I might just sue you for defamation. By this point, the audience in front of the screen was in stitches. Bai Luming truly lived up to his title of the goofball. Bolo shook her head slightly, wearing a look of pity, and continued, Perhaps the program considered your unique situation, which is why they specially invited another guest to be your partner. Curiosity piqued not only among the online viewers, but also within Bai Luming himself. He inquired, Another guest? Who could it be? Bolo smiled, and replied, A newcomer, who happens to be your junior from the same school. Oh, I am even more curious now. As far as I know, our company hasn't signed any new talents recently. Who could it possibly be? It seems you are unaware, so let us welcome our second guest, a newcomer from Dayu Film and Television Media Company, Han Shichu. As the camera shifted to the adjacent van, the doors slowly opened, revealing Han Shichu, clad in a similar outfit to Bai Luming. His entrance instantly ignited a flurry of comments, with male viewers feeling a pang of jealousy, while female viewers became restless. Wow, this guy is too handsome. I feel my own attractiveness threatened. Indeed, he is excessively good-looking. I think I might be in love. Sorry, Brother Luming, I might need to jump the fence. Mom, come quickly and see your son-in-law. Upon hearing the name Han Shichu, Bai Luming was momentarily taken aback, initially suspecting it to be a case of shared names. However, upon seeing him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my Hanga? Han Shichu. Equally surprised to find Bai Luming as his co-guest, exclaimed, Xiao Bai? The two then embraced warmly. After releasing each other, Han Shichu greeted the camera. Hello everyone. I am the newcomer Han Shichu. Sister Bolo quickly remarked, Do you two know each other? Both nodded in unison, affirming, Yes, we do. Bolo smiled, Since you are acquainted. That saves us time on introductions. She glanced at her watch, noting it was precisely 9 o'clock in the morning. I hereby declare the 36th episode of Penniless officially begins. Wishing you both a delightful journey over the next 36 hours. With that, she and the crew departed briskly, leaving behind Han Shichu, Bai Luming, and a cameraman. The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Hanggu, you're not going to ask me anything, are you? Bai Luming almost blurted out. But he quickly regained his composure to avoid embarrassment. Patting his shoulder, Han Shichu chuckled. Oh, Xiao Bai, don't sweat the small stuff. What are your plans moving forward? At that moment, Bai Luming's attention was completely captivated by the ring on Han Shichu's finger, filtering out the rest of his words. Pointing at the wedding ring on his left hand, he exclaimed in surprise, What is this, Hanggu? Han Shichu raised his left hand calmly, saying, What about it? Never seen a wedding ring before. You got married at such a young age? What were you thinking? Han Shichu rolled his eyes at him and replied, Xiao Bai? Don't be so gullible. Don't believe everything you hear. Honestly, discussing married life with a single dog like you is futile. Oh, I never expected my love story to end before it even began. Well, that is more like it. With looks like that, why not get married? Why waste such charm on the single ladies? Excellent. I admire this guy for leaving opportunities for us male compatriots. Sorry, Brother Luming, but can I still jump the fence back? How did he get married? With such looks, he should be a heartthrob. Brother, shall we not move on? Han Shichu asked, puzzled. What's wrong? It's just a few steps, and you're already tired? Bai Luming shook his head. No, you don't understand. Walking consumes energy. And we might get hungry faster. I'm just trying to conserve some strength. Han Shichu stared at him in disbelief. Really, buddy? Are you planning to tough it out for 36 hours? What else can I do? Aside from acting, I'm utterly useless. Do you have any good ideas? Han Shichu sighed and patted his shoulder, reassuringly stating, Xiao Bai, don't worry, stick with me, and you'll be just fine. Bai Luming nodded earnestly, brother. I trust you. Why do I feel so skeptical? Haha, I am utterly amused. What a daring soul indeed. Following my brother. One might starve for 3 days, but that's no fault of mine. Xiao Bai, are you genuinely naive, or simply foolish? Your elder brother is deceiving you. No, he is merely blissfully ignorant, haha. Chapter 26, Following my brother, captivating all eyes. The two strode confidently along the bund, naturally attracting the attention of countless passers-by and tourists, yet they remained utterly indifferent. Suddenly, Han Shichu spotted a young lady setting up a small stall ahead. Surrounded by a considerable crowd, pulling Bai Luming along, he approached, discovering that the young woman was sketching portraits, charging 20 yuan each, with a significant queue of eager patrons awaiting their turn. Upon observing the young artist from behind, Han Shichu noted her commendable skill and reasonable pricing. It was no wonder her business thrived. She was likely a university student from an art academy, taking advantage of her spare time to earn a little extra income while honing her artistic talents. An idea struck Han Shichu, and as the young woman completed a portrait, he hurriedly approached her, softly inquiring, Excuse me, could we discuss a proposition? The female student looked up, her gaze meeting a strikingly handsome face. Startled by his proximity, her heart raced, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She shyly replied, What do you wish to discuss? You see, this is the advantage of possessing good looks. Had Han Shichu been less attractive, it is likely the young woman would have ignored him entirely. With a gentle smile, Han Shichu proposed, Given the throngs of people here, I see you may be overwhelmed. Would you allow me to assist you in sketching? We could split the earnings evenly, if that pleases you. Setting aside any further considerations, this arrangement was undoubtedly advantageous for the young woman, leaving her with no reasonable grounds for refusal. Moreover, the presence of such a strikingly handsome gentleman further solidified her inclination to agree. Crucially, she and those around her noticed Bai Luming and the camera bearing the event's logo. For the sake of her public image, she could not decline. Nodding in agreement, she produced some extra drawing paper and pencils, though regrettably, only one drawing board was available. Yet, this minor inconvenience posed no challenge for him. Han Shichu glanced at Bai Luming, who was playfully posing for the cameras, and cheerfully called out, Xiao Bai, come here. Bai Luming hurried to his side, saying, Brother, I have a request. What request? We are brothers, just speak freely. Could you refrain from calling me Xiao Bai? When you said it earlier, it felt akin to calling a dog. Haha, forgive my unkind laughter. This fellow is indeed a jester sent by monkeys. Strangely enough, there is a resemblance, haha. I am now rather curious if his elder brother possesses artistic talent. Hard to say, he may merely be putting on a facade. Surely, he must know that the production team prohibits showing faces? If he intends to leverage Xiao Bai's popularity to sell sketches, that would be quite humorous. Very well, henceforth I shall refer to you as Lu Ming. Is that acceptable? Bai Luming's face brightened immediately, no problem. By the way, why did you call me earlier? Han Shichu chuckled, I intend to sketch to earn some money. Bai Luming looked at him skeptically. Brother, can you really do it? Lu Ming, please omit the word can't. I absolutely can. Han Shichu patted his shoulder once more, rest assured. Following your elder brother will ensure you enjoy a life of luxury. Consider these days as a vacation. Although, he added, you might have to endure some hardship. In response to Han Shichu's grand ambitions, Bai Luming was thoroughly captivated. He cheerfully declared, Brother, whatever you command, I shall fulfill without fail. He then exuberantly shouted, Brotherhood. Han Shichu played along, fully embracing the theatrics. The palpable air of youthful exuberance nearly left the onlookers in stitches. All right, Lu Ming, sit down on the ground, yes. Right there. Now, slightly lower your head and arch your back. Perfect. Content with his human canvas, Han Shichu turned to the gathering crowd and proclaimed, I am sketching portraits for 20 yuan each. If you are unsatisfied, there is no charge. Whether due to the nature of the program, the allure of celebrity, or his audacious proclamation, a wave of hands shot up, eager to partake. Do not rush, one at a time. Let us begin with this lady over here. An older woman in her 40s or 50s, despite being addressed as lady, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Young man, feel free to sketch. Even if it doesn't turn out well, I'll still pay. Despite a fleeting shiver of discomfort, Han Shichu graciously smiled at her. He then swiftly began to sketch Bai Luming's back with remarkable speed. From the manner in which he applied his strokes, the fluidity of his lines, and the structure of the contours, it was evident that he was a professional. As an art student, I can assert that his skills in sketching are undoubtedly of a masterful caliber. Forgive my lack of credentials. I merely sense that he possesses considerable talent. In less than half an hour, Han Shichu completed the portrait of the older woman. Presenting the drawing to her with a smile, he asked, "Madam, are you satisfied?" As she gazed upon the artwork, her eyes widened in astonishment. The likeness was uncanny. Not only did Han Shichu capture her essence, but he also subtly enhanced her features, rendering her even more beautiful. After several moments of admiration, she reluctantly set it down, her face alight with joy. "Young man, this is exquisite. I adore it. I am utterly satisfied." She promptly rummaged through her bag, presumably searching for cash, aware that they were participating in a program titled Penniless. Without hesitation, she produced a 100 yuan note and placed it in Han Shichu's hand, declaring, "Young man, no change required. This piece is worth it." She then retreated into the crowd, continuing to admire the sketch. The onlookers, intrigued, gathered to take a closer look, erupting in exclamations of admiration. As the camera focused on the finished portrait, the live stream's comments exploded in excitement. "Wow, his elder brother truly is remarkable. Is this really a sketch? It is so exquisitely detailed, resembling a black and white photograph. I must admit, with my limited education, I can only express awe at his prowess. Could this be the true essence of the Penniless experience? Indeed, all previous shows seemed trivial. Participating in this program necessitates a skill. With such extraordinary artistic talent, who needs to worry about daily meals? Yet, one must admit, this artwork is indeed worth it. Had I been there, I would have gladly paid a premium for a piece of my own." Chapter 27. Enjoying the finer things. Uttering bold claims, Han Shichu operated like an unyielding artistic machine, completing each portrait in a mere 20 minutes. By the stroke of noon, Han Shichu had just completed his 8th sketch. All 8 individuals who received his portrait were exceptionally pleased, echoing the sentiments of the first elderly lady, who was utterly enchanted. Thanks to the precedent set by the previous lady, each subsequent patron paid in crisp 100 yuan notes. In the span of 3 hours, from 9 to 12, Han Shichu earned a commendable 800 yuan, which left him quite content. However, poor Bai Luming was suffering, resembling a lifeless dog as he weakly pleaded, "Brother, can we call it a day? If I bend over any longer, I fear my back will give out." "All right, let's get up and stretch." Bai Luming struggled to rise, placing his hands on his hips and twisting to relieve his stiff back, his face betraying his discomfort. Haha, could it be that Xiao Bai is merely his brother's lackey? Poor Xiao Bai, bearing the brunt of his brother's demands alone. I feel for Xiao Bai, yet I must commend his brother for a job well done. Han Shichu addressed the still-gathered crowd. "Thank you, all you handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies, for your support and affection. It is now noon, and Luming and I must go for lunch. Please, do not let yourselves go hungry." He then took Bai Luming's arm and bowed to the audience. Subsequently, Han Shichu approached a female college student, produced 400 yuan, and handed it to her, saying, "Thank you, beautiful. Your assistance today is greatly appreciated." The young woman only took 1 bill from his hand, smiling sweetly as she replied, "No need for thanks, and please don't insist. 100 yuan is more than sufficient. Moreover, I have gleaned much wisdom from you today. I must say, your brother is truly impressive, more so than the professors at our university." Han Shichu, puzzled and bewildered, inquired, "Your brother? What do you mean?" Before the student could respond, someone from the crowd chuckled and explained, "That's what the netizens call you." "Goodness, your brother? What a peculiar moniker." Han Shichu chuckled, bade farewell to the female student, and resumed wandering with Bai Luming, earning 700 yuan in 3 hours? Now, that's the correct way to be penniless. Thus, navigating the world requires a unique skill. It seems Xiao Bai's brother is quite dependable, living quite well indeed. The importance of skilled artisans, you say? Han Shichu directly handed the earned 700 yuan to Bai Luming. Bai Luming, perplexed, asked, "Brother, what does this mean?" "It's for you to manage. Spend it as you wish, no need to hesitate." Bai Luming was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, although it wasn't a vast sum. He understood the significance of their current situation. Upon receiving the money, Bai Luming's face lit up with joy. The earlier fatigue and suffering felt trivial. "Brother, are you hungry? Shall we go eat?" "Sure, let's go. How about we find a modest little eatery? We should save a bit, as long as we fill our bellies." Han Shichu's eyes sparkled with a sudden, daring idea, as he shook his head and wrapped an arm around Bai Luming's shoulder. "How can that be? I promise to treat you to something splendid, and I shall see it through." Bai Luming glanced at the 700 yuan, a hint of worry in his tone. "Brother, do we have enough money?" Han Shichu, filled with conviction, replied, "Don't worry, I'll ensure everything is arranged clearly." Bai Luming inexplicably trusted his words, nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll follow your lead. Forgive me, I retract my earlier statements. I suddenly find your brother somewhat unreliable. This is about to get interesting, and I'm all for it. Truly, one dares to speak, and the other dares to believe. This duo is simply extraordinary. After walking for a while, Bai Luming couldn't contain himself any longer, asking, "Brother, where are we going to eat?" Without hesitation, Han Shichu replied, "Shang Shifang." "What? Shang Shifang?" Bai Luming exclaimed, nearly shouting in disbelief. Perhaps realizing his volume was inappropriate, he lowered his voice. "Brother, please don't joke with me. Do we have enough for even a single dish?" It was no wonder Bai Luming was so astonished. The reputation of Shang Shifang was monumental. Shang Shifang is renowned not only in the Magic City, but throughout all of Huaxia. Its sole purpose is to serve Chinese cuisine, inheriting and promoting the culinary traditions of Huaxia, excelling in the preparation of various exquisite dishes. It is celebrated for its light yet rich flavors, emphasizing freshness and tenderness. The hallmark of Shang Shifang includes precious ingredients and meticulous selection, flavor as the essence, primarily savory, precise knife skills and delicate seasoning, soft textures and understated colors, appropriate garnishing and elegant presentation. Its signature dishes include imperial bird's nest, supreme fish maw, squirrel fish, lion's head, Buddha jumps over the wall, water-boiled cabbage, and Wensi tofu, among others. The attributes of Shang Shifang clearly indicate it meets the standards of a state banquet. Its renowned dishes are often featured in national banquets. And Shang Shifang is not merely capitalizing on this reputation. It is genuinely exceptional. It is said that every chef at Shang Shifang has personally participated in state banquets. And the head chef, Yang Taifeng, has done so 3 times, with his 3rd time serving as the head chef. This illustrates how formidable Shang Shifang truly is. Bai Luming continued, "Brother, before we even address whether we have enough money, even if we do, we can't get in without a reservation." Han Shichu smiled. "When I was in university, our dorm leader was a 2nd-generation rich kid. I had the fortune of visiting Shang Shifang once, and the flavors of the dishes are still vivid in my memory. Therefore, we must experience it again today. Trust me, I have a plan." Bai Luming wore a bitter smile. "Brother, are you sure you have a plan? If we get turned away or kicked out in front of so many viewers, it would be so embarrassing. If that happens, we can just find any restaurant and fill our stomachs. Brother, don't worry, once the program is over, I'll sell whatever I have to treat you to Shang Shifang. How does that sound?" Han Shichu shook his head, stubbornly insisting, "No way. I am determined to eat at Shang Shifang today. Not even Jesus could sway me. My goodness, your brother is certainly something else." At this point, it seems he is not just unreliable, but downright reckless. I can't wait to see Xiao Bai and his brother being unceremoniously expelled from Shang Shifang. What a spectacle that would be. Haha, excellent. It's about time to stir things up. What is the point otherwise? Goodness, he is not even afraid of the consequences, but I admire his audacity. I'm a fan now. Chapter 28. Brotherhood, Unwavering Forward. In a quaint, ancient courtyard near the royal palace of the capital, the weekend resting Yuma, after finishing a video call with her young grandchild, eagerly opened the Longting live-streaming platform and entered the penniless live room. As soon as she entered, she chanced upon Han Shichu in the midst of sketching and immediately called out to her elderly parents, who were watering flowers and feeding birds in the yard. "Mom, Dad, come quickly and see your son-in-law." The elderly couple, with their white hair, yet still vigorous and radiant, promptly abandoned their tasks and rushed to join her. "Where is it? Where's my granddaughter's husband?" Grandma Yu asked with a hint of urgency. Mom Yu gave a gentle smile and replied, "Mom, please don't rush, just wait a moment. It will be ready soon." She then cast the phone screen onto the television. The elderly couple settled comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in what they were watching. The dignified and amiable Grandpa Yu, sipping tea brewed by his daughter-in-law, remarked with a warm smile, "This little artist, is he Xiaochan's husband? What was his name again? Han Shichu, right?" Despite his genial demeanor, Grandpa Yu exuded an unmistakable authority that was characteristic of someone who had held a position of power for many years. Indeed, although he had been retired for quite some time, the gravitas of his former high status lingered. Mom Yu nodded, smiling as she said, "Yes. He is indeed Chu Chan's husband. Dad, what do you think?" Before Grandpa Yu could respond, the poised and elegant Grandma Yu interjected, "He is a handsome young man. But I wonder how his character and morals measure up?" Grandpa Yu took a sip of the fragrant tea and replied with a calm smile, "Let us not rush to judge. Let us observe a bit longer." As they watched Han Shichu's finished artwork appear on the screen, Grandpa Yu inquired, "My dear, didn't you study painting in the past? What do you think of this young man's work? I feel his painting skills are quite impressive." Grandma Yu nodded in agreement, stating, "As far as I can tell, regardless of other aspects, this young man's foundation in sketching is indeed profound, and his technique can be described as unparalleled. In the realm of sketching, he certainly qualifies as a master." Hearing this, both Grandpa Yu and Mom Yu were somewhat astonished. They could see the young man possessed some skill, but was he truly as remarkable as she suggested? A master? How old could he possibly be? Grandma Yu shook her head and elaborated. In the field of art, one must not judge talent by age. Innate ability is far more significant. It is evident that young Han is a remarkably gifted artist. Well then, the way they referred to Han Shichu was subtly shifting. Wow, this young man has quite the audacity, daring to venture into Shangshifang with just 700 yuan. His courage is commendable. However, Grandma Yu contemplated thoughtfully. I don't believe young Han is reckless. Judging by his confident demeanor, I sense he may indeed have a plan. Daughter-in-law, what do you think? Mom Yu smiled gently and replied, do I even need to say? As a mother-in-law, I unconditionally trust my son-in-law. Oh, it seems you are quite pleased with young Han as your son-in-law. Absolutely. If not, let us continue to observe. Agent Lisa Rome did not return to the office or home, but instead sat in the van, trailing Han Shichu from a distance. She was intently watching the live broadcast on her phone, a smile gracing her lips, evidently pleased with Han Shichu's performance on the show. She mused to herself, well, it turns out this kid not only can paint, but has a good sense of variety shows as well, regardless of the outcome. The program is sure to be a hit, generating buzz and increasing popularity. To her surprise, he was indeed a promising talent. At the entrance of Shangshifang, Bai Luming grabbed Han Shichu, who was about to stride in, with a look of concern. Bro, are you really going in? Han Shichu replied irritably. We're already at the door. How can we not try? If you're afraid of embarrassing yourself, you can wait outside for me. I'll call you out once I'm settled. Bai Luming truly wanted to agree but felt a sense of brotherly loyalty and didn't he want to seem cowardly. Gritting his teeth, he said, no way. If it's embarrassing, then it's embarrassing. It's not like I haven't faced humiliation before. So why bother worrying about this time? Brothers in arms, Han Shichu patted his shoulder, encouraging him to be steadfast. With that, the two men strode confidently into Shangshifang. Well, look at that. They really dare to go in. Let us stir things up. We must stir things up. That guy is definitely a tough one. I admire him. I bet, within 5 minutes, those two will come out looking defeated. Mark my words, if Bai and his brother manage to eat at Shangshifang and leave unscathed, I'll livestream doing a handstand. Mark my words, if they truly succeed, I'll livestream turning on 5 fans. At that moment, the live broadcast was buzzing with excitement, with the viewership having surpassed 20 million and numerous viewers making outrageous bets. There were many who cheered for his brother. Yet it was clear that these individuals were simply there for the spectacle. Han Shichu moved ahead, with Bai Luming closely following, and the cameraman trailing behind them. As they entered Shangshifang, a professionally dressed hostess in a qipao approached them with warmth and eagerness. After a polite bow, she inquired with courteous elegance, "Good day, sir. Are you here for a meal?" Han Shichu nodded. The hostess then asked, "Do you have a reservation, sir?" Han Shichu shook his head. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. But without a reservation, our establishment cannot accommodate you. We hope you understand." Han Shichu smiled and said, "We have something particularly important to discuss besides just dining." "What might that be, sir?" "Well, you can't really decide that. Could you please trouble the lovely lady to fetch your manager?" The hostess glanced at Bai Luming and then at the cameraman before politely saying, "Please wait a moment, gentlemen. I will go fetch the manager right away." Han Shichu remained calm, taking a leisurely seat in the armchair in the waiting area. At that moment, a server brought them tea. Han Shichu nonchalantly lifted the covered tea bowl, gently blowing on the floating leaves before taking a sip. With a look of contentment, he remarked, "This is good tea." It was clear he knew little about tea. His remark was merely an attempt at sophistication. Bai Luming, on the other hand, was far from composed, feeling restless and anxious, uncertain of Han Shichu's intentions. Chapter 29. The brash man kicks the door, establishing a bet. Before long, the hostess returned, accompanied by a stunning woman in a vibrant red qipao, her figure alluring and graceful. Even before she approached, her seemingly casual gaze had already swept over the trio. A captivating smile graced her lips as she extended her delicate, almost ethereal hand. "Greeting, Mr. Bai. Hello. I am Mei Lan, the manager of Shangshifang." Bai Luming, not daring to be presumptuous, quickly rose and shook her hand, smiling. "Hello, Sister Lan. I have long heard of the 3 treasures of Shangshifang, the dishes you, and the peach blossom wine you personally brew. Having seen you today, it truly lives up to its reputation." Mei Lan smiled modestly, replying, "Mr. Bai, you flatter me. While it is undeniable that our dishes are exceptional, as for me and the peach blossom wine, we are merely favored by people from all walks of life. I cannot take credit." Han Shichu raised an eyebrow slightly. The first impression this woman gave him was one of refinement, but more importantly, she radiated an air of complexity. She was no ordinary individual. No wonder she held the managerial position at Shangshifang. Such a woman was not to be trifled with. She was quite dangerous. Mei Lan then turned her gaze to Han Shichu, extending her hand once more. "Forgive my ignorance. May I ask your esteemed surname?" He extended his hand, gently grasping her fingertips for a fleeting moment before parting, and with a smile, introduced himself. I am Han Shichu. It is a pleasure to meet you. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries, Mei Lan inquired slowly, are you filming the program Penniless? I must confess I am a devoted fan of the show myself. Bai Luming cast a discreet glance, noting that Han Shichu merely smiled without any intention of responding, prompting him to feign a slight smile in return. Truly, a seasoned actor, even amidst palpable awkwardness, he maintained an air of nonchalance. However, his subtle antics could hardly escape the keen eyes of Mei Lan, who observed every nuance. Mei Lan cast a meaningful glance at Han Shichu, and seeing that he did not take the bait, she felt compelled to speak again. Mr. Han, Mr. Bai, I trust you are aware that without rules, there can be no order. The regulations of our esteemed Shang Shifeng have been upheld for nearly a century. It is not within my purview as a mere manager to act capriciously. Would it be agreeable for you both if I were to make a reservation for a banquet on another day? At this moment, Han Shichu perceived that this woman was quite remarkable. Her manner of speaking and conducting herself was impeccably meticulous. Her seemingly gentle words wielded both softness and firmness. Avoiding any semblance of irritation, he smiled faintly, shaking his head as he replied, we appreciate Manager Mei's kind offer. But our visit today to Shang Shifeng is not solely for a meal. We have other matters to discuss. Mei Lan felt a flicker of curiosity within her. Yet her demeanor remained unperturbed as she continued to smile. May I inquire what other matters Mr. Han wishes to address? Is there any assistance I can provide? Han Shichu casually uttered 2 words, challenging the kitchen. The instant those words left his lips, shock washed over everyone present, leaving no one unstartled. Even Mei Lan, who was usually composed, found herself momentarily speechless. The live chat erupted in chaos. What on earth? Is he overly confident from eating too much spicy hot pot? Has he had too much to drink, speaking so recklessly? Though he made me splatter a screen of instant noodles, I must admit, he is audacious. And I respect that. It seems he is desperate for fame, coming to Shang Shifeng to challenge the kitchen? How ridiculous. He is courting humiliation. I once thought he had some skill, but now he resembles a clown, willing to resort to any means for attention. Let us just sit back and enjoy the clown's poor performance. What a brash fool. The live chat was rife with disdain for Han Shichu's outrageous declarations, with viewers expressing their scorn and ridicule unabashedly. Even you nai, and the elder watching the live stream frowned in disapproval. In Shang Shifeng, after regaining her composure, Mei Lan quickly attempted to smooth things over. Mr. Han, surely you jest. Though her words were polite, Han Shichu discerned the underlying disdain and contempt glinting in her eyes. Unfazed, he offered a slight smile. I assure you, I am not joking. Mei Lan did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized him carefully. It became increasingly evident to her that Han Shichu was indeed serious. After a prolonged silence, he pressed on. What? Are you afraid to accept the challenge? Mr. Han, it would be unwise to cause a ruckus. If anyone were to come and declare a challenge, wouldn't Shang Shifeng be overwhelmed? How could we continue our business? Mei Lan's tone now hinted at barely concealed irritation. The civility in her speech had noticeably waned. This was understandable, as Han Shichu had brazenly come to their establishment to assert dominance. Even the most patient soul might feel a flicker of anger in such a situation. Mei Lan was being quite restrained. Had she a temperament a touch more volatile, they might have already been ejected. Han Shichu remained unflappable, shaking his head with a sigh. Luming, let us depart. It appears this renowned Shang Shifeng is merely a hollow reputation. With that, he stood, feigning to leave. Yet, just as they took a few steps, Mei Lan's voice, laced with indignation, called out, wait. Han Shichu halted, turning to face Mei Lan, who wore a semblance of annoyance. He spoke with an air of calm. What is it, Manager Mei? Have you changed your mind? Had Han Shichu and Bai Luming come alone, Mei Lan would certainly not have voiced any plea for them to stay. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that they were currently recording a program, live for millions of viewers. Allowing them to leave without a response would undoubtedly tarnish Shang Shifeng's reputation, especially after Han Shichu's scathing remark before departing. A century-old establishment like Shang Shifeng valued its reputation and standing above all. To permit them to disparage it at their doorstep without retaliation would undoubtedly invite mockery from peers and competitors alike. Thus, Mei Lan found herself compelled to intervene. Despite maintaining a faint smile, the depth of her cunning was evident. The more Han Shichu observed, the more he regarded this woman as formidable. If Mr. Han wishes to learn a thing or two from our chefs at Shang Shifeng, that can certainly be arranged. However, if you should lose, there must be some form of concession. For once this precedent is set, we would be inundated with similar requests. We must establish a threshold, lest Shang Shifeng's business suffer. It was clear she intended to set stakes. Han Shichu, unperturbed, smiled faintly. If I lose, I shall cover all expenses at Shanghai Fang today. Does that sound acceptable? Upon hearing this, Mei Lan offered a slight, dismissive smile, replying slowly, there is no need for that. Those who dine at Shanghai Fang are not short of funds. A small sum is inconsequential to them. Therefore, it is unnecessary for Mr. Han to bear the cost. Evidently, Mei Lan was disinterested in the wager he proposed, yet her reasoning held merit. Throughout this exchange, Han Shichu maintained a subtle smile. Had he not been aware of his own capabilities, he might have doubted his own demeanor as ostentatious. Then, what does manager Mei suggest? Mei Lan, her previous joviality replaced with seriousness, stated firmly, if Mr. Han proves to be less skilled, I will not demand an apology for your earlier reckless words. However, a sincere bow of 3 times before the plaque of Shanghai Fang, accompanied by an earnest apology, should not be too much to ask, correct? Faced with her assertiveness, Han Shichu found no justification for indignation. After all, he had been the one to provoke first. He nodded, responding calmly, that is reasonable, it is only right. Then, shall we proceed, Mr. Han? One moment, Manager Mei. Mei Lan remarked lightly. What? Is Mr. Han feeling apprehensive? If that is the case, a simple apology to Shanghai Fang will suffice, and we may consider this challenge concluded, shall we? Manager Mei has misunderstood. I merely wish to inquire if filming is permissible? After a moment of contemplation, Mei Lan replied, under normal circumstances, filming is not allowed. However, in the interest of fairness for this culinary competition, we shall make an exception this once. That said, I must emphasize that certain critical steps are strictly off-limits for filming. If that is agreeable, Mr. Han, please proceed. With that, the group, under Mei Lan's guidance, made their way directly to the kitchen of Shanghai Fang. Goodness, is the fool truly daring enough to go through with it? Seeing him so composed and self-assured, I can't help but feel he might actually possess some skill. Regardless of the circumstances, I stand resolutely in support of Mengfu. Go, Mengfu. Victory shall surely be yours. However, let us dispense with the nonsense. The truth is, I have long seen through Mengfu. He is merely feigning composure, fully aware of his impending defeat. Indeed, it is essential to recognize that all the chefs at the Shanghai Fang are top-tier culinary artists, many of whom have participated in national banquets, including even the descendants of imperial chefs. Does Mengfu truly believe he can contend with them? Even if he had dedicated himself to the culinary arts since birth, he is but in his early 20s, having practiced for a mere 20 years. How could he possibly rival masters who have immersed themselves in their craft for decades? Unbeknownst to him, the online community has already taken to calling Han Shichu Mengfu. As Mylan led the group into the bustling kitchen, the chefs hard at work turned their curious gazes towards them. The administrative chef, Yang Taifeng, a man in his 50s, promptly approached with a stern expression. Manager Mylan, what is the meaning of this? Do you not understand the rule that forbids outsiders from entering the kitchen? Mylan, wary of Yang's notoriously irascible temperament, quickly responded with a smile. Chef Yang, please do not be upset. Let me explain the situation. Upon hearing her explanation and grasping the context, Yang Taifeng cast a disdainful glance at Han Shichu and scoffed. Is this the lad who dares to challenge us? It is a common truth that those with exceptional skills often possess equally inflated egos. Han Shichu smiled slightly. Indeed, I am that lad. May I inquire about your culinary lineage? What cuisine do you excel in? How many national banquets have you participated in? Yang Taifeng commenced with 3 pointed inquiries. Self-taught, proficient in various cuisines, and never having attended a national banquet, Han Shichu replied. The surrounding chefs could not help but erupt in laughter. Yang Taifeng shot them a glare, and they fell silent, clearly intimidated by his authority in the kitchen. Young man, do not mistake my disdain for you as unwarranted. What qualifications do you possess to challenge us at Shanghai Fang? Han Shichu, maintaining his composure, replied. Are you familiar with the saying that true masters are found among the common folk? If I dare to challenge, it is because I possess some skill. As for the extent of my ability, that can only be determined through competition. So, Chef Yang, are you willing to accept the challenge? Yang Taifeng scrutinized him seriously. After a prolonged moment, he burst into laughter. Do all young people today share your lack of awareness of their limitations? Following his mockery, he inquired with utmost seriousness. Are you truly prepared to compete? Han Shichu nodded resolutely. Yes, it is imperative that we compete. Very well, Yang Taifeng replied. I am not opposed to engaging in a friendly contest. Before he could finish his statement, Han Shichu interjected. Chef Yang, please state your conditions. If you lose, you must agree to one request, Yang Taifeng stated flatly. What request? You shall never cook again. Yang Taifeng's expression was unyielding. Perhaps you possess some skill, but to flaunt it arrogantly, believing yourself above others, is a disgrace to our craft. Beside them, Beilaming tugged at Han Shichu's sleeve and whispered, Brother, if this goes awry, we can always apologize. There is no need to escalate this matter. Han Shichu merely patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. and then resolutely declared, "Very well, I accept. If I lose, I shall never cook again. Do not think I am taking advantage of you. You may dictate the terms of our competition," he continued. Aware of Yang Taifeng's exceptional knife skills and his status as the contemporary heir of Huayan cuisine, Han Shichu proposed, "Let us compete in knife skills and Huayan cuisine." Yang Taifeng initially appeared taken aback, then erupted in laughter. "Young man, knowing my expertise in knife skills and my status as the contemporary heir of Huayan cuisine, you still dare to choose this? How can you possibly triumph over me in my own domain? You truly are audacious beyond measure." Han Shichu offered a calm smile, remaining silent. "Are you certain you wish to compete in knife skills and Huayan cuisine?" "Absolutely. Only by defeating you in your area of expertise can I demonstrate my true capabilities, no?" "Very well," Yang Taifeng conceded. "Since you seek to challenge your own limits, I shall help temper your arrogance and, in the process, assist you in relinquishing your culinary ambitions." The atmosphere in the Shangshifang kitchen was charged with tension, as a monumental culinary showdown loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, the trending topic on Weibo, titled "Mongfu Challenges Shangshifang," surged rapidly into the top 10, swiftly claiming the #1 spot. The Longting live streaming platform's No Money channel was inundated with viewers, primarily drawn in by the Weibo frenzy. The live audience count skyrocketed to unprecedented heights, surpassing 80 million and continuing to rise, with expectations that it would soon breach the billion mark. This delighted the production team and the executives at Longting. Fortunately, Longting had prepared adequately, swiftly deploying additional servers and backup lines. Otherwise, not only would the No Money channel have collapsed, but the entire platform could have failed. In a courtyard, the unassuming elder Yu maintained a serene smile as he inquired, "Does this lad possess culinary skills?" "Indeed," replied Yuma. "Last time I spoke with the little girl, I happened to see him cooking in the kitchen. I even witnessed her salivating from a distance, entranced by the aroma." Elder Yu nodded, his confidence growing. "I am increasingly convinced that this lad possesses considerable assurance." "What leads you to believe that? Have you observed the look in his eyes? Calm and self-assured, he boldly challenges us, even choosing to compete in areas where we excel. And he readily agrees to the stakes without a second thought. Such behavior indicates either boundless arrogance or genuine confidence. Do you really think he is a fool seeking fame through reckless antics? Furthermore, from numerous perspectives, it is evident that our little Choner has tasted countless exquisite delicacies. For her to be so enraptured by his cooking speaks volumes about his culinary prowess. Moreover, since he has married Choner, he must have some understanding of our family's circumstances. Would he truly go to such lengths for fame or fortune? Most importantly, throughout this entire exchange, aside from his somewhat impolite remarks challenging Shangshifang, he has displayed nothing but courtesy, elegance, and respect. Thus, I wager on his victory in this culinary duel." Yuma and Grandma Yu nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Elder Yu's insightful analysis. In the Yipin Hua Fu Villa, Yu Chuchan and little Tang Yuan sat motionless on the sofa, their eyes glued to the television screen. Although Yu Chuchan had faith in her husband's culinary skills, she could not help but clench her fists in anxiety. "Little Tang Yuan, do you think Daddy will win?" With wide, sparkling eyes, little Tang Yuan replied with utmost certainty, "Daddy will definitely win. Daddy is the best." She then leapt onto the sofa, enthusiastically cheering for Han Shichu. "Go, Daddy. Rise to glory. Guadongdu, let's cheer for Daddy together." The forced performance of the sugar bean echoed her barks. Woof, woof. In the kitchen of the Shangshi restaurant, Yang Taifeng looked at Han Shichu with an air of pride and inquired, "How shall we compare our knife skills?" Without a moment's hesitation, Han Shichu replied, "Let us compare by slicing wensi tofu, shall we?" "Very well." Wensi tofu, a delicacy of Huayan cuisine, is renowned for its stringent knife skill requirements among the 8 major culinary traditions. A box of silken tofu must be cut into no fewer than 15,000 strands, with the stipulation that no more than 10% may exceed the required length of 5 centimeters, and each strand must measure approximately 3 millimeters in thickness. This dish is a true test of one's cutting prowess. "Shall you go first, or shall I? Or perhaps we should do it together?" Yang Taifeng asked nonchalantly. "As you are my senior, please do proceed," Han Shichu responded courteously. Without further ado, Yang Taifeng placed the silken tofu on the cutting board. He began by removing the outer skin of the tofu, subsequently dividing it into 2 halves, thereby creating 4 pieces from a single box of silken tofu. Given that silken tofu is far more delicate than ordinary tofu, one cannot apply pressure with their hands. Instead, they must position their hands on either side of the tofu. When slicing, the cuts must be even, and the hands must retreat slowly. This step relies solely on one's experience and intuition. Haste is to be avoided at all costs. Before long, Yang Taifeng had completed a piece, rinsing away the tiny fragments from the surface of the sliced tofu with clean water. Upon rinsing, the tofu's cut patterns emerged, each strand pristine and uniform. He then cautiously ran a small knife along the underside of the tofu slices, making 2 gentle strokes. Curiously, Bai Luming whispered to his companion, "Brother, what is Chef Yang doing?" Han Shichu patiently elucidated for him and the millions of online viewers. "Do you not see? The sliced tofu is standing upright. If we were to cut directly, the strands would end up flattened. By running the knife along the base, it allows the tofu slices to tilt more gently and naturally. This technique preserves the integrity of the delicate tofu and facilitates a more refined cut, resulting in strands that are rounded and smooth." Bai Luming and the viewers in the live stream nodded in agreement, captivated by the explanation. In the midst of their discourse, Yang Taifeng had finished cutting. However, the strands of tofu were still entangled, rendering them indistinguishable. At that moment, someone presented a transparent container filled with clean water, into which Yang Taifeng carefully placed the sliced tofu strands. As they entered the water, they scattered beautifully, the slender, rounded strands gliding gracefully. The kitchen erupted with gasps of astonishment and enthusiastic applause. Bai Luming, gazing at the uniformly elongated tofu strands in the water, could not help but swallow hard. His face a portrait of surprise and immense admiration. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded with excitement. "Wow, incredible. This is beyond impressive. When I try to cut silken tofu at home, it crumbles even when cut into cubes. How on earth can he slice it so finely? I'm truly enlightened. Before the tofu entered the water, I could hold my own against Chef Yang, but now, I am utterly outclassed. This is astonishing, truly astonishing. It has dazzled my titanium alloy eyes. The tofu strands are thinner than my potato shreds. This is simply mind-blowing. Chef Yang slices swiftly and skillfully. How could anyone hope to compete with him? I don't believe anyone could surpass him. In this round of knife skills, the competitor stands no chance. Chef Yang's technique is surely the pinnacle." To the awe and applause of the crowd, Yang Taifeng merely smiled faintly, preparing to continue with the remaining 3 pieces. However, Han Shichu suddenly interjected, "There is no need to continue cutting, Chef Yang. What you have done is already sufficient." Chapter 32, Acceptance of Defeat, a culinary masterpiece of Huaiyang. With her arms crossed, Mei Lan gazed at Han Shichu with disdain, a subtle smirk gracing her alluring features. "What, Mr. Han, do you wish to concede? Is it not rather late for that?" Not only she, but everyone present, including the millions watching the live stream, perceived Han Shichu as considering surrender. Han Shichu shook his head and clarified, "I apologize for not articulating my thoughts clearly. My intention is not to waste any more time. The outcome is already evident." Without regard for the crowd's indignation and mockery, he strode to the sink and meticulously washed his hands. "Chef Yang, may I borrow your knife?" Yang Taifeng gestured for him to proceed. Han Shichu retrieved the silken tofu, removing the skin from all sides. He did not divide it nor cut it horizontally. Instead, he began slicing directly. What was astonishing was that he did not place his other hand on the cutting board, let alone touch the tofu or the knife, demonstrating his utmost confidence in his knife skills. Yang Taifeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Han Shichu's technique. To slice silken tofu with one hand was a feat beyond imagination. Moreover, Han Shichu did not pause for an instant, his speed remarkable. Upon completing the slices, there was no need for rinsing, as not a single fragment remained. The silken tofu appeared just as pristine as before, standing squarely on the cutting board. Even upon closer inspection, no traces of cutting could be discerned. This singular act left the kitchen in stunned silence, each individual rendered speechless. What on earth have I just witnessed? Was that merely an illusion? I distinctly saw the competitor's knife cut the tofu. How is it still intact? Is this truly the competitor's true prowess? This is terrifying. Han Shichu, holding the knife, gently tapped the blade against the cutting board. The once flawless silken tofu began to tilt gracefully. Compared to Yang Taifeng's deliberate adjustments with a small knife, Han Shichu's action was indeed astonishing and breathtaking. Without hesitation, Han Shichu continued, knife in his right hand, left hand resting behind him, as he swiftly danced the blade through the air. Moments later, he paused, lifting the knife to reveal the strands of tofu, which he then placed into the previously prepared container of water. Each delicate strand floated gently, and upon closer examination, none were broken, with each strand nearly identical in size. It was mesmerizing, truly mesmerizing. Yang Taifeng fixated on Han Shichu, his face a canvas of shock. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and, with a rueful smile, admitted, "Mr. Han, I concede. There is nothing left to contest. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." From the outset, when he divided the tofu into 4, he had already lost. For the higher and longer the silken tofu, the greater the difficulty in achieving even slices. In terms of difficulty, speed, precision, and the uniformity and finesse of the tofu strands, Yang Taifeng was utterly outmatched. "I swear, My jaw has dropped in disbelief. The competitor is incredible. I must sincerely apologize for my earlier mockery. I am truly sorry, brother. Culinary artistry. This is the profound essence of our culinary heritage. It leaves one in awe, truly in awe. Without further ado, I shall admire the remarkable culinary skills of Brother Mongfu. I shall be your lifelong fan. Brother Mongfu. I apologize. The live stream's comments were filled with expressions of astonishment and apologies. In the kitchen of the Shangshi Fong, everyone present was utterly captivated by Han Shichu's extraordinary knife skills. The earlier disdainful gazes had vanished, replaced entirely by admiration and respect. Bai Luming couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, your skills are as impressive as a small cow competing against a top bull." Han Shichu smiled lightly, indicating that it was merely basic practice, and that all should take a seat. To everyone's surprise, Yang Taifeng approached him, bowing respectfully, and slowly said, "My apologies, Mr. Han. I, Yang, was overly proud and presumptuous earlier. I hope you can forgive my rudeness." What a man. Han Shichu promptly smiled, saying, "Chef Yang, you are being too modest. I must admit, I was the one who acted improperly, provoking a competition at your esteemed establishment, so there is no need for such formalities." Yang Taifeng shook his head, sighing, "Having lived for decades, I am ashamed to realize that there are indeed greater talents beyond my own. Mr. Han, let us consider this competition concluded, and instead engage in an exchange of culinary arts, shall we?" Han Shichu smiled and replied, "That sounds excellent." Yang continued, "Next, I shall prepare a famous national banquet dish, a renowned specialty of the Huayan cuisine, Yangzhou lion's head. I kindly ask for your critique, Mr. Han." Han Shichu gestured for him to proceed. Without further ado, Yang rolled up his sleeves and got to work. The Yangzhou lion's head is a classic traditional dish of Huayan cuisine, renowned for its tender texture, rich flavor without being greasy, and nutritional value. Whether braised, steamed, stewed, or simmered, it is universally beloved. The enduring reputation of the lion's head over the centuries lies in maintaining traditional cooking methods while adapting to seasonal changes. Not just the lion's head, but most dishes within the Huayan cuisine showcase remarkable skills in their broth, as the quality of the broth directly influences the dish's success. Ever since acquiring divine culinary skills from the system, Han Shichu's mind has been filled with countless recipes. Most crucially, many of these recipes are lost treasures of the Huaxia culinary tradition. Moreover, a significant portion of the famous dishes currently known in Huaxia are incomplete or have certain elements missing, excluding his divine culinary skills. This was also a key reason for his bold visit to challenge the establishment. For instance, Han Shichu recalled the Yangzhou lion's head he had tasted once in college. He knew its lineage was not complete and differed from what the system described regarding the mysterious ancient Eastern nation on Earth. Thanks to the specially prepared broth available in the kitchen, a considerable amount of time was saved for this dish. Nevertheless, it still required 2 hours of slow simmering. With everything prepared, Yang Taifeng now only needed to wait patiently. Seizing the opportunity, Han Shichu smiled and asked, "Chef Yang, since you are the contemporary heir of Huayan cuisine, you must be well acquainted with the lion's head, correct?" Yang Taifeng confidently replied, "Of course. I dare say, no one knows the lion's head or the entirety of Huayan cuisine better than I, Yang." Han Shichu shook his head slowly, saying, "Chef Yang, you overestimate yourself." Chapter 33. The 4 Seasons, the 4 Flavors, Generously Shared. Bai Luming cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at Han Shichu, clearly sensing that he was about to stir up trouble again. Yang Taifeng furrowed his brow and said, "Mr. Han, although your knife skills have surpassed mine, when it comes to Huayan cuisine, I am confident I will not be outdone." Han Shichu did not respond directly but smiled and said, "Regarding the lion's head, are you familiar with the concept of the 4 seasons, 4 flavors?" Upon hearing this, Yang Taifeng's expression changed dramatically as he stared at him intently. His unusual reaction did not go unnoticed by the others, and the camera captured his astonishment mixed with excitement. "What does this mean? What are the 4 seasons, 4 flavors? Can anyone explain?" As a true local of Yangzhou, this is the first time I've heard of the 4 seasons, 4 flavors in relation to the lion's head. Someone come out and translate this. What exactly does 4 seasons, 4 flavors mean? Stop bothering us with every little thing. We are busy, do not disturb. Not knowing is not something to be ashamed of. Why act like a fool? Yang Taifeng, looking anxious, eagerly inquired, "Mr. Han, how do you know about the 4 seasons, 4 flavors of the lion's head?" Han Shichu smiled, feigning depth without responding. At this moment, Bai Luming asked the question on everyone's mind, "Brother, what do you mean by the 4 seasons, 4 flavors?" Han Shichu gestured for Yang Taifeng to explain. Yang understood and slowly said, "To be honest, I am not entirely sure myself. My master passed away suddenly due to a heart attack, leaving the transmission of Huayan cuisine incomplete. Not only Huayan cuisine, but all 8 major culinary traditions have somewhat lost their lineage. over the years. Through the efforts of several generations, we have managed to restore many dishes, but some lost classics remain elusive, no matter how much we study them. It truly pains me to see these lost culinary treasures, which are part of our Huaxia's classical cuisine, fade away without passing down their legacy. After expressing his sentiments, Yang Taifeng continued, I once heard my master mention the 4 seasons, 4 flavors of the lion's head. Each season presents a different rendition of the dish, and they cannot be generalized. As for the specific 4 flavors of each season, I do not know, as my master did not have the chance to impart that knowledge before his passing. Yang Taifeng sighed heavily, shaking his head in despair. Then, with genuine sincerity, he implored Han Shichu, I hope Mr. Han can generously share your insights. He pretended to kneel in homage. Fortunately, Han Shichu was quick to intervene, pulling him back. Chef Yang, there is no need for such formalities. The loss of many essences of our traditional Huaxia cuisine weighs heavily on my heart as well. However, this phenomenon arises not only from unavoidable external factors, but primarily due to our tendency to overly cherish our own knowledge. Especially the old mindset that teaches disciples to let their masters starve, which often leads to deliberately withholding knowledge. Over time, this has gradually severed the transmission of culinary arts. I refrain from commenting on the old beliefs, but if we continue to cling to such notions, not just culinary skills, but even our national treasures will slowly fade away. Thus, we must be bold in our exchanges and daring in our innovations. Only then can we revitalize our traditional culture. Therefore, Chef Yang, there is no need to be polite. Whatever I know, I will willingly share without reservation. Han Shichu's words left the audience in awe, and they couldn't help but break into enthusiastic applause. However, Meilong felt a bit flushed and ashamed. Well said. Brother Mongfu's words are indeed thought-provoking. This is true. How much of our traditional Huaxia culture has been lost due to our overly protective nature? We must learn from this and take it seriously. I must say, just for this profound statement from Brother Mongfu, with such a broad mind, I shall be his lifelong fan. In a courtyard in the capital city, Old Master Yu nodded in satisfaction after listening to Han Shichu's heartfelt words, a look of admiration on his face, and remarked, I underestimated this young man after all. Quite impressive indeed. Yuma could not conceal the smile that danced upon her face, proudly exclaiming, Father, I told you my son-in-law is exceptional. Do you believe me now? The old man, unwilling to concede, retorted, What are you so pleased about? He is still my granddaughter's husband. However, you must heed the words of that young lad. For our traditional culture in Huaxia must not be allowed to diminish. Yuma chuckled softly and replied, Rest assured, Father, our department has already taken action in this regard. Very well, Han Shichu continued. The so-called lion's head embodies the 4 seasons and 4 flavors. In spring, braised river clams. In summer, steamed with lotus leaves. In autumn, crab roast stew. And in winter, braised phoenix chicken. Upon hearing his explanation, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Wow. I had no idea a lion's head could carry such depth. I must admit my ignorance. To say that Western cuisine is more refined than Chinese cuisine. Those who are truly discerning must not grasp the essence of Chinese food at all. I stand corrected, though they are all lion's heads. The meticulous selection of ingredients and diverse cooking methods across the seasons truly exemplifies a rigorous approach. I once thought that Brother Mongfu was impressive enough. Yet he continues to surpass my expectations. I am in complete awe. Damn it, Brother Mongfu has once again outdone himself. Yang Taifeng, momentarily lost in thought, soon snapped back to reality, his excitement spilling forth as he animatedly gestured, repeatedly murmuring, So that's how it is. No wonder I have been unable to grasp it. How foolish of me. After some time, having calmed his emotions, Yang Taifeng respectfully approached Han Shichu and, without hesitation, bowed deeply, sincerely stating, Thank you, Mr. Han, for your generous impartation. Subsequently, all the chefs in the kitchen bowed in gratitude to Han Shichu, collectively exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Han, for your generous impartation. Han Shichu smiled slightly. There is no need for such formality. We are merely engaging in mutual exchange and learning. Beside him, Bai Luming once again gave a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration as he softly remarked, Brother, you are incredible. I am in awe. At that moment, Yang Taifeng's lion's head was nearly ready. He served it to Han Shichu, presenting chopsticks with both hands, humbly saying, Mr. Han, please offer your critique. Han Shichu accepted the chopsticks and tasted a piece. As soon as it touched his palate, he furrowed his brow. Yang Taifeng cautiously inquired, Mr. Han, is there something amiss? Chapter 34, Soft-Shelled Long Fish, Tasting and Critique. Han Shichu replied slowly, The lion's head itself poses no issue, but the broth is problematic, very serious issues. You should know that Huayan cuisine relies heavily on broth. If there are problems with the broth, the entire dish is rendered useless. Yang Taifeng, puzzled, asked, "The broth is problematic? That shouldn't be the case. I personally simmered the broth. How could there be an issue?" Han Shichu smiled gently. "Then let me ask you, was this broth made using pig leg bones, old hen, ham, and simmered over low heat for more than 8 hours?" Yang Taifeng nodded, affirming, "That is correct. The ingredients are correct, and the method is sound. But you have omitted a crucial ingredient." Han Shichu paused before continuing. "The freshness of the lion's head derives from the broth. The pig leg bones provide the base. The old hen adds clarity, and the key ingredient that imparts rich aroma is the old goose. All three are the soul of the broth, each contributing distinct flavors, thus making them indispensable." Yang Taifeng nodded thoughtfully and respectfully said, "I stand enlightened. Mr. Han's culinary skills far exceed my own. I, Yang, humbly concede my defeat." Though the outcome was clear, Yang still wished to witness Mr. Han's extraordinary skills and hoped to glean some insights, earnestly requesting, "I hope Mr. Han will kindly impart your wisdom." The other chefs echoed his sentiments, collectively urging, "Mr. Han, please show us your skills." Bai Luming chimed in, "Brother, do share your expertise with us." Han Shichu nodded. "If that is the case, I shall prepare a dish of Huaiyang cuisine for everyone, named soft-shelled long fish. I hope you and the viewers before the screen will watch attentively and learn diligently." "What? Soft-shelled long fish?" Upon hearing this, Yang Taifeng exclaimed with excitement. "Soft-shelled long fish? What on earth? Why is Chef Yang so thrilled? Forgive my ignorance, but why have I never heard of this dish? I have heard that soft-shelled long fish is one of the most renowned traditional dishes of Huaiyang cuisine, yet it seems to have been lost to time." "I see. That explains why I have not encountered it." Han Shichu smiled slightly. "Indeed, it is the once-lost gem of Huaiyang cuisine, the soft-shelled long fish." With that, he approached the tank where the long fish were raised, selecting them while patiently explaining, "When preparing soft-shelled long fish, it is best to choose small long fish with a thick body, caught around the time of the Dragon Boat Festival." As Han Shichu cooked and elucidated, everyone listened intently. Through the information absorbed by the system, Han Shichu knew that this dish had been recognized as one of Jiangsu's top 10 classic dishes and was even the first hot dish served at the founding banquet of the nation, earning it the honorific title of the nation's first dish. Thus, the glossy, tender, fragrant, and uniquely delightful soft-shelled long fish was completed. "Everyone, please have a taste." Except for Han Shichu, everyone present could scarcely contain their eagerness to sample it, with Bai Luming particularly impatient. Even Mei Lan could not resist joining the fray. "Wow, is this a dish? It is clearly a work of art. This is infuriating. I came to witness the stars suffering, yet here we are. And the joke is on us." To be honest, watching them savor it has left me drooling. In an instant, my instant noodles seem unappealing, Brother Mongfu. You truly excel. No need to say more. I am immediately ordering long fish to prepare myself. I feel I have completely grasped it. Don't be ridiculous. Your eyes may have learned, but your hands are still clumsy. Once everyone had tasted the dish, their admiration for Han Shichu deepened. However, when they reached for the plate again, they discovered it was already empty, silently chiding themselves for their slow reflexes. Yang Taifeng bowed once more in gratitude to Han Shichu, expressing his sincere appreciation for the dish. Following suit, all the chefs bowed in thanks, repeatedly expressing their gratitude for Mr. Han's culinary importation. Before Han Shichu could speak, Yang Taifeng earnestly stated, "Mr. Han, I have an unassuming request, and I hope you might grant it." "Oh," Han Shichu, intrigued, encouraged Chef Yang. "Please feel free to voice your request without hesitation. I would like to invite Mr. Han to critique our dishes. We all hope to gain your valuable insights. In this way, we can address any shortcomings and improve." The other chefs eagerly echoed, strongly requesting Han Shichu to taste and critique their dishes. Isn't it a fortuitous coincidence? A nap meets a pillow. Would Han Shichu refuse? Clearly, he could not. Nodding, he said, "If you all do not mind, I shall take the liberty of tasting." Yang Taifeng's face lit up with joy as he called out to the chefs, "What are you all waiting for? Prepare your signature dishes and get to work quickly. This is a rare opportunity." Immediately, the kitchen of Sheng Shifeng buzzed with activity once more, each chef working earnestly as if energized. Continuing, Yang Taifeng addressed Mei Lan, saying, "Manager Mei, do not just stand there in a daze. Quickly invite Mr. Han to the VIP room for a brief respite." Realizing the significance of the moment, Mei Lan, aware that such opportunities are rare, understood that after this encounter, Sheng Shifeng would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. She promptly replied with courtesy, "Mr. Han, please." Han Shichu smiled slightly, exhibiting no airs, and replied, "Thank you, Manager Mei." Not long after entering the VIP room, a chef personally began to serve an array of exquisitely sumptuous dishes. As Bai Luming gazed at the splendid spread before them, he swallowed hard and discreetly gave Han Shichu a thumbs up. His admiration for Han Shichu had evolved into a blend of genuine respect and blind adoration. Soon, Mei Lan entered the room, balancing several bottles of wine in her hands. There were foreign wines, red wines, and domestic spirits, all of considerable value. Mei Lan cheerfully announced, "Mr. Han, these wines are a special gift from our boss, Mr. Huang, in gratitude for your support. Please do not decline." She explained that Mr. Huang, being away, regretted his inability to express his thanks in person and had instructed her to convey his apologies to Mr. Han. Such courtesy from Mr. Huang is truly appreciated. However, this wine is rather extravagant, and given that there are only 3 of us, it would be excessive, Han Shichu replied. Yet, Mei Lan remained undeterred and placed the bottles on the table, assuring him that should they not finish it, Mr. Han could take the remainder with him. With a resigned smile, Han Shichu began to savor the dishes one by one. With each bite, he provided feedback, not only pointing out areas for improvement, but also generously praising the merits of the dishes. It could be said that each chef behind the dishes would greatly benefit from his insights. Chapter 35. Instantaneous transformation into a food show, encountering a drunken man. Brother Mang is incredible. Since this program's inception, Brother Mang and Xiaobai have been the most comfortable celebrity participants, haven't they? It is confirmed. This is indeed the most correct way to engage with the show. Brother Mang is truly impressive when he promises to indulge Xiaobai in delightful delicacies. He never fails to deliver. Just look at this treatment and caliber. Other celebrity participants must not even dare to dream of such an experience. This episode with Brother Mang and Xiaobai is undoubtedly the pinnacle of the show. It turns out that Brother Mang is the true star of this episode, while Xiaobai merely plays the role of the cheerleader. The conclusion drawn is that a celebrity who cannot paint is not a worthy chef. I truly envy Xiaobai for having such an outstanding elder brother. Why do I not have someone to take me to enjoy such fine dining? I also wish to be a mere cheerleader. To all those who previously made grand declarations, please do not stray from the topic. Those who are meant to be live streaming their misfortunes, please take action. Go, go, go. After the evaluations, Han Shichu and Bai Luming finally settled down to enjoy their meal. Han Shichu glanced at the cameraman still wielding his camera and said, "Brother, you've been filming all day? Quickly fix the camera there and come join us for a meal." Bai Luming chimed in, "Come on, brother, let us try to finish this entire table of dishes." After a series of culinary competitions and tastings, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Who wouldn't be hungry? Especially considering the cameraman had been running around all this time. Exhaustion and hunger were inevitable. After much persuasion, the cameraman finally secured the camera and sat out of the frame. With a smile, Bai Luming looked at Han Shichu with admiration, rubbing his hands together. "Brother, shall we drink a bit? Let us indulge." Bai Luming pointed at the 3 bottles of foreign wine, red wine, and domestic spirits, continuing, "Brother, which one shall we have? Let us go with the domestic spirit. I'm not accustomed to foreign wines." "All right then." Bai Luming eagerly unwrapped the packaging, pouring the drinks while addressing the cameraman. "Brother, you still have to film later, so I want to pour you any." How did the promised ordeal of being penniless suddenly transform into a mouth-watering feast? I must say, both Mang and Xiaobai are quite polite and virtuous. Indeed, having watched Penniless for so long, has there been any guest who, regardless of their misdeeds, cared for the cameraman? Even when they had nothing to eat, it was one thing, but many episodes featured guests feasting lavishly, yet no one cared. Is this it? Is this really what you want to show me? A culinary competition? A food show? Enough. Watching this is making my mouth water. I can't help it. I must order takeout. Haha. Enjoying dinner while watching Mang and Xiaobai's food show. Goodness, I've already had 2 bowls of rice. The previous celebrity guests had it worse than dogs. These 2 are undoubtedly the most pampered in Penniless history. After finishing their meal, it was already past 6 o'clock. Accompanied by the respectful send-off from Yang Taifeng and Mei Lan, the slightly inebriated duo departed from Shanghai Feng, meandering through the streets. Bai Luming, holding the unopened bottles of foreign wine and red wine, felt utterly content. "Brother, shall we find a place to rest?" Although they had consumed a bottle of domestic spirit, they were not completely drunk, yet felt a tad hazy. Han Shichu nodded and said, "Let us take a stroll first, shake off the drink and digest. Consider it a post-meal walk." The 2 strolled leisurely while engaging in light conversation. Unbeknownst to them, night fell and the city lights illuminated the surroundings. As they were about to seek a hotel for the night, an unexpected incident occurred. A sharply dressed drunken man, swaying and clutching a bottle of white liquor, approached them unsteadily. Just as Han Shichu prepared to step aside, the inebriated man unexpectedly collided directly into him. Stumbling and losing his balance, the man fell to the ground. Han Shichu and Bai Luming quickly crouched down to assist him. "Sir, are you all right?" Han Shichu inquired with concern. The man, still dazed, repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. Detecting the heavy scent of alcohol emanating from him, Han Shichu frowned slightly, wondering just how much he had consumed. Did he not know to accompany his drinks with a plate of peanuts? Observing the man sway as if to leave, Han Shichu exchanged a glance with Bai Luming. Both understanding that they could not let him wander off carelessly, it would be disastrous if something were to happen. Han Shichu continued to support him, advising, "Sir, why not find a place to sit and rest for a bit? It would be safer for you." I'm fine, the drunken man slurred back. With his speech barely coherent, and given that they were near the Bund by the Huangpu River, the two could not in good conscience allow him to leave. Han Shichu signaled to Bai Luming, who quickly ran to a nearby convenience store. Meanwhile, Han Shichu helped the man to a nearby bench. Before long, Bai Luming returned with a bottle of mineral water. Han Shichu swiftly took the liquor bottle from the drunken man's hands and offered him the mineral water, saying gently, "You seem to be dressed like a successful individual. It appears you are not facing a financial crisis, but rather some emotional turmoil. Am I correct?" Indeed, despite his inebriation, the man carried an air of sophistication and elegance, clad in a designer suit, complete with a luxury watch, and his hair meticulously styled. The drunken man accepted the mineral water and began to gulp it down. The Bund was alive with lights and bustling activity, rivaling the vibrancy of the daytime. The man sat in silence, lost in thought, while Han Shichu and Bai Luming remained quietly by his side. Not far away, a street musician strummed his guitar, pouring his heart into a poignant love ballad, captivating a sizable audience. After a while, a drunken man slowly lifted his head and inexplicably inquired, "Have you ever experienced the most helpless regret?" Han Shichu glanced at him, smiling gently as he replied, "Who among us is without regrets? Even those who are extraordinarily successful in their careers or have blissful families must harbor some form of regret." Bai Luming nodded in agreement. The drunken man shook his head and, in a hoarse voice, lamented, "For a man, the most helpless regret is encountering someone he wishes to care for a lifetime at the wrong time and in the wrong place, during an age when he possesses nothing." Upon hearing this, Han Shichu understood he was about to witness yet another melodramatic tale of love, letting out a soft sigh, as he pondered how the written word, among countless expressions, could inflict the deepest wounds of the heart. It seemed the drunken man had opened the floodgates of his emotions, using Han Shichu and Bai Luming as his confidants. Chapter 36. Articulate without regret. Accompanied by the mournful melody wafting from the street, the drunken man fell silent for a moment before recounting, "Today, she is getting married, but the groom is not me. She is the one I lost through my own hands. We were college classmates, and from our freshman year, we fell in love. We attended classes, shared meals, and studied together, and despite her affluent background, she never once looked down on me as I worked multiple jobs to support my studies. Unlike many campus romances that fizzle out after graduation, we remained in the bustling city of Beijing, striving together, finding warmth in our shared basement abode. In our most impoverished days, we subsisted on cold buns, sharing a single bowl of noodles. In our youthful naivety, I promised her that once I made money, I would buy her a villa, a luxury car, and a grand diamond ring. She not only believed in the future I envisioned, but also stood by me unwaveringly, even defying her family's opposition to endure hardships alongside me. Yet, the harsh reality of our circumstances made it painfully evident that, apart from my love for her, I had nothing to offer. When I saw her eyeing the clothes and shoes in shop windows, filled with longing, yet stubbornly claiming indifference, dragging me away, it felt as though my heart had been pierced. When we shared a bowl of noodles, and she claimed to be full after just a few bites, asking me to finish it, I wished I could slap myself awake. When she waited with me in the rain for a bus, cheerfully assuring me that getting drenched with a lover was romantic, I was engulfed in self-doubt. The setbacks I faced left me feeling so inadequate that I lacked the courage to cherish our love. At this point, the drunken man was already in tears. Han Shichu sighed heavily and softly asked, "So, you chose to let her go?" The drunken man nodded in pain. "Foolish," Bai Luming exclaimed, looking at him with disappointment. "Such a wonderful girl is hard to find. How could you easily give her up? Couldn't you muster a bit more confidence and perseverance?" The drunken man replied, "It was precisely because she was so wonderful that I felt even more inadequate. How could a destitute man like me, struggling to make ends meet, possibly deserve her? How could I dare to hold her back?" It plunged me into deep self-doubt, questioning whether I could provide her with a happy life. Yes, I am a coward. I lacked the courage to cherish this relationship. Yet, I could not bear to see her suffer alongside me, nor could I gamble her prime years on a nebulous future. Love is both selfless and selfish, but back then, I lacked the confidence and bravery to claim her, to love her. I stubbornly believed that my love for her was a burden, a torment, a source of suffering. I naively thought that only by breaking up could she find happiness. After the painful separation, I didn't even pack my belongings. I left in the dead of night, alone to carve my path in Shanghai. A bitter, forced smile crossed the drunken man's face as he continued. Now, I have succeeded and can fulfill the promises I once made to her. But when I sought to return to her, I realized I had already lost her. Han Shichu sighed once more, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said slowly, "This is reality. Let go of burdens, yet you cannot embrace life. Let go of her, yet you cannot embrace love. Indeed, such a good girl should not be forsaken. Yet I would never wish for her to suffer with me. I do not condone his actions. As a woman myself, I believe that breaking up is the greatest harm to a girl. Why couldn't he muster a bit more courage? I too encountered a remarkable girl at a time when I felt utterly powerless, yearning to bring her lifelong happiness. Yet reality forced me to make a choice akin to his, which remains a lifelong regret for me. In the end, I acquired everything, yet I lost us." For those who share similar experiences, the drunken man may have believed he made the most righteous choice at the time. There is no right or wrong, only regret. If given another chance, perhaps one would have the courage to choose differently. Suddenly, Han Shichu recalled a poem gifted to him by the system, which seemed fitting for the moment. Unable to contain himself, he recited, "The intricate strings of the zither, 50 in number, each string a pillar of youthful longing." This sentiment awaits remembrance, yet at that time, it was lost in oblivion. He did not recite the entire poem, but rather selected the opening and closing lines. As his words echoed in the air, the livestream chat erupted once more. "Wow, is that an ancient poem? Why have I never heard of it? Holy cow! The brutish man turns out to be a cultured soul, so articulate. What an impressive vibe. Is this an original poem? Is there a scholar who can explain it? I don't quite understand it, but I must say, the brutish brother is remarkable." The drunken man paused momentarily, then asked, "What is the title of this poem?" "Gents," came the reply. By looming, intrigued, queried, "Brother, why have I never heard of this poem? Such beautiful verses surely cannot be unknown." Han Shichu smiled slightly, responding, "You haven't heard it because I just composed it on the spur of the moment." He chuckled, adding, "Let us not claim it as your own." By looming, astonished, continued to inquire, "Brother, what does this poem mean?" Han Shichu shook his head, choosing not to explain, but instead exclaimed, "Come, brother, let me gift you a song." With that, he took the drunken man by the arm and led him towards the street musician. Approaching the musician, Han Shichu requested, "Excuse me, could I borrow your sound system, microphone, and guitar to sing a song?" The street musician glanced at him, then at By looming and the camera bearing the show's logo. Without hesitation, he generously replied, "Of course." He then handed his guitar to Han Shichu. Taking the guitar, Han Shichu adjusted the microphone's height and began, "I apologize for the interruption, but I wish to dedicate a song to a stranger and to the youth. When you fall in love in your youth, please cast aside all reservations, treat your beloved with tenderness, and cherish them well. Only as you grow older will you realize that in those fleeting moments of reflection, a youth devoid of resentment and regret is a life without regrets, akin to a serene full moon resting atop the hills. And please, once you achieve success, never forget that person who stood by you through thick and thin, without complaint. At the most powerless age, should you encounter the woman you long to marry for a lifetime, I implore you to muster a little more courage for yourself." Upon finishing his words, Han Shichu gently began to strum his guitar. Chapter 37, Youthful Ambition, dominating the trending charts. A song titled Youthful Ambition is dedicated to everyone. The melodious guitar melody gradually floated into the air. Han Shichu's voice, rich with magnetism yet strikingly simple, suddenly resonated, as if narrating a heartfelt tale. The television keeps flashing, yet the contact information remains undeleted. Your kindness toward me, which I carelessly destroyed. We once dreamed together of a place to sleep and dine. But how can one endure? With days and nights reversed, unable to even gather the initial payment. I smashed the wall panels, and they remain unrepaired to this day. A bowl of hot congee. You feared I wouldn't have enough, leaving half to take away. Though his voice was plain, the emotion was profoundly rich, like a lamentation. It instantly captured the hearts of the listeners, drawing them irresistibly into the song. If only I had been unashamed in my youth, understanding what is precious. Those beautiful dreams I failed to give to you, a lifelong regret. Had I been wise in my youth, I would not have let you suffer for my sake. At the wedding, drink a few more cups with your current partner. Listening to his song, a drunken man found himself in tears once again. This song was a true reflection of his life. If he had not felt inferior back then, what might the present look like? Regardless, at least there would be no regrets. Naturally, he was not the only one moved. Many men in the audience had a sheen of mist in their eyes. Perhaps, within their hearts, lay a hidden beam of wistful moonlight. The comments in the live stream were equally tumultuous. The youth is no longer young, upon reflection. If I had understood you in my youth, if I had cherished you, but alas, I am no longer young. I can only wish you well. I was young yet unaccomplished, not understanding what is precious, but feeling inferior. While I lament my powerlessness, I cannot offer the unwavering girl my good temper. Now, I wish to treat you gently. Youthful ambition is perhaps the most beautiful wish everyone harbors in their youth. In this flourishing yet aimless age, a bowl of hot congee surpasses 1,000 cups of wine. If someone is willing to accompany you through turmoil and adversity, treat them gently, and summon the courage to cherish this emotion, while also striving hard. Forgive me for not being able to articulate grandiose words, but I genuinely believe that this song Youthful Ambition by Brother Mongfu is simply marvelous, and his performance is truly exceptional, even as a grown man. I found my eyes misty. The humble lyrics and unembellished voice resonate deeply, evoking memories and stirring empathy. Brother Mongfu's song is splendidly crafted. I am no music expert, but I know that songs capable of stirring my emotions, whether joy, sorrow, silence, or tranquility, are undoubtedly good music. In this restless society, how many good girls like the one in the song exist? How many wait unconditionally for a boy to grow up? If you meet one, please do not let her down. Love songs are the most touching yet painful. Brother Mongfu, with his simple and straightforward lyrics, reveals the heart-wrenching details of love through his sincere and unpretentious voice, inevitably prompting reflections on the past. As the song concluded, a profound silence enveloped the venue, occasionally pierced by a few sobs, perhaps resonating with those in the song. After a brief moment, applause erupted from the crowd, growing increasingly fervent. Bai Luming clapped vigorously, his hands reddening with excitement. Han Shichu slowly remarked, I wish you all youthful ambition, to cherish everything, to meet expectations, and to leave no regrets. Do not allow inferiority to infiltrate the present, nor let what if seize opportunities in the future. May you tightly grasp your own happiness within the limited time. After saying this, Han Shichu bowed deeply to the throng of people and the camera, then withdrew with Bai Luming. Unbeknownst to Han Shichu, not only did the live stream's viewership soar to an astonishing 12 million, but several topics concerning him surged uncontrollably into the top 10 of Weibo's trending list. Masterful sketches, 100 yuan each. Brother Mongfu's culinary prowess at the restaurant. Brother Mongfu's extraordinary knife skills. The inheritance of traditional Chinese culture and the lost classic dishes. The correct way to unveil as a penny, with Brother Mongfu and Xiao Bai's textbook-like personal teaching. Brother Mongfu's ancient poem Gents. Brother Mongfu's song Youthful Ambition. Weibo exploded, and the entertainment industry went into a frenzy. Entertainment companies, media reporters, professional agents, and numerous celebrity artists scoured for information about Brother Mongfu. One individual monopolized 7 spots on Weibo's trending list. A sudden emergence of Brother Mongfu sent the entire entertainment circle into chaos. However, this alone would not have incited such a frenzy. The critical factor was the emergence of 2 trending topics. One was the inheritance of traditional Chinese culture and the lost classic dishes, which garnered tremendous attention and was a primary cause of the entertainment industry's upheaval. Numerous official accounts, such as Huaxian and Huamen Daily, liked and shared it. Even the Ministry of Culture took action, hinting at deeper implications that could not be overlooked. The other was Brother Mongfu's ancient poem Gents, which sparked fervent discussions among professors from prestigious universities, scholars from Chinese literature departments, and experts in ancient poetry, with even the Ministry of Education participating actively. Goodness, Han Shichu had truly become an overnight sensation, radiating beyond the mainstream. At this moment, his momentum was unparalleled. The most delighted were undoubtedly the Longting livestream platform, the production team of As a Penny, and Lisa Rome, who was in the nanny car, unable to contain her laughter. While gazing at the trending list on her tablet, she wore a blissful smile. Wang Jun, who served as the driver, assistant, and bodyguard, glanced at her expression in the rearview mirror, puzzled if this agent had lost her mind. Little did he know that during Lisa Rome's grand return, she had stumbled upon such a treasure. It appeared her fortunes were turning, and she was determined to secure her title as the top agent. Just as she mused, her phone began to buzz incessantly, a triumphant smile spreading across her face as she muttered, "These folks truly aren't to be underestimated. They found out so quickly? Impressive." Han Shichu and Bai Luming, after exerting tremendous effort, finally broke free from the crowd, panting as they wandered the streets. Brother, this song Youthful Ambition is truly beautiful. The lyrics, though plain, resonate deeply. The simplicity of the singing technique and the genuine emotion are incredibly moving. Brother, did you write this song? Han Shichu nodded, modestly replying, I had heard a love story like this long ago, which inspired me to write this song. I never anticipated it would come in handy today. Bai Luming gave a thumbs up, his face radiating admiration as he said, Brother, you are truly remarkable. I don't idolize many people, but you are definitely my idol. Chapter 38, The Hidden Gem a fortuitous encounter. Han Shichu teased, "Oh, I never imagined that a mere ordinary person like me could inspire such admiration from an esteemed actor like you. I am quite taken aback." Bai Luming rolled his eyes and retorted, "Brother, spare me your false humility and don't tease me. Brother, can you tell me what you are incapable of? Drawing. If you excel at it, is one thing. Your culinary skills are remarkable as well. But that is not all. Your talent for composing poetry, particularly classical verse, is impressive. And you seem to do it effortlessly. Just now, you inadvertently revealed your ability to write songs as well. Goodness. I have come to realize that you are a treasure trove of surprises. The longer I am acquainted with you, the more astonishing revelations I uncover." Han Shichu smiled, choosing not to refute his words. After all, with the system at his side, he indeed embodies an inexhaustible reservoir of potential. However, Bai Luming was mistaken about one thing. It was not an accidental disclosure. Rather, it was a deliberate display of bravado. Such an opportunity to impress, if squandered, could very well invite divine retribution, or worse, system penalties. Bai Luming produced some cash from his pocket and said, "Brother, we currently have 697 yuan. Let us find a budget hotel. A standard room should only cost 200 to 300, leaving us with enough to last until tomorrow's show ends." Han Shichu frowned, secretly contemplating that a mediocre hotel stay might not meet the system's standards for perfection. Wouldn't that imply a failure of the task and result in years of a frozen expression? Shaking his head, he resolved that, for the sake of caution, they should seek out a more reputable establishment. They needed to be bold and stir things up. Observing Han Shichu's troubled expression, Bai Luming tentatively inquired, "Brother, are you planning something again?" "No, how could that be?" Han Shichu denied without hesitation. "Dear brother, don't you trust me? I'm not one to stir up trouble." "Am I?" Chuckling, I couldn't help but find his words amusing. I almost believed him. "Oh, just look at the glimmer in his eyes. It's clear he is concocting something." "Xiao Bai, be more confident. Turn that question into a statement." "Haha, I simply adore this bold brother of mine. What is the point if he is not causing a ruckus? Let us dive in." "Such a pity, it's hard to accept. How could such an exceptional man like him have married so early?" "Brother, want a divorce? I'll support you by stealing a bicycle." As Han Shichu walked, he was deep in thought, struggling to find a suitable approach. Just as he faced a dilemma, Bai Luming suddenly tugged at his hand, curious. "Brother, what are all those people gathered around doing? Shall we take a look?" Curiosity and a love for spectacle are indeed inherent traits of our nation. An experiment once demonstrated that when 4 individuals crouched in a circle and quietly discussed an empty patch of ground, the crowd around them swelled rapidly, eventually forming a dense throng. Regardless of the emptiness, the allure of intrigue drew others in. Han Shichu glanced up, intending to decline, but inadvertently noticed that the crowd was gathered around a 5-star hotel. After some reflection, he decided to investigate. Who knows what opportunities might arise? "Let us go take a look." As they approached, it became evident without inquiry that the hotel was promoting a new event, with banners and posters prominently displayed. Han Shichu focused intently, realizing that they were advertising a campaign, a couplet contest that offered a complimentary stay in the presidential suite for those who could successfully complete it. He could scarcely believe his eyes. He began to suspect that the system had foreseen this opportunity. Otherwise, how could the rewards align so fortuitously? With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that while he had no desire to show off, the absurd system was compelling him to do just that. Reading the event details closely, he noted that there were 10 levels to the challenge. Successfully completing them could grant free access to the suite and all its amenities. Luming, let us give it a try. This time, Bai Luming didn't protest. After all, failing wouldn't be embarrassing, and he was beginning to acclimate to such situations. If Han Shichu hadn't suggested it, he would have found it strange. Nonetheless, curiosity got the better of him. "Brother, have you studied couplets?" Han Shichu pondered for a moment before replying, "I know a thing or two." "So how many levels do you think we can clear? If we can solve 5 couplets, we'll secure a free room." Truth be told, despite having access to the system's complete couplet database, Han Shichu couldn't guarantee success. What if unexpected challenges arose? There was no need to be overly confident, after all. "I'm not sure how many we can manage, but I'll do my best." Bai Luming clenched his fist in encouragement. "Brother, I believe in you, go for it." As they entered the hotel, the crowd immediately recognized them. Shouts erupted, "Brother, brother." The atmosphere became electrified, with voices clamoring, "Brother, you're the best. Xiao Bai, you're amazing. Brother, can I have your autograph? Can we take a picture together?" Almost all the attention was directed at Han Shichu. Somewhat envious, Bai Luming shot him a look. "What is going on with you? Are you sure you're a rookie debuting today? Or have I unknowingly become a supporting character in your rising fame?" Just as he wallowed in self-doubt, he suddenly heard fans calling his name. "Xiao Bai, Brother Luming." Bai Luming was elated and turned quickly, only to hear the faux fan shout, "Brother Luming." Can you ask brother to take a picture and sign for us? So now he was merely a messenger? A tool? It was enough to irk Bai Luming. Han Shichu smiled gently and patted his shoulder. The hotel's lobby manager soon approached, radiating warmth and enthusiasm. Naturally, the purpose of the event was to promote and advertise. With the surprise appearance of No Money and the duo of Han Shichu and Bai Luming, what better publicity could there be? How could he not be enthusiastic? Chapter 39. A Modest Knowledge. The challenge begins. Under the careful management of the lobby manager and security, Han Shichu and Bai Luming began signing autographs and posing for pictures with fans. I can't take it anymore. I must rush over to get a picture with brother and Xiao Bai. These two are so down-to-earth, unlike other celebrities who, with a hint of fame, act like haughty swans. Indeed, what arrogance. Without our support, they are nothing. What is there to be proud of? While chasing stars is a personal choice, if one must, pursue those with virtue and integrity. Haha, looks like brother is up to something again. No way, could he really be showing off again? It can't be. Didn't he just say he only knows a thing or two? As Han Shichu felt a twinge of pain in his wrist from signing. He finally completed the task. He began to flex his wrist and addressed the lobby manager, saying, Manager Wang, may I inquire if I am permitted to participate in the event? How could Manager Wang, eager for such an opportunity, be foolish enough to decline? With a beaming smile, he replied, Of course, Mr. Han. It would be splendid to have you personally join our hotel's activities. Han Shichu nodded politely and said, Then shall we commence? Manager Wang? Indeed, let us witness Mr. Han's performance, the manager responded. He then took out his walkie-talkie and called, Come forth. From behind the lobby, a procession of elegantly dressed hostesses in kipayos emerged, gracefully swaying as they approached, each carrying a tray. There were 10 exquisitely proportioned hostesses, each presenting a tray corresponding to the 10 challenges. Han Shichu silently acknowledged that it all looked quite impressive. Manager Wang, from which side shall we begin? From left to right, please, Mr. Han, came the reply. The first hostess, donning a professional smile, picked up a couplet inscribed on red paper with black ink. She slowly unfolded it and recited in standard Mandarin. First line, strolling West Lake, lifting a teapot. The teapot drops into West Lake, regrettably, the West Lake. As the words left her lips, the crowd erupted into whispers. My goodness, is the first line really this difficult? With such a level of challenge, who could possibly respond to 10 of these? All right, I admit it, I lack education. The first line exceeds my abilities. Naturally, many furrowed their brows in contemplation, only to shake their heads and sigh in unison. Difficult, indeed, it was. Han Shichu did not respond immediately. Instead, he curiously inquired, Manager Wang, if I may be so bold, who authored these couplets? Manager Wang beamed with pride and boasted, These couplets were composed with the guidance of Chinese literature professors, folk experts, and the Couplet Society, as well as time-honored traditions. To ensure the precision of the couplets, our hotel even invited the president of the Huaxia Couplet Society, Mr. Wei Chuantong. Upon his words, an elderly gentleman clad in a tang suit emerged from the back of the lobby, exuding vitality. With an air of refinement and scholarly demeanor, he approached Han Shichu and warmly said, Young man, are you the one attempting to tackle the challenges? How is it? Are you not stumped by the first line? Han Shichu returned a faint smile and replied, Hello, Mr. Wei. I am here to give it a try. However, the first couplet poses no challenge for me. Oh, it appears that Mr. Wei did not anticipate this young man would come up with a response in such a short span of time. Observing his confident expression, Mr. Wei curiously asked, What is your corresponding line? Han Shichu slowly articulated, Second line, crossing Nanping, purchasing a blue bottle. The blue bottle emerges from Nanping. Difficult to evaluate the blue bottle. Excellent. Upon completion, Mr. Wei couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, The correspondence is remarkably balanced. I did not expect a young man like you to possess such depth of understanding regarding couplets. And to produce a response in such a brief time is a testament to your quick wit. Han Shichu humbly replied, Oh, I merely possess a smattering of knowledge about couplets, Mr. Wei. Your praise is unwarranted. The second hostess unveiled the next couplet, reciting, First line, overlooking Jiang Tower. Gazing at Jiang Flow, beneath Jiang Tower, watching Jiang Flow, Jiang Tower through the ages, Jiang Flow through the ages. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Shichu retorted. Second line, printing moon well, imprinting moon shadow. Within the moon well, imprinting moon shadow. Moon well for 10,000 years, moon shadow for 10,000 years. Bravo, Mr. Wei, and the gathered crowd erupted in applause. The third hostess continued. First line, water with worms is murky, water with fish is fishing, water, water, water. Rivers and lakes vast and wide. Han Shichu furrowed his brow, not due to a lack of response, but rather intentionally. If he answered every line without a moment's thought, it would truly seem inappropriate. What's wrong? Why isn't he responding? This line seems easier compared to the previous two. Exactly. I feel I could answer it myself. Why does he appear so troubled? No, no. Everyone look closely. Water plus worms equals murky, and water plus fish equals fishing. Furthermore, rivers and lakes correspond to the vastness of water. Do you understand? Oh, I see. This is exceedingly difficult. Can he really respond? Meanwhile, Mr. Wei provided an explanation to the audience, clarifying that this was a character decomposition couplet. After his detailed explanation, everyone finally came to a realization. Bai Luming secretly rejoiced that he had kept his mouth shut, lest he find himself in an embarrassing position, appearing particularly uneducated. After pacing back and forth, feigning deep contemplation, Han Shichu suddenly halted, lifted his head, and declared, I've got it. Second line. Beneath wood is the root, above wood is the branch. Wood, 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 pine, cypress, camphor. Lush and verdant. This was a clever character decomposition couplet, utilizing the characters for water and wood as a foundation to form the couplet. In principle, Han Shichu's response was not particularly refined. In terms of tonal balance, correspondence, or thematic depth, it fell somewhat short. Yet it was still passable. As they moved to the fourth couplet, the first line was presented. The wind falls on the phoenix tree, and the phoenix falls on the tree. What does this mean? Is it getting simpler as we progress? Isn't this line just a casual play on words? What difficulty does it pose? This cannot be a question designed to give points. Can it? Han Shichu smiled faintly and replied, second line. Pearl linked with jade, jade linked with pearl. Nearby, Mr. Wei observed him and kindly advised, young man. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider this line? Han Shichu shook his head, confident in his response, stating, isn't this a perfect match? Mr. Wei smiled slightly. Why don't you recite the first line backwards? Before he could finish, someone exclaimed, oh, reciting it backwards yields the same line. Indeed, Mr. Wei stroked his beard. This is a palindrome couplet. Han Shichu, unperturbed, said, Mr. Wei, would you please recite my corresponding line backwards? The onlookers gasped. Ah, it's the same as well. Incredible. Mr. Wei, initially taken aback, soon nodded in satisfaction, saying, well done, young man, you have some skill. I underestimated you. Is this what a cultured person is like? It feels a bit intimidating. Wow, what appears to be a simple couplet unexpectedly hides such intricacies. Impressive indeed. Our Chinese culture is indeed profound and captivating. Yet it also commands respect. Goodness, I wish I could crack open the brain of this bold fellow to see what makes him so extraordinary. The fifth couplet's first line read, as the sun sets and the fragrance wanes, let go of worldly desires. Upon the presentation of the etiquette lady, Wei Chuantong, the president of the association, proactively elucidated, young friend, I must remind you that this is a riddle couplet. Riddle couplet? What on earth is that? I apologize for embarrassing contemporary college students. I am ashamed that I do not even know the answer to the riddle, let alone discuss couplets. Huh. Isn't the answer to the first line simply bald? Wow, what a revelation that awakens the dreamer. Han Shichu nodded slightly, and then spoke slowly. The second line. When the stove is extinguished and the fire is out, make sure to secure the wild horse tightly. Wei Chuantong was momentarily taken aback, unable to conceal his amusement as he remarked, young friend, your second line is indeed correct. Han Shichu laughed heartily, urging everyone not to misinterpret or overanalyze. It was merely a coincidence. What does that mean? Are we playing charades here? Great, Wise Wong. Please explain the answer to the Wild Brothers' second line. Thanks for the invite. The answer to the Wild Brothers' second line is a donkey. Haha. No wonder President Wei was both amused and exasperated. It makes sense why the Wild Brother needed to clarify it. The sixth couplet was perfectly matched. The seventh, eighth, and ninth couplets followed suit with flawless responses. By the time they reached the 10th couplet, the audience present and the over 15 million viewers online had become numb. Han Shichu had once again captivated them with his formidable prowess. President Wei chuckled teasingly. Young friend, is this what you mean by having a slight understanding? Surely, you must have some misunderstanding of the term slight understanding, right? Han Shichu shrugged, feigning a sigh of resignation. Well, since everyone has discovered it, I might as well drop the act. In truth, I have quite a depth of research in couplets. No one, including the president of the Couplet Association, thought he was being pretentious. After all, power conquers all. Han Shichu nodded to himself, feeling quite pleased with his performance. This was indeed the pinnacle of pretension, being aware of one's own facade while others remained blissfully oblivious. It was displayed so refreshingly, so naturally, and without a trace of artifice. President Wei nodded in agreement, saying, it is evident that young friend has indeed put in considerable effort. I hope no one finds it laughable. Among these couplets, there are several that even I cannot respond to. However, young friend Han was able to answer without hesitation, demonstrating the depth of his knowledge in couplets. As the president of the Couplet Association, I wish to extend an invitation for young friend Han to join our association as an honorary president. I wonder if you would be willing? Han Shichu was taken aback, completely unprepared for President Wei's invitation to join. Feeling somewhat flattered, he replied, President Wei, I would naturally be willing to join the Couplet Association. However, I fear I am unworthy of the position of honorary president. So I kindly ask that you do not insist. President Wei smiled slightly, not pursuing the matter further. As long as young friend Han was willing to join, the issue of honorary president could be discussed later. Young friend Han, I must inform you beforehand that the final couplet is a timeless classic. What on earth? Is this hotel trying to annoy people? Exactly. To present a timeless classic is hardly a way to facilitate success. What kind of nonsense is this? A timeless classic? How could you even think of that? It truly seems a bit unreasonable. It's just a presidential suite for one night. And you present a timeless classic? The complaints echoed in the live stream, and even the crowd gathered at the venue whispered among themselves, expressing their discontent. Fortunately, the lobby manager quickly interjected to clarify. Everyone, please do not misunderstand, and rest assured, Mr. Han. Although the exhibition report states that 10 couplets must be matched, in reality, only 9 are necessary. The final one does not count. This point, President Wei could vouch for us. The nearby President Wei nodded, affirming, Manager Wang is correct. He indeed informed me beforehand, and furthermore, the addition of the final couplet was my request. Earlier, I intended to mention this to Han. For since young friend Han has already passed the challenge, I would like to say that it is of no consequence if the final couplet is not involved. Han Shichu pondered for a moment, and then slowly replied, I wonder what the final couplet is? Since I have already passed the challenge, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, right? Manager Wang smiled and said, Of course, no problem at all. Mr. Han, feel free to give it a try. With that, the last etiquette lady unveiled the couplet and read aloud. The first line, Smoke locks the willows by the pond. Wow, it's this classic timeless couplet. Goodness, who could possibly respond to this? Well, even the wild brother would struggle here, but thankfully, this couplet does not count. Isn't this the most difficult couplet in history? Han Shichu smiled faintly, surprised that it was indeed this first line. In truth, it wasn't that no one could respond. Some responses were either cobbled together or lacked any coherence, with others even veering into absurdity. For instance, the lamp hangs low over the brocade railing. The iron plate barbecue in the port city, Shenzhen's iron plate barbecue, rust blocking the range hood. One couldn't help but marvel at the creativity of the netizens. Chapter 41, Presidential Suite, A Lover's Call. Of course, there were also many responses that appeared quite decent. For example, Cannon at the Seatown Tower, though it seemed orderly in its structure, it was merely a case of matching words. Not only did it lack tonal harmony, but using the proper noun Seatown Tower in contrast to the ubiquitous willows by the pond also violated the major tenets of couplets. There were also T. Bruise the Wall-Drilled Spring, which, while harmonious in tones and exquisite in imagery, similarly infringed upon the rules of couplet structure. Han Shichu pondered briefly and then slowly stated, I have a couplet. Although it may not perfectly correspond, it is still somewhat acceptable. Oh, President Wei eagerly inquired, what is young friend Han's second line? The second line, Peach blossoms ignite the Jinjiang embankment. Although this response is not flawless, it is the best answer provided by the whimsical system. President Wei lowered his head in contemplation, then nodded with satisfaction. Although young friend Han's second line still has its flaws, it aligns well in terms of rhythm, imagery, and structure. If Smoke Locks the Willows by the Pond is a beautiful painting of dawn and dusk, then Peach Blossoms Ignite the Jinjiang embankment depicts the vibrant vitality of spring. One is gentle and graceful, while the other is passionate and exuberant, creating a striking contrast between the two scenes. The only imperfection is that Jinjiang embankment is not a universally recognized term, and compared to pond, Jinjiang is also not common. However, for young friend Han to produce such a structured and profound second line is indeed impressive. It is, without a doubt, the best response thus far. I may not understand couplets, but I feel that the second line provided by the wild brother has a truly beautiful imagery. Is there anyone else? I ask again, is there anyone else? Even in the face of a timeless classic, the wild brother was able to produce such a beautifully evocative second line. He truly is formidable. Damn it, this is infuriating. He has once again impressed us. Goodness, are you certain this is the program Penniless? Dining at Shangshi Fong and staying in a 5-star presidential suite. I can't believe this. They have elevated the level of this program to the highest standard. Who would dare to participate in the future? Any celebrity or artist who comes along will inevitably be compared to the wild brother and the little white duo. Upon entering the presidential suite of the 5-star hotel, Bai Luming immediately collapsed onto the soft and comfortable sofa. He hurriedly got up to take a shower. As he was drenched in sweat, Han Shichu gently kicked him. Bai Luming rose once more, retrieving 2 elegant goblets from the wine cabinet, and uncorked the red wine he had brought from the culinary workshop. Brother, indulge in a bit of red wine. It aids in slumber, he suggested. Han Shichu shook his head, replying, no more for me. You should also limit your intake. Just because you lack a manager's oversight doesn't grant you the license to indulge recklessly. Be wary of what awaits you upon your return. Bai Luming responded with a nonchalant smile. Oh brother, you still do not comprehend me. I live by the mantra of seizing the day, reveling in the present before pondering the future. Ah, how magnanimous of you. But when you find yourself facing the consequences, you may lament your earlier choices. Enough dilly-dallying. Hurry and take a shower. I must rinse off as well. I feel utterly sticky and uncomfortable. Bai Luming raised an eyebrow mischievously, teasingly suggesting, brother, why not shower together? I could scrub your back. Get lost. Fortunately, they were in a presidential suite, which boasted multiple bathing areas. Otherwise, one might ponder whether they would encounter the scandalous situation of dropping the soap. Men are typically efficient in their ablutions, lacking any inclination for leisurely baths. Thus both emerged from the bathing area nearly simultaneously. No sooner had they exited than Han Shichu's phone rang. He picked it up to find a video call request from his superior. However, Han Shichu was well aware that it was undoubtedly initiated by his little one. A gentle, blissful smile spread across his face. Observing this expression, Bai Luming's curiosity and penchant for gossip ignited. Brother, look at that warm, gentle smile. Is it from sister-in-law? Han Shichu shook his head, clarifying, it's from a lover, my little lover. Goodness, so unabashed in front of the camera? Is seeking a lover now so forthright? Bai Luming stared at him, momentarily at a loss. The chatroom exploded with comments. Wow, a bold man, truly a bold man. Can't he conceal it even a little? My word, is he so brazen in seeking a lover? Alas, after finally encountering a beloved and talented star, it turns out he is a scoundrel. Ugh, what a pity, has my journey of fandom prematurely concluded? Hee, the bold man is indeed a scoundrel. Does this mean I have a chance? Hurry, bold man. Come charm me without any strings attached, my sisters, let us go. Bold man, if you have the guts, come for me. Whatever you can throw my way, I can handle it. Bai Luming observed Han Shichu's reaction keenly, knowing full well what was on his mind. Han Shichu merely smiled faintly, feeling no need to explain. After all, once the video connected, the truth would be revealed, and there was no point in wasting breath. Upon connecting the video call, the adorably naive little one appeared on the screen. Before he could speak, the chatty child eagerly exclaimed, Daddy, Daddy, do you miss little Tangyuan? Hearing the sweet, soft voice through the speaker, everyone suddenly understood. Bai Luming rushed to his side, realizing it was his little niece. What a surprise! Han Shichu shot him an exasperated glance, remarking, that is your own impure mind at work. Little Tangyuan, Daddy misses you. Do you miss Daddy? Yes, little Tangyuan misses you super much. Little Tangyuan watched you on TV all day. Han Shichu did not attempt to conceal anything. Bai Luming, leaning in, naturally caught sight of little Tangyuan on the video. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, wow, your little niece is absolutely adorable, like a porcelain doll. Phew, turns out it's a daughter. What a false alarm. Hearing that sweet, baby-like voice, it's clear the bold man's daughter is exceptionally beautiful. Damn it, does the cameraman know how to film? Little Tangyuan, recognizing Bai Luming from the live stream, immediately asked, Daddy, is this silly little Bai Gij? Little Tangyuan, you should call him Uncle Bai, and remember, don't always speak the unvarnished truth, it's impolite. Bai Luming shot him a mournful glance, then waved at the camera, displaying what he deemed his most gentle and affectionate smile, softly saying, hello little niece. Little Tangyuan scrunched her face, puffing her cheeks, and replied, Uncle Bai, my name is Little Tangyuan, not little niece. Bai Luming offered no explanation, acquiescing instead, all right, Little Tangyuan, you are indeed adorable. With her head held high, Little Tangyuan proudly declared, yes, I am Daddy's good baby. Bai Luming could not help but chuckle, continuing, so Little Tangyuan, who do you think is more handsome? Uncle Bai or your daddy? Clearly, he was merely setting himself up for disappointment. Not to mention that Han Shichu was already more handsome, but in little Tangyuan's eyes, her father was the best. Without a moment's hesitation, she retorted, Uncle Bai, are you silly? Even a 2-year-old knows the answer. Why ask me? Bai Luming was thus dissed by a 3-year-old. Haha, little Bai, you really are quite confident. Little Tangyuan, listen to your daddy. Don't always speak the unvarnished truth. No way, I really want to see little Tangyuan. Cameraman, hurry, give her a chicken leg. Han Shichu cast a disdainful glance at the overconfident Bai Luming, then smiled at little Tangyuan. It's time for bed, I assenti it? Did you call Daddy because you wanted to hear a story? Little Tangyuan shyly smiled, her voice soft and sweet. Not entirely. I really miss Daddy too. All right then, are you ready, little Tangyuan? I'm ready. Little Tang Yuan is all tucked in. And my blanket is cozy. Mommy is ready too. Daddy, hurry and tell a story. Meanwhile, Yu Chuchan blushed slightly, having been unceremoniously exposed by this little rascal. Yet, astonishingly, Bai Luming had unconsciously snuggled into bed, covered with a blanket, striking a rather flamboyant pose. Winking at Han Shichu, he added in a sultry tone, "Brother, I'm ready too, please begin." "Well, I've successfully been disgusted by this fool. Little Bai, can we not be so ridiculous? I beg you. Please act like a decent person. Bold man, I'm ready too. Let us begin, let us begin." Han Shichu felt a shiver run down his spine, ignoring him as he turned to little Tang Yuan to begin the story. This time, he chose not to recount the previously purchased Grimm's fairy tales, but instead had acquired a children's fable from the system mall. Little Tang Yuan. Today Daddy will tell you the story of the boy who cried wolf. Han Shichu narrated with great emotion. Once upon a time, there was a shepherd boy who tended sheep on the mountain. One day, feeling utterly bored, he concocted a mischievous plan to amuse himself. He shouted down to the farmers working in the fields, "Wolf, wolf, help me." The farmers, hearing his cries, hurried up the mountain with their hoes and sickles. However, when they arrived, they found no wolf. The boy laughed at them, thinking it was a grand joke. Eventually, when a wolf did appear, the boy cried out once more. But this time the farmers, believing he was lying again, ignored him, and his flock was devoured by the wolf. Once the story concluded, Han Shichu softly inquired, "Little Tang Yuan, did you comprehend anything from your father's tale?" With her bright, expressive eyes wide open, little Tang Yuan earnestly nodded and replied in her tender voice, "Daddy, are you trying to tell me that one must not tell lies?" Han Shichu smiled warmly and affirmed, "Indeed, my dear Tang Yuan. You must remember that lying is a most undesirable behavior. It not only shows a lack of respect for others, but also results in the loss of their trust. Thus, you must cultivate the admirable quality of sincerity and strive to be an honest person. Do you understand?" Little Tang Yuan nodded earnestly, declaring, "Daddy, I understand. I will definitely be honest. Children who lie are naughty." "Yes, my little Tang Yuan, you are truly wonderful," he praised. "Now, it's time for you to sleep. Daddy will be back tomorrow. Mua, good night. Daddy, love you." With a playful kiss and a gesture of affection, she ended the video call. This children's story is truly delightful and carries significant meaning. It's both educational and entertaining. What else can you do, Brother Mongfu? Why yes. I must share this parable with my child. It's truly splendid. Thank you, Brother Mongfu. I'm always worried about bedtime stories for my child. This story is remarkable, and its moral is quite straightforward. Children will grasp it easily. Could you share more stories, Brother Mongfu? In a courtyard in the capital, the Yu family, having spent the entire day watching the live broadcast, felt an immense satisfaction with Han Shichu. Old Master Yu displayed a gentle, wise smile and nodded, saying, "Excellent. Young Han is truly impressive. I am very pleased. What do you think, my dear?" Grandma Yu could hardly conceal her delight, responding, "Indeed, I am very satisfied. Parents, don't you think our little girl has quite an astute eye? This trait seems to have been inherited from me," Mother Yu remarked with a hint of pride. However, the old master shook his head and said, "Little Chan's discernment is indeed commendable, but it is not from you. It is from her father." Mother Yu expressed her discontent. "What do you mean, father? Is my judgment not sharp?" "Your judgment is quite keen, but there is still a certain gap when compared to my son's." Pouting, Mother Yu clung to Grandma Yu's arm and playfully complained, "Mother, look, father is biased." Grandma Yu gently patted her head and chuckled, "Your father is not biased at all. If my son's judgment wasn't he sharp, how could he have chosen such an exceptional daughter-in-law at first glance?" The unexpected turn of events brought a smile to Mother Yu's face. Having previously felt slighted, she now found little to contest. Bai Luming gazed at Han Shichu with admiration. "Brother, you truly excel. Who would have thought you were also a gifted parent?" Han Shichu chuckled modestly, "I know a thing or two." Bai Luming shot him an exasperated look and continued, "Brother, your niece is so lovely and beautiful. Surely she inherited more than just your genes? Is sister-in-law not exceptionally beautiful as well?" Han Shichu fixed him with an unyielding gaze and replied with a cold laugh, "Hey, your thoughts seem quite perilous." Realizing his misstep, Bai Luming hurriedly clarified, "Brother, it was a misunderstanding. I was merely curious." Han Shichu, with a meaningful smile, remarked, "What is there to be curious about? Besides, you already know your sister-in-law." "What?" Bai Luming's curiosity intensified. The audience in the live stream shared his intrigue. "Are you saying I know sister-in-law? Could she be a celebrity?" Han Shichu shook his head. "She is not an artist in the industry. Not a star? And I still know her?" Bai Luming muttered, engaging in a mental whirlwind as he searched his memory. "Enough. No matter how hard you think, you won't figure it out. It's best to get some rest." Chapter 43, Divine Chess Skills, Wealthy Sister-in-Law. The following morning, Han Shichu's biological clock prompted him to awaken promptly. After getting up and freshening up, he stepped out of his suite to find Bai Luming still fast asleep, demonstrating an enviable quality of slumber. The cameraman had also risen, quickly transitioning into work mode after a brief wash-up. Although they could stay in the hotel until noon and enjoy complimentary breakfast and lunch, Han Shichu had no intention of overstaying. After all, they had already enjoyed a night free of charge. It would be rather shameless to linger further, potentially disrupting their business. Moreover, this was not the effect he sought for the show. Seated on the sofa, sipping complimentary mineral water, he refrained from indulging in pricier beverages. He pondered how to stir things up next. Just then, the system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on repaying your debts and successfully surpassing 1 million popularity points. You are hereby rewarded with a single lottery chance. May you continue to excel. What a delightful surprise. Han Shichu had not anticipated that his popularity would exceed 1 million. It seemed accumulating such points was rather simple. Not to boast, with the system's assistance. If earning popularity points were a grueling task, he would indeed feel quite inadequate. Eagerly, he spun the wheel to draw his reward. Congratulations, host, on acquiring divine chess skills. In an instant, Han Shichu's mind was flooded with knowledge of various chess games. Go, chess, military chess, checkers, and even Gamoku. The breadth of knowledge was astonishing. A slight smile crept onto Han Shichu's lips. It was truly serendipitous. Just as he pondered how to create some excitement today, the whimsical system delivered an unexpected gift. A splendid idea blossomed in his mind. He rose to rouse the still sleeping Bai Luming, preparing to head out and stir things up. Luming, wake up, it's time. Bai Luming rolled over in bed, slowly opening his bleary eyes, mumbling incomprehensibly. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up groggily, expressing mild annoyance. Brother, why are you waking me so early? Han Shichu shot him a pointed glance, retorting, the sun is already high. Is it still early? Did you sneak out last night and are still not fully rested? Don't mention it, brother. I had insomnia last night, Bai Luming replied with a distressed expression. How could a young man like you suffer from insomnia? I spent the entire night wondering who sister-in-law is. The more I pondered, the more I couldn't figure it out, and the more I tried to suppress the thought, the more it consumed me. Han Shichu smiled knowingly and patted his shoulder, saying slowly, brother, don't dwell on it. You won't want to know. Bai Luming looked puzzled and blurted out, why not? Because once you know, you will surely regret it. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Luming still could not grasp his brother's meaning and chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he casually shifted the topic while dressing, asking, brother, what kind of person is sister-in-law? At that moment, Yu Chu-chan, snuggled up with little Tangyuan in bed, turned her full attention to the television projection screen, listening intently. It was evident that she was quite curious and eager to hear Han Shichu's response. Your sister-in-law? Han Shichu pondered for a moment, a gentle smile gracing his face. In simple terms, she is a woman of cold demeanor yet warm heart, exceptionally charming, and possesses remarkable abilities, truly a glamorous wealthy lady. Upon hearing his description, Yu Chu-chan's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile, revealing her satisfaction with his words. Bai Luming gazed at him with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, ah, so you truly are a wealthy woman? Indeed, a bona fide affluent lady, Han Shichu affirmed with a nod. Goodness, can one really speak so openly about living off others? Why not? Is it not something to take pride in to thrive on one's own merits? Living off others? Absolutely not. Just look at Meng Fuji's intrinsic capabilities. Does he even need to rely on anyone? Setting everything else aside, with Meng Fuji's looks, isn't it commonplace to thrive effortlessly? Exactly. If I possessed Meng Fuji's height and charm, why would I bother to show my face? I could comfortably stay home and enjoy the company of a girlfriend in her 50s or 60s. Isn't that delightful? Enough. Who seems eager to put in the effort here? Are there any wealthy women in the live stream? I'm online, seeking a sponsor, proficient in the art of seduction. Equipped for splendid encounters. By the way, I can also handle steel wool and iron brushes. Once Bai Luming had risen and refreshed himself, the two descended the stairs. Although they had no reservations to cancel, it was only courteous to greet the staff. It was a matter of basic etiquette. Upon exiting the elevator, Manager Wong awaited them outside. Bai Luming, being quite adept in social situations, extended both hands to warmly grasp Wong's, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, Manager Wong. I truly appreciate it. Manager Wong smiled and replied, Mr. Bai, there is no need for such formality. It is all due to Mr. Han's own capabilities. With that, he produced 2 cards and handed them to Han Shichu and Bai Luming. Mr. Han, Mr. Bai, here are our platinum membership cards for Yunchi Hotel. With these cards, you can enjoy a 10% discount at over 5,000 of our global chain locations. I hope you will graciously accept them. Goodness, Manager Wang's generosity is indeed remarkable. Neither of them reached for the cards, as whether or not to accept the discount card was inconsequential to them. After all, they were not lacking in funds. Accepting the card would also imply a personal obligation. Unlike Shang Shifeng, which refrained from offering Han Shichu a membership card, not due to manager Mei Lan's lack of finesse or emotional intelligence, but precisely because it was unnecessary, Han Shichu could easily rely on his reputation. Most importantly, Shang Shifeng's 3 culinary masterpieces had only showcased 2. Mei Lan willingly presented valuable national and foreign wines, but withheld the third, her own homemade peach blossom wine. It is not difficult to surmise. She merely wished for Han Shichu to return. Should Han Shichu revisit Shang Shifeng, Mei Lan would undoubtedly offer her peach blossom brew. One must understand that Han Shichu's visit brought immeasurable benefits to Shang Shifeng. Manager Wang smiled gently, saying, "Mr. Han, Mr. Bai, please do not take offense. It is merely a membership card, a token of goodwill, and there is no need for reluctance." Being the manager of an international 5-star hotel, Han Shichu and Bai Luming could hardly refuse, and they accepted the cards. After exchanging pleasantries, Manager Wang escorted the two out of the hotel. Bai Luming carried the last remaining bottle of foreign wine, inquiring as they walked, "Bro, where are we headed next?" Chapter 44. Mischief in the Park, a Game of Chess. Han Shichu's eyes twinkled with a mysterious smile as he solemnly replied, "Just follow me." Bai Luming, who held both admiration and unwavering trust in him, did not press for further details. Why bother with unnecessary worries? It was always about having an elder brother. He could simply enjoy the finest delicacies and call out 666 a few times. Seeing Mongfu Ji's eyes twinkle with a smile, I knew he was up to something. I simply adore Mongfu Gu's flamboyant antics. Step aside, everyone. Mongfu Gu is about to flaunt his prowess again. Who would have thought? A brutally inhumane variety show has turned into Mongfu Ji's debut display of bravado. Isn't that ironic? Boldness personified, indeed. Han Shichu led Bai Luming and the cameraman to the largest nearby park. On weekends, young people either slept in or went on dates, leaving the park predominantly occupied by the elderly. Some were exercising, some dancing, others sipping tea and chatting, while a few engaged in chess matches. Bai Luming, filled with curiosity, asked, "Bro, what are we doing in the park?" Han Shichu smiled knowingly. "We're here to mooch off lunch." "What?" Bai Luming exclaimed in disbelief. "Mooch lunch? In a park? How do we do that?" "Bro, I've read quite a bit. Don't think you can fool me." Han Shichu chuckled. "Luming, with your level of intellect, do you really think I could deceive you?" Hearing his teasing compliment, Bai Luming nodded proudly. "That's true. It wouldn't be easy to trick me." This silly Bai is bound to make me laugh to death." "Hey, brother Luming, do be a little more aware. With your kind of naivete, if Mongfu Gu sold you out, you'd probably help him count the money. Goodness, does this fellow possess no self-awareness? Who gave him the courage to say such things? Come here, I promise not to beat him up." Bai Luming continued, "But bro, how do we mooch lunch in the park?" "Don't worry, little brother. I have a clever plan." Han Shichu patted his shoulder and instructed, "Luming, go find a breakfast shop and buy a few buns. We need something to fill our stomachs." "All right, bro," Bai Luming responded, preparing to leave. Han Shichu then reminded him, "Oh, don't forget about the cameraman. Buy a little extra." Bai Luming waved his hand, not looking back. "Don't worry, bro. I've got it covered." Watching his retreating figure, Han Shichu sighed helplessly, shaking his head. This silly boy truly was of little use beyond acting. His gaze scanned the surroundings until it settled on a pavilion not far away. Inside, a group of elderly men were gathered around a stone table, engrossed in a game of chess. As Han Shichu approached, he noted that the game was evidently nearing its conclusion. Sitting on the left stone bench was a plump man, dressed in typical old man attire, a sleeveless shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, frowning in deep thought, indicating that the game was not in his favor. Opposite him, seated on the right stone bench, was another elderly gentleman clad in a short-sleeved silk tang suit, sporting reading glasses and meticulously groomed gray hair, suggesting he was a man of refinement. He appeared quite relaxed, fanning himself with a palm leaf, occasionally sipping from his thermos, patiently waiting without pressing for a conclusion. With a quick glance at the chessboard, Han Shichu realized the plump man was undeniably destined to lose, with only a few desperate moves left before checkmate. Sure enough, just moments later, the gentleman in the tang suit declared with vigor, "Check." The game concluded. The plump man, begrudgingly, remarked, "I was careless this round, old Chu. Let us have another match, and I'll ensure you're left without a piece." The gentleman in the tang suit shook his head, leisurely responding, "Old Wang, to be honest, your chess skills leave much to be desired. Not only would you struggle against me, but I dare say even my granddaughter could outplay you." Old Wang wished to retort, but found himself utterly incapable, for old Chu's words rang undeniably true. With a resigned sigh, Elder Chu shook his head, lamenting the difficulty of finding a worthy opponent in chess. The solitude of invincibility weighed heavily upon him, a sentiment that, while perhaps tinged with arrogance, was nonetheless an undeniable truth. In this park, he had indeed become unrivaled. Any individual capable of playing chess, regardless of their skill level, had been thoroughly bested by him time and again. The onlookers, a collection of elderly gentlemen, bore expressions that betrayed their discomfort, likely remnants of previous defeats at his hands. Han Shichu smiled faintly and proposed, "Elder, how about you allow me to learn a thing or two from you?" Elder Chu raised his gaze, skeptical, and inquired, "You? Young man, do you truly know how to play chess?" "I possess a modicum of understanding," Han replied, a hint of bravado in his tone. Upon uttering this, I could almost foresee the impending outcome. "Very well, Elder Chu, take care. I can't help but feel that this time the brash young man might be in over his head. From the previous game analysis, it is evident that Elder Chu's chess prowess is remarkably formidable, likely at least at the level of a first-class player. Indeed, my professional assessment confirms that Elder Chu's skill undoubtedly reaches that of a first-class player, which is quite impressive. Haha, since everyone concurs, I am reassured. It seems this time the brash young man is destined for failure. For some reason, the thought of him facing a setback excites me." After a moment of contemplation, Elder Chu glanced at Han Shichu and then at the gathered spectators. Perhaps weary of repeatedly defeating the same group, a lack of challenge dampening his spirits, he graciously nodded and said, "Very well, I shall indulge you in a game." With his agreement, Elder Wang rose to vacate his spot. Han Shichu offered a polite smile as he settled down and began to reset the chessboard. He refrained from imposing any conditions or wagers, choosing instead to await the opportune moment to pique Elder Chu's interest and competitive spirit. Elder Chu gestured for him to proceed, courteously stating, "Young man, you may play the red pieces and make the first move." Han Shichu returned the gesture with a smile, insisting, "Elder, please, you go first." However, the elder shook his head, adamantly asserting, "Rules are rules, the red pieces move first." It was clear he was a man of principle. Chapter 45, Subtle Strategies. Enticing the opponent. Han Shichu, no longer deferring, initiated the game with a seemingly standard move, a screen horse opening, which, while appearing conventional, was imbued with subtlety and adaptability. As it was his first time playing, and given the elder's seniority, Han Shichu was cautious in his approach, avoiding any overt aggression. Most players favor an aggressive opening, such as the head cannon, believing it to be powerful and assertive. Yet, to both the opponent and the spectators, such tactics reveal an overzealous intent, easily discernible. While there are indeed valid aggressive openings, many grandmasters prefer a more nuanced approach, never revealing their aggressive designs from the outset. In the mysterious lands of the Orient, the Sword of Longevity, famed for bestowing immortality, often employs the screen horse opening. Though the Overlord's spear is aggressive in nature, it too favors a flight elephant strategy to invite change. The flying dagger, with its deadly precision, encompasses the concept of a deft maneuver. These openings are all commendable. In professional tournaments, such decorum is standard, let alone in casual settings. Harmony and courtesy, fostering friendships through chess, are indeed commendable principles. In the first game, Han Shichu had no intention of launching a fierce assault. Rather, he aimed to defeat his opponent subtly, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, setting the stage from the very beginning. If the elder failed to discern his stratagem, he would easily fall into Han Shichu's carefully constructed trap. Initially, Elder Chu dismissed Han Shichu's moves as erratic, seemingly unstructured. However, after several rounds, he began to sense something amiss, his deliberation time extending as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly fallen into Han Shichu's rhythm, unaware that he was ensnared within the web of his opponent's design. Elder Chu scratched his head, pondering his next move, while Han Shichu leisurely enjoyed a sumptuous meat bun bought from Bai Luming. The flavor was indeed delightful. The onlookers, donned in contemplative expressions, seemed to be strategizing their responses to Han Shichu's impending move, yet they could not help but shake their heads in resignation. Whether lamenting their own limited skills or the inevitability of the situation, their dismay was palpable. It appears futile. Once the brash young man's rook takes the king, he will have no moves left. Indeed, no matter what one tries, it would be in vain. There are no retreats left. The brash young man has effectively blocked all avenues for the black pieces. After Han Shichu finished his bun, Elder Chu, deep in thought, finally conceded defeat. "I admit my loss," he declared. Han Shichu nodded with a gentle smile, replying, "You honor me." Elder Chu, undeterred, lifted his head and scrutinized him earnestly, stating, "Young man, I confess I underestimated you. I did not anticipate your chess skills would be so sophisticated, executing your entire strategy without my awareness. An impressive feat, indeed. Might we engage in another match? From his tone and choice of words, it was evident that Han Shichu's prowess had earned Elder Chu's respect. Han Shichu feigned reluctance, adopting a hesitant demeanor. Elder Chu, perceptive to his hesitation, quickly inquired, "Young friend, is there something amiss?" His eagerness was palpable, having finally encountered a skilled opponent. He was not willing to let this opportunity slip away so easily. Not to mention, the thrill of engaging with a master had ignited his passion. The lingering sensation from the previous game left him unsatisfied. Thus, he endeavored to persuade Han Shichu to continue their match. Seeing the brash young man's hesitant demeanor, it was clear he was concocting a scheme. Goodness, it seems he is plotting something devious. His cunning is quite impressive. If all goes as expected, Elder Chu will be treating us to lunch. Alas, we are about to be outsmarted again. Elder Chu, don't be fooled. Han Shichu, appearing somewhat troubled, replied. Elder, as you can see, I am currently recording a show. Elder Chu nodded, glancing at Bai Luming and the cameraman, then asked, "Are you filming Penniless?" Both Han Shichu and Bai Luming were taken aback. While they knew the show was popular, they had not anticipated that the elderly gentleman would be aware of it. Han Shichu nodded. "Yes, Elder, we still need to address our lunch situation. We truly lack the time for another game, but perhaps we can play again another time?" Indeed. Brother Mongfu's strategy of retreating to advance is quite ruthless, inviting one to a trap while daring them to engage. A chef forsaking recipes to study military tactics? A poet neglecting their collections for the art of war? A singer abandoning their scores for strategy? An author of children's tales turning to warfare? A chess player disregarding their manuals to delve into battle tactics? Goodness, one might be astonished. It appears Brother Mongfu has demonstrated such a plethora of skills in just a few days. Truly remarkable. Is this the reign of the cross-disciplinary king, Brother Mongfu? An eternal legend. However, Elder Chu resolutely declined Han Shichu's proposal without hesitation. Was it merely a lunch? Thus, he suggested, let us play a few more games, and at noon, I shall take you all home for a meal. How does that sound? Yet, this was impossible, as it contravened the rules set by the production team. Nonetheless, Han Shichu was undeterred and simply altered the terms. With a glint in his eye, he smiled and proposed, Elder, I shall play chess with you. But let us wager a lunch on our next game. What do you think? Elder Chu, being familiar with the program Penniless, was somewhat aware of its rules. Moreover, he was eager to continue their sparring, so without a moment's thought, he agreed. Very well, let us proceed swiftly. With a couple of deft maneuvers, they set the board anew and resumed their match. Yet, as expected, Elder Chu suffered another crushing defeat without a glimmer of retaliation. Undeterred, Elder Chu's resolve only intensified. Insisting on continuing, Han Shichu smiled faintly, another scheme brewing in his mind. Chapter 46, Truly Reckless, Perhaps Familiar. Han Shichu smiled lightly, not in haste to reset the board, but instead asked slowly, Elder, shall we continue? Elder Chu, setting the pieces in play, replied without lifting his gaze, Of course. There is still ample time. I am not in a hurry for lunch. Let us play a few more games. In Han Shichu's eyes, Elder Chu was the epitome of someone with a hearty appetite for the game. How about we wager on the dishes for lunch? If you lose a game, we shall add a dish. The more you lose, the more dishes we shall prepare for noon. What do you say? Elder Chu chuckled without hesitation. Agreed. If you can win 8 or 10 games from me, we shall prepare that many dishes for lunch. Let's see your prowess. With that, Han Shichu wasted no time, aiming for a swift resolution. It was just past 9 o'clock, with at least 2 hours remaining. From that moment on, Han Shichu's style of play became fiercely aggressive. In about 10 minutes, he calmly declared, Checkmate. Elder Chu, frustrated, slapped his forehead and called for the next game. In less than 10 minutes, checkmate, next game, checkmate, next game, checkmate. Brother Mongfu, I beseech you to act like a person. Look at what you've done to Elder Chu, exclaimed onlookers. Goodness, finishing a game in an average of 7 to 8 minutes. How many dishes must Elder Chu lose? If this continues until night, he'll have lost enough to fill a banquet. It's a tragedy, a sight too painful to behold, Brother Mongfu. Can you not show some restraint? My goodness, Brother Mongfu, are you helping Elder Chu to overcome his chess addiction? Incredible, simply incredible. Brother Mongfu's strategy is astoundingly sophisticated. Each move conceals a profound intention, making it exceedingly difficult to discern his true motives. Indeed, if Elder Chu calculates 3 steps ahead, Brother Mongfu seems to calculate a dozen with each move, his mind cool and clear. His strategic acumen unparalleled. Does anyone else sense that Elder Chu's every response appears to be entirely within Brother Mongfu's calculations? The viewer's analyses were astute. Nearly every move Elder Chu made had been anticipated by Han Shichu, making victory virtually impossible. The disparity in skill was overwhelmingly evident. If Elder Chu possessed the strength of a first-level chess player, Han Shichu's prowess surpassed that of a super grandmaster. The system's divine skills were no jest. Even on the international professional stage, Han Shichu could effortlessly claim the championship trophy. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was 11:30. After enduring a relentless assault for 2.5 hours, Elder Chu sighed heavily, defeated, and said, "No more. Your chess skills are far too formidable. And the gap between us is insurmountable." Han Shichu smiled gently, offering reassurance. "Elder, your chess level is quite commendable. For an amateur to reach the strength of a first-level player is no small feat." Elder Chu did not respond, but suddenly inquired, "Young friend, be honest. How much of your power have you utilized? I sense you are still holding back." At this, Han Shichu's expression turned slightly awkward. "To tell the truth?" Elder Chu nodded. "Yes. I wish to comprehend just how vast the disparity between us truly is. Less than 20%. Elder Chu stared at him, dumbfounded. The onlookers were equally incredulous. Indeed, with less than 20% of his power, Han Shichu had utterly dominated Elder Chu, a first-level player. This was astonishing. "Are you serious?" Elder Chu, still in shock, fixed his gaze on him. Han Shichu nodded affirmatively. Elder Chu's face revealed a bitter smile as he took a deep breath and said slowly, "A super grandmaster?" Han Shichu shook his head, boldly proclaiming, "I do not know my ranking, but a super grandmaster cannot defeat me." Though this statement may seem arrogant, it was an undeniable truth. The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. Based on Han Shichu's displayed strength, they felt he was not merely boasting. We knew Brother Mongfu was strong, but who could have anticipated him to such an extraordinary degree? If I recall correctly, the highest level for professional players is indeed a super grandmaster. Clearly, Brother Mongfu's chess prowess transcends the technical rankings established by the Chess Association. This may be an exaggeration. While I might believe Brother Mongfu possesses super grandmaster strength, the tone and demeanor he just exhibited suggest he does not regard them highly at all. My word, this fellow is quite audacious. I shall tweet at the professional players of the Chess Association. Unbeknownst to Han Shichu, his candid admission would stir a tempest. Elder Chu gradually rose, his face adorned with a gentle smile, and said, "Young friend, the hour grows late. Please, let us proceed." "Thank you, Elder. A wager is a wager. However, you truly are relentless." Having lost 20 dishes to me, Han Shichu chuckled. "Just a jest. Elder, there is no need to take it to heart. A simple meal will suffice." To his surprise, Elder Chu shook his head, stubbornly insisting, "That will not do. A man's word is his bond. How can one go back on it?" Indeed, Elder Chu was quite a stubborn man of principle, and Han Shichu found no retort. Nevertheless, it matters not, since the esteemed elder is frolicking in this park. It stands to reason that he resides in the vicinity, and those who dwell nearby are surely of considerable means. As anticipated, Elder Chu led them into an opulent residential complex. As they strolled, Elder Chu suddenly remarked, "By the way, my granddaughter is someone you might actually know." "Really?" Han Shichu and Bai Luming exchanged surprised glances. Bai Luming eagerly inquired, "Is your granddaughter also in the entertainment industry, Elder?" Elder Chu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. My granddaughter is a singer." "Who is she?" Bai Luming asked, barely able to contain his curiosity. With a slight smile, Elder Chu replied, "You'll find out when we get home. She happens to be there these days." After a brief pause, he continued, "Today, you are in for a treat. My granddaughter's culinary skills are truly exceptional." Han Shichu and Bai Luming exchanged peculiar looks, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Who could it be? There are so many singer-songwriters with the surname Chu. What does it matter? We'll find out soon enough. No need for wild guesses. Haha. I wonder how Elder Chu would react if he knew what Mongfu Ji's culinary skills were like. Just thinking about it is amusing. Goodness. If Elder Chu had watched yesterday's live stream, he probably wouldn't dare to boast about his granddaughter's cooking in front of Mongfu Ge. Haha. Chapter 47. Successfully mooched a meal, the heavenly sister. Han Shichu furrowed his brows slightly, and with a hint of concern, he softly asked, "Elder Chu, since your granddaughter is a public figure, wouldn't our blatant visit expose her address?" "Not to worry. The security measures in this community are quite robust. Ordinary folks can't just wander in," he assured. However, Han Shichu still turned to the cameraman and said, "Could you please point the camera down for now? Avoid capturing which building or unit we're at." The cameraman nodded in understanding, shaking the camera slightly. Though it was not a villa, it was a spacious single-floor luxury apartment. The price of such a grand residence in this prime location was beyond imagination. Of course, for Bai Luming, a rising star, it might not seem extravagant, yet for Han Shichu, who was still struggling, it was truly unattainable, at least for the time being. Just as Elder Chu was about to input the door code, the door unexpectedly swung open. A stunning figure clad in loungewear appeared before them. "Sister?" Bai Luming exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, The one who opened the door was none other than the acclaimed diva of the entertainment company, Chu Wanji. Having achieved the status of a singing sensation before even turning 30, her prowess was evident. In the presence of such a formidable senior and pillar of the company, Han Shichu dared not be presumptuous and promptly greeted, "Sister." A gentle smile graced Chu Wanji's exquisite features as she softly said, "Welcome, dear junior brothers, to my home." Neither they nor the millions of online viewers could have anticipated that Elder Chu's granddaughter was indeed Chu Wanji. How fortuitous. Was this a gathering of the three titans of Dayu? Yet, at present, Bai Luming and Han Shichu could hardly be considered the pillars of Dayu. Han Shichu had only just debuted a day prior, while Bai Luming was merely a prominent figure among the new generation, still far from the established stars. "Wanji, are you heading out?" Elder Chu inquired. Chu Wanji smiled, waving her phone, making it clear that she was watching a live broadcast. "Grandpa, are you trying to bury your granddaughter? 20 dishes? How long will that take me?" Elder Chu's face turned awkward as he replied, "Wanji, you can't blame Grandpa for this. It's just that this young man is too impressive." Upon entering, Chu Wanji presented them with 3 pairs of brand new slippers. "You two, take a seat and relax. I'll go prepare dinner. Make yourselves at home, just like it's South your own place." Bai Luming quickly responded, "All right, sister, you do your thing. No need to mind us." Han Shichu also volunteered, "Sister, do you need any help?" Of course, Chu Wanji smiled warmly, with such a superb chef around. "How could I dare to show off my skills? I'll just assist you." "Well then, this sister is quite straightforward." Elder Chu looked puzzled. "What do you mean, Wanji? Does this young friend possess exceptional culinary abilities?" Feigning annoyance, Chu Wanji playfully retorted, "Grandpa, you should really watch yesterday's recording. You boasted so much about my cooking in front of Junior Han. You have no idea how embarrassed I felt watching the live stream." Elder Chu was taken aback. Is he really that remarkable? Junior Han dared to challenge the chefs at the Shangshi Fong alone, and he completely won them over with his culinary skills. "Grandpa, what do you think? Impressive, right?" Elder Chu was momentarily stunned, then a sheepish smile crept onto his face, revealing his embarrassment. Chu Wanji and Han Shichu entered the kitchen, which was already filled with a variety of ingredients, suggesting she had prepared in advance. "Sister, let's just whip up a few simple dishes, shall we? I was joking with Grandpa earlier, and I can't believe he took it seriously. Making 20 dishes would be too time-consuming, and we wouldn't even finish them. What a waste." Chu Wanji chuckled and replied, "All right, junior brother, just make a few dishes, and I'd like to taste your skills." "Okay, I'll just make some home-style dishes." "Hurry, Mong Fu Ji's culinary class is starting again. Come learn from him." I knew Mong Fu Gu would definitely cook himself, so I've been waiting for this moment. "Absolutely. I'm preparing to watch the live stream while cooking." Following Mong Fu Gu's steps to see if the taste is truly exceptional. As Chu Wanji washed the vegetables, she asked, "Junior Han, your manager is Rong Jia, right?" Han Shichu nodded. "Yes, that's correct." "Then you really are the quintessential junior brother. My previous manager was also Rong Jia, though she retired later." After a brief pause, Chu Wanji suddenly proposed, "So, junior brother, I have a concert in Modu in half a month. Would you like to come?" This was a clear gesture of goodwill towards him. Given her invitation, Han Shichu knew he couldn't refuse without causing her embarrassment. He promptly replied, "Sure, thank you, sister." Chu Wanji waved her hand. "No need for thanks. You don't need to be so formal with me. I'll ask Xiao Bai, if he has time. You both can come along." Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream were buzzing with excitement. "Haha, I wasn't planning to attend Chu Wanji's concert. But now that Mong Fu Gu will be there as a guest, I absolutely must go. Let us form a group and buy tickets quickly. We need to see what Mong Fu Gu will do at the concert. Haha, good thing I'm a member of the GZ Flower Fan Club. I bought my ticket ages ago. You all are too late. They're already sold out." After more than an hour, Han Shichu prepared 6 dishes and a soup, and many viewers had also finished cooking. At the dining table, Elder Chu smiled and asked, "Young friend, would you like a drink?" Bai Luming, the wine enthusiast, eagerly retrieved the bottle of imported wine he had brought and chimed in, "Yes, we must have a drink." Elder Chu shook his head and said, "What else with the foreign wine? Just wait, I'll go get some proper liquor." With that, he stood up and headed toward the liquor cabinet. Before long, he returned, a bottle of national liquor in hand. "Ah, you two are indeed fortunate today. This is an aged national liquor that I have cherished for decades. I seldom part with it for just anyone," he declared with a hint of pride. Bai Luming's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, eagerly rubbing his hands together as he exclaimed, "Wonderful. Thank you for your generous hospitality, my esteemed elder." Chu Wanji cast a casual glance and coolly remarked, "Drinking is fine, but moderation is key." The elder promptly agreed, "Of course, no problem. I assure you, we shall not overindulge." "Overindulge?" Bai Luming queried, puzzled. "What is the designated limit set by the senior sister?" Chapter 48. Tipsy and merry, the show concludes. Chu Wanji raised 3 fingers, smiling as she said, 3 cups, remember. Do not be greedy. 3 cups? Bai Luming widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, what can 3 cups accomplish? It won't even satisfy the craving. Immediately, Chu Wanji's eyes sparkled with amusement as she fixed her gaze upon him. The elder also regarded him with mild surprise before discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Although where there is oppression, there is resistance, any attempts to defy Chu Wanji were swiftly quelled by her formidable demeanor. One of the 2 formidable women of Dayu film and television media, she was indeed not to be trifled with. Thus, Bai Luming's audacity in unabashedly voicing his thoughts left the elder deeply impressed. Bai Luming had always been this way, speaking his mind without a filter, saying whatever came to him. Upon uttering his words, he suddenly recalled the moniker of smiling sorceress that belonged to Chu Wanji, and he quickly fawned, senior sister. You are absolutely right. We'll stick to 3 cups. We will certainly not be greedy. Oh, Chu Wanji smiled knowingly. Did someone not say that 3 cups wouldn't suffice? Who? Who made such a claim? Do they not know their own capacity? 3 cups? Why not aim for the heavens? Splendid. Truly a testament to the prowess of a seasoned performer. The change in expression is remarkable, and what is more, it appears so effortless. If only one had a modicum of modesty, they could never achieve such finesse. Han Shichu took the initiative to pour the liquor, and as soon as he removed the cap, a rich aroma of the spirit wafted through the air. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a fine liquor. The elder beamed with pride. See, I did not deceive you. This liquor is something I have long refrained from consuming. Such extravagance. Bai Luming remarked. Ah, today, meeting young friends brings me joy. What does expense matter? Liquor is best savored in good company. Han Shichu nodded in agreement and turned to Chu Wanji, asking, senior sister, would you care for a drink? Chu Wanji smiled gently, shaking her head. I cannot partake in white liquor. The scent alone is unbearable for me. Bai Luming then pushed a bottle of foreign wine towards her, rubbing his nose as he said, senior sister, this is more to our taste. Is this fellow lacking in emotional intelligence, or does he simply speak without thinking? Their meal extended over 2 to 3 hours, and the previously agreed 3 cups had long been forgotten by all. Not only the 3 of them, but even Chu Wanji indulged. The 2, slightly inebriated, bid farewell to the elder and the senior sister. Up to this moment, Bai Luming still had over 700 yuan from yesterday's earnings. More than sufficient until the show's conclusion. Furthermore, Han Shichu had no intention of causing further trouble and opted to find a cold drink shop to enjoy iced milk tea while basking in the air conditioning, comfortably sobering up. Afterward, the 2 casually dined at a modest eatery, marking the official end of the show. By the time the program concluded, Bai Luming had not spent all of his money. In fact, he still had over 600 remaining. Well, it turns out what the Reckless brother said was true. This was indeed a vacation. Ah, how can I feel satisfied? This weekend seemed to pass far too swiftly. Indeed, watching Reckless brother's performance, I unknowingly let the weekend slip away. It's a pity it ended before I could fully relish it. Who would dare believe that I actually stayed home this weekend? Rather than going out, thoroughly enjoying watching Reckless brother show off, while I, little white, lazed about? Damn it, I strongly suggest Reckless brother returns for another episode. Agreed. Once the program officially concluded, their manager promptly appeared. Rong Jia. As soon as Lisa Rong made her entrance, Bai Luming and his manager, Sister Hua, hurriedly greeted her. Not only was her position at Dayu exceptional, being a trusted confidant of the boss and a seasoned veteran, but her standing within the industry was also formidable. Had Lisa Rong not chosen to retire during her career's ascent, she might very well have become the foremost figure in the management realm. Even now, her connections and resources were invaluable. Moreover, Sister Hua, Bai Luming's manager, was someone she had personally mentored. Thus, respect was only natural. However, Lisa Rong did not act arrogantly. She smiled and remarked, so, Little Bai is under your guidance, Hua? Excellent. Little Bai stands out among the new generation. If mentored well, the future holds great promise. Upon hearing this, Sister Hua's face lit up with a pleased smile. Indeed, Bai Luming had shown remarkable progress. Just a few years ago, he was an obscure rookie, and now he had grown so swiftly. Bai Luming grinned proudly, yet feigned modesty. Oh, it's all thanks to Sister Hua's excellent mentorship and arrangements. Without her, I would not be sailing so smoothly. Sister Hua shot her a withering glance, retorting, You've grown wings now, huh? We'll discuss this more when we return. I'm too tired to waste words on you right now. Bai Luming shrank back, offering an awkward, sheepish smile. I never anticipated that upon your return, you would discover such a rare gem as Shichu. Luck. I never expected Shichu would bring me such a delightful surprise. Lisa Rong was not merely boasting. She had signed Han Shichu primarily for his striking looks. As for his talent, that was something she had never dared to imagine. This was true not only for Han Shichu, but for anyone. Life is filled with unexpected delights. Lisa Rong smiled slightly and continued, All right, let us leave it at that. These two have had quite the exhausting days. Let us send them home to rest properly. After all, we are all in the same company. We will have plenty of time to chat later. Sister Hua nodded in agreement. Yes. Let us reconvene at the company tomorrow. I have much to discuss with you. Rongjia. At that moment, Bai Luming suddenly interjected, Sister, I'll reach out tomorrow to come visit you, and I'll also check in on my little niece. Before Han Shichu could speak, Sister Hua snapped, Visit? Nonsense. Tomorrow. You are to participate in the new program. What? Bai Luming's eyes widened in disbelief as he protested loudly. Sister, we had an agreement. After completing the show penniless, I was promised 2 days of leave. Sister Hua, we must honor our word. We cannot go back on our promises. Sister Hua shot him a glare. Exasperated, that was before. I had no idea Shichu would be so talented. I thought you would struggle in this program, which is why I agreed to it. But what has happened? Under Shichu's fierce performance, you've had it quite easy these past 2 days. Doesn't that count as a vacation? Alright, it's settled then. Besides, I've already made arrangements with the new production team, so you have no choice but to comply. Chapter 49, Stepping into Live Streaming, the Singing Competition. Bai Luming looked at her, a picture of grievance, and pitifully stated, Sister Hua, must you be so harsh? Such treatment may cause me to drift away. Sister Hua smiled faintly, her disdain evident as she remarked, You, my dear fellow, must be saddled up the moment you catch a whiff of an opportunity. You wish to shirk your responsibilities. That simply will not do. We cannot allow you to become complacent. Knowing resistance was futile, Bai Luming resigned himself to this dismal fate. With a helpless sigh, he lamented, Alas, even the donkey of our production team would not dare to toil as relentlessly as I do. Truly, my life is wretched. You may as well exploit me to the fullest, for it is a sin indeed. Han Shichu looked at the pitiable Bai Luming and chuckled softly, saying, Little Bai, if you ever need anything, just give me a call. I've got your back. With that, he boarded the nanny vehicle. The driver, Wang Jun, took the wheel while Han Shichu and Lisa Rong engaged in light conversation in the back seat. Sister Rong, please don't squeeze me dry like Sister Hua does, Han Shichu implored. Lisa Rong smiled slightly, her words imbued with deeper meaning. How could I dare? After all, you are now the proprietor of a major fishery. I depend on you and your spouse for my livelihood. Oh, Sister Rong, please spare me the pressure, Han Shichu replied. But, to be honest, Shichu, are you aware of just how popular you have become? Since yesterday, do you have any idea how many calls I've received regarding endorsement deals? Han Shichu was aware of his rising fame, as evidenced by the popularity metrics displayed by the system. However, the extent of his popularity remained unclear to him. Upon seeing him shake his head, Lisa Rong laughed and continued, I've received dozens of calls about endorsements, and that doesn't even account for what the company has fielded. Yet, these individuals are all quite shrewd. They know your popularity is high, but your fame is still nascent, so the offers they present are rather modest. Clever calculations indeed. The more she spoke, the more incensed Lisa Rong became. Nevertheless, Han Shichu understood. After all, his current popularity was largely superficial, without a substantive work to showcase. Or if he were to fade into obscurity for any length of time, his fame would evaporate in an instant. Thus, those seeking to secure him for endorsements were primarily looking to ride the coattails of his fleeting popularity, making it unrealistic for them to offer significant compensation. Variety shows can indeed catapult one to instant recognition and acclaim, yet one must remain consistently visible on screen. Any lapse in activity could lead to a swift decline. Many artists who rise solely through participation in reality shows, without any personal works, often find themselves wildly popular for a time only to be swiftly forgotten. Therefore, to become a perennial figure in the entertainment industry, one must possess original works, signature pieces that ensure one is not easily forgotten. Han Shichu smiled serenely and replied, What is there to be upset about? It is indeed the truth. My current popularity is entirely inflated, verging on ephemeral. Lisa Rong sighed. I understand. It just feels rather too pragmatic. Oh, Sister Rong, I never anticipated that someone as seasoned as you would express such sentiments, he teased. Thus, I do not intend to accept any endorsement offers for you at this time, she stated. Han Shichu nodded, fully endorsing her approach. What we need to focus on now is solidifying your popularity while also producing outstanding work that belongs to you. Rather than merely depleting your current popularity, we should strive for sustainability. If I had followed my prior thoughts of having you merely be a flowery celebrity, then those meager offers would have sufficed. However, things have changed. Your talent has impressed me greatly, and I must reevaluate your trajectory. There is no need for you to become one of those fleeting, infamous celebrities who rely solely on their looks. Han Shichu nodded once more. Lisa Rong gazed intently at him, a subtle smile gracing her features. Yet, something about her expression made Han Shichu feel a tingle of apprehension. Sister Rong, please do not regard me with such predatory eyes. If there is something to discuss, do so directly. Bah. Lisa Rome scoffed. You speak in such a manner. How could you use such terms as predatory? Regardless, I must say, your disposition is quite pleasing. Many individuals who achieve overnight fame often experience an inflated ego, yet your demeanor remains calm and perceptive. This is commendable. It is only with a sound mentality that one can traverse the treacherous terrain of the entertainment industry. Han Shichu smiled gently, flattering words. Who does not relish them? Sister Rome, what did you wish to discuss with me earlier? Lisa Rome replied cheerfully, to help you stabilize your popularity. I have negotiated with the Longting livestream platform for you to join. Han Shichu paused. So, you intend for me to livestream? Lisa Rome nodded. But I lack the skills. And I am unsure about what to broadcast. Foolishness. She chided playfully. You possess so many talents. Your livestream content could be boundlessly diverse, composing poetry, cooking, singing, playing chess, reciting couplets, and storytelling. What could possibly hinder you? Very well, if you say so, it should not pose a problem. Shichu, that is the first matter. I have another to discuss with you. Han Shichu looked at her quizzically. What is it, Sister Rome? Well, I have also accepted an invitation for you to participate in a singing competition show. Han Shichu nodded thoughtfully, with divine vocal prowess at your assistance. It should not present any significant challenges. Lisa Rome added. Besides, since you can create your own music, it would be even better if you could perform your original compositions on stage. This concern, too, was manageable. He had accumulated a wealth of popularity and could simply purchase what he needed from the system if required. Certainly, I have penned many songs before. I can easily manage a season of the show. Excellent. As for when the show will air, that has yet to be determined. But I will inform you when the time comes. I have already registered your account on the Longting livestream platform, and it has been certified by the platform. I will send you the details shortly via WeChat. Additionally, I have also set up a Weibo account for you, which has also received official certification. However, you need not concern yourself with managing it, as I will arrange for an assistant to handle it professionally. Han Shichu nodded, thoroughly satisfied with Lisa Rome's arrangements. Chapter 50. Temptations of Homecoming, Unusual Maneuvers. By the time he returned to Ipin Huafu, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Upon entering the house and inputting the door code, he was greeted by the soft, melodic call of little Tang Yuan, Daddy, Daddy. Without even changing his shoes, he squatted down, arms open wide to embrace the rushing child. Oh, how I have missed you, my little darling. Han Shichu exclaimed as he lifted the small child into his arms, showering her forehead with tender kisses, eliciting joyous giggles from her. Little Tang Yuan, why are you still awake at such a late hour? You have kindergarten tomorrow. Little Tang Yuan affectionately nibbled on his cheek, gleefully responding. I wanted to wait for Daddy to come back and finish the story for me before I sleep. Yu Chu-chan, who had been keeping her company in the living room, approached with a resigned expression. Little Tang Yuan insisted on waiting for you. No matter how I coax her, she refuses to go to bed. When Yu Chu-chan appeared in his line of sight, Han Shichu's eyes widened in astonishment. As such, Yu Chu-chan adorned herself in that exquisite black silk lace nightgown for the first time. Her inherently flawless skin appeared even more radiant and smooth against the dark fabric, resembling a delicate porcelain. Moreover, the black lace not only exuded an air of mystery, but also stirred the primal desires within men. The sheer silk material, illuminated by the intense light in the living room, offered tantalizing glimpses that were far more alluring and provocative than complete nudity. Most notably, the low-cut nightgown could hardly conceal the undulating contours of her figure. Han Shichu found himself involuntarily swallowing hard, a wave of heat surging through him, as he experienced a tumult of emotions akin to a beast unleashed. He couldn't help but let out a silent sigh, having concluded after much observation that Yu Chu-chan was a woman he could never fully possess. Yu Chu-chan felt his unwavering gaze upon her, a blush of enchanting crimson gracing her delicate features. Strangely, she remained silent this time, refraining from suggesting a change of attire. It seemed she was gradually accepting Han Shichu, perhaps even unaware of her own transformation. Little Tang Yuan, with her round, sparkling eyes, glanced at him before turning to Yu Chu-chan, her cherubic face breaking into a mischievous smile. Clinging to Han Shichu's neck, she leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Daddy, isn't Mommy beautiful? Han Shichu nodded, smiling as he replied, Yes. Mommy is the most beautiful of all. Although he addressed little Tang Yuan, his gaze lingered on Yu Chu-chan, clearly meant for her ears. Perhaps feeling shy, she shot him a fleeting glance, but her heart brimmed with delight. All right, little Tang Yuan, hurry down so Daddy can take a shower and change clothes. I'll tell you a story afterwards. With that, she lifted the child from Han Shichu's embrace and headed toward the upstairs bedroom. Little Tang Yuan nestled in her arms. Peeking out over her shoulder, called out, Daddy, hurry up. Mommy and I are going to get ready. Be quiet. Yu Chu-chan replied with a playful scowl at the cheeky little girl. After Han Shichu had showered and changed into comfortable home attire, he knocked on Yu Chuchan's bedroom door. Upon entering, he found her setting aside her book, while little Tang Yuan lay asleep beside her. It seemed that the little one, exhausted from the day's activities, had fallen asleep before Han Shichu could read her a bedtime story. Han Shichu observed Yu Chuchan adjusting the light levels and softly remarked, "Since little Tang Yuan is already asleep, I shall head back to my own room." As he turned to leave, Yu Chuchan's subsequent action struck him like a bolt from the blue, revealing to him the depths of her mischievous intent. She inexplicably shook the already slumbering little Tang Yuan, exclaiming, "Little Tang Yuan, wake up. It's time for a bedtime story." Han Shichu stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by her audacity. Truly, she was not a mother in the traditional sense. To awaken a sleeping child for a story was a feat only a real mother might dare undertake. Little Tang Yuan blinked her sleepy eyes, rubbing them with her tiny hands. Mumbling in a daze, "Oh." Han Shichu quickly approached, gently patting her back while softly humming, lulling her back to sleep. Watching her peaceful little face and listening to her gentle, rhythmic breathing brought a warm smile to Han Shichu's face. He shot Yu Chuchan an exasperated glance. Was this behavior even remotely normal? Yet, it was precisely the sort of thing a true mother would do. Yu Chuchan, perhaps regaining her senses, felt a twinge of embarrassment for her earlier actions, lowering her head slightly, unable to meet Han Shichu's eyes. After a moment of silence, sensing the atmosphere had grown awkward, she sought to break the silence with a casual remark. Clearing her throat theatrically, she began, "I have to return to work tomorrow. I'll need to entrust little Tang Yuan to your care." Han Shichu smiled gently, replying, "Boss, what kind of relationship do we have? We share the same roof, dine from the same pot, and sleep in the same bed. There's no need for formalities." Yu Chuchan shot him a cold glance, retorting, "Can you speak properly? Isn't that the truth?" "I'm not fabricating anything," he replied, unfazed. Yu Chuchan glared at him, her expression threatening to erupt. Sensing her agitation, Han Shichu raised his hands in surrender, quickly saying, all right, I'll be more tactful in my speech from now on. Is that better? That's much more acceptable," she replied, her demeanor softening. Han Shichu chuckled, suddenly finding amusement in teasing this icy demeanor. Yu Chuchan lifted her gaze to meet his, noticing the mischievous smile on his face, his eyes glinting with meaning. Though her heart fluttered with shyness, her exterior remained frosty as she challenged him. "Hey, you lecher. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen before?" Han Shichu smiled slightly. "I have seen, but I never tire of it. The more I see, the more I delight in it. Boss, you are truly beautiful." After expressing his admiration, he promptly closed her bedroom door and exited, leaning against the headboard. Yu Chuchan felt a slight jolt, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Turning off the lights and preparing for sleep, she anticipated sweet dreams. Meanwhile, back in his own room, Han Shichu was about to claim his system reward when the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. "System task, please kiss Yu Chuchan within 1 week. Task success, reward of 1 lottery chance and access to the item lottery in the store. Task failure, host will endure a prolonged period of distress for half a month." Good grief, is this punishment not a bit extreme? Won't it leave me utterly incapacitated? Chapter 51, Sweet Dreams, No Trace, and the Attributes of a Lucky Star. A half-month of relentless distress. Han Shichu glanced down at his lower half, involuntarily shivering at the thought. Just imagining it sent chills down his spine. After such a punishment, he feared he would be rendered completely non-functional. However, a week's time remained, and the absurd system had not specified where to kiss, making the task less daunting. Yet, he knew that post-kiss, the boss might very well explode with fury, an endeavor fraught with peril. It appeared he must devise a foolproof plan, for inciting the ire of this Ice Queen would yield dire consequences. Thus, Han Shichu chose to set aside his thoughts, as pondering further would yield no benefit. First, he would claim his reward. The reward granted by the system was a single lottery chance, along with an additional 50,000 popularity points. For him, this meager sum was hardly noteworthy, considering he already possessed over 6 million points. He was practically wealthy. As for how popularity points were calculated, he was unaware and had no desire to know. Rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation, he was poised to begin his lottery draw, yet hesitated momentarily. Despite his skepticism towards superstitions and the supernatural, he resolved to wait until tomorrow to draw, hoping to bask in little Tang Yuan's good luck. After all, lottery opportunities were rare. Should he draw a useless skill or an unfortunate result, he would have nowhere to lament. His previous luck while holding little Tang Yuan during the lottery had been quite favorable. Regardless of whether it was mere coincidence or if the child possessed an inherent lucky aura, it was worth a try. Han Shichu's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. His heart buoyed by an unusual sense of elation, as if life were unfolding with renewed promise. His mind couldn't help but drift back to the enchanting expressions of Yuchu-chan. Yet, amidst these thoughts, a vivid image of her in a seductive silk nightgown flashed before him, refusing to dissipate. A sudden dryness gripped his throat, and even his lower self stirred with fervor. Promptly, Han Shichu sprang from his bed and hurried into the bathroom. The moment the thought of pursuing his desires took root, he cruelly extinguished it. He slapped his lower self, and then himself, gazing at his reflection in the mirror with disdain, muttering, "What a pathetic fool I am for indulging in such fantasies." After a cold shower, he finally quelled the surging beast within. At this moment, he resolved to expedite his pursuit of his superior. He sought not just to observe from afar, but to engage intimately. It appeared tonight was destined for dreams, dreams without a trace. The following morning, propelled by a robust biological clock, he awoke promptly at 7. Uncharacteristically, he did not begin his day with a wash. Instead, he found himself washing his underwear in the sink. To his astonishment, he had indeed dreamt the night before, a dream in which he and his superior played cards. As he scrubbed, he relished the sweet recollection of his delightful dream. The only regret was that just as he was about to play his trump card, he awoke. Quite vexing. By the time he prepared breakfast, little Tang Yuan, escorted by Sugar Bean, carefully descended the stairs. Upon spotting Han Shichu, she scampered over with her tiny legs and wrapped her arms around his calf. "Daddy, good morning." The exuberant kindergartner buzzed with energy, even at such an early hour. "Good morning, little Tang Yuan. Hurry and eat your breakfast. After we finish, Daddy will take you to kindergarten." He swiftly set her on a chair, serving her a bowl of beef porridge and a glass of pure milk. "Thank you, Daddy." Little Tang Yuan cheerfully took her spoon and began to eat. Seeing her puffy cheeks as she diligently blew on the porridge, she was undeniably adorable, prompting a smile from Han Shichu. "Where's Mommy?" she asked, shoving a spoonful of cooled porridge into her mouth. "Mommy is putting on her makeup," he replied, nodding. He carefully prepared her porridge to cool it down. Before long, Yuchu-chan descended the stairs. At the dining table, Han Shichu, reminded of his system's task, unconsciously fixated his gaze upon her. Noticing his intense stare, Yuchu-chan shot him a sharp glance. Embarrassed, he smiled awkwardly and turned his attention to ensuring little Tang Yuan finished her breakfast. "Are you driving to the office? Or will you join us?" "I'll drive myself. You take little Tang Yuan to kindergarten first." Han Shichu nodded. "All right, I'll take her. And I'll wash the dishes when I return." Little Tang Yuan patted Sugar Bean's head. "Sugar Bean, go get my teddy backpack." Sugar Bean, looking pitifully at Han Shichu, seemed to plead, "Can you please manage your little darling?" Han Shichu, amused by the dog's forlorn expression, urged, "Go on, and when I return, I'll treat you." Sugar Bean scampered upstairs. Han Shichu helped little Tang Yuan put on her shoes, grabbing her teddy backpack in one hand while cradling her in the other as they headed out. "System, I wish to draw a lottery." "Begin." "Stop." "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the ultimate martial arts skill." Upon hearing the system's notification, Han Shichu felt immense satisfaction. With this ultimate martial arts skill, his physical shortcomings could be rectified. Moreover, how could one navigate the affluent circles without some martial prowess? Indeed, little Tang Yuan had illuminated his luck. Overwhelmed with joy, he showered little Tang Yuan with affectionate kisses, eliciting peals of laughter from her. He mused silently. "Perhaps if I kiss her again before the next lottery, my luck will be even better." Nodding thoughtfully, he deemed it worth a try. In the car, little Tang Yuan's chatter commenced. "Daddy, how long until we can go back to Grandma's house? I miss her so much. Just 1 month until summer vacation. And then Daddy will take you to see Grandma and Grandpa, okay?" Little Tang Yuan's round eyes widened in confusion. "How long is a month?" Han Shichu chuckled. 31 days. That's such a long time." She pouted in dismay. "Daddy, what do Grandma and Grandpa like?" Han Shichu glanced at her, smiling. "Are you thinking of getting them a gift?" Little Tang Yuan nodded eagerly. "I want to surprise them." The little one was truly endearing. Han Shichu affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Anything from you will delight them." "Really?" "Absolutely. Daddy would never lie to you." For the remainder of the journey, little Tang Yuan lapsed into an unusual silence, likely pondering what gift to present. Chapter 52. 10 Grilled Sausages, Issuing a Challenge. Upon returning home, Yuchu-chan had already departed for the office. After feeding Sugar Bean, who had been circling around him, and washing up, Han Shichu settled in the garden pavilion with his drawing board, leisurely savoring tea while sketching. This was to be his first formal gift for little Tang Yuan, so he approached it with great care and attention. He didn't intend to create too many pieces, planning instead to illustrate 10 stories, some fairy tales, some fables. Perfection in every aspect. The entire day was spent immersed in the world of art. Even for lunch, he merely ordered a simple takeaway. Alone, he couldn't be bothered to cook. After setting down his drawing tools, he slowly stood, exhaling deeply. Stretching, he gently moved his slightly stiff limbs. The robust physique afforded by the ultimate martial arts had made a noticeable difference. Previously, such a day of inactivity would have left him feeling drained, while now he experienced no such discomfort. Checking the time, Han Shichu prepared to pick up little Tang Yuan from school. Arriving at the kindergarten just as the dismissal bell rang, he spotted little Tang Yuan, as eager as ever, racing toward him with her tiny legs. Holding her hand, he smiled and asked, "So, little Tang Yuan, were you well behaved at kindergarten today?" She proudly puffed out her chest, declaring, "Daddy, I was very good." She then paused, retrieved her teddy backpack, and produced a vibrant red flower. "Here, Daddy, this is the big red flower that Teacher Lee awarded me." After handing it to him, her wide eyes sparkled with anticipation. Clearly seeking praise, Han Shichu accepted the flower, ensuring not to disappoint her, and cheerfully praised, "Indeed, our little Tang Yuan is truly remarkable." Instantly, a radiant smile spread across her face, her joy palpable. Hand in hand, they strolled as little Tang Yuan bounced along, full of life. Beauty may be fleeting, but charm is eternal. Being an adorable oddball brings joy. As little Tang Yuan ambled along, she hummed a sweet tune in her baby voice. At first, Han Shichu did not quite comprehend her infantile babble, but upon listening attentively, he understood. This melody was likely a whimsical creation of little Tang Yuan herself. Yet, there was nothing inherently flawed about her composition. Han Shichu couldn't help but smile gently as he glanced down at the self-absorbed little girl. She was utterly endearing. When they passed by the convenience store from their last visit, little Tang Yuan tugged at his hand, urging him inside. "Daddy, I'm going to buy you something really nice." A sudden wave of guilt washed over him, as if he were deceiving this little darling out of her pocket money. Although it was little Tang Yuan who initiated this, and despite her being a little wealthy one, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame. Upon entering the store, little Tang Yuan pointed at the grilled sausages and, with a lisping voice, said to the shopkeeper, "Annie, I want 10 of these." As the shopkeeper prepared her order, she inquired with a smile, "Are these for Daddy?" Little Tang Yuan nodded vigorously. "But do you know what 10 sausages signify?" "I know. It means I miss you often." To Han Shichu's surprise, even he hadn't anticipated that she would grasp such a clever pawn. He was even more astonished to discover that the first person to buy him 10 sausages was none other than little Tang Yuan. The thoughts and actions of children are often characterized by their innocence, sincerity, and directness. Indeed, Han Shichu felt deeply touched by her gesture. Little Tang Yuan truly was his little warm embrace, an unwavering source of comfort, always moving him with her genuine and unintentional acts. To be frank, his determination to pursue Yu Chuchan was undoubtedly influenced by little Tang Yuan. The remaining motivation stemmed from his undeniable attraction to her. After little Tang Yuan paid, Han Shichu handed her a sausage, but she shook her head resolutely, refusing to accept it. "Daddy, that's yours." Han Shichu understood her little secret. If she shared her sausage with him, he would belong to her, unable to stray far and compelled to think of her often. He felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for this little one, who was so fearful of losing him. Regardless of the outcome of his pursuit of Yu Chuchan, little Tang Yuan would forever be his daughter, for life. He tightened his grip on her hand slightly, not enough to hurt her, but enough to signify his resolve. Just as they were about to leave, Han Shichu suddenly had a thought and turned to little Tang Yuan, saying, "Sweetheart, do you think Daddy should buy 10 sausages for Mommy as well?" Little Tang Yuan beamed and nodded eagerly. "Mommy will surely be very happy." Since he was determined to pursue her, he might as well be bold. Mere words were insufficient. Actions must be taken, even if they seemed trivial. Han Shichu led little Tang Yuan back into the convenience store to order 10 sausages once more. The little heiress attempted to pay, but Han Shichu stopped her. To others, she was a bit of a miser, but with him, she was utterly generous, willing to give him everything. This was the unique affection that little Tang Yuan held for him. When they returned home, it was still before 5 o'clock, yet Yu Chuchan was already back. The beauty of being a boss was the freedom it afforded. Upon seeing the father and daughter enter, Yu Chuchan swiftly transformed her demeanor. In front of little Tang Yuan, she always presented herself as the gentle, kind, and understanding mother. Approaching her, Han Shichu handed her the bag containing the 10 sausages. "Here, my dear leader, I bought these especially for you." Yu Chuchan glanced at the sausages in the bag, her expression perplexed. What does this mean? It was evident that she was unaware of the pun. Not even as savvy as a 3-year-old. Before Han Shichu could elaborate, little Tang Yuan chimed in excitedly, "Mommy, this is Daddy's love." "Ah, what does a 3-year-old understand about love?" Yu Chuchan looked quizzically at the father and daughter, but accepted the bag nonetheless. Just as Han Shichu was about to explain, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, it was his agent, Lisa Rong. "Hello, Rongjia." On the other end, Lisa's tone was somewhat serious. "Shichu, did you see the trending topics on Weibo today?" From her tone, Han Shichu sensed that something was amiss and quickly asked, "Rongjia, what happened?" Indeed, something had transpired. What you said on the show reached the Chess Association, and they were quite displeased and angered by your audacity. Several grandmasters from the association wish to personally challenge you to teach you a lesson. They have issued a formal challenge on Weibo. Hearing this, Han Shichu exhaled in relief. He had feared it was something far more severe. Grandmasters? He hardly found that daunting. Chapter 53. Initiating the live broadcast, a breath of fresh air. Han Shichu chuckled. Oh, is that all? A challenge from the Chess Association's grandmasters? I accept. It seemed that Lisa Rome was taken aback by his response, remaining silent for a moment. Shichu, are you serious? Absolutely, Romejia. Just handle the arrangements for the match and inform me when everything is set. Do you have confidence? If not, we can ignore this and let it slide, but if you accept and lose, it could be quite detrimental to you. Han Shichu smiled confidently. Rest assured, Romejia. Grandmasters are merely that. Defeating me will not be an easy task. He did not want to sound overly boastful, as humility is a traditional virtue. All right, since you are so confident, I will make the arrangements. We can also take advantage of the opportunity to gain some popularity and trending topics. It's a win-win. Han Shichu understood that she was keen on maximizing the exposure from the chess match. By the way, Shichu, you should start live streaming tonight to maintain that popularity. We cannot afford to let it slip. Tonight? Han Shichu was somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, he realized that she was correct. Inflated popularity would quickly diminish if not showcased to the audience. Very well, I shall commence the live stream now. Hearing his affirmation, Lisa Rome quickly added, not so fast. Let us wait a moment. I'll have Xiao AI send out a Weibo announcement. Although he was unaware of who Xiao AI was, it was easy to deduce that she was likely Romejie's newly hired assistant, responsible for managing his various platform accounts. Let us start the live stream at 6 o'clock sharp. Xiao AI and I will bring the equipment over. After hanging up, Han Shichu glanced at Yu Chuchan, who was looking at him with a complex expression, while little Tang Yuan sat beside her, giggling. It was clear that she had relayed the pun about the 10 sausages to her mother. With a smile, Han Shichu remarked, later, Romejia will come over to assist me with the live stream. Before he could finish, Yu Chuchan, anticipating his intent, interjected, no worries. Little Tang Yuan and I can handle it. Though not explicitly stated, her meaning was clear enough. No, Han Shichu replied with a mischievous smile, what I meant was, please don't wear that sheer nightgown again. I would find it quite distracting. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she shot him a glare that seemed to convey her annoyance. Han Shichu felt as though her only form of retaliation was through her eyes. After refreshing himself with a shower and donning a comfortable summer outfit of a tank top and shorts, he descended the stairs to find that Yu Chuchan and little Tang Yuan had likely retreated to their rooms for a bath. In the summer, stepping outside often left one feeling sticky, and returning home without a quick wash was truly unbearable. Han Shichu sat on the sofa, contemplating the upcoming live broadcast. After all, it was a momentous occasion akin to a maiden entering a bridal sedan chair. He certainly did not wish to falter. Fortunately, though he had never seen a pig run, he had observed them enough to emulate the behavior with ease. As he pondered, Yu Chuchan descended the stairs with little Tang Yuan in tow. Indeed, she was clad in a long-sleeved, long-pants pajama set, while little Tang Yuan sported a silk short-sleeved pajama top paired with shorts. Despite having removed her makeup, Yu Chuchan's innate beauty remained breathtaking, and her usual light makeup did little to detract from her allure. Han Shichu looked at her and smiled, saying, I will be cooking during the live stream later. If you find yourself hungry, I can prepare something for you to eat. Perhaps a little something to fill your stomach? Unperturbed by the double entendre in his words, Yu Chuchan shook her head and replied, no need, I'm not hungry. That was understandable, considering she had just eaten a few grilled sausages. Before long, the doorbell rang. Energetic little Tang Yuan promptly slid off the sofa, exclaiming, I'll go answer the door. With that, she scampered off to open it. Knowing that the visitor was Lisa Rome, Han Shichu and Yu Chuchan did not intervene. Little Tang Yuan, on her tiptoes, struggled to open the door. Upon seeing the visitor, she joyfully shouted, Aunt Rome. Lisa Rome crouched down, embracing little Tang Yuan and planting a kiss on her rosy cheek. Smiling as she said, Little darling, it's been a while. Have you missed Aunt Rome? The straightforward little Tang Yuan shook her head, delivering a blunt retort. No, I really didn't have time to think about Aunt Rome. Lisa Rome realized her question was somewhat superfluous and playfully feigned anger, saying, Oh, little ingrate. Have you forgotten all that Aunt Rome has done for you? Taking you to the underwater world, buying you clothes and toys, treating you to delicious food. Do you not remember any of that? Aunt Rome, my name is Little Tang Yuan, not Little Ingrate. Little Tang Yuan skillfully diverted the topic, showcasing her cleverness. Aunt Rome, and this beautiful sister, please come in and have a seat. After exchanging pleasantries in the living room, Lisa Rome and her assistant, Xiao AI, began setting up the live streaming equipment. When everything was ready, Han Shichu glanced at the clock. It was precisely 6 o'clock. He took a deep breath, holding the live streaming phone that Lisa Rong had prepared, and entered the broadcast room. As he activated the stream, a flood of viewers surged into the chat. "You wife betrayed me. The stream has started. Finally, we're live. A day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. Bro, life without you is unbearable. Tokyo hot love story. I'm a tycoon. I'm here first. Here as a gift to show my respect. Rich girl. Hey, scoundrel. Don't get too cocky before me. Let me send 2 gifts to warm up the atmosphere first. Scallion young master. Heh. I'll just quietly watch you all show off and silently send 10 gifts." As Han Shichu observed the screen filled with gift effects, he felt overwhelmed. He frowned, unable to even express gratitude. Turning to Lisa Rong, he asked, "Sister Rong, can we disable this gift feature?" Sister Rong nodded and signaled to her assistant, Xiao AI, who promptly turned off the feature in the background. Instantly, the effects vanished, the screen cleared, and Han Shichu felt a wave of relief. However, the chat exploded with reactions. "Rich girl, bro, what do you mean? No gifts? Scallion young master. If we can't send gifts, how can I show off? Boring, I'm out." Despite their complaints, none of them actually exited the stream. Haha, bro is truly unique. I won't say much, just based on this move, I'll support you for life. Bro is a breath of fresh air, truly admirable. While other streamers beg for gifts, bro simply disables the feature, brilliant. Chapter 54, The Rich Lady Appears. Little White breaks down. Damn it, I'm switching from a fan to a hater. If you want tea, let me use my hard-earned money for noodles. Do you not consider me family? What is the point then? 1-star review. Be looking at crab yellow bun secret recipe. Heh. Did you all forget that bro's wife is a rich lady? Pay attention to the decor and layout of bro's home. Do they seem short on money? Once this reminder was made, everyone finally noticed the opulent background in bro's camera view. A spacious living room adorned with luxurious yet tasteful decor, exquisite furnishings, and a carefully considered arrangement. Indeed, they had forgotten about the rich lady's existence. Han Shichu smiled at the screen and said, "Hello, dear viewers. I am Han Shichu. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for taking the time to join my live debut amidst your busy schedules. As a newcomer who has just debuted for 2 days, your enthusiastic response truly astonishes me. To be candid, the reason I initiated this live stream is to solidify my popularity and increase my visibility. I have no intention of exploiting anyone. You all know I have a stunningly beautiful and affluent wife, and our little Tang Yuan is also quite the little rich lady, so I am not in need of money. I appreciate your kindness. Now, dear friends, it's time to prepare, as bro's cooking class is about to commence. Scallion young master. Bro. I have a humble request. Could you let your sister-in-law make an appearance? Don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting anything untoward, just purely curious. Yes, that's right. Just curious. You wife betrayed me. Honestly, my friend watching the stream with me is also very curious. Rich girl. Heh, a bunch of gluttons. Speaking as if it's serious. I, on the other hand, am particularly curious about little Tang Yuan. As Han Shichu scanned the lively chat, he instinctively glanced towards Yu Chu-chan and little Tang Yuan. Yu Chu-chan, who was quietly observing the stream, understood precisely what the viewers were discussing. She also knew that the viewers were merely indulging in their habitual banter, genuinely just curious. When she caught Han Shichu's gaze, she said nothing. He felt a tinge of disappointment, not because she was unwilling to appear, but because she seemed reluctant to publicly acknowledge their relationship. It was her attitude that concerned him. Disheartened and somewhat melancholic, he averted his gaze, lowering his head. Yu Chu-chan, noticing his sorrowful demeanor, couldn't help but subtly smile, as if reveling in a successful prank. She acknowledged that her earlier demeanor had been intentional. Just as Han Shichu was about to speak, he was taken aback when Yu Chu-chan stood up, moved to sit beside him, and deftly angled the phone he was holding, directing the camera towards herself. He had never anticipated that she would be so straightforward and decisive. His previously plummeting spirits soared to new heights in an instant. It was exhilarating. Waving at the camera, her exquisite and enchanting face bore a gentle smile as she greeted. "Hello, dear viewers. I am the rich lady standing behind Shichu. I hear you are quite curious about me. Scallion young master. I am sorry, I'm not worthy. It was my foolish talk. Crazy chow chow. I am not worthy either. I need to change my name." The wealthy young girl, Ward Tian, sister-in-law. "Is this your bare face? You look absolutely stunning. What divine beauty is this? I can't help but feel envy and jealousy. It's simply unbearable. I might just swoon. Your wife betrayed me. Ah, with such unparalleled beauty, it's no wonder the wolf pack feels utterly inadequate, not daring to harbor even the slightest desire. Indeed, only a man like Mongfu can be worthy of sister-in-law. Both possess exceptional looks, one brimming with talent, the other blessed with wealth, a perfect match. I am unlike you all. While you are wolves, I am a demon. So, my apologies, Mongfu. It's not that I am ungrateful, but but rather, sister-in-law's charm is simply too captivating. Come now. As if sister-in-law would ever look your way. What audacity. V's secret recipe for crab roe bun. OMG. Indeed, the affluent lady standing behind Mongfu. Is that not the president of Dayu Film and Television Media Company, General Manager Yu Chu-chan? Torn scallion young master. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sister Chan, I apologize. My eyes are failing me. I didn't recognize you at first. Please forgive my earlier outburst. I truly had no idea that my brother-in-law is Mongfu. Trembling. Well, who would have thought the esteemed young master Torn Scallion would ever tremble in fear? How rare. Your wife betrayed me. It really is General Manager Yu. Wow, Mongfu. You truly are impressive, having directly won over your boss. How astounding. Don't say that. I'm on my way to our female boss's office. Taking a chance to turn my bicycle into a motorcycle. I have already knocked on the door of the male boss's office. Oh, by the way, I am also male, but it's fine. Who knows what might happen, right? At that moment, in a hotel in the magical city, Bai Luming, having just finished recording today's episode, was watching Han Shichu's live stream while discussing with other program guests about where to scrounge a meal tomorrow. As he took a sip of water, the moment he saw Yu Chu-chan appear on the screen, he sprayed the water all over his phone. Sitting nearby, Chu Wanji, splashed with water, glared at him and demanded, Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Was that intentional? If you're dissatisfied with your senior sister, just say so. She is not unreasonable. Bai Luming hurriedly grabbed some tissues, ready to wipe her down. Just as he reached out, Chu Wanji suddenly stood up, hands on her hips, fiercely admonishing, Hey, Bai Luming, do you want to die? The other two guests nearby chuckled, enjoying the spectacle. Bai Luming then realized the water had splashed on Chu Wanji's chest. Fortunately, she reacted in time. Otherwise, this foolish young man might have really gotten carried away. Bai Luming hastily withdrew his outstretched hand, offering an awkward smile as he repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, senior sister, it was truly unintentional. And I had no intention of taking advantage. It was merely a reflex. Chu Wanji, of course, knew he was only trying to scare him. Yet she couldn't help but wonder. If it had been intentional, would she have cared? Would she have exploded with anger? Perhaps she would. She shot him a playful glare and asked, What were you watching just now that made you so startled? Bai Luming swallowed hard and responded mysteriously, Senior sister. Do you know who my brother's wife is? To clarify, this is a purely urban entertainment narrative, devoid of any fantasy or mystical elements. The remarkable skills mentioned are solely for self-defense, fitness, and acting needs. Chapter 55. The adorable cub captivates fans and infuriates netizens. Chu Wanji furrowed her brow, questioning, Your brother? Then it dawned on her. You mean the junior brother? What about him? Who is his wife that is so shocking? The two entertainment industry bigwigs beside them had naturally heard of Han Shichu's recent meteoric rise, especially with 3 major official accounts praising him, dominating several hot search lists, impossible to miss. They all turned their attention to Bai Luming, clearly intrigued. It seemed everyone, regardless of gender, possessed a gossiping heart. Bai Luming took a deep breath and slowly stated, Sister-in-law is none other than our company's general manager Yu. As his words hung in the air, Chu Wanji's face transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Not only he, but even the 2 other industry giants had heard of General Manager Yu's renowned beauty. Who would have guessed this exquisite gem had been whisked away without anyone noticing? The two exchanged knowing glances, silently calculating that it would be wise to treat this Mongfu with a bit more courtesy in the future, for he had the entire DU as his backing. Clearly a rising star. In the future, they might need to rely on him, so it would be unwise to offend him. Moreover, Mongfu himself was not to be underestimated. Who had ever seen someone stir up such a sensation in merely 2 days after debuting? He was not someone to cross. Furthermore, why would anyone wantonly offend someone without cause? Everyone is a mature adult, not a child. How could they act impulsively without reason? Of course, many individuals simply disapproved of someone's character and style, deeming them too arrogant or pretentious. Yet, this merely reflects their own narrow-mindedness. Perhaps they should open their hearts and try to engage with the other party. They might be pleasantly surprised by the outcome. As a close friend of Yu Chu-chan, Chu Wanji felt a mix of shock and anger. How could she have been kept in the dark about such a significant matter? They had promised to be each other's angels. How could she hide something so monumental from her? Slightly in disbelief, she asked, Xiao Bai, are you serious? Here, senior sister. See for yourself. Bai Luming replied, casting his phone onto the room's television, and everyone began watching the live stream together. Yu Chu-chan merely exchanged brief greetings before stepping out of the camera's view. As a formidable woman who co-founded Dayu, handling such trivial situations was no challenge for her. However, she was not one to seek the limelight, especially not wanting to overshadow Han Shichu. While she was content, Xiao Tangyuan was not, insisting on joining in the excitement. He climbed onto Han Shichu's lap, exclaiming, Daddy, Xiao Tangyuan wants to see too. Saying that, he curiously gazed at the phone screen in Han Shichu's hands. Previously, this straightforward girl had managed to irritate Lisa Rong, and now seizing the opportunity, she was determined to tease the little cub. Smiling, she asked, Xiao Tangyuan, can you read? Do you understand what these older brothers and sisters are saying? Xiao Tangyuan furrowed his brows like two little caterpillars. While he couldn't read, he certainly wouldn't back down easily. With a firm tone, he declared, of course I can read, no matter the circumstance. He maintained a commanding presence and refused to yield. Lisa Rong, playfully teasing him, pointed to a comment on the screen and cheerfully inquired, what does this sentence say? Xiao Tangyuan's eyes darted around, and then he earnestly replied, this sentence says, little children must not play with water. Well, one must admit, this little one certainly had some cleverness about him. Seeing his serious demeanor, Lisa Rong stifled a laugh and continued, and what about this sentence? This one says, little children must not lie. At this point, the entire living room erupted in laughter, yet Han Shichu remained composed. The chat window was abuzz with activity. The young master of Scallion. Oh my little niece is simply adorable. Is this some sort of ploy to trick me into marriage and fatherhood? The wealthy young girl. Haha, the little dumpling, chiseled like fine porcelain, is not only cute, but also full of mischief. I have successfully become enchanted by this little dumpling and long to cradle her in my arms, showering her with affectionate kisses. My heart has melted. I yearn to find a man and have a daughter just like this little dumpling. Ah, the significance of genetics. The little dumpling has flawlessly inherited the admirable traits of both Brother Brash and President Yu, an envy that cannot be replicated. Whoever can guarantee that we will have a daughter as adorable as this little dumpling, I would immediately steal the household registration and marry him to have children. Forget that. It might be more prudent to simply steal the little dumpling. To my surprise, the appearance of the little dumpling has sparked a wave of interest among female viewers. It's all due to this wretched, uncontainable maternal instinct. However, the most delighted are, of course, the male compatriots in the live stream. Han Shichu did not smile, for he had been pondering the correct approach to parenting, never anticipating that the little dumpling would inadvertently provide him with the perfect opportunity. Gazing at the little dumpling, he earnestly remarked, little dumpling, since you know children should not tell lies, why did you just lie? Originally filled with pride and joy, the little dumpling suddenly froze, as if she had just realized her mistake. Looking up at Han Shichu with pleading eyes, she timidly lowered her head and admitted, I'm sorry, Daddy. Little dumpling knows she was wrong. Then, she cautiously raised her gaze to sneak a glance at Han Shichu, only to find him still earnestly staring at her, prompting her to fervently assure him, Daddy, please don't be angry. Little dumpling promises never to lie again. She appeared genuinely terrified of inciting his displeasure, her eyes brimming with tears, her small face etched with sorrow and a plea for forgiveness. The viewers, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, were immediately displeased. Hey, Brother Brash, is it really necessary to be so stern? Look at how frightened the little dumpling is. Goodness, Brother Brash, if you dare to make the little dumpling cry, do you believe I would not take action against you? Han Shichu quickly soothed the little dumpling. Otherwise, I'll send you a blade and smash your windows. You're infuriating me. The comments made it abundantly clear that Han Shichu's actions had incensed almost entirely the male audience. What should have been a rational response from the male viewers had turned into an unreasonable uproar. It seems that every man's heart harbors a hidden penchant for fatherhood. Conversely, the previously most vocal female viewers appeared to be more composed. Stop stirring the pot. I think Brother Brash's guidance for his daughter is perfectly reasonable. Indeed. And where is Brother Brash being stern? Did you not see his gentle demeanor and tone? Can you daughter slaves be a bit more rational? Matters of child rearing allow for no carelessness. One cannot simply indulge without imparting wisdom. Chapter 56. Envying the viewers, culinary instruction. Observing the little dumpling's pitiful expression. With tears shimmering in her large eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to cry, it would be a lie to say Han Shichu was not moved. He quickly pulled her into his embrace, tenderly stroking her little head, and gently whispered, Little baby, Daddy is not angry. I simply wish to teach you not to lie and deceive. Daddy hopes you will grow to be an honest and kind person. Have you forgotten the story I told you about the boy who cried wolf? The little dumpling shook her head, her voice soft as she replied, Little dumpling hasn't he forgotten? I promise I will never lie again. I'm sorry, Daddy. Seeing her earnest expression, Han Shichu smiled, thinking to himself that she truly was a good child. The little dumpling looked up at him, her face once again illuminated by an innocent smile, resolute in her desire to be Daddy's good girl for life. After declaring this, she playfully clutched his face and showered him with kisses, leaving his face covered in drool. Yet, there was no disdain, for she was his little cotton-padded jacket, after all. I apologize. Was I being overly dramatic? Is this a display of father-daughter affection? Casting a glance at the little dumpling and then at my own child, I constantly reminded myself, biological, don't lose your temper. Damn it. As an unmarried young man, why are you showing me this? I inexplicably feel a bit suffocated. Huh. You're not alone. Us single dogs are equally engrossed, even feeling warmth and happiness from it. The little dumpling is just too adorable. I truly wish I could hug her father, the young master of scallion. How envious I am. Han Shichu gently placed the little child on the sofa and addressed the camera, saying, "You lot. Don't even think about having your eyes on my little dumpling, with your schemes of stealing, robbing, and deceiving. To be honest, I am skilled in martial arts. Perhaps you should think twice." After a brief pause for humor, he continued with a smile, "It's getting late. Let us commence our class so no one goes hungry." Han Shichu slowly stood up, handing his phone to his assistant, Xiao AI, for her to film. Entering the kitchen, he opened the refrigerator to check the ingredients. Finding an ample supply, more than sufficient for the day's lesson. Today, I will teach you all to prepare some home-cooked dishes that you can easily replicate at home. We will be making boiled beef, white-cut chicken, braised pork, stewed catfish head, pocket tofu, braised shiitake mushrooms with dried tofu, and finally a delicious corn rib soup. A splendid combination, with both meat and vegetables, rich and light dishes, ensuring balanced nutrition. For those with ingredients at home who wish to learn, feel free to cook along with me. I will meticulously explain each step. If you lack ingredients, don't worry. Just take notes and you can try it out when you have the chance. Quit rambling. Brother Brash, are you instructing me? Get on with it. My notebook has been ready for ages. Exactly, no more stalling. The last time I cooked alongside Brother Brash, I must say, it was incredibly delicious. I even doubted whether I had truly made it myself. Don't worry, Brother Brash. I'll grab my paper and pen to take notes for my husband. Wait, let me call over my extravagant partner to learn together. Goodness, what have I been cooking lately? Even a dog wouldn't eat it. The young master of scallion. Single dogs, what are you waiting for? Get moving. If you want to capture a woman's heart, you must first seize her stomach. This opportunity cannot be missed. As if you're not a single dog yourself. The young master of scallion. I am. But I don't need to learn it all. And you would dare ask me why? I have the means, so why bother? Damn, while you speak the truth. I would like to smash you with a stick. Despite only preparing 6 dishes and 1 soup, Han Shichu took great care in detailing each step, causing the process to span nearly 2 hours. Meanwhile, the viewers were thoroughly engrossed, enjoying the culinary lesson immensely. Indeed, watching Brother Brash cook is a delight, especially now, with his extraordinary martial arts skills enhancing his already impressive knife work. Even his movements while flipping the pan exuded an indescribable charm and allure, making it highly captivating. Not to mention, his intention to showcase his skills added an extra layer of allure to the spectacle. I've learned, and I haven't failed miserably. I recently attempted to showcase my culinary skills, and although my knife skills do not rival those of the illustrious Brother Mang, nor do my plating and presentation match his exquisite aesthetic, the flavor was absolutely delightful. Indeed, I never anticipated my culinary abilities could reach such heights. Brother Mang is truly remarkable. At last, I have regained my opportunity to impress others. Friends and family, please make way. The king of pretense is about to begin his performance. It is rather frustrating, though, why isn't there an option for gifts and donations? I have never felt such a compelling urge to give presents. Once the meal was prepared, Han Shichu intended to end the live stream, but his viewers were unwilling to let him go, clamoring for him to continue. After all, they are his loyal fans, so he indulged them and decided to keep streaming. With a tripod firmly securing his phone, the audience embarked on a delightful feast of compliments and praises. Goodness gracious, I never expected Assistant Xiao AI to be so exquisite. As for President Yu, well, we can only imagine, but Xiao AI, I must admit, Assistant Xiao AI bears an uncanny resemblance to the goddess residing in my D drive. D drive goddess? Goodness, are you referring to the likes of Joey or Rushio? A bunch of oblivious youngsters. They don't even recognize the charm of our manager, Sister Rome, who is as alluring as a ripe peach. Why on earth did I insist on urging Brother Mang to continue streaming? It's torturous. I'm practically drooling over here. After the meal, Han Shichu decided not to coddle his demanding fans any longer and resolutely chose to end the stream. Facing the camera, he smiled and said, "Dear viewers and fans, we have streamed for a full 4 hours today. Shall we call it a night?" He then added, by the way, if you wish to learn how to cook any specific dishes in the future, feel free to leave comments on my Weibo. I will have Assistant Xiao AI compile the requests. For more complex and time-consuming dishes, I can prepare in advance if time permits. It's getting late, so everyone should rest early. See you tomorrow. Good night. With that, Han Shichu closed the live stream. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he felt a tinge of nervousness, given that this was his first live broadcast. However, he found it surprisingly simple, It wasn't as daunting as he had imagined. After a few more sessions, he was confident he would become more at ease. Meanwhile, in the hotel, as Han Shichu concluded his stream, Bai Luming also turned off the screen mirroring on his phone. In Chapter 57, Program Compensation, Mang-Style Kiss, Bai Luming discreetly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Chu Wanji and the other two prominent figures jumped in surprise at his abrupt action. Chu Wanji shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "Xiao Bai, are you feeling mischievous today? What's with the sudden outburst?" Ignoring her, Bai Luming stood up with determination and declared, "I've made up my mind. Tomorrow night, we shall visit my elder brother's house for a meal." Upon hearing his suggestion, their eyes lit up, and they unanimously exclaimed, "I'm in." As they sat in the living room chatting while keeping an eye on little Tangyuan watching cartoons, Yu Chuchan glanced at her watch and noted the late hour. She picked up the remote control from the coffee table and turned off the television. "Little Tangyuan, it's time to wash up and get ready for bed," she said, taking her hand and leading her upstairs. Lisa Rong and Xiao Ai also stood to leave, but before departing, Lisa suddenly remembered something and turned to Han Shichu, saying, "By the way, Shichu, your payment for participating in the show Penniless was 300,000. Since you are a newcomer, the production team offered the maximum compensation of 300,000. Han Shichu nodded. He was aware that the generous fee was largely due to Bai Luming's influence. It was rare for a rookie to receive such a high payment for participating in a variety show. Money doesn't grow on trees. Lisa Rome smiled at him and continued, "However, because of your outstanding performance, the production team awarded you an additional 200,000. After deducting taxes and my commission, you will receive 360,000. I will transfer the funds to your account shortly. Do remember to check." Han Shichu nodded again, finding it reasonable. However, a thought struck him, and he suddenly said, "Wait a minute, Sister Rong." Lisa Rong looked at him quizzically. "What's the matter? Is there an issue? What about the company's commission? Didn't the contract specify a 70-30 split between the company and the artist?" Lisa Rong gave him a knowing smile and replied slowly, "That is a question for your wife." It was quite evident what she meant. Han Shichu smiled subtly, feeling pleased. His manager was indeed a woman of cold demeanor but warm heart. It appeared she truly cared. "Well then, I'll head back to the company. I will arrange the chess match challenge and notify you later." After seeing off Lisa Rong and Xiao Ai, Han Shichu ascended the stairs, entering Yu Chuchan's bedroom. He found little Tangyuan bouncing on the bed while Yu Chuchan leaned against the headboard, poised for the story. As soon as he entered, little Tangyuan eagerly nestled under the covers, asking, "Daddy, what story are you going to tell me today?" "Ah, quite splendid. I have everything prepared." Han Shichu nodded with satisfaction, mischievously glancing at his older companion. Yu Chuchan recognized he was referring to her and shot him an exasperated look. "Today, Daddy will tell you the story of waiting for a rabbit by the tree. Yay, yay." Although little Tangyuan did not fully grasp the meaning, she enthusiastically clapped her little hands. Once upon a time, there was a farmer who was working in his field one day when suddenly, as Han Shichu narrated the story, he made an effort to keep it simple and comprehensible for little Tangyuan. After finishing the tale, he explained its moral to her. Observing Han Shichu's gentle demeanor and his attentive parenting, Yu Chuchan's eyes softened with warmth. At that moment, Han Shichu recalled the task assigned by the system, his mind racing as he glanced at Yu Chuchan and then at the sleepy little Tangyuan. A bold idea spontaneously emerged. Indeed, he planned to boldly initiate a kiss, foregoing any elaborate schemes or tactics. His intentions were quite transparent. He figured that with little Tangyuan present, Yu Chuchan would likely refrain from getting angry. With his mind made up, he rose and walked around the foot of the bed, sitting down beside Yu Chuchan. Yu Chuchan instinctively shrank back, her brows furrowing with caution as she warily regarded him. "What are you up to?" Seeing her adopt a defensive posture akin to that of a thief, he realized that taking action now would significantly reduce his chances of success. It was better to remain silent than to miss the opportunity entirely, so Han Shichu decided to bide his time and ease her defenses. "Don't be tense, leader. I just wanted to ask if you plan to return to our hometown with us when little Tangyuan is on summer break." He casually broached the topic to disarm her. Indeed, upon hearing his question, Yu Chuchan visibly relaxed. She did not respond immediately, but pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you want me to go back with you?" "Of course." Han Shichu spoke without hesitation, "Not just me, but little Tangyuan also wishes for you to join us, and my parents are very much looking forward to it." The best wingwoman, little Tangyuan, chimed in, "Yes, yes, mommy, let us go back together." Yu Chuchan pondered for a moment. "I'm not sure if I have the time. We can discuss it later." Feeling a bit proud, she thought. At this moment, Han Shichu fell silent, merely gazing at her with deep affection, utterly unmoving. Although Yu Chuchan was a strong woman, she was equally an inexperienced maiden in matters of love. Under such a fervent and ambiguous gaze, she felt flustered, her heart racing wildly. Meanwhile, the little light bulb, little Tang Yuan, turned sideways to face them, propping her small hands under her chin, merrily munching on her snacks. Just as Yu Chu-chan was about to voice her inquiry, Han Shichu seized the moment, exclaiming, "Boss, I really like you." What? Yu Chu-chan was utterly unprepared for such a declaration, momentarily stunned. What a perfect opportunity, Han Shichu thought to himself. In a flash, he leaned in swiftly, pressing his lips against Yu Chu-chan's cherry-red mouth, which was still in shock. Yu Chu-chan's eyes widened, her pupils dilating in disbelief. As for Han Shichu, he was lost in the warmth of her delicate lips, momentarily forgetting to part. Even more audaciously, his hands, whether driven by instinct or simply at a loss for where to rest, began to stir restlessly. Chapter 58, Peach Flavor, System Upgrade. Not only that, but his tongue also became restless, seeking to breach the barriers in front of it and venture into the depths of her sweetness. Do not question why this innocent young man acted thus. It was simply a combination of masculine instinct and the knowledge gleaned from books and media. Just as his eager hands were about to reach their peak, the dazed Yu Chu-chan finally regained her senses and, facing the still pressed lips against her own, bared her teeth in a fierce snarl. Ouch! Han Shichu instinctively recoiled, letting out a yelp while covering his lips with his hand. Yu Chu-chan's expression instantly turned frosty. Yet she could hardly conceal the blush that painted her cheeks. With a glare directed at him, she was about to unleash her wrath when she suddenly remembered little Tang Yuan. Slightly turning to glance at the little one, she discovered that the child had covered her eyes with both hands, though her widely spread fingers allowed her to sneak a peek out of sheer curiosity. Seeing that both of them were looking at her, little Tang Yuan dropped her pretense and removed her hands, revealing a pure smile on her delicate face. The wing woman was back in action, sweetly pouting towards Han Shichu. "Daddy, little Tang Yuan wants a kiss too." Upon hearing this, Han Shichu's heart soared. Indeed, she was his little sweetheart. He hurriedly returned to little Tang Yuan's side, gently kissing her smooth forehead. "Good night, little Tang Yuan." She sweetly replied, "Daddy, good night, love you." Satisfied, she obediently closed her eyes to sleep. Han Shichu seized the moment, swiftly darting to the doorway, glancing back at the still fuming Yu Chu-chan. With a subtle smile, he softly declared, "Boss, love you," before she could hurl a pillow at him. Han Shichu closed the bedroom door behind him. Once he left, Yu Chu-chan, in a fit of anger, seized a pillow and began to pound it with her fists. Then, picking up her phone, she opened WeChat and clicked on the chat interface with Han Shichu. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, yet no words came forth. Eventually, she tossed her phone onto the bedside table, buried herself under the covers, and kicked her legs out of frustration. Thankfully, the now dormant little Tang Yuan quickly fell into a charging state. Otherwise, who knew what strange childish remarks she might utter if she had witnessed the earlier scene. If Han Shichu had seen this, he would likely be utterly astonished by the cold, aloof so, showing such a girlish side. Unfortunately, Han Shichu, who was busy admiring himself in the mirror of the bathroom, remained blissfully unaware. As soon as his hand brushed against the wound on his lips, he winced in pain. "This girl is quite fierce," he muttered, inspecting the injury. Yet he secretly rejoiced that his agile tongue had retracted swiftly. Otherwise, it would have suffered the brunt of her forceful kiss, the consequences of which would be unimaginable given her strength. Gazing at the trace of lipstick on his lips, Han Shichu pursed them, reminiscent of that brief, yet exquisite moment of warmth. Peach flavor, so sweet," he mused, just as he reclined back onto the bed. He received a delayed notification from the system. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned one lottery opportunity and successfully unlocked the ability to draw from the product lottery in the mall." With the second brother successfully secured once more, Han Shichu let out a sigh of relief, still harboring some resentment towards the absurd system. However, if given another chance to sever ties with it, he would not willingly do so. Not just him, probably no one would choose to disengage. Shaking his head, he dismissed the tangled thoughts of future complications. The lottery was designated as an unachievable goal for now, needing a stroke of luck to draw. However, he was intrigued by the product lottery in the mall. As the name suggested, the system would certainly initiate a lottery wheel, with rewards comprised of products from the system's mall. Regrettably, he had only unlocked the permission and not the opportunity to draw. The stingy system, did it not consider providing an additional opportunity? How infuriating. Just as he wallowed in frustration, a text notification chimed. Han Shichu picked up his phone to find a message from the bank. Lisa Rome's transfer had arrived. Seeing his account balance swell by an additional 360,000, Han Shichu grinned. That sense of achievement was truly delightful. However, before he could bask in his triumph, another notification pinged. A deduction alert from the transfer. Staring blankly at the message, he quickly accessed his mobile banking app. Upon viewing the displayed balance, he was utterly bewildered. Just like the notification, 28,800 yuan had mysteriously vanished from his account. Hastily opening the transaction records, he was even more confounded. The timing of the transfer coincided precisely with the moment he received the message, and the recipient was none other than the Huaxia Charity Foundation. The Huaxia Charity Foundation was the largest charitable organization in the nation, directly supervised by the State Council, with past vice premiers serving as honorary presidents. Therefore, the foundation would never engage in any questionable activities, and its finances were entirely transparent, ensuring absolute fairness and justice. As a result, many philanthropists and well-meaning individuals, or those seeking to enhance their reputation, would unhesitatingly choose to donate to the Huaxia Charity Foundation. Han Shichu was baffled. Only he knew the password to his account. Who could have tampered with it? Oh no, could it be a hacker? As he was lost in thought, the system suddenly spoke up. Can you stop making ridiculous guesses? Are you just being fanciful? It was done by me. Do you want to claw at it? You little turtle brat. Good grief. The voice of this absurd system had transformed from a harsh, mechanical tone to one that was remarkably human, brimming with emotion and even incorporating dialect. Han Shichu stood there, dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally regained his composure and weakly inquired, "Absurd system? Have you undergone an upgrade? You're the absurd one. Your entire family is absurd. You turtle grandson. My goodness, it seems it can speak in more than one dialect." Coughing, Han Shichu was taken aback and asked again, "So, have you upgraded?" "Oh, for goodness sake. Well, it even ventured into foreign languages." Chapter 59, Mutual Harm, Free Meals and Drinks. Han Shichu widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Dog system. This isn't an upgrade. It's a full-blown evolution. Young virgin, you can fully understand it this way, and there is nothing wrong with that. And from now on, please refer to me as comrade, okay?" Comrade? What does that mean? Nevertheless, since the absurd system had resorted to personal attacks, how could Han Shichu oblige? Isn't it merely mutual harm? Who is afraid of whom? Without further ado, he insisted, "Quickly tell me what is going on with the money in my account. I forgot to inform the host that any money you earn through entertainment will have 80% forcibly deducted by this system as a commission, automatically donated to charity. And the commission deducted by this system can be exchanged for merit points at a rate of 1 point per yuan. Merit points can be used for lottery draws in the store. Every 100,000 merit points can be exchanged for one opportunity to participate in the lottery. Once the host accumulates merit points to 100 billion, at this point, the system, now serious, suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, Han Shichu finally heard its voice again. Once the host accumulates merit points to 100 billion, there will be unexpected surprises. Well, that was about as clear as mud. However, Han Shichu had an inkling of what it might entail. Without dwelling too much on it, he continued, "So, that means I currently have 288,000 merit points?" "That is correct. However, from your tone, it seems you feel somewhat proud?" "It's merely over 280,000. What gives you the illusion of wealth? You poor thing." The absurd system resumed its irreverent tone, mercilessly mocking him. He wanted to retort but found himself at a loss for words. It was right, entirely right. 280,000 points only allowed for 2 lottery chances, which needed to be cherished, as they were purchased with real money. He must rely on the luck of a European emperor to win anything, and besides, he wasn't in the mood to draw just yet. He would wait until it was necessary. Lying in bed, Han Shichu slowly drifted into slumber, hoping to engage in a friendly poker match with his boss. The following morning, Han Shichu was once again roused by his biological clock. After washing up and stepping out of his bedroom, he glanced at the closed door opposite him and contemplated waking up little Tang Yuan. However, after a moment of frowning thought, he decided against it, planning to discuss it with her later. Indeed, he wanted to teach little Tang Yuan martial arts. For a girl, having some self-defense skills or martial arts knowledge is undoubtedly beneficial. Although Han Shichu dotes on little Tang Yuan, she still needs to experience hardships. Otherwise, excessive indulgence would only harm her. As usual, he headed to the gym on the 3rd floor for a vigorous workout. When mingling with wealthy individuals, a strong physique is indispensable. After a refreshing shower, he began preparing breakfast. He opted for traditional Chinese breakfast, not because he couldn't make Western breakfast, but simply because he wasn't accustomed to it. Moreover, according to Wang Ma, neither little Tang Yuan nor his boss liked Western breakfast, and they weren't particularly fond of Western cuisine either. Truly, it seems that birds of a feather flock together. After finishing his meal, he took little Tang Yuan to kindergarten and then returned home to paint. Such a mundane and ordinary life. Yet Han Shichu cherished this simplicity and never found it tedious. Yes, this is life. One must endure solitude while also appreciating the splendor, ultimately returning to the essence of simplicity and tranquility, regardless of the lifestyle. As long as one finds joy and satisfaction, that is sufficient. That said, The reality of society is far from this ideal. The present society is grotesquely pathological and heartbreaking. It does not permit mediocrity. Wanting to be an ordinary person, living a simple life, and enjoying the happiness of a simple existence seems akin to a grievous crime. Not only is it unaccepted, but it also invites various forms of malice. It's as if the law explicitly dictates that one must succeed, must possess wealth and status. Even if one is ordinary and mediocre, one cannot simply settle. One must strive and toil, never content with the status quo. It is even acceptable to fail. But complacency in simplicity is intolerable. Why is that? Why can't one who wishes to lead a humble life, having never harmed anyone, be accepted? At lunch, Han Shichu simply boiled himself a bowl of noodles, adding a fried egg to make do. After finishing his meal, he painted for a while until his phone rang. Upon checking, he was surprised to see that it was his younger brother, Bai Luming. Hey, little brother, what made you think to call me? Didn't Sister Hua say she arranged a new gig for you? What? Did you sneak out again? At that moment, the crew of the show Free Meals and Drinks, having just finished eating, was aimlessly wandering in the mall. Why the mall, you ask? Because it had free air conditioning, especially in the scorching summer. Free Meals and Drinks is another popular variety show produced by the Longting Live platform. Each episode invites 4 guests, each of whom brings along a friend to their home for a meal. Today's dinner was just Bai Luming's turn to arrange. As mentioned last night, he didn't hesitate to call his elder brother Han Shichu, since it was on speakerphone. The other 3 companions and the viewers watching the live stream could also hear Han Shichu's voice. It seems Xiaobai has snuck out quite a few times before. Indeed, Xiaobai is still the same fool who would go to any lengths just to take a break. Seeing Brother Mang again is unexpectedly exciting. Bai Luming sensed the peculiar looks from his companions, awkwardly smiled, and quickly said, "Brother, don't say that. I'm filming a show." Oh, on the other end, Han Shichu was somewhat surprised. What show? Free Meals and Drinks. Although this variety show is quite popular, Han Shichu was unaware of it. Nevertheless, it was easy to understand. He immediately asked, "So, you called to come over and mooch off my food?" Bai Luming, unabashedly thick-skinned, replied with a smile, "Exactly." Han Shichu didn't hesitate and straightforwardly said, "All right then, just come over. Yipin Huafu, call me when you arrive, and I'll come out to get you." Great. Bai Luming happily hung up the phone. Goodness, it turns out that Brother Mongfu is quite affluent, residing in the prestigious Yipin Huafu. No, it should be said that Brother Mongfu's wealthy wife is exceptionally rich. Haha, you all probably didn't watch Brother Mongfu's live stream last night, did you? What do you mean? Could someone elaborate, please? Darn it, even Diao De is a source of vexation. Brother Mongfu's wife is the owner of Dayu Film and Media, an incredibly wealthy woman. Chapter 60, Persuasion and Deception, Guests Arrive. Bai Luming and his 3 companions did not immediately visit, but instead meandered through a mall, selecting gifts. Although they ostensibly intended to enjoy the feast, the production team did not interfere with the guests bringing gifts, as it is a matter of social etiquette. Moreover, how could one arrive empty-handed? Xiaobai, what gifts do you think we should buy? Chu Wanji inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Though she was a close friend of Yu Chuchan, she was unaware of the existence of Xiao Tengyuan. This was primarily because she had never been to Yu Chuchan's home, nor had Chuchan ever mentioned her. Furthermore, she had devoted herself entirely to work over the past 2 to 3 years, hardly meeting with Yu Chuchan. The other 2 guests also turned to Bai Luming, clearly uncertain about what gifts would be appropriate. Bai Luming glanced at Chu Wanji and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Sister, have you forgotten that my elder brother has a daughter?" Chu Wanji awkwardly patted her forehead, realizing that she indeed had overlooked this detail. All right then, that simplifies things. Since Bai Luming and the others were coming to indulge in a meal, Han Shichu certainly could not continue painting. He checked his phone. There was still some time before he needed to pick up Xiao Tengyuan. Seizing this interlude, he resolved to purchase groceries first, believing that it would be just right to collect Xiao Tengyuan afterward. Conveniently, there was a fresh produce market right at the entrance of the community. After a considerable shopping spree, he returned home, placed the ingredients in the kitchen, and then ventured out to fetch Xiao Tengyuan. As usual, when Xiao Tengyuan spotted him from afar, she called out and dashed toward him. He scooped her up, inquiring as they walked, "Xiao Tengyuan, have you been good today?" "Yes." Xiao Tengyuan replied sweetly, without hesitation. Han Shichu continued, "Darling, how would you like to learn martial arts?" "Martial arts?" Xiao Tengyuan blinked her big eyes, gazing at him with confusion. This momentarily stumped Han Shichu, leaving him at a loss for how to explain. "You know, martial skills, does that ring a bell?" Xiao Tengyuan's eyes darted around, her head tilted as she pondered, then she responded in a soft, unsure voice. "Is it like the kung fu that flies around on the television?" Exasperated, Han Shichu could only nod. "Close enough, but not quite as impressive. I want to learn. Daddy, teach me." Xiao Tengyuan exclaimed, her arms flailing excitedly. Han Shichu breathed a sigh of relief. Though it bore a hint of deceit, it was ultimately for Xiao Tongyuan's benefit. However, he cautioned, learning martial arts can be quite challenging. Can you endure hardship? Unaware of the true meaning of hardship, Xiao Tongyuan confidently declared, I can. Xiao Tongyuan can endure anything. Well, considering she likely had no understanding of what hardship entailed, her bold assertion was quite amusing. Truly, ignorance breeds courage. Han Shichu chuckled. Since Xiao Tongyuan had promised, she could not go back on her word. In the presence of others, Xiao Tongyuan was quite clever, yet in front of Han Shichu, she appeared adorably naive. Han Shichu's attempts to tease her were met with her own self-made traps. Shaking her little head, she chirped, I won't go back on my word. If Daddy doesn't believe me, I'll make a pinky promise. This was purely self-sabotage, digging her own grave. Although he framed it under the guise of concern for Xiao Tongyuan, his coaxing and deceptive encouragement of such an innocent child made him feel oddly guilty. Daddy, what do you want to eat today? I'll buy it for you. A sudden realization of guilt washed over him, akin to tricking a child out of their pocket money. He quickly declined. Daddy doesn't want anything. Let us hurry home. Uncle Bai is coming over for a visit. After a brief pause, Xiao Tongyuan recalled who Uncle Bai was. Isn't Uncle Bai the one who appears on TV with you? The slightly silly uncle? You shouldn't say that. It's impolite. Oh, as expected, upon their return home, Yu Chuchan was already seated on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet. When she noticed their arrival, her gaze turned fierce upon locking eyes with Han Shichu, completely devoid of the tenderness she had shown Xiao Tongyuan. Clearly, she still harbored resentment about the incident from last night. Moreover, during breakfast that morning, she had not only ignored him, but had also given him the cold shoulder. Guadongdo, Xiao Tongyuan called out, and Tangdo promptly took her little bear backpack and dashed upstairs. Han Shichu settled beside Yu Chuchan, smiling as he said, Boss, I need to tell you something. Xiao Bai and Sister Chu are coming over to film the show at our place. Yu Chuchan replied nonchalantly, I see. Just then, Xiao Tongyuan piped up, Daddy, why don't you sleep with me and Mama at night? At this, both of them froze momentarily. They had thought they were concealing their secrets well, but Xiao Tongyuan had already caught on. Exchanging glances, both engaged in a mental brainstorming session, seeking a plausible excuse. Han Shichu suddenly had a moment of inspiration, saying, Daddy snores at night and is afraid of disturbing you and Mama. I'm not afraid of Daddy's snoring. I want to sleep with Daddy. Upon hearing this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief, as it was also convenient to wake her up in the morning. All right, you can sleep with Daddy tonight. Just then, Han Shichu's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was his younger brother, likely having arrived. After a brief conversation, he hung up. Xiao Bai and the others have arrived. I'll go meet them. Yu Chuchan nodded. Go ahead. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he spotted a group of 4, accompanied by a cameraman. Brother, over here. Bai Luming shouted from a distance, waving enthusiastically. Luming, sister. Han Shichu naturally greeted those he was familiar with first. Fortunately, he recognized the other 2 guests as well, lest it have been somewhat awkward. He extended his hand, saying, Mr. Mo, Ms. Mu, it's a pleasure to meet you. The Mr. Mo he referred to was the renowned actor, Mo Gun, while Ms. Mu was the equally esteemed singer, Mu Ran, who held a status comparable to Sister Chu. It must be said, the guest lineup for this culinary indulgence program was exceptionally lavish. Naturally, Bai Luming's presence was somewhat less impressive. Among the 4, Mo Gun was the eldest, a mature and elegant man in his 40s, while Mu Ran and Chu Wanji were approximately in their 30s. Although their stature in the industry far surpassed Han Shichu's, they greeted him courteously and shook his hand. Following that was a round of polite pleasantries and mutual flattery. Bai Luming, however, found it unbearable and directly interrupted their cordial exchange. I say, everyone, can we skip the formalities? Why engage in such superficial pleasantries? The teachers come and go. Is it not exhausting? Brother, you might as well call him Yuan Gu and Ranjie directly. How much more cordial and natural that would be. As seniors, both of you are older than my brother, so any form of address is acceptable. Just refrain from making it so awkward and insincere. Listening to you gives me goosebumps. I truly find you both remarkable. Fortunately, he is acquainted with Mo Jian and Mu Ran. Otherwise, who knows what suspicions might arise. Chu Wanji shot him a disapproving glance, clearly indicating that he could be a bit more articulate. If you can't speak well, then perhaps it's best to say less. Nobody considers you mute. Bai Luming bristled, wanting to retort, but upon seeing her piercing gaze, he shrank back, holding his tongue while likely cursing in his mind. High emotional intelligence. Little Bai is indeed one of the few straightforward boys in the circle. Low emotional intelligence. What a fool. Must you really say it out loud? Can't you understand that some truths are better left unspoken? I believe what Little Bai said holds merit. Isn't that how people are nowadays? Smiling on the surface while harboring resentment inside, engaging in hollow formalities while secretly wishing ill. I agree, genuine interactions are far more pleasant. There's no need for such superfluous pretenses. Indeed, Chu Tianho has little Bai under her thumb, and he dares not act out at all. Haha. Mo chuckled heartily. What little Bai says is quite on point. I think I'll follow the lead of internet users and call you Mongfugo. Would that bother you? Han Shichu shook his head and smiled. What is there to mind? To be honest, I quite like this moniker and persona. Let us head inside and continue our conversation. Han Shichu led everyone back into the residence. Not only were the viewers of the live broadcast astonished, but the four guests were equally taken aback by the luxurious abode and its exquisite, tasteful decor. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it. Rather, they simply couldn't bring themselves to spend their savings on such ostentatious comforts. Who would willingly invest their entire fortune into such a lavish, yet superficial lifestyle? Even if one were to live beyond their means, surely it wouldn't reach such extremes. Of course, for the affluent, this was merely standard. Upon entering, Yu Chuchan greeted them warmly, devoid of any airs. Choner, boss, President Yu. The calls made it evident who was speaking. Yu Chuchan smiled slightly. Hello? Please come in and make yourselves comfortable in the living room. As always, her words were succinct and to the point. Bai Luming's attention was entirely captivated by the little one beside him. He slowly crouched down, displaying what he believed to be his warmest smile, and in the gentlest tone, asked, Little Tangyuan, do you remember me? Little Tangyuan blinked her big eyes and nodded, her voice soft. I remember. You are Uncle Bai. Very good, Bai Luming chuckled, then presented her with a toy he had specially bought for her. Tada? This is a gift from Uncle Bai. Let's see if you like it. Little Tangyuan did not reach out for it, but instead looked up at Han Shichu. Han Shichu patted her little head and said, Go on, accept it. Uncle Bai bought it just for you. Upon receiving permission, little Tan Yuan's face lit up with a radiant smile. After all, what child doesn't adore toys? She sweetly exclaimed. Thank you, Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai like a white mouse? Bai Luming felt a tad strange. Following this, Chu Wanji, Mo-Ji-Yuan, and Mu Ran each presented gifts to little Tan Yuan, with Han Shichu introducing them in turn. The four were utterly enamored with the adorable little one, who had become their cherished plaything. The chatty child was quite sociable, engaging them in lively conversation. Chu Wanji casually concocted an excuse to pull Yu Chuchan aside to the second floor, likely to settle some scores. Once Yu Chuchan left, Bai Luming noticeably exhaled in relief. In front of the two formidable women, he had to think thrice before speaking, let alone joke around. Brother, hurry and cook. I'm starving. The moment they departed, Bai Luming began to fidget restlessly. Han Shichu nodded. After all, there was no live stream today, and he had already informed Sister Rome to post a Weibo update clarifying the situation. After all, they were all on the Longting streaming platform. It mattered not which room they watched from. What do you wish to eat? Mo-Ji-Yuan and Mu Ran both expressed indifference. After all, it was Mongfugo cooking. Surely the dishes would be commendable. However, Bai Luming had other ideas. Brother, can you make silver sprouts? Han Shichu shot him a fierce glare and retorted. Are you deliberately trying to vex me? No way, too cumbersome, and it's a complete waste of time. Mo-Ji-Yuan and Mu Ran looked on curiously, evidently having never heard of the dish. Bai Luming smugly explained, silver sprouts is an exceedingly intricate dish that originated over a century ago in the royal palace, reportedly favored by Empress Dowager Cixi in her later years. To this day, it can be said to be lost to time, or perhaps not entirely. What do you mean? Mo-Ji-Yuan inquired. Little Bai, your statement seems contradictory. Bai Luming feigned an air of mystery, shaking his head dramatically. Out of nowhere, Chu Wanji, having descended the stairs, delivered a sharp whack to his head. What are you pretending for? Can you not speak plainly? Bai Luming rubbed his head in pain, casting a resentful glance at her. The rare opportunity to show off had been so easily squandered, leaving him quite irked, yet he could only swallow his frustration. Haha, serves you right for being so enigmatic. Chu Tianho's blow was well-deserved. Little Bai truly needed to be put in his place. I can't, this is hilarious. Little Bai is the classic example of trying to show off and getting shot down. Little Bai, why do you emulate your brother in this regard? Why not learn something more sensible? You deserve it. Nonetheless, everyone was indeed curious, including Yu Chuchan, for she had never heard of it either. Under the watchful, threatening gaze of senior sister Chu, Bai Luming hastily continued. The reason I say it's not entirely lost is that there are still many who can prepare this dish. However, it is considered lost because very few are willing to undertake its preparation nowadays. Chu Wanji inquired curiously, what is the reason behind that? It is said that the process of making silver sprouts is exceedingly labor-intensive and difficult. Mu Ran interjected. How so? Bai Luming shook his head. Chu Wanji raised her hand and feigned another strike at his head. The beleaguered Bai instinctively shielded himself and quickly exclaimed, Senior sister, I truly don't know. The group then turned their attention to Han Shichu. Chapter 62. extravagance, little by seeks medicine. Han Shichu smiled, speaking slowly. What the young lad said isn't entirely accurate. Silver sprouts can still be found on the menus of some century-old establishments. However, it comes at a steep price, with a single serving costing at least tens of thousands. The most absurd part is that when you finally taste this dish, you'll find it hardly worth the expense, as its primary ingredient is merely bean sprouts. And the flavor is not much different from stir-fried bean sprouts. I can't believe it. A serving of bean sprouts sells for tens of thousands. Is it bean sprouts or ginseng fruit? Little Knife just had his eyes opened. What an eye-opener. I have been fortunate enough to savor this renowned dish. Silver sprouts, in the imperial capital. As my friend Mong Fu accurately stated, a single serving indeed commands a staggering price of 39,009. As for the flavor, in my humble opinion, it bears little distinction from that of stir-fried bean sprouts. Consuming such a dish might well elevate one to the celestial realm. Han Shichu continued, explaining that the rarity of its preparation and the exorbitant price of silver sprouts stem from the exceedingly intricate and time-consuming craftsmanship involved. One must meticulously sift through thousands of bean sprouts to select only a handful that are straight and robust. Subsequently, the chosen sprouts must have their ends trimmed, leaving only a 2-inch segment of the central sprout. Next, one must use silver needles or copper wires to hollow out the sprout carefully, exercising utmost caution to avoid damaging the delicate walls. Following this, finely minced chicken or shredded ham is meticulously packed into the hollowed sprout. This filling process requires equal care, ensuring that the walls remain intact while achieving a uniform and substantial filling, preserving the overall aesthetic. Finally, the dish is completed by heating oil in a pan, adding Sichuan pepper and salt until it reaches a boiling point, at which point the hot oil is repeatedly drizzled over the sprouts until they acquire a crystal-clear translucence. The luxurious and meticulous craftsmanship, the exquisite presentation, and the shimmering sprouts culminate in the creation of silver sprouts. After tasting a bite, one might ponder, what a trifling delicacy. A simple stir-fried bean sprout would be far superior. Huh, Mong Fu, you are utterly hilarious. Thus, it can be concluded that this dish is appreciated for its artistry rather than its flavor. Just hearing Mong Fu's description makes one realize how laborious and time-consuming it is. An archetypal example of a dish that is all show and no substance. That is precisely why I deem it a waste of effort. All right, you all continue your conversation. I shall head to the kitchen. With that, Han Shichu made his way to the kitchen. The cameraman, being astute, understood that Mong Fu naturally drew attention, and watching him cook was a visual delight. Moreover, the online audience relished such moments, prompting the cameraman to follow him into the kitchen. As for the 4 guests of the episode, they were left to their own devices. Upon noticing that the cameraman had entered the kitchen, Bai Luming could only sit back down, contemplating how to seize an opportunity to be alone with his elder brother. This was far more important than merely snagging a meal. While Han Shichu busied himself in the kitchen, the little master, Xiao Tangyuan, was occupied with entertaining the guests. She flitted about, washing fruits one moment, showcasing her cherished snacks the next, and distributing her favorite dog toys shortly thereafter, leaving her quite exhausted. Seeing this, Mu Ran couldn't help but interject with a smile. Xiao Tangyuan, come sit down and take a break. Xiao Tangyuan returned to the sofa, settling in the midst of the 4 adults, and sweetly inquired, Aunt Mu, Aunt Chu, Uncle Amo, Uncle Bai, would you like to hear a story? Xiao Tangyuan will tell you a story. Yu Chu-chan, sitting nearby, gave a resigned glance at the little one, recognizing her desire to show off. Mo Ji Yuan chimed in. Xiao Tangyuan can tell stories? Xiao Tangyuan's face lit up with pride. Yes, I can tell many stories. Let me tell you a story about catching rabbits, she exclaimed, unable to recall the idiom waiting by the stump for a rabbit and simply opting for catching rabbits. The cameraman, who couldn't solely capture Han Shichu's culinary endeavors, sought to highlight the 4 guests as well. Just as he emerged, he fortuitously caught wind of Xiao Tangyuan's intent to narrate a story. What a splendid opportunity, indeed. Observing the cameraman engrossed in capturing the scene in the living room, Bai Luming stealthily crept into the kitchen, carefully shutting the door behind him. Hearing the commotion, Han Shichu turned around to find him in a rather suspicious posture. Curiously, he asked, Luming, what are you up to? Shoo. Bai Luming quickly gestured for silence. Approaching Han Shichu with an awkward shuffle of his hands, an expression of hesitation adorning his face. Han Shichu regarded him quizzically. Luming, if you have something to say, just say it. No need for formalities with me. This bashfulness is not your style. Brother, it's just that last time you mentioned the medicine. Bai Luming stammered. Trailing off, Han Shichu, slightly exasperated, replied, what is it? I thought it was something serious. You're fretting over this? Brother, this is not trivial. You must take it seriously. Han Shichu scrutinized him intently before setting down the spoon and pulling him into a corner of the kitchen, whispering, Luming, do you harbor some unspoken troubles? What are you talking about, brother? Bai Luming shot him a reproachful glance. I'm merely being prudent. Really? Han Shichu's skepticism was palpable. Absolutely, Bai Luming assured him, feeling the weight of the moment. Fine, I still have the medicine, but you must be cautious. Don't go around carelessly using it. Just keep it for your girlfriend, all right? Bai Luming nodded earnestly. I understand. I just want to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. I don't even have a girlfriend at the moment. Then why the rush? Han Shichu replied, perplexed. Contemplatively, he added, Luming, you wouldn't still be a novice. Would you? Though a bit embarrassed, Bai Luming nodded. Haha. Han Shichu burst into laughter. Shoo, brother, keep it down. Bai Luming urged, anxious as he gestured for silence. Yet, Han Shichu found himself unable to contain his laughter, feeling somewhat hypocritical as he realized he was in no position to mock. What do you need this for, then? As the conversation continued, Bai Luming fidgeted, confessing softly, brother, I've heard that a man's first time is often less than ideal. So, I thought I'd prepare in advance to avoid any awkwardness. Han Shichu nodded, finding the logic sound. By the way, does your medicine have that effect? Bai Luming asked, making a lengthy gesture. Should do, I suppose, Han Shichu replied uncertainly, as he had never used it himself. However, he held a strong trust in the system's offerings. Casting an odd glance at Bai Luming, he teased, little brother, lacking confidence, are we? His ambiguous words carried a deeper meaning, but being men, they both understood the underlying implications. Bai Luming shot him a glare. Brother, my potential is quite substantial. Thank you very much. I'm mainly concerned about the possibility of an international friendly competition with foreign friends. Imagine if I'm exhausted while she's just snacking on seeds below. What would that say about the dignity of a Chinese man? Goodness. Elevating this trivial matter to a national level. Han Shichu thought, exasperated. He feigned indifference, reaching into his pocket, but in truth, he extracted the bottle of divine oil awarded by the system earlier. The packaging bore similarities to that of essential oil, both in size and appearance, yet devoid of any branding or labels. Bai Luming received the item and began to scrutinize it carefully, expressing his disbelief with a hint of skepticism. Brother, is this thing authentic? It wouldn't be some counterfeit product, would it? Rest assured, it is undoubtedly genuine, and its effects are remarkably effective. After saying this, Han Shichu, still uneasy, relayed to Bai Luming the precautions that the system had advised him. Listen, little bro, the usage is quite simple. Just apply a drop evenly on the weapon beforehand, and it will take effect in 5 minutes, ensuring that the gun will shoot like a dragon, hitting the target with precision. But remember, just one drop, no more. If you use too much, I fear neither you nor your girlfriend will be able to handle it. Bai Luming's eyes lit up with excitement, though he was also somewhat astonished. Is it really that extraordinary? Han Shichu smiled knowingly. If you doubt it, you can try it yourself. Just remember, if the bed collapses, your back aches, and your girlfriend runs away, don't blame me for not warning you. I trust you. Brother, he said cheerfully, tucking the small vial into his pocket. Yet, a tinge of worry crept in as he asked, brother, are you sure there won't be any side effects after using it? Absolutely certain. With that reassurance, Bai Luming finally relaxed. Thanks, brother. I'll treat you to a foot massage next time. I should head out now. I've been in here too long, and the others might get suspicious. With that, he left the kitchen, satisfied. Watching his discreet figure retreat, Han Shichu couldn't shake the feeling that the lad was harboring some secret. In the living room, everyone was engrossed in listening to Xiao Tangyuan narrate a story. Indeed, Xiao Tangyuan possessed an extraordinary talent for verbal expression, painting the tale with vibrant imagery. Coupled with her sweet, childlike voice and adorable gestures, she was irresistibly charming. Oh my, that daughter of Mongfu is simply too precious. Pray tell, how does one go about having a daughter like Xiao Tangyuan? What time, what place, and in what position must one engage to produce such a gem? Xiao Tangyuan's intelligence, eloquence, and beauty are unparalleled. Watching her brings me pure joy. How is it that all the good fortune is hoarded by Mongfu? No way. My brothers and sisters, let us band together and steal Xiao Tangyuan. Stealing is one thing, but how do we divide her up once we have her? One day as care for each. Mu Ran ultimately couldn't restrain herself and embraced Xiao Tangyuan, leaving a kiss on her rosy cheek, gently asking, Xiao Tangyuan, why haven't I heard these stories before? Who told you them? To her surprise, Xiao Tangyuan scrunched up her little face and wiped her cheek with her tiny hand. Responding in her soft voice, Daddy told me, Aunt Mu, aren't they lovely? Indeed, they are both fascinating and meaningful stories. Mu Ran nodded, genuinely appreciative. Xiao Tangyuan beamed with pride, of course. Daddy's stories are so good that even Mama loves to listen. Nearby, Yu Chuchan felt betrayed by Xiao Tangyuan once more. Shooting her an irritated glance, she thought to herself that this little cotton-padded jacket would divulge all her embarrassing stories. It was time to have a serious talk with her. Once the story concluded, The cameraman resumed his duties, lugging the camera back to the kitchen, leaving him quite exhausted. As soon as the cameraman left, Chu Wanji sidled up to the sneaky Bai Luming and whispered, "What were you sneaking into the kitchen to do with the little junior brother?" Bai Luming, believing he had gone unnoticed, instantly tensed up and hurriedly replied, "I wasn't doing anything. Just went to see what dish my brother was preparing." Noticing his guilty demeanor, Chu Wanji scrutinized him. "Really? Really?" he insisted, though his confidence faltered. Seeing through him, Chu Wanji's face broke into a sly smile. "Then tell me, what dishes did the junior brother make?" Bai Luming was momentarily flummoxed. He hadn't anticipated such a probing question from Chu Wanji, who seemed to have an unusually inquisitive mind. Having been preoccupied with discussing medicinal matters with Han Shichu, his attention had strayed entirely from the culinary creations. What did he know? After stammering for a while, he finally said, brother just made some ordinary home-cooked dishes." Chu Wanji fixed him with a piercing gaze. "Is that so?" Under her scrutiny, Bai Luming felt increasingly uneasy, forcing himself to continue the charade. "Of course." Chu Wanji simply smiled knowingly, not pressing further. Bai Luming let out a sigh of relief. The pressure from Chu Wanji had dissipated. Overall, it seemed that he was indeed feeling guilty. Everyone played with Xiao Tangyuan for a while longer, but it felt as though the chatty child was entertaining them instead. Bai Luming, "Come in and help me serve the dishes," Han Shichu called from the kitchen. Everyone promptly rose to assist in setting the table. At the dining table, they gazed at the sumptuous spread of dishes, collectively swallowing hard. The presentation, colors, and aromatic scents were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Mogun remarked, "We are truly fortunate today. Thank you, Mongfu Gu, for your tireless efforts in the kitchen." Han Shichu smiled slightly. "Oh, Brother Yuan, you're too kind. It's just some home-cooked dishes. I hope you won't find them lacking." Mu Ran chimed in with a smile. "Home-cooked meals are simply delightful, especially when made by Mongfu Gu himself. Just looking at them has already made my mouth water." Xiaobai glanced at him and Yu Chu-chan, teasingly calling out, "Brother, sister-in-law." As soon as he addressed them in that nauseating tone, Han Shichu immediately understood his intentions. "Ugh, someone take this fool Xiaobai away and make him play the guitar 100 times. No need to guess, Xiaobai wants to drink. That expression and tone are giving me goosebumps. Can't he just say it normally? Why must he act so obnoxiously?" Han Shichu shook his head in exasperation and asked, "What drink are we having?" Bai Luming instantly brightened, exclaiming, "White liquor." "Brother Yuan, what about you?" Mogun also smiled. "White liquor for me as well." Han Shichu glanced at him, sensing a hint of the alcoholic spirit about him. "Sister, Ranjia, how about you?" "Red wine." "All right," Chu Wanji nodded. "Let us have red wine. Leader, go fetch the drinks." Yu Chu-chan nodded and then stood up to head towards the wine cabinet. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Not because they were astonished at him ordering Yuzong, but rather at the title he used. Chu Wanji playfully teased, "Little junior brother, your way of addressing Chuan is quite unique." Han Shichu had nothing to hide and laughed openly. "In the company, she is the leader. At home, she is also the leader. It's a fitting term of endearment." Mogun chuckled heartily, nodding in agreement. "Little brother, you speak the truth. Like most men, I also find myself being a bit submissive." As they chatted, he couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. "Your sister-in-law is wonderful in every way. But there are two things that drive me a bit mad." At that moment, Yu Chu-chan returned to the dining table with the drinks. Whether it was white liquor or red wine, they were all exquisite and expensive. Han Shichu accepted the bottle, opening it as he listened to the conversation. Chu Wanji's curiosity piqued. She asked, "Brother Yuan, what two things about your sister-in-law frustrate you?" "Well, first, she is too strict about my drinking. I am undoubtedly aware that she is concerned for my well-being. However, as men, we all possess our own inclinations, do we not? A life devoid of any passions would indeed be rather dreary." Han Shichu and Bai Luming nodded in vigorous agreement, expressing their strong support. Yet, as the representative of the female perspective, Yu Chu-chan was prepared to voice a contrasting opinion. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that drinking is ultimately detrimental to one's health. With so many hobbies available, why not embrace pursuits that are beneficial for both body and mind? For instance, reading or listening to music could serve as alternatives. Before others could interject, Han Shichu turned to her and eagerly inquired, "Leader, do you enjoy music?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Chu-chan nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, I do." A mischievous grin spread across Han Shichu's face as he gazed at her with affection, saying, "Brother, I like you too." Such a heartfelt declaration caught everyone off guard. Chu Wanji and Mu Ran simultaneously emitted playful scoffs of disdain. Mogun merely observed the couple with an amused expression, while Bai Luming's eyes sparkled with admiration for Han Shichu, secretly applauding his cleverness, thinking to himself, "Impressive, truly impressive. I shall learn from this." Yu Chu-chan shot him a playful glare. and Chu Wanji teased, "Little junior brother, your public display of affection is indeed relentless. I can only assume this is how you ensnared our Chu-chan." Upon hearing this, Bai Luming's expression turned slightly peculiar, as he felt his innocence slipping away. Even finding the phrase relentless had taken on a different connotation. Han Shichu offered no defense, but merely smiled meaningfully. Clearing his throat, he then stated earnestly, "I cannot concur with the leader's sentiments. Many women often lament about men being fickle, easily swayed by novelty. While such men certainly exist, the majority of us are quite devoted and steadfast, as evidenced by our hobbies. For instance, if I enjoy smoking, I will become addicted. If I love drinking, I will likewise become dependent. If I relish fishing, I will also find myself enamored to the point of addiction. Can one truly expect such passions to be easily discarded?" Well said. Bai Luming and Mogun applauded his argument. At that moment, Chu Wanji interjected, "However, drinking is ultimately harmful. If one were to indulge nightly until the early hours, not only would they become intoxicated, but they would also risk losing face and dignity. I dare say, not only would we women disapprove, but I suspect you would feel shame upon sobering up." Mu Ran concluded, "Thus, moderation in drinking is essential. Yet most men possess poor self-control and succumb to temptation, necessitating our guidance." At this, the three men found themselves at a loss for rebuttal. Mogun chuckled softly and continued, "Secondly, my finances are excessively restricted. You see, as a grown man, is it not essential to carry some money when venturing outside? What of socializing and networking? Who among us is immune to unexpected circumstances or urgent matters?" Without hesitation, Mu Ran countered, "Brother Yuan, you must understand sister-in-law's perspective. Women tend to feel insecure. After all, when men acquire wealth, they can sometimes stray. Thus, it is only prudent for them to maintain strict control over finances. Should you genuinely require funds for a legitimate matter, I doubt sister-in-law would deny you. Hence, you must empathize with her." Mogun sighed, "I understand. Yet this control is rather excessive, is it not? I often find myself without even a small sum for a casual drink. You all are aware of my nickname in the circle, King of Mooch Drinks, right? That's how it came to be." Listening to his lament, one couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Han Shichu instinctively glanced at Yu Chu-chan, who seemed lost in thought, her eyes twinkling with an inscrutable light. A sly smile gracing her delicate features. A sense of unease washed over him, yet he dismissed it, as the distance between them remained considerable. Bai Luming, feeling sympathetic, raised his glass and said, "Come, Brother Yuan, let us drink." The three men lifted their glasses and downed their contents in one gulp. The three women also raised their elegant goblets, gently clinking them together before savoring a small sip, each adorned with victorious smiles. Little Tang Yuan, in a mock gesture, held up her milk to toast with the air of loneliness. However, just as Bai Luming set down his glass, he began to boast with confidence. Chapter 65, On Being Submissive and Wealthy. Bai Luming beamed with self-satisfaction, declaring, "Thus, whether in seeking a girlfriend or a wife, one should always choose someone understanding and gentle. I shall never become a submissive partner." Chu Wanji shot him a dubious look and retorted, "You? Before we even discuss whether you can find a girlfriend, let us see if you can land a kissing scene." Laughing at him, mercilessly teasing him. How could this naive Bai possibly find a girlfriend? Don't make me laugh. Yet, it is rather unfortunate for Bai. Despite having been in the industry for so long and having filmed numerous projects, he has yet to secure a kissing scene. Who can he turn to for justice? Han Shichu patted his shoulder and chuckled, "Little Bai, you are still too young and naive to understand. Let me enlighten you. The persona women present before dating and marriage is entirely different. Beforehand, you may perceive her as a docile little cat. But once you begin dating or marry her, her true nature as a tiger will reveal itself. Almost no woman is an exception. Do you comprehend?" Before Bai Luming could respond, Yu Chu-chan, seated beside him, made her move. Her delicate hand stealthily landed on Han Shichu's soft flesh at his waist, twisting it with a playful grin as she asked, "So, you are well versed in this, then?" With a sharp intake of breath, Han Shichu shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "I do not understand. I am merely speaking nonsense." The group erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. Yu Chu-chan, satisfied, withdrew her mischievous grip, and while rubbing her waist from the playful assault, continued, "Little Bai, while that may be true, being a submissive partner can indeed be quite blissful. Just ask Brother Yuan." Bai Luming, intrigued, inquired, "Brother Yuan, are you happy?" Without a moment's hesitation, Mogun replied decisively, "Happy." A broad smile adorned his face as he spoke, which only deepened Bai Luming's confusion. What could this mean? Han Shichu refrained from answering directly, instead stating, "Many submissive households exhibit higher happiness levels than those dominated by a patriarchal mindset. As for the reason, you shall understand once you marry. Of course, being submissive does require boundaries. Without them, one merely becomes a pushover. Do you grasp this? Being submissive is an expression of love, yet I also hope women will exercise moderation, never taking this affection and tolerance as a license for reckless behavior. Indeed, Brother Mang's words carry weight. However, in reality, one either becomes an unprincipled submissive or allows their partner's affection to be trampled upon. Yet, truthfully, submissive households are indeed far happier. Brother Mang, you truly embody the spirit of Sichuan folk. In Sichuan, if one does not submit, their partner may never be won over. Bai Luming nodded, somewhat enlightened, yet still perplexed. Let us cease this discussion. Come, let us eat and drink. Due to the ongoing recording of the program, they refrained from excessive drinking, remaining in a pleasantly tipsy state. After the meal, this episode of Mooched Eats and Drinks came to a formal conclusion. Chu Wanji initially intended to remain with Yu Chu-chan to indulge in heartfelt conversations about their friendship. Yet with an engagement scheduled for the following day, she had no choice but to depart alongside the others. After exchanging contact information and bidding farewell to the guests, Han Shichu diligently washed the dishes. By the time he finished tidying the kitchen and stepped out, little Tang Yuan had already completed her evening routine. Donning her adorable pajamas and feeding her pet, Sugar Bean, she hummed a whimsical tune of her own making, singing that the ugly ones live long. After a few verses, she gently patted Sugar Bean on the head, saying, "Sugar Bean, you will surely live a long life." Han Shichu chuckled and called out to her, "Little Tang Yuan, come here." Upon hearing his summons, Tang Yuan promptly discarded the dog food in her hands and scampered towards him on her short legs. "Daddy, do you want little Tang Yuan to watch cartoons with you?" How clever of her to phrase it as if she were doing him a favor, when in reality, it was her own desire for his company. Han Shichu chose not to expose her ruse and nodded. "Yes, how about little Tang Yuan keeps daddy company for the cartoons?" "Okay," Tang Yuan exclaimed cheerfully, eagerly grabbing the remote control to turn on the television. After a while of viewing, she suddenly asked, "Daddy, do you want ice cream?" This time, before Han Shichu could respond, Yu Chu-chan, who was seated nearby with her laptop, immediately interjected, "No." With her intervention, Han Shichu could only shrug his shoulders at Tang Yuan, indicating his helplessness. Tang Yuan pouted, slightly disheartened. Han Shichu gently ruffled her hair, seeking to shift her focus. "Little Tang Yuan, would you like Daddy to teach you how to sing?" Sure enough, Tang Yuan's interest piqued at the suggestion, and she eagerly took his hand, exclaiming, "Yes, yes." Han Shichu promptly accessed the system store and purchased a children's song. "Let's go, Daddy will teach you to sing," he declared, lifting Tang Yuan in his arms as they made their way to the music room on the third floor. After a moment's thought, he placed a soft kiss on her chubby cheek. Then, he silently communicated with the system, "Comrade, I wish to draw a prize." If it weren't for his apprehension that this ridiculous system might impede his efforts, he would never have acquiesced. "Begin." "Stop. Congratulations, you have drawn the ultimate piano performance skill." Upon hearing the system's notification, a proud smile spread across Han Shichu's face. Indeed, little Tang Yuan was the true embodiment of luck. Observing the father-daughter duo ascending to the third floor, Yu Chu-chan set aside her laptop, hesitated for a moment, and then, fueled by curiosity, stealthily followed them. The third floor boasted a gym, a music room, a study, a home theater, and a game room, and astonishingly, even a small recording studio. How remarkable, indeed. Han Shichu couldn't help but speculate that Yu Chu-chan might possess some musical inclinations as well. Entering the music room, he was greeted by an impressive array of instruments, encompassing both Eastern traditional and Western instruments. Except for a few obscure pieces, it was a veritable treasure trove, all of high caliber. Han Shichu couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful it is to be wealthy." Most of the instruments appeared brand new, save for the expensive grand piano positioned at the center, which had clearly been used. It was likely that Yu Chu-chan had played it, but there was little surprise in that. After all, she was a privileged young lady, and her involvement in the entertainment industry made her piano skills rather unremarkable. Although Han Shichu could not identify the brand of the grand piano, its value was unmistakable. It was surely worth no less than 7 figures. Chapter 66. The Enchanting Children's Song, Disdain for Lies. Indeed, its worth was significant. Yet Han Shichu still underestimated the true value of this grand piano. This exquisite instrument had been custom-made for Yu Chu-chan by the Steinway Company at the behest of her father, a process that took a full 5 years to complete. This grand piano, resplendent in a vivid red hue, was crafted from 40 layers of the finest wood globally and featured a stunning phoenix design in traditional Chinese ink wash technique, created by a renowned artist. Furthermore, the piano was adorned with real gold, inscribed with Yu Chu-chan's name. The entire instrument resembled a phoenix rising from the ashes. The ink-washed depiction of the phoenix coming to life with an exquisite blend of beauty and an ancient, elegant charm. Han Shichu delicately caressed the piano's surface, marveling at its smooth texture. He gently placed little Tang Yuan on the piano bench and slowly seated himself at the instrument. As his fingers glided over the keys, he realized that this piano could effortlessly withstand the force of his arms and the complexity of his technique. In that moment, he acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated the piano's capabilities. Without further thought, recognizing that no matter how exquisite an instrument, it was meant to be played. Han Shichu gazed at Tang Yuan, who sat quietly at the edge of the piano bench, and softly said, "Little Tang Yuan, Daddy will teach you to sing Little Jumping Frog." Tang Yuan, with her round, sparkling eyes, inquired, "Is it about little frogs?" "Yes, little frogs." With that, Han Shichu began to play the piano, preparing to sing a verse. Cheerful and rhythmic notes floated through the music room. The happy pond planted dreams and turned into an ocean. The drum's big eyes and mouth sing loudly too. "If you lend me a pair of little wings, I can fly to the sun. I believe miracles are within me. La 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 la." Han Shichu's enchanting voice filled the room. This children's song was so captivating that it could enthrall not only children, but even adults, rendering them unable to resist its charm. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Yuan had quietly slid off the piano bench and was now squatting on the floor, her little hands resting between her legs, clumsily imitating a frog's movements, bouncing to the rhythm of the music while attempting to croak, "Ribbit, ribbit." The sight was utterly adorable. Not only Tang Yuan, but even Yu Chu-chan, who was peeking from the doorway, couldn't help but sway gently to the music's rhythm. After one song concluded, Han Shichu observed Tang Yuan still crouched on the ground, mimicking a frog, and shook his head with a bemused smile. He scooped her up and placed her back on the piano bench. "Was it nice, Tang Yuan?" "Yes, Daddy sings wonderfully." Han Shichu smiled softly, gently coaxing. "Would you like to learn?" Tang Yuan nodded her little head eagerly. "Yes, Daddy, teach me." With that, she planted a kiss on Han Shichu's cheek. The little one was truly a master of cuteness. "All right, I'll sing a line, and you repeat after me, okay?" "Okay." Subsequently, Han Shichu began to teach her line by line. Meanwhile, Yu Chu-chan quietly entered the music room and took a seat behind them. She found herself irresistibly drawn into the learning process, silently mouthing the words along with them, her lips moving subtly as she mentally sang along. The song's charm was evident. The first listen, childish. The second listen, addictive. The third listen, la 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 la. Even as Yu Chu-chan attempted to maintain her composure, she found herself unable to resist joining in. Little Tang Yuan, whether due to her intelligence or innate musical talent, not only learned quickly, but also sang with remarkable accuracy. Her memory exceptional. Aside from her slightly unclear enunciation, she was nearly flawless. However, it is precisely due to her sweet, childlike voice that her singing appears even more endearing and charming. After just 3 repetitions, Han Shichu had taught her the song completely. "Little Tang Yuan, now sing it all the way through for Daddy, shall you?" "Of course. But Daddy, please wait for little Tang Yuan to come down first." With that, she prepared to climb down from the piano stool again, but Han Shichu swiftly picked her up and set her down on the floor. He then returned to the piano, his long fingers dancing gracefully over the black and white keys. He initiated the tune, Happy Pond, and prepared to sing. The happy pond, when planted with dreams, transforms into an ocean. Little Tang Yuan's soft and sweet voice harmonized perfectly with this cheerful children's song. Her singing seemed to possess a healing quality, capable of rescuing anyone from unhappiness. As she sang, she raised her tiny hands beside her ears, jumping with each line. Though her movements resembled that of a rabbit more than a frog, she was undeniably adorable. La 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 la. Even Han Shichu couldn't help but join in her singing. Once she finished, he embraced her tightly, ruffling her little head affectionately, offering generous praise. "Little Tang Yuan, you sang wonderfully, even better than Daddy." This was indeed true, after all. Children's songs are inherently more delightful when sung in a child's innocent voice. Moreover, children's songs lack intricate techniques, featuring simple melodies and catchy lyrics. At that moment, Yu Chu-chan approached and cupped little Tang Yuan's face, showering her with kisses. "Little darling, your singing is so beautiful." Little Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she looked at Yu Chu-chan and said, "But Daddy sings beautifully too." Goodness, at such a young age, she was already playing clever tricks. How impressive. Both Han Shichu and Yu Chu-chan discerned the double meaning in her words. They exchanged teasing glances, eager to observe how Yu Chu-chan would respond. Yu Chu-chan's expression was quite animated. First, she appeared slightly taken aback, then a blush crept onto her cheeks, followed by a fierce glare directed at him. Finally, she feigned indifference, saying dismissively, "Pfft, your singing is dreadful, nowhere near as good as our little darlings." Han Shichu jested. "Oh, my dear, I thought a high and mighty CEO like you would be above telling lies." The strong-willed Yu Chu-chan would never easily concede or retract her words. Even if she were wrong, in her eyes, she was right. There was no question of being wrong. Without losing her composure, and even with a sense of righteous defiance. She continued to deny, "You truly understand me. I have no interest in lying. You simply cannot sing as well as little Tang Yuan." Oh. Her ability to shift the point of contention was rather impressive. Han Shichu merely smiled at her without exposing her contradiction. Just as Yu Chu-chan was silently exhaling a sigh of relief, Han Shichu suddenly rose and leaned in closely towards her. Yu Chu-chan was startled by his abrupt movement, instinctively stepping back a pace. Chapter 67. An overwhelming wall slam, hair disheveled. Yet, Han Shichu stepped closer, and as she retreated, he pursued her relentlessly, leaving her with no escape. Finally cornered against the wall, Yu Chu-chan found herself with nowhere to back away. As Han Shichu drew nearer, she could feel the warmth of his breath. This close proximity, with him towering over her, enveloped Yu Chu-chan in an intense sense of pressure. Her heart raced wildly, and despite the delicate blush adorning her exquisite face, she maintained a facade of icy composure, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" Though her tone was cold, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her lack of confidence. In that moment, Han Shichu's face was a mere 5 centimeters from hers. He remained silent, pressing one hand against the wall beside her ear, leaning in closer still. Han Shichu could see the fine hair on her ear clearly. He gently exhaled warm breath against her ear, causing her ears to flush crimson and her body to quiver slightly. A smile spread across Han Shichu's face, as if he had uncovered something. He extended a hand, intending to tuck the stray strands of hair behind her ear. Yu Chu-chan instinctively tilted her head away. "Don't move," Han Shichu commanded in an assertive tone. What are you trying to do?" Yu Chu-chan stammered, instinctively shrinking back, her hands crossing defensively over her chest. In that moment, she was far from the aloof, domineering CEO. She resembled a bashful, delicate girl. Of course, it could be merely a facade. A question of whether she was a wolf, a tiger, or a lamb. Who could truly tell? But at this moment, Han Shichu perceived himself to be the hunter. As he reached out again, Yu Chu-chan surprisingly remained still. Han Shichu smiled gently, guiding her disheveled hair back behind her ear. He softly remarked, "Your hair is a bit unruly." Yet at this moment, it was not just her hair that was disheveled. She cast a complex glance at him, who was radiating warmth. They held each other's gaze in silence for 3 seconds. Yu Chu-chan's cheeks flushed deeper, and then she forcefully pushed him away from the wall. Feeling as if her heart was plunging into an icy abyss, she then hurriedly fled from the scene. Breathing in the lingering fragrance in the air, Han Shichu grinned, secretly pondering whether she would have resisted if he had kissed her without hesitation just then. It was a touch regretful, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Han Shichu turned to look at little Tang Yuan, who was adorably pretending to cover her eyes, and he chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. He scooped her up and said, "Little Tang Yuan, let us go to sleep." Little Tang Yuan's big eyes sparkled with curiosity as she innocently asked, "Daddy, why didn't you kiss Mama just now?" Han Shichu teased her, "Oh, little Tang Yuan, weren't you covering your eyes the whole time? How do you know Daddy didn't kiss Mama?" Little Tang Yuan shyly giggled and replied, Actually, my fingers were open." "Ah, so you little rascal were peeking." She giggled, planting a kiss on his cheek. As they descended the stairs, Han Shichu asked, "Little Tang Yuan, do you want to sleep with Daddy or with Mama?" Without hesitation, the little one replied, "I want to sleep with Daddy." "All right then." Han Shichu carried little Tang Yuan, glancing at the closed door across the room before entering his own bedroom. Meanwhile, Yu Chu-chan leaned against the headboard, lost in thought, her cheeks still tinged with a rosy hue. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she muttered to herself, "How increasingly audacious. How infuriating." Subsequently, she grabbed the laptop from the bedside table, opened a document, and began typing furiously on the keyboard, seemingly engrossed in her writing. Upon returning to the room, Han Shichu placed little Tang Yuan on the bed and smiled, saying, "Little darling, lie down comfortably. Once Daddy finishes washing up, I'll come to tell you a bedtime story." Upon hearing this, little Tang Yuan quickly nestled into the blankets, waiting patiently. However, when Han Shichu emerged from the bathroom after washing up, he found that little Tang Yuan had already drifted off to sleep. Today had indeed been exhausting for her, attending kindergarten, greeting guests, feeding the dog, and learning songs. It seemed she was the busiest one in the family. Gazing at her serene, delicate face, Han Shichu couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Uncertain whether she sensed something or dreamt of a delightful occurrence, she unexpectedly broke into a faint smile. In that moment, Han Shichu felt that with the presence of little Tang Yuan, he possessed the entire world. The following dawn, Han Shichu awoke at his usual precise hour. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld little Tang Yuan, curled up affectionately in his embrace like a little kitten. A warm and blissful sensation instantaneously enveloped his heart. He hesitated, pondering whether he should awaken her. Yet, considering the long term, he suppressed his selfish inclination and chose to rouse her instead. "Little Tang Yuan, time to rise. Upon being called, little Tang Yuan emitted a reluctant murmur. With no other option, Han Shichu continued, little Tang Yuan, hurry and get up. Aren't you going to learn martial arts from daddy? She opened her sleepy eyes, rubbed them with her tiny hands, revealing her lingering state of drowsiness. Han Shichu gently lifted her from the covers, allowing her to sit up and awaken a bit. However, as she sat, her eyelids began to droop once more. This simply wouldn't do. Han Shichu hastily called out again. Stay awake, stay awake. Little Tang Yuan, do you want to learn martial arts from daddy? Her response was purely instinctual. This adorably clueless behavior left Han Shichu both amused and exasperated. Come on, daddy will take you to wash up first. Little Tang Yuan, with her eyes still half closed, stretched out her arms, clearly waiting for Han Shichu's assistance. He scooped her up and carried her into the bathroom, setting her on the sink to stand steady, and then washed her face. Finally alert, little Tang Yuan received her special toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed onto it. Come on, little Tang Yuan, brush your teeth. She took the small toothbrush, swished some water in her mouth, and then clumsily began brushing her teeth. Han Shichu observed her as she fumbled, creating a delightful mess. After some haphazard brushing, she rinsed her mouth and proudly grinned, displaying her little white teeth. Daddy, look how white little Tang Yuan's teeth are. Yes, they are very white. Keep it up. After their morning routine, Han Shichu led little Tang Yuan towards the backyard. The fresh air was infused with a delicate floral fragrance, intoxicating in its charm. Little Tang Yuan, are you ready? Daddy is about to teach you martial arts. Little Tang Yuan, somewhat puzzled, nodded earnestly, exclaiming, I'm ready, though she knew little of what lay ahead. She understood the importance of spirit. Chapter 68, The Most Resilient, the Elixir of Energy. What is martial arts? Martial signifies the cessation of conflict. Art embodies the understanding of the natural order and the execution of actions in harmony with it. The higher path of martial arts leads to enlightenment and harmony. The intermediate path fosters tranquility of mind and body. The lower path hones skills to guard against harm. Engaging in martial arts enhances one's adaptability, is straightforward to practice, elevates vitality and physical fitness, and promotes health and happiness. Before embarking on any martial discipline, the foundational practice of stance training, or Zama, is essential. The benefits of practicing Zama are manifold. It enhances balance, strengthens leg muscles, improves cardiovascular function, invigorates the body, stabilizes emotions, cultivates endurance and willpower, and promotes overall fitness, even aiding in weight loss. For men, practicing Zama can enhance certain physical capabilities. For women, it can enhance pleasure during intimate moments. However, these benefits manifest only through persistent effort. It is crucial to maintain proper posture while training in Zama, as incorrect form may lead to joint injuries. Moreover, preliminary warm-up exercises are necessary to prevent ligament strains. Han Shichu crouched down and addressed little Tang Yuan. Now let's run together to warm up. Without hesitation, little Tang Yuan scampered about the garden with her tiny legs, leaving Han Shichu both amused and exasperated. Unable to contain her energy, he swiftly caught her and patiently demonstrated the technique of jogging. Little Tang Yuan finally began to grasp the concept. Meanwhile, Yu Chu-chan, having awoken earlier than usual, pulled open the curtains, allowing the tranquil morning sunlight to flood in. Stretching comfortably before the floor-to-ceiling window, she marveled that it was yet another beautiful day. After engaging in some simple stretches, she inadvertently glanced down to discover two figures, one large, one small, in the backyard. Without needing to observe closely, she recognized them as Han Shichu and little Tang Yuan. The father and daughter stood facing each other, both practicing their stances, which piqued her curiosity. Without pausing for her morning routine, she hurriedly donned a nightgown and rushed downstairs. Upon reaching the backyard, she heard little Tang Yuan's voice. Daddy, I can't hold on any longer. With her arms outstretched and tiny fists clenched, little Tang Yuan was visibly struggling to maintain her stance, her small frame swaying precariously. Stop! At Han Shichu's command, little Tang Yuan sighed in relief, preparing to plop down on the ground for a well-deserved rest. Quick as a flash, Han Shichu supported her, saying, Little Tang Yuan, you can't sit down yet. We need to walk a bit first. Oh, but Daddy, I'm so tired, she protested, rubbing her legs and arms with her small hands. Truth be told, Han Shichu was quite pleased with her performance. He had not anticipated such resilience from little Tang Yuan. Initially, after demonstrating the correct stance, she could only hold it for a minute. The second time, she managed 3 minutes. By the third attempt, she astonishingly lasted nearly 10 minutes. Han Shichu was genuinely taken aback. Observing the beads of sweat on little Tang Yuan's small face, it would be a lie to say he wasn't concerned. Crouching down, he gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, speaking with utmost tenderness. Little Tang Yuan, you're amazing. You truly are Daddy's good girl. Though she appeared exhausted, hearing his praise elicited a beaming smile from her. Let us go inside. Daddy will prepare something delicious for you. Okay. As they turned, they were met by the sight of Yu Chu-chan standing behind them. Her brow furrowing, she inquired, "What are you two doing?" Noticing her concerned expression, Han Shichu quickly explained, "I'm teaching little Tangyuan martial arts to strengthen her body and provide self-defense." After listening to his explanation, Yu Chu-chan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, seemingly supportive of Han Shichu's intentions. However, she raised a valid concern. "Do you actually know martial arts?" "Don't teach her recklessly." With a confident smile, Han Shichu replied, "Of course I do. Otherwise, why would I dare teach little Tangyuan? Just make sure to be cautious. After all, little Tangyuan is still very young and can't withstand too much strain. You can rest assured, my dear. I will exercise caution and ensure little Tangyuan remains unharmed. However, she might have to endure some challenges." Yu Chu-chan hesitated once more. She held no belief in the adage that one must endure hardship to rise above. Her only wish was for little Tangyuan to live a carefree, healthy, and happy life, with everything else being of little consequence. Yet, little Tangyuan chimed in. "Little Tangyuan is the best at enduring hardships. This little one." Yu Chu-chan chuckled softly, choosing not to press the matter further. Han Shichu suddenly recalled something and, with a swift motion, picked up little Tangyuan, planting a kiss on her cheek, which elicited a series of delightful giggles from the child. "Comrade, I wish to draw a lottery." Reminder to the host. You currently have only 2 opportunities left for item lottery draws. I am aware, spare me the chatter. Let us commence swiftly. Stop. Congratulations to the host for winning an energy restoration potion. Upon hearing the system's notification, Han Shichu's face broke into a radiant smile. His thoughts had manifested, as he had been yearning for his family, and now, the child's uncle had arrived. He had always aimed for this particular prize. But due to insufficient permissions, certain items were not available to him, and he could only acquire them through the lottery. With a mindset of why not give it a try, he had drawn, and to his astonishment, he had indeed won. It was confirmed, if the system was not playing tricks. Little Tangyuan was undoubtedly the luckiest of the lucky. The energy restoration potion not only rapidly replenished stamina and alleviated fatigue, but also restored energy expenditure, making it simply perfect for little Tangyuan. Could she actually consume this? Would there be any side effects? Han Shichu quietly questioned in his mind. Suitable for all ages, from the elderly to infants, with no side effects. Han Shichu nodded in satisfaction. He set little Tangyuan down and gently said, "Little Tangyuan, are you thirsty?" My mouth is dry. Why don't you sit on the sofa and rest a bit while I get you a glass of milk?" While pouring the milk, Han Shichu discreetly retrieved the energy restoration potion from the system space, which was quite small, akin to an oral solution. Following the system's instructions, he added a drop to the milk and tasted it himself first. Instantly, a warm sensation spread throughout his body. Before long, Han Shichu felt revitalized, and the fatigue from his earlier workout vanished without a trace, as if he had been fully rejuvenated. Chapter 69. Buying sanitary napkins, seizing the opportunity. A product of the system, worthy of trust. Han Shichu hurriedly returned to the living room, exclaiming, "Here it comes, little Tangyuan. Time for your milk." As he spoke, he extended the milk toward her. Little Tangyuan beamed, playfully demanding, "Daddy, feed me." How could he refuse, considering she was such an adorable little creature? "Here you go, my precious. Drink this special milk I prepared for you, and you won't feel tired anymore." Nearby, Yu Chu-chan slightly pouted, unsure whether her expression stemmed from jealousy over their father-daughter bond or disdain for Han Shichu's childish sweet talk. Little Tangyuan, puffing out her cheeks, finished the milk in one go. Wiping her mouth with her tiny hand, she exclaimed, "Ah, delicious. Daddy's special milk is the best." Yu Chu-chan shot her a playful glare, a hint of envy in her voice as she remarked, "Little brown noser." Little Tangyuan cheekily stuck out her tongue, clearly unbothered by the teasing. Han Shichu eagerly inquired, "So, how do you feel, little Tangyuan? Are you no longer tired?" Little Tangyuan leaped off the sofa, standing in front of Han Shichu, bending her arms and striking a flexing pose to show off her non-existent biceps. "Daddy, I really feel great now," she chirped, bouncing excitedly in place. With little Tangyuan fully recharged, Han Shichu felt a sense of relief and turned to Yu Chu-chan, saying, "Boss, why don't you take little Tangyuan to take a bath? I'll start preparing dinner." Yu Chu-chan nodded. "All right, little brown noser, let us go wash up." After enjoying the nutritious breakfast prepared by Han Shichu, he sent the little divine beast off to kindergarten. Just as he was preparing to head home, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Yu Chu-chan. "Big fish, please buy me a pack of that on your way back." Han Shichu stared at the message, utterly confused, replying, "Boss, which one is that?" Meanwhile, Yu Chu-chan, lying in bed, cradled her abdomen in pain. Seeing his message made her furious. She angrily batted the quilt a few times, muttering through gritted teeth, "That jerk. It must be intentional." Unfortunately, Feeling too uncomfortable to get out of bed to buy it herself, she had no choice. Big fish, sanitary napkins. After sending the message, Yu Chuchan hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. Han Shichu understood. Soon, Yu Chuchan received another WeChat message. Han Shichu, boss, what brand do you want? There are so many varieties. I don't know which to choose. Unfortunately, Yu Chuchan, still in the restroom, did not see it. Han Shichu waited in the sanitary napkin aisle of the supermarket for quite some time without receiving a reply. However, he felt no embarrassment and quickly sought assistance from a nearby salesgirl. Excuse me, could you help me? The salesgirl was astonished upon seeing him, covering her mouth in disbelief and pointing at him. Are you Mongfuge? Han Shichu nodded graciously. The salesgirl, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, oh my gosh. I finally see you in person. Mongfuge, can I take a picture with you? I'm your fan. Han Shichu obliged, taking a photo with her. Once satisfied, the salesgirl finally remembered her job and cheerfully asked, Mongfuge, how can I assist you? Han Shichu smiled and explained, my wife is having her period. But I don't know which type to choose, as it's my first time buying for her. I'd appreciate your guidance. You're so good to your wife. The salesgirl remarked enviously. With her enthusiastic assistance, Han Shichu successfully purchased the sanitary napkins. Additionally, he bought a variety of other items and even treated himself to a mask for disguise. Upon returning home, Han Shichu carried his purchases upstairs and knocked on Yu Chuchan's bedroom door. Boss, huh? Strange, no one else in the room? Noticing the absence of anyone in the bedroom, he murmured and prepared to search elsewhere. I'm in the bathroom, just hand the items in. Sitting on the toilet, Yu Chuchan's legs were nearly numb. Finally, he had returned, but now was not the time for anger. She decided to deal with him later. Han Shichu selected the appropriate sanitary napkin from the large bag and gently pushed the bathroom door open just a crack. He extended his hand to pass the sanitary napkin inside, asking, Boss, is this okay? I can't reach it. Just throw it over. Upon hearing this, Han Shichu threw it with force. All right. He closed the door behind him. He had considered it, but dared not act, so he resigned himself to the situation. Before long, Yu Chuchan emerged from the bathroom, clutching her abdomen, her complexion pale. Seeing her in pain, Han Shichu quickly stepped forward to support her. However, Yu Chuchan lacked the strength to confront him. He helped her to the bed, placing a bag of sanitary napkins on her nightstand. Boss, I got everything for you. Day use, night use, wider ones, longer ones, disinfected types, antibacterial types, and more. Shut up. Yu Chuchan's cheeks flushed slightly, her patience wearing thin as she coldly chided him. Oh, after a moment's thought, Han Shichu softly suggested, if you're not feeling well, just lie down and rest for a while. With that, he turned and left the bedroom, casually closing the door behind him. Watching the door slowly close, Yu Chuchan, infuriated, grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it at the door, shouting, jerk, jerk, big jerk. It was evident that she was profoundly agitated by Han Shichu's indifferent demeanor, displaying an utter lack of concern. However, she had misjudged him. Descending the stairs, Han Shichu made a beeline for the kitchen to prepare some brown sugar water. After concocting the syrup, he filled 2 specially purchased hot water bottles with steaming water. Once more, he knocked on the bedroom door and inquired, Leader, may I enter? Upon pushing the door open, he found Yu Chuchan curled up in bed, still in evident distress, and one could only imagine the extent of her discomfort. Han Shichu carefully placed the items on the bedside table before gently propping her up against the headboard. Leader, please sip some brown sugar water. I can't say whether it will be effective. Yu Chuchan glanced at him, a flicker of warmth igniting in her eyes, relishing the sensation of being cared for. It is often said that women are most easily moved when vulnerable, and indeed, this proved to be true. What does it mean to seize an opportunity? After handing her the cup, Han Shichu inquired, Leader, are your limbs feeling quite cold? Yu Chuchan nodded in affirmation. Han Shichu picked up one of the hot water bottles and positioned it at the foot of the bed. Place your feet on the hot water bottle. He then handed her the other bottle, suggesting, you might find relief by placing this on your lower abdomen. With that, he departed once more. Chapter 70. Thoughtful Attention. Intentional Teasing. As he reached the door, he reminded her, Leader, don't just hold it. You must drink it while it's warm for it to take effect. Watching his retreating figure, Yu Chuchan felt a warmth envelop her heart, along with a tinge of emptiness. She took a gentle sip of the brown sugar water, savoring its sweetness. Before long, Han Shichu returned, this time not empty-handed. He carried a large bag of snacks and a tablet. He emptied the snacks onto the bed and set the tablet in front of her. Leader, indulge in some snacks, watch your show, and take a moment to unwind. Don't keep your face tense all day. Avoid putting pressure on yourself, and try not to lose your temper. You must learn to relax and embrace a smile. Also, make it a habit to exercise regularly to enhance your physical well-being. This will alleviate your symptoms, perhaps even eliminate them altogether. Yu Chuchan nodded softly. How are you feeling now? If it's still unbearable, we can head to the hospital. Much better, thank you. Han Shichu smiled gently. Well, you are my wife. It is only right that I take care of you. All right then, since you're feeling better, rest well. I'll step out. But call for me if you need anything. He prepared to leave. Hey, Yu Chuchan suddenly called out to him. He turned, asking, what is it? Is there something else? She appeared hesitant, wanting to say something but struggling to find the words. Han Shichu regarded her meaningfully, a playful smile gracing his face as he teased, Leader, you wouldn't want me to stay and keep you company, would you? Whether it was an innocent jest or an astute observation, he had indeed hit the mark. Yu Chuchan lowered her head, a hint of shyness overtaking her. She did not confirm nor deny, but her ambiguous demeanor clearly conveyed her feelings. Nevertheless, Han Shichu exited the room. You rascal, didn't you already know? Why leave now? Do you truly not wish to spend time with me? Yu Chuchan pouted in frustration, lightly thumping the quilt, muttering in indignation. At that moment, she fully embodied the delicate disposition of a woman. Ultimately, she was merely a young girl who had never even experienced love. The aloof and domineering facade she often presented was merely a guise. How else could she manage such a vast company? Over time, she had even forgotten her true nature. Even the most iron-willed individuals possess a softer side. What more could be said of a strong woman? Naturally, she too had her moments of fragility. While she felt a twinge of anger, there was also an inexplicable sense of loss. However, it wasn't too long before Han Shichu re-entered. Surprised? Delighted? Yet, is it truly appropriate for you to keep coming and going like this? This time, Han Shichu came equipped with art supplies and a chair. He set the chair beside her bed and sat down slowly. Considering her pride and stubborn nature, Han Shichu decided to offer her an out. Leader, I can't help but worry about you, so I've decided to stay here. You can watch your show while I draw. I won't disturb you. Yu Chuchan felt a surge of joy within, though she feigned reluctance and nodded. As she munched on the snacks prepared by Han Shichu, she settled into her show, feeling utterly content. Before she knew it, even her physical discomfort began to dissipate. Han Shichu sat quietly beside her, engrossed in his drawing. As she watched him, Yu Chuchan found her gaze unwittingly drawn to Han Shichu. It is often said that a man is most handsome when he is absorbed in his work, and she found herself captivated. After some time, Han Shichu stretched slightly, preparing to relieve his stiff neck. However, when he looked up, he caught Yu Chuchan staring intently at him. Leader, he called softly, puzzled. Yet, Yu Chuchan, lost in her thoughts, did not respond. Raising his voice, he called again, Leader. Yu Chuchan jolted back to reality, asking, what is it? Han Shichu shot her a sidelong glance. I was about to ask you the same. Why are you staring at me so intently? Her face flushed slightly at being caught, and she retorted, who is staring? I was merely lost in thought. Han Shichu chuckled softly, shaking his head, choosing not to argue further and returning to his drawing. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Yu Chuchan turned her head in a huff, resuming her show. Yet, how could she focus on some trivial romance drama at that moment? She slightly tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Han Shichu, only to find him completely absorbed in his artwork. Unreasonably irritated and vexed, a strong sense of annoyance began to brew within her. She rolled her eyes and suddenly cranked the tablet's volume to the maximum. She was determined to see if the noise would disrupt Han Shichu's concentration. Yet it was clear she had underestimated his ability to maintain focus. He remained undeterred, wholly engrossed in his drawing. Frustrated at her failed attempt to rattle him, Yu Chuchan let out an exasperated huff. However, she was not one to easily concede defeat. With a bright gleam in her eyes, she snatched a bag of potato chips and eagerly tore it open. The crisp sound filled the room, cutting through the noise of the tablet, despite its maximum volume. Yet, even amidst such unbearable noise, Han Shichu remained unfazed, continuing to concentrate on his artwork. Impressed by his resilience, Yu Chuchan decided she would not relent easily. She was determined to elicit a response from Han Shichu. Immediately, she began to munch audibly, this being the first time in her life she had done so. To her surprise, she discovered that eating in such a manner made the snacks taste exceptionally delightful. Amidst the incessant clamor, she covertly observed Han Shichu's reaction from the corner of her eye. The intensity of the noise escalated, and in that moment, she resembled a capricious and petulant young girl. All her antics were a clear indication of one sentiment. The baby was unhappy and craved comfort. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Han Shichu, engrossed in his drawing, bore a slight, mischievous smile at the corners of his lips. From the very beginning, his intentions had been deliberate. He yearned to witness what childish antics this typically aloof and regal female CEO could conjure. Such a delightful spectacle was indeed a rare treasure, and he intended to savor it. Seeing him remain as unyielding as a mountain, Yu Chuchan felt a surge of irritation, a particularly strong vexation. In a fit of frustration, She hurled the snack bag in her hand and flopped back against the headboard, crossing her arms defiantly as she shot Han Shichu an irate glare. How dare he display such nonchalance? Chapter 71, a collaborative performance, with malicious intent. No, she could not concede so easily. That was clearly not her style. In a moment of contemplation, a cunning plan sparked within her. Suddenly, she placed her hands over her abdomen and began to emit pained whimpers. Han Shichu understood that ignoring her any longer would be unwise. Slowly lifting his gaze, he nearly burst into laughter at the sight before him. Yu Chuchan lay curled up on the bed like a distressed creature, her hands clutching her stomach, her head buried in her chest. Her face contorted in agony as she writhed about. Goodness, what a performance. Such talent should not go unrecognized. She would make a splendid actress. Naturally, Han Shichu felt compelled to play along with her theatrical display. He feigned concern, asking, "Chief, what's wrong? Is the pain returning?" Yu Chuchan adopted a pitiful demeanor, embodying a delicate, sickly figure. Han Shichu, now fully immersed in the act, anxiously suggested, "Shall I take you to the hospital? Perhaps a dose of painkillers would help." "Oh no, I can endure it," she replied, knowing full well her suffering was feigned. She was not foolish enough to accept his offer. Absolutely not. Han Shichu declared without hesitation, "How can you bear this?" He then pretended to prepare to lift her in his arms. Yu Chuchan hastily interjected, "No, really, it's fine. I've managed through it before." Han Shichu raised an eyebrow, internally reveling in delight. "Ah, you've set the stage, and now you must perform. When it ends is no longer your decision. This is different. I could ignore it before, but now that I'm your husband, I cannot stand idly by and watch you suffer. Seeing you in pain pains me as well." What a splendid declaration. Now, Yu Chuchan found herself in a precarious position. Unable to extricate herself from his words, she resorted to a cold, curt tone, "If I say I don't need it, then I don't need it." Han Shichu shrugged. "All right, as you say, Chief. Since you refuse to go to the hospital, shall I give you a massage? I read online that it might help." His suggestive smile, coupled with his actions and slightly lewd expression, sent a shiver down Yu Chuchan's spine. Internally, she cursed. This rascal actually intends to lay hands on me. Not a chance. With a frosty demeanor, she retorted, "No, thank you." Han Shichu merely smirked, having never genuinely intended to take advantage of her. "Ah, I see. By the way, does your hot water bottle still have warmth? Shall I change the water for you?" His query was sincere. "It has lost its warmth." Han Shichu nodded and went to the foot of the bed to retrieve the hot water bottle resting by her feet. "Please hand me the one on your abdomen." Yu Chuchan extracted the hot water bottle from under the blanket and handed it to him. Before long, Han Shichu returned. Having replaced the water, he carefully placed the hot water bottle next to her feet, but inadvertently brushed against her toes. Smooth, delicate, soft, and slightly cool at his warm touch. Yu Chuchan recoiled as if electrocuted, a blush blooming on her cheeks, clearing his throat to mask his own embarrassment. Han Shichu coughed lightly and handed her the other hot water bottle. "Here, the water's been changed. You can place it on your stomach." After a moment's thought, he added with genuine concern, "If the pain becomes unbearable, don't hesitate to let me take you to the hospital. This is not a trivial matter." Yu Chuchan nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief silence, a sly smile crept across Han Shichu's face. "Chief, your complexion seems less than ideal, and not just now. It's been this way for a while. Though you are naturally beautiful, you must take care of yourself." Intrigued, Yu Chuchan regarded him with interest. "From your tone, it seems you possess some wisdom in this area. What secrets do you wish to share?" Clearing his throat again, Han Shichu replied with feigned seriousness. "Experts say that frequent kissing can enhance the complexion, making it more vibrant and radiant, while also uplifting one's spirits. During a kiss, thousands of bacteria are exchanged every 10 seconds, and this constant exchange yields such effects. Moreover, studies indicate that couples who kiss frequently tend to foster a more harmonious home. There are even metaphysical masters who claim that couples who kiss often enjoy better fortune." What a well-spoken argument. After finishing, Han Shichu discreetly glanced at her. Yu Chuchan, however, regarded him with a cool smile, scrutinizing him as she appraised whether his words held truth. He seemed earnest, yet she sensed his ulterior motives. With a sharp glare, she declared, "You rogue." Han Shichu, unperturbed, responded with a clean-cut demeanor, duly noted. Rising to leave, he paused midway. "Oh, by the way, it's nearing noon. What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you." Yu Chuchan pondered for a moment before replying. "Anything is fine, as long as it's spicy." This girl certainly had a penchant for Sichuan cuisine. "No," Han Shichu firmly rejected her request. "You are in a delicate condition and cannot consume cold, raw, or spicy foods. Perhaps something light and nourishing would be more suitable." Yu Chuchan shot him an exasperated glare. "Then why did you ask me in the first place? What a waste of time." Her words were biting, yet warmth filled her heart. Han Shichu chuckled sheepishly. "Ah, It was merely a habitual inquiry. Why take it so seriously? Chief. Scram. Han Shichu descended the stairs, entered the kitchen, and peered into the fridge. Though stocked with various ingredients, none were what he desired, prompting him to decide on a grocery run. To avoid unnecessary complications, he donned sunglasses and a mask, for he was now a somewhat notable figure, possessing exceptional culinary skills. He certainly knew what a woman should eat during her delicate times, so gathering supplies was a swift endeavor. Upon returning home after purchasing the ingredients, he made his way directly to the kitchen and began to busily prepare a meal. In just over an hour, he had completed the lunch. Rather than calling for Yuchu-chan to join him, he opted to carry the meticulously prepared dishes upstairs on a tray. In Chapter 72, Conquering the Heart, Folklore, Han Shichu first placed the tray on the bedside table, then set up a folding table beside her bed. As he methodically arranged the dishes on the table, he softly remarked, "Leader, please start eating. I will fetch the remaining 2 dishes." After making another trip downstairs, he finally had everything ready. Due to the low height of the folding table, Han Shichu sat cross-legged on the carpet. Yuchu-chan gazed at the sumptuous array of dishes before her, feeling a wave of emotion as it was evident that each dish had been specially prepared by Han Shichu. The meal included tomato-braised beef brisket, poached shrimp, steamed base, stir-fried pig liver, and nourishing black-bone chicken soup. Han Shichu continuously served her food while chattering away. "You should eat the beef, which is warming and can dispel cold. Have some shrimp, as it alleviates menstrual discomfort. Do indulge in the fish, rich in proteins and vitamins, along with various minerals beneficial for women during special times. The pig liver is excellent too. It is one of the best foods for your unique period, replenishing blood and providing iron and high-quality protein." With each dish he offered, he elaborated on its benefits, incessantly chatting. Yuchu-chan remained silent, not displaying any impatience, but listened quietly as she savored the meal. The feeling of being moved was inevitable, especially during her vulnerable moments. Han Shichu's meticulous care had seeped deeply into her heart. Since graduating from university, she had been striving alone in the bustling metropolis, far from her family, juggling her career while also taking care of little Tang Yuan. To claim she wasn't exhausted would be disingenuous. Although her parents supported her career and Wang Ma assisted her in daily life, her heart felt unsupported. As she had previously stated, even during difficult times, she had to endure on her own, lacking the thoughtful care she now received. How could she not be touched? How could she not be stirred? At that moment, she realized how fortunate it was to have someone to rely on. She no longer needed to wear a facade, to pretend to be strong, or to bear everything alone. She was, after all, merely a delicate woman. With a subtle lift of her gaze, she stole a glance at Han Shichu, who was focused on peeling shrimp for her. His captivating features were illuminated by a radiant smile, his eyes brimming with tenderness. A woman's emotions often flourish in fleeting moments and trivial details. Especially for someone like Yuchu-chan, if one hoped to win her over with money, flowery words, or cunning schemes, it would be utterly futile. True sincerity is the only currency that can be exchanged for genuine affection. While enjoying their meal, Han Shichu attentively catered to her needs, occasionally serving her vegetables, peeling shrimp, or removing fish bones. Yuchu-chan relished his care as they both shared a comfortable silence, savoring the tranquil and beautiful moments together. After finishing the meal, Han Shichu tidied up the bedroom before heading downstairs to wash the dishes. Once done, he exited the kitchen and addressed his forlorn golden retriever, Tongdo. "Go choose your dog food." Upon hearing this, Tongdo dashed toward the room designated for various dog food options. Shortly thereafter, it returned, proudly carrying a chicken-flavored kibble in its mouth, presenting it to Han Shichu. After feeding Tongdo, he returned to Yuchu-chan's bedroom. "Leader, are you feeling better now?" Yuchu-chan nodded, replying, "Much better." Han Shichu looked at her in surprise, realizing that she was smiling while speaking to him, her tone considerably softer. He couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. It seemed his efforts had yielded positive results. "That's great," he said with a smile, nodding in agreement. Approaching the foot of the bed, he reached for the hot water bottle by her feet and noticed it had cooled down. "Leader, let me change the water in the hot water bottle." After replacing it, Han Shichu instinctively returned to his seat. As he picked up his drawing board, he inquired, "Leader, would you like to take a nap?" Yuchu-chan shook her head, somewhat exasperated. "Eat and then sleep? Are you trying to raise me like a pig?" "If you don't mind, I would be more than willing to oblige," he replied, which predictably earned him an exaggerated roll of her eyes. Han Shichu resumed his drawing while Yuchu-chan continued watching her show. Almost an hour later, she suddenly turned off her tablet, lay back slowly, and said, "I'm going to sleep for a bit." Without lifting his head, Han Shichu responded, "All right, sleep well. I'll be right here drawing." Yuchu-chan murmured softly, closing her eyes in preparation for slumber. Yet, despite lying in bed, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Han Shichu, engrossed in his drawing. Noticed her restlessness and gently asked, "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" "Yes," Yuchu-chan admitted, opening her eyes with a hint of helplessness. "I feel sleepy. But for some reason, I just can't seem to drift off." Han Shichu furrowed his brow slightly and tentatively suggested, "Leader, how about I tell you a bedtime story? Are you trying to coax me like little Tang Yuan?" Yuchu-chan glared at him, her eyes wide with mock anger. Han Shichu shrugged in response, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, Yuchu-chan hesitantly replied, "Well, why not give it a try?" Han Shichu shot her a knowing look, a teasing smile spreading across his face. "All right, then I'll tell you a story." With that, he accessed the system's marketplace and began to narrate a tale. Once upon a time, there was a village called Zhu's village, home to a wealthy man named Zhu, who had a daughter named Zhu Yingtai. Indeed, Han Shichu was recounting the tale of butterfly lovers. In the mysterious ancient Eastern country, butterfly lovers stands as one of the 4 great love stories of antiquity. A cherished oral tradition and a national and tangible cultural heritage, profoundly influencing folklore worldwide. This tale is so well known in the East that it has been celebrated as a timeless ode to love, inspiring countless individuals with the poignant romance of Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai. With his magnetic voice and a soothing, deep tone, Han Shichu effortlessly lulled Yuchu-chan into a deep slumber. He carefully tucked her in with a light blanket to shield her from the cool air of the air conditioning. Han Shichu rested his hands on the bed's edge, gazing intently at her exquisite face, which was now so close. It was evident that she was sleeping peacefully and sweetly. He didn't do anything else. He simply remained there, lost in affectionate admiration of her. In Chapter 73, Innocent Words, Frugal and Greedy. When Han Shichu stepped out to pick up the kindergarten students, Yuchu-chan was still sound asleep, likely enjoying a long overdue restful slumber. "Daddy, did you miss little Tang Yuan today?" Little Tang Yuan nestled in Han Shichu's embrace, her soft voice inquiring. Han Shichu playfully scratched her tiny nose with his finger, smiling as he replied, "Of course. As soon as little Tang Yuan left, I started to miss you." With a satisfied smile, little Tang Yuan expressed her longing for her father. "Daddy, what do you want to eat today?" Han Shichu, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, shook his head and replied, "Daddy doesn't want anything to eat." "Then, Daddy, would you like to ride the seesaw? I can take you to have fun." Little Tang Yuan exclaimed eagerly. "What is going on here? Why does this little rich girl keep trying to spend money on him?" He thought to himself, weren't they supposed to be frugal and money-minded? While other parents were cunningly attempting to extract their children's pocket money, it seemed that in their household, the roles were reversed. Wasn't little Tang Yuan being a bit too generous? "No, Mommy is sick. We need to hurry home to take care of her," he reminded her. "Huh?" Little Tang Yuan gasped in surprise, urgently asking, "Is Mommy ill?" "Yes," he confirmed. With her brows furrowed like 2 little caterpillars, she urged, "Daddy, hurry up. We need to go home and check on Mommy." Upon returning home, little Tang Yuan dashed upstairs without even changing her slippers, tossing her teddy bear backpack aside. The well-trained puppy, Tongdo, effortlessly caught the backpack she had thrown, without any difficulty. Han Shichu, having changed his shoes, quickly followed her upstairs. As soon as he entered Yuchu-chan's bedroom, he found little Tang Yuan standing beside her bed, pretending to check her forehead while asking, "Mommy, what illness do you have?" This left Yuchu-chan momentarily speechless, yet she quickly responded, "Mommy has a stomach ache." Clearly, explaining to little Tang Yuan was futile. How could she know the severity? Little Tang Yuan's face was etched with worry. "Will Mommy die?" she asked innocently. Both Han Shichu and Yuchu-chan were taken aback by her question. Taking a deep breath, Yuchu-chan repeatedly reminded herself not to be angry. Children often speak without thinking. However, it was evident that little Tang Yuan was genuinely concerned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Han Shichu promptly knelt down and embraced her, softly reassuring, "No? Mommy just has a stomach ache. She will be fine after a few days of rest." "Really?" Little Tang Yuan tilted her little head, pouting, and gazed up at him with pleading eyes. Ruffling her hair affectionately, he smiled, "Of course. When have I ever lied to my little treasure?" With that reassurance, little Tang Yuan believed him. She then ran to the bedroom door, calling out loudly, "Tongdo, Guadongdu." In an instant, Tongdo came rushing towards her, but due to the slick floor, it skidded past and fell. Little Tang Yuan placed her hands on her hips, scolding, "Guadongdu, you're such a silly dog." Tongdo, getting up, looked at her with a pitiful expression, letting out a low whine, as if trying to defend itself. Little Tang Yuan, uninterested in arguing further, commanded, "Go get my little backpack." Despite being reprimanded, Tongdo didn't hesitate, understanding that this formidable little creature would not be lenient. Han Shichu and Yuchu-chan watched with great interest, eager to see what little Tang Yuan was up to. Before long, Tongdo returned with her teddy bear backpack in its mouth. Little Tang Yuan took it, turned back to the bed, and opened the bag. rummaging inside until she slowly pulled out a 100 yuan note. Mommy, can you not get out of bed and walk? Yu Chuchan was about to speak, but decided to see what little Tang Yuan was planning, so she nodded and pretended, yes, Mommy can't walk right now. Little Tang Yuan's face fell, tears streaming down her cheeks. Han Shichu shot Yu Chuchan an incredulous glare, silently accusing her of provoking little Tang Yuan into tears. Just as he was about to comfort the distraught child, to his astonishment, little Tang Yuan clenched her teeth, reached out to touch Yu Chuchan's face, and said, Mommy, it's okay, Daddy and I will take care of you. Hearing her mature words warmed Yu Chuchan's heart. At least her daughter was proving to be worthy of her upbringing. Then, with great reluctance, little Tang Yuan extended the 100 yuan note towards her, hesitatingly saying, Mommy, this is for you. Yu Chuchan's eyes widened in surprise, her face lighting up with joy. This was the first time little Tang Yuan had given her money. Previously, when she tried to coax little Tang Yuan into sharing her allowance, the little one had steadfastly refused, not even parting with a single cent. Even when offered enticing trips to amusement parks or zoos, if it involved spending her money, little Tang Yuan would rather not go. Thus, Yu Chuchan had often labeled her a miser. Now, to see little Tang Yuan unexpectedly offering 100 yuan was astonishing. Although it was evident that she was reluctant to part with it, it was indeed a rare gesture. However, Yu Chuchan quickly realized she was perhaps too hasty in her delight. Instead of accepting the money, she curiously inquired, Little sweetheart, why are you giving Mommy money? Little Tang Yuan replied in her sweet voice, to buy a wheelchair for Mommy. Yu Chuchan nearly exploded with frustration. Han Shichu, unable to suppress his laughter, burst out chuckling. Yu Chuchan shot him a glare before turning back to little Tang Yuan, exasperatedly saying, Thank you, dear. Little Tang Yuan, oblivious to the sarcasm, politely replied, You're welcome. Yu Chuchan sighed, feeling both drained and powerless. Han Shichu, now intrigued, teased, but little Tang Yuan, 100 yuan isn't enough. Little Tang Yuan tilted her head, furrowing her brows in thought. Before responding, if I can't buy a wheelchair, then I'll get a crutch. This time, Yu Chuchan was truly exasperated. She pinched little Tang Yuan's cheek, sternly asking, You little ingrate, you've saved so much money, and you can't spare a little for a wheelchair for Mommy? Without batting an eye, little Tang Yuan replied, I haven't saved much. Yu Chuchan, rolling her eyes in disbelief, retorted, Oh please, your little piggy bank has over 400,000 yuan in cash. And your card has at least a few million. And you dare say you haven't saved much? Little Tang Yuan looked at her in astonishment, exclaiming, Huh? How did you know, Mommy? Han Shichu was equally shocked by the little rich girl's fortune, unaware that she even had a card, let alone that little Tang Yuan hadn't disclosed it to him. How is it that a kindergarten child seems to be living a more affluent life than I am? Who can I complain to? Feigning indifference, Yu Chuchan smirked. All that money is from your grandparents and me. Do you think Mommy wouldn't know? Little ingrate. Don't try to change the subject. Tell me, what do you plan to do with all that money? Little Tang Yuan beamed. It's for Daddy to spend. Upon hearing this, Han Shichu was overwhelmed with joy and gratitude, while Yu Chuchan was infuriated. No wonder I can't get a single cent from you. It turns out you're so generous with Daddy. Yet, upon recollecting Han Shichu's astonished expression moments ago, it became evident that she was oblivious to the existence of a card belonging to little Tang Yuan. With a blend of curiosity and perplexity, she inquired, If it is intended for your father, why haven't you informed him about the card? Without a moment's hesitation, little Tang Yuan confidently replied, That is for my father to use when he grows old. Han Shichu was profoundly moved. At such a tender age, the child was already contemplating her father's future care, which was indeed a source of concern. Yu Chuchan sighed helplessly, acknowledging her feelings of envy and frustration, which stirred within her like a tempest. Overcome by emotion, she leapt from the bed, pointed towards the door, and with gritted teeth declared, You two ungrateful wretches, leave at once. Just the sight of you infuriates me. Clearly, this had riled her considerably. Unable to withstand her ire, Han Shichu scooped up little Tang Yuan and made for the exit. Daddy, did Mama just stand up? Little Tang Yuan asked. Her curiosity piqued. Han Shichu smiled gently and reassured her, Your mother was teasing you. She is perfectly fine. A sigh of relief escaped little Tang Yuan, who had been quite worried. Intrigued, Han Shichu asked, My dear, why are you reluctant to let your mother spend money? I am not unwilling. Little Tang Yuan exclaimed, her bright, innocent eyes gazing directly at him. This response left Han Shichu momentarily speechless. Fortunately, little Tang Yuan continued sweetly, Daddy, you, Mama, Grandpa, Grandma, and even great-grandpa and great-grandma. All your money will surely be saved for little Tang Yuan, right? Han Shichu nodded, replying without a second thought, Indeed, it will all be for my precious little one. She then added, So, you are all eating my food, using my things, drinking my drinks, and spending my money, aren't you? Therefore, Little Tang Yuan has no reluctance in letting Mama spend money. Look how generous I am. Han Shichu stared in astonishment at the little one, utterly flabbergasted by her reasoning. Just as they descended the stairs, the doorbell rang, and little Tang Yuan scampered off to answer it, her short legs carrying her swiftly. Aunt Rong Nai. She greeted cheerfully upon seeing her visitors. Lisa Rong immediately scooped up the little one, asking, "Little Tang Yuan, have you missed me?" She instinctively began to speak, but quickly caught herself, recalling the last time the child had delivered an unexpected verbal blow. Seeing little Tang Yuan's playful demeanor was irresistibly adorable. She felt an overwhelming urge to plant a kiss on her cherubic cheeks. However, little Tang Yuan seemed unwilling, shaking her head vigorously to evade the kiss. Determined, Lisa Rong was resolute in her quest to kiss the child, convinced she could win over this little sprite. Ultimately, despite little Tang Yuan's struggles, Lisa Rong succeeded in leaving a vibrant lipstick mark on the child's face. Little Tang Yuan was immediately displeased, her small hand touching the lipstick stain on her palm. Frowning, she pouted and said, "Aunt Rong, you've made my face dirty." She wriggled out of Lisa Rong's embrace and hurried over to Han Shichu. "Daddy, please wipe my face. Aunt Rong has made it dirty." It was evident that the little one was genuinely appalled. Not only Lisa Rong, but even Yu Chuchan shared in this disapproval. The only one spared from such disdain was likely Han Shichu himself. Lisa Rong felt as though she had been dealt a cruel blow. The demure assistant, AI, stifled her laughter, unable to contain herself. Nevertheless, she remained diligent in her duties, swiftly beginning the live stream without any preamble. "Oh my, the broadcast has finally begun. I never expected that I, a grown man, would anticipate a man's live stream so eagerly. Goodness, I feel something's amiss. It's been too long since I've seen Meng Fu Go. How can it feel like ages?" Agreed. But I can't stop thinking about the adorable little Tang Yuan. Frustrated. Last night, I went to Yapinua Mansion, but I couldn't even enter the gate. How could I steal? Damn it. Sure, you're so brave. How admirable. Han Shichu, bemused by the child's vanity, could only produce a wet tissue and gently wipe her face clean. "Thank you, Daddy. Love you." Little Tang Yuan cooed sweetly, followed by a hearty kiss on his cheek. Han Shichu, intending to tease, exaggeratedly wiped away the drool from his face with the tissue. Little Tang Yuan looked on in astonishment, her eyes fixed on him. But how could he resist? She cupped his face and playfully pecked him all over, wiping her lips afterward and giggling uncontrollably. In that moment, the little one resembled a victorious rogue. She was determined to assert, "You cannot disdain me, otherwise I shall not relent." This domineering aspect of her character bore a striking resemblance to Yu Chuchan. Han Shichu chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. V, observing the scene, lamented. "What mischief have I stumbled into? Why am I being subjected to this?" The rich girl exclaimed, "Away has perished. How can such an adorable little one exist? My youthful heart has been utterly melted. What should I do? Only a fervent kiss from little Tang Yuan can revive me." The scallion prince lamented. "I simply cannot bear to watch any longer. I am online seeking a partner to raise adorable pets. Look at me. My backside is ample and curvaceous. I surely can bear children. Wealth means little to me. I simply adore the dashing young man of the capital who drives a Ferrari with one hand. Oof, what audacity. Look at that shameless face. Scallion, take a good look at how experienced they are in producing daughters." In Chapter 75, Rational Fandom Invokes Public Wrath. Han Shichu smiled gently at the camera, waved, and said, "Hello, everyone. Welcome to my live stream. As this is only my second broadcast, I have much to learn. If I falter, I kindly ask for your understanding." After bowing in gratitude, little Tang Yuan mimicked him, forming a tiny fist and adorably bowing while cheerfully saying, "Please be kind to us." Although her words were not perfectly enunciated, the sentiment was clear. This act, unsurprisingly, enchanted everyone in the live stream. Han Shichu glanced at the time and remarked, "It is still too early to cook, so let us engage in some light conversation." Seizing the opportunity, he continued, "I wish to share a few thoughts with you all. I am merely an ordinary person with a bit of fame. Like everyone else, I escort my child to school, shop for groceries, and occasionally venture out. Therefore, if you happen to see me on the street, please do not make a fuss or gather in crowds. Should the circumstances permit, I will gladly oblige those who wish for autographs or photos, but if it is inconvenient, I hope you can understand. After all, I am just an ordinary person. What use is it to you to seek my signature or photo? It neither fills your stomach nor brings you wealth. But if you simply wave from afar and say, 'Hello, Meng Fu Go,' I would find that truly delightful and would be immensely grateful." The scallion prince replied, I completely understand. I hope for the same. Brother Meng Fu is absolutely right. I urge everyone to pursue their idols with rationality and to refrain from indulging in frivolous or ostentatious behavior, as it is entirely unnecessary. Brother Meng Fu, greetings. The wealthy young lady declared, "I grant you permission." Observing the barrage of comments in the chat, Han Shichu responded to the understanding of the online audience with a sincere smile. Thank you. Thank you all for your understanding. I am at a loss for how to repay you, so allow me to bow in gratitude. As soon as he uttered these words, Lisa Rong and her assistant, Xiao AI, exchanged astonished glances. The viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback by his sudden boldness. What is going on? Is he really going to bow just like that? What happened to the saying that a man's knees are made of gold? Where is your dignity? Your integrity? Shattered? To everyone's surprise, Han Shichu extended his index and middle fingers, pressed them against the coffee table, and bent forward, kneeling down. Damn it, Brother Mongfu, this is too outrageous. Is this what you mean by bowing? We have no grievances with you. Why treat us like fools? I feel insulted. Brother Mongfu is rubbing our intelligence in the dirt. How could we have been thinking of you before, only to end up with this? If you don't genuinely bow, we want to let this go. Not only the online users, but even Lisa Rong and Xiao AI shot him disapproving glares, aware that he had stirred up the ire of the crowd. Han Shichu quickly chuckled and said, I apologize. It was just a joke. Please don't take it to heart. An apology is only useful if it brings about change. What do we need the police for? The son of Scallion remarked. Brother Mongfu, if you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, we will pursue this matter with you. The wealthy young lady added, although I detest Scallion and often oppose him, this time, I stand by him. Clearing his throat theatrically to ease the awkward atmosphere, Han Shichu sheepishly suggested, how about this? Xiao Tangyuan and I will sing a song for everyone, and you can forgive me? Xiao Tangyuan chimed in, let me tell you. My singing is delightful, even better than my dad's. Seeing the audience's eagerness to hear, Han Shichu smiled, momentarily feeling at ease. Of course, he understood that this was solely due to the charm of the young child. As he picked up Xiao Tangyuan and headed upstairs, he declared, to demonstrate my sincerity and respect for everyone, let us perform in the music room. How can we forego instruments and ceremony? Upon entering the third-floor music room, it was no surprise that the viewers were filled with envy. Alas, how can one compete with such wealth? Even if one labored their entire life without eating or drinking, they might not afford the instruments in this room. The son of Scallion retorted, haha, my friend, you might be overthinking things. Just look closely. You probably can't even afford the piano in the center of the room. The wealthy young lady quipped, forgive my ignorance as a nouveau riche. I hope the son of Scallion can enlighten us. He replied, it's not that I look down on anyone, it's simply the truth. Not even I would splurge on such an item. While it may appear stylish and sophisticated, who besides a professional pianist would waste millions on a piano? He continued, of course, my sister Chan is the exception. She has the means to be extravagant. Though President Yu is the CEO of a major company, even this seems excessively lavish. Is the entertainment industry truly that profitable? The son of Scallion remarked. TSK, I thought you were clever enough to recognize my sister Chan at first glance. But it appears you know nothing. Her influence is beyond your imagination. His words ignited a flurry of discussion among viewers, with speculations running rampant. Han Shichu approached the piano, gently placing Xiao Tangyuan on the bench. He then sat down slowly, his long fingers resting gracefully on the black and white keys. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, seemingly to adjust his state and cultivate his emotions. He appeared particularly professional, gentlemanly, and exuded an aura of charm and charisma. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream held their breath, not daring to make a sound, as if afraid of disturbing him. Lisa Rong and Xiao AI were equally hushed, maintaining silence. Suddenly, Han Shichu opened his eyes. He withdrew 9 fingers, leaving only his right index finger on the keys. Then, like a novice, clumsily pressed down heavily on a key. The expensive grand piano emitted an excruciatingly harsh metallic sound. Oh my ears have been assaulted. Damn it, after all that anticipation. Is this what I get? Brother Mongfu, I vow to hold you accountable. All right, I clearly misjudged you. This is akin to Chow Pai's wife pulling weeds in the vegetable garden. Chapter 76, Sway Together, a Magic Show. Han Shichu's antics not only left viewers stunned, but also ignited a firestorm of frustration. He burst into laughter, clearly pleased with his prank, and then defensively explained. I'm sorry. I felt the atmosphere in the live stream was too tense, so I thought I'd lighten it up. However, the audience was not easily swayed by his flimsy excuse. The screen was flooded with asterisks, a clear indication of their agitation. Embarrassment was a foreign concept for someone with Han Shichu's audacity. For him, awkwardness was reserved for others. Nevertheless, mindful of his own survival, he refrained from further mischief. Xiao Tangyuan, are you ready? Xiao Tangyuan nodded eagerly, smiling as she said, ready. Han Shichu's fingers began to dance across the keys, and the cheerful melody soon followed. Happy Pond, let us begin. Xiao Tangyuan also placed her tiny hands over her ears, flashed a peace sign, and rhythmically swayed her little head while singing along. Her dangling feet kicked playfully in the air, cuteness personified. As the song progressed, both Lisa Rong and Xiao AI found themselves unable to resist joining in. La 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 la. Remarkably, under Xiao Tongyuan's influence, it wasn't just the three of them. Even the million viewers in the live stream succumbed to the infectious melody. The son of Scallion exclaimed, "What on earth? This is too addictive. I can't believe I'm singing along too." Who would have thought? In the subway, I'd be watching a live stream with a serious demeanor, only to have my heart lifted by this children's song. Brother Mongfu's composition is infectious, and Xiao Tangyuan's rendition is doubly so. Now I can't shake her sweet voice from my mind. Damn, my two little ones at home have gone wild after hearing this. They're currently pretending to be frogs in the living room, hopping and singing. Once Xiao Tangyuan finished her song, Han Shichu performed young and promising again to demonstrate his sincerity. Looking into the camera with a beaming smile, he asked, "So, can everyone forgive me now? In your dreams. In your dreams." At that moment, the viewers were remarkably united, their opinions completely aligned. Holding the little Tangyuan in his arms, he returned to the living room on the first floor and said helplessly, "What exactly do you want me to do to put an end to this?" "A bet. A bet." Han Shichu rolled his eyes in annoyance, thinking, "A bet? Are you serious? Do you truly believe that?" After pondering for a moment, he smiled and suggested, "How about I perform a magic trick for everyone?" "No, I fear you might treat us like fools." "Do you think we would fall for that again?" Han Shichu smiled faintly and said, "Here's the deal. If you can uncover the flaw in my magic, I shall teach you an ancient delicacy that has been lost to time. However, if you fail to find it, then let us put the past behind us, shall we?" The magic revealer chuckled, "Well, I must say, Brother Mongfu, you are walking right into the line of fire." The master of magic, Hu Yin, added, "Ahem, Brother Mongfu. I must advise you against using your hobby to challenge our profession." The playful little deer exclaimed, "Brother, you can perform magic? Is that for real?" Han Shichu revealed a mischievous smile. "Since the online viewers are so confident, let us make it a pact, shall we?" With that, he prepared to commence his performance. He casually picked up the remote control from the coffee table, covering it with a tissue, merely to add an air of mystery. It served no other purpose. Then he said to little Tangyuan, "Sweetheart, come here and gently blow on Daddy's hand." Tangyuan pouted and blew with all her might. Han Shichu then addressed the camera. "The remote control in my hand has vanished. Do you believe me?" Without further ado, he lifted the tissue to reveal his empty hand. Lisa Rong and Xiaowai gasped at the sight of his hand devoid of anything. Little Tangyuan, standing closest to him, covered her mouth in disbelief, her wide, round eyes filled with astonishment. The expression on the little one's face was utterly adorable. The playful little deer exclaimed, "Wow, it really disappeared? Brother, you're amazing." Zhi Hua Kai chimed in, "If you have time to watch the live stream, could you perhaps elevate your vocabulary and cultural literacy? With all the wows and amazings, you seem at a loss for words to praise someone. What else can you do?" "Haha, that was hilarious." "Chutian, your rebuttal was spot on." Since Xiaobai acknowledged Brother Mongfu as his elder brother, he has become increasingly arrogant. It's time to put him in his place. Song Gongzi remarked, "What the heck, where did it go? What about those two confident experts from earlier? Come out and explain." The magic revealer responded, "If I am not mistaken, this should be the most basic sleight of hand in magic." Han Shichu feigned profundity with a slight smile. "I know you will claim this is sleight of hand or speculate that I used special magic props. How about this? What if I bring the remote control back out of thin air? And this time, I want to cover it up so you can see it clearly." The master of magic, Hu Yin, retorted, "Impossible. A trick that makes something vanish can easily be accomplished with props and technique, but making something appear from nowhere, without any cover, is utterly inconceivable." The online viewers were already skeptical, and with the master of magic's explanation, their disbelief only deepened. Han Shichu decided not to waste any time. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt, he walked to the empty space in the living room and extended his hands toward Lisa Rong, saying, "Sister Rong, could you please check if I have anything hidden on me?" Lisa Rong nodded and stepped into the frame. Everyone could see that Han Shichu's short-sleeved t-shirt was incapable of concealing anything, and the beach shorts he wore had been searched, revealing nothing. The viewers clearly observed that Brother Mongfu had no means to hide anything. Han Shichu slowly waved his empty hands in front of the camera before pausing them in midair. He then raised a corner of his mouth and began counting. 1, 2, 3. As he reached 3, the remote control that had just vanished reappeared in his hand out of thin air. Lisa Rong, Xiaowai, and little Tangyuan stood frozen, their faces etched with shock, utterly overturning their perceptions and imagination. It appeared without warning, without concealment, and without preparation. Who could believe their eyes? Chapter 77, Astonishingly Divine, The Power of a Loving Father. What in the world, what did I just see? Can live streams have special effects? Wow, it blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes. Unbelievable. It just appeared out of nowhere. By the heavens, Brother Mongfu, Are you sure you are performing magic and not sorcery? The playful little deer remarked, forget it. I'll refrain from speaking. Sister, you take it from here. Zhi Huakai added, wow, junior brother, how did you do that? Impressive. The live streaming by Lu Ming sneered disdainfully, expecting sister to utter some grandiose compliments, only to be met with nothing. Before the two magic experts could respond, Han Shichu smiled and said, at this point, I believe many of you might still question whether this is due to magic props. I can only say that your perspective is rather limited. To broaden your horizons, I've decided to showcase another trick. To prevent any further doubts regarding the use of magic props, I'll let you decide the next item I use. Anything present in the living room is fair game. But I must clarify that overly large items are off limits, as my current abilities are still somewhat lacking. You speak as if it's all true. I admit. Brother Mongfu's previous trick was indeed astonishing, even exceeding my understanding. However, magic, while it may not reveal its flaws at the moment, is ultimately not omnipotent. The wealthy young girl added, that's true. Brother Mongfu should refrain from boasting too much. Otherwise, if you fail, it will be quite embarrassing. Exactly. We couldn't find any flaws, and Brother Mongfu has already earned everyone's forgiveness. There's no need to overreach. Observing the viewers' collective counsel, Han Shichu shook his head, insisting, that one do. Having spoken, I must uphold my bravado. After all the groundwork laid, it cannot go to waste. In order to maintain this facade, Han Shichu pretended to be earnest and resolute, declaring, a true man of honor keeps his word, like a nail driven into wood. A promise once made is like water spilled. Damn it, Brother Mongfu is so predictable. Rest assured, even if you falter, we will stand by you. How about you make that potted plant in the living room disappear? What the heck? Could this be a black fan coming to challenge him? Afraid that Han Shichu might succeed? Han Shichu smiled slightly. No problem. Since everyone has chosen the potted plant, I shall fulfill your request. The decorative potted plant was indeed no small item, at least much larger than little Tang Yuan. Although it was quite heavy, Han Shichu effortlessly lifted the pot. For with his martial prowess, his strength was far from ordinary. He slowly addressed the camera. Everyone, please open your eyes wide and don't blink. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. Those some in their hearts remain skeptical, all couldn't help but hold their breath. Their gazes fixated on the livestream screen, somewhat anticipating the miracle's emergence. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its final 3 numbers, the enormous potted plant that Han Shichu had been holding vanished into thin air, astonishingly, without a sound, right before the eyes of the onlookers. If the previous remote control could have been dismissed as a prop, how then could one explain the sudden disappearance of this grand plant? Moreover, the camera captured the entire living room devoid of any trace of the potted plant. How could such a large specimen be concealed? Lisa Rong and Xiao AI were left agape, their jaws seemingly dropped in disbelief, utterly astonished. Xiao Tangyuan scanned the area, even peering into Han Shichu's hands, yet found no sign of the plant. Daddy, where's the little tree? Where have you hidden it? Hurry and bring it back, or mommy will get upset. In an instant, Xiao Tangyuan's thought process diverged from the ordinary. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Xiao Tangyuan's earnest and resolute voice. Daddy, if you can't bring it back, just tell mommy that I broke it and threw it away, then she won't blame you. The viewers watching the live stream were not only captivated by Han Shichu's astonishing magic, but also deeply moved by Xiao Tangyuan's clarity of thought and her protective instincts towards her father. Envy and admiration surged through the audience. How unfortunate that such a devoted child belonged to someone else. Han Shichu cupped Xiao Tangyuan's small face in his hands, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, and smiled. Daddy can still bring it back. Really? Xiao Tangyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to witness a miracle once more. 3, 2, 1, tada! The potted plant that had mysteriously vanished reappeared in Han Shichu's hands, just as the remote control had before. Nice. This act is simply perfection. Astounding. This performance has utterly surpassed my wildest expectations. I can hardly believe my own eyes. Exclaimed a viewer. Hey, brother. You claim you can't do magic? The magic reveal expert confessed, I am utterly at a loss. I cannot detect any flaws in this performance. This level of sleight of hand transcends my understanding. The magic master remarked, thus far, many grand illusions have been truly magnificent. Yet none have astonished me as profoundly as this one. The ability to make an object vanish and reappear so effortlessly is simply breathtaking. Goodness, brother. I advise you to open up the gift and donation channel. I can barely contain the overwhelming power within me. Indeed, in this absurd live stream where donations aren't possible, I feel increasingly invisible. This is utterly intolerable. Even Yu Chuchan burst into the room, rushing towards him with a face full of astonished urgency. How did you do that? What is the secret behind it? Han Shichu feigned mystery, shaking his head, One cannot divulge such secrets. Once the magic is unraveled, what remains of its charm? Honestly, if I told you I had a system space, would you believe me? Yu Chuchan shot him an exasperated glance, still curious but refrained from pressing further. Han Shichu breathed a sigh of relief. If she were to pursue the matter relentlessly, he would truly be at a loss for how to respond. The truth about possessing a system was a secret he could never divulge, destined to remain buried with him. The display of magic Han Shichu had just exhibited completely captivated the viewers of the live stream, leaving them in awe. It was predictable that he would secure a spot in tomorrow's trending searches. Furthermore, a multitude of magicians and magic debunkers would undoubtedly flock to analyze and dissect his performance. Chapter 78, Cooking Class, Mischievous Little Thief. Most crucially, those who fancied themselves magic experts would offer a plethora of plausible explanations, such as props, misdirection, and optical principles. However, this reckless display of bravado served as a warning bell for him. One must never become too complacent. For to flaunt oneself excessively is to invite a fall that could prove fatal. Though Yu Chuchan ceased to press for more details on the magic, her curiosity was piqued by the story Han Shichu had told earlier that afternoon, and she eagerly inquired, what happened next? Did Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai end up together? Indeed, women seem particularly enthralled by matters of love and romance. Han Shichu smiled gently at her, saying, I'll tell you the rest before bed tonight. This ambiguous and suggestive statement was met, as expected, with a playful roll of Yu Chuchan's eyes. Goodness, brother, your intentions are clearly not innocent, she remarked. Sensing his mischievous grin, it seems brother is in for quite an evening. I must advise all young men to practice restraint. For youth is often blind to the value of gold, and in old age, one may weep for lost opportunities. Come on, if you have the courage. Direct your attention towards me instead of you. I can handle whatever you throw at me. Your statement is flawed. It is clear who the recipient is here. Next time, be more cautious. Han Shichu glanced at the time and announced, all right, the cooking class is now in session. Everyone, have your paper, pens, and ingredients ready? He then turned to Lisa Rong, Sister Rong. Have we compiled the list of dishes the viewers are most eager to learn? Lisa Rong replied with a smile, we have. But it may come as a surprise. Confidently, Han Shichu guessed, I suspect that the viewers wish to learn simple home-cooked meals. After a brief pause, he added, and probably soups. From the astonished expressions on Lisa Rong and Xiao Ai's faces, he knew he had guessed correctly. How did you know? It was not difficult to deduce. Viewers would naturally want to learn dishes that were easy to master. Classic gourmet meals were unlikely to be feasible for home preparation. Even if one managed to learn them, could they replicate them at home? It simply did not align with practicality. Moreover, tastes varied widely by region, with each area boasting its own unique flavors and styles, making it challenging to reach a consensus. However, soups were different. They were generally easier to agree upon. Lisa Rong nodded, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning. Indeed, after tallying the votes, the most requested dish was the humble home-style Crucian carp tofu soup. While this outcome was somewhat expected, it still caught Han Shichu off guard that such an ordinary soup was the top choice. Perhaps its very simplicity appealed to the majority. Well, I happen to have the ingredients at home, so there is no need to go out and shop. All right, let us get started. With that, Han Shichu turned to head towards the kitchen. Daddy, I'll help you. In this household, only Xiao Tangyuan knew how to be of assistance. Observing Lisa Rong and the leader already seated on the sofa and engaged in conversation, Han Shichu sighed in resignation. So, you want to help Daddy cook, huh? Xiao Tangyuan nodded vigorously. Yes, I can help. Han Shichu chuckled, fully aware that Xiao Tangyuan might end up being more of a hindrance than a help. Yet he welcomed her enthusiasm. As they entered the kitchen, he placed the ingredients that needed washing into the sink. Xiao Tangyuan, can you help Daddy wash these vegetables? Of course I can. Due to her limited height, Han Shichu provided her with a stool, allowing her to stand upon it while washing, which was just the right height. After setting the rice to steam, Han Shichu commenced the meticulous preparation of palm-sized wild Crucian carp, intending to craft his first dish, Crucian carp tofu soup. As he worked, he elaborated with care, omitting the nutritional benefits of the soup, which I believe everyone is already aware of. However, it is crucial to remember that one should refrain from consuming Crucian carp soup when suffering from a cold or fever. While handling the fish, it is essential to ensure that the fish's innards are thoroughly cleaned. Otherwise, it may impart an overpowering fishy odor. Prior to simmering the Crucian carp soup, one must also pan-fry the fish until both sides are golden brown, ideally using lard, as this not only eliminates the fishy smell, but also enhances the aroma, resulting in a more milky white broth and a richer, purer flavor. Similarly, it is imperative to use hot water when stewing the fish soup, and to add the water all at once. The heat must be properly regulated, as the saying goes. Tofu needs to boil 1,000 times while fish needs to boil 10,000. Thus it is vital to start with high heat and only reduce to a simmer once the soup has turned a milky white. By adhering to these guidelines, the resulting Crucian carp tofu soup will undoubtedly be delightful. Is it not quite simple? When I prepare Crucian carp soup, I enjoy adding a touch of tomato, as it enhances the freshness and vibrancy of the broth. Of course, you may opt to omit it without affecting the outcome. Now, let us proceed to add the tomato. As Han Shichu spoke and turned his head, he was immediately struck speechless by the sight before him. There was little Tang Yuan at the edge of the washing basin, relishing a tomato with great enthusiasm. Han Shichu pretended to clear his throat and inquired, "Little Tang Yuan, have you washed the tomato? Daddy needs it." Upon hearing this, little Tang Yuan hurriedly stuffed the remaining bits of tomato into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Daddy, there's no tomato. Little Tang Yuan hasn't seen any." Han Shichu was both amused and exasperated, playfully teasing, "Is that so? Yet, I distinctly remember taking one out just now. Little Tang Yuan, you haven't been sneaking bites, have you?" No. She adamantly shook her head, denying any wrongdoing. However, one glance at the red tomato juice and seeds smeared around her mouth revealed her blatant deception. How could little Tang Yuan be so adorable? Little Tang Yuan, don't make baseless accusations. I'll report you for slander. You're slandering me. Now, with no evidence. You shouldn't point fingers like that. Han Shichu chuckled and shook his head, finding the little one utterly endearing. He reached out to wipe the juice and stains from her mouth, but he dared not allow her to wash any more vegetables. Otherwise, the next casualty would surely be the cucumber. Little Tang Yuan, feeling shy, lowered her head and belatedly exclaimed, "Ah, Daddy caught me. No more eating. Wait until Daddy finishes cooking, and it will taste even better." Little Tang Yuan, unsure if she was sincere or merely pretending, assured him, "I won't eat anymore. Little Tang Yuan will help Daddy work." With that, she began to wash the vegetables with exaggerated seriousness. Yet, as soon as Han Shichu turned away, she couldn't resist the allure of the green cucumbers and gulped in anticipation. The year 2022 has arrived. With the past cleared away, may all things proceed smoothly. May each year bring success, and may joy accompany every passing season. I wish for everyone, in this new year, for all beauties to arrive as scheduled, for all fortunes to appear unexpectedly, and for all efforts to bear the most splendid fruits. May you possess both armor and vulnerability. May you hold both pride and compassion in your heart. All happiness should be genuine, and may you live life to the fullest, embracing sincerity and kindness. May every place you go be welcoming, and may there be someone to share twilight with you, someone to ask if your porridge is warm. Let us brew new tea with new fire, indulging in poetry and wine while we are young. May the mountains and rivers remain unscathed, and may all be well in the world. Happy New Year. Chapter 79, Coveting Dog Food, Angels and Devils. Ultimately, little Tang Yuan resisted the urge and did not indulge. After finishing dinner, concluding the live stream, and bidding farewell to Lisa Rong and Xiao AI, Han Shichu washed the dishes and emerged from the kitchen. Yu Chuchan was sprawled on the sofa, tinkering with her laptop, likely attending to company affairs. Meanwhile, little Tang Yuan lay on the carpet, propping her chin in her hands, intently watching Sugar Bean eat. Perhaps feeling a bit shy under the gaze of the little one, Sugar Bean reluctantly nudged his bowl toward little Tang Yuan, as if to say, "If you don't mind, would you like to share some?" It must be said that Sugar Bean understood this preschooler exceedingly well, as little Tang Yuan indeed did not mind. Her small head eagerly leaned forward, clearly intent on snatching a bite from Sugar Bean. Fortunately, Han Shichu was quick to react, darting over and lifting her from the ground. With a mock frown, he asked, "Aren't you full? Why are you trying to steal Sugar Bean's food?" Little Tang Yuan, with her innocent big eyes, softly replied, "I saw Sugar Bean eating so deliciously, I wanted to try some too." Han Shichu could only laugh, spending much effort to dissuade little Tang Yuan from her dog food aspirations. He also admonished Sugar Bean, forbidding him from inviting little Tang Yuan to dine in the future. Sugar Bean, caught between innocence and grievance, wondered who had provoked whom. It was one thing for the fierce mother to be unreasonable, but now even this big man was acting unreasonably? Well, he would have to endure it, after all. He was the lowest in the pecking order of this household. He tossed little Tang Yuan onto the sofa, and she obediently settled down to watch cartoons. "Oh." Han Shichu then snatched the laptop from Yu Chuchan's hands, exclaiming, "Didn't I tell you to take a break for a couple of days? Why are you working again?" Yu Chuchan huffed, wanting to retort, but ultimately held her tongue, only managing a resigned "oh" like little Tang Yuan. "Little Tang Yuan, fetch your mommy a bottle for the dog," Yu Chuchan commanded. "Oh." Little Tang Yuan hopped down from the sofa and scampered to the refrigerator. "Here, mommy," she said, handing her a bottle of Wangzai milk before preparing to climb back onto the sofa, only to be called back by Yu Chuchan. "Go get me some snacks." "Oh." Little Tangyuan dutifully went to fetch the snacks. Now go help mommy. After being repeatedly summoned by Yuchu-chan, little Tangyuan finally grew impatient. With a displeased expression, she pouted and, adopting a serious tone, declared, "Mommy, Teacher Lee said we must do our own chores." Han Shichu, sitting nearby, chuckled, enjoying the sight of Yuchu-chan being utterly exasperated yet unable to do anything about little Tangyuan. Before long, as little Tangyuan nestled in his arms watching cartoons, she suddenly said, "Mommy, could you please peel an apple for the little cutie?" Well, she was not only polite but also employed a charming and adorable tactic. Could Yuchu-chan refuse? Clearly not. Yet this did not prevent her from teasing little Tangyuan. "Didn't you just say that you should do your own chores?" Little Tangyuan retorted confidently, "But I'm just a little child. Teacher Lee said that if there are things little children can't do, they can ask adults for help." As Yuchu-chan peeled the apple, she continued, "Then why didn't you ask Daddy for help?" When she said this, she provocatively glanced at Han Shichu, as if implying, "See, little Tangyuan is closer to me." This little display of triumph was short-lived, however, as little Tangyuan's unrelenting comeback soon followed. "If I asked Daddy for help, it would tire him out. What should I do?" Little Tangyuan would feel sorry. "My goodness, just listen to what she is saying." Instantly, Yuchu-chan felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through her mind, nearly choking on little Tangyuan's words. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she struggled to control her rapidly rising blood pressure. With a huff of indignation, she handed the freshly sliced apple to the little imp beside her, exclaiming, "Quickly take it. You little ingrate, you've driven me to the brink." The mere fact that she had resorted to such language illustrated the depths of her fury. Clearly, the little devil's torment was far from over. Taking the apple, the small dumpling extended her tiny hand and presented it directly to Han Shichu. Beaming with delight as she sweetly declared, "Daddy here's an apple." What a revelation! It turned out that she had intended it for Han Shichu all along. With a contented grin, Han Shichu accepted the apple and, undeterred, shot a challenging glance at Yuchu-chan before taking a bite and teasingly remarking, "Truly sweet. Come now, my little darling, have a taste." Little dumpling opened her mouth wide, feigning ferocity, but predictably, she only managed to take the tiniest nibble. She nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "It's really sweet." Watching the father and daughter share bites, Yuchu-chan felt her blood boil in frustration. It seemed she could no longer tolerate the display and, after shooting a furious glare at them, stormed upstairs. If you thought she would simply let it go, you were gravely mistaken. This time, she had no intention of picking on the little one. Instead, she planned to confront the adult. Before long, she re-emerged, her demeanor as casual as ever. Yet a cunning smile danced upon her lips. Han Shichu regarded her with a puzzled expression, uncertain of her next mischievous scheme. Returning to the sofa without a care, she cast him another taunting glance. Little Dumpling's eyes sparkled with mischief as she too plotted her next move. "Daddy, are you feeling hot?" Caught off guard by her sudden question, Han Shichu paused, then replied honestly, "A little bit." Her response seemed to please Little Dumpling, who grinned widely. "When it's hot, eating ice cream will cool you down." Ah, so that was her game. She was aiming for ice cream. Unlike the previous night's direct approach, today she had learned to be more subtle, employing a roundabout strategy. Han Shichu would have been willing to indulge her, but upon meeting Yuchu-chan's warning gaze, he could only manage a sheepish smile. Her aspirations were once again ruthlessly quashed in their infancy. Little Dumpling, with her big, pleading eyes, questioned, "Why not? Children shouldn't eat too much ice cream, or it'll upset their stomachs." Han Shichu gently murmured. "But having one occasionally wouldn't hurt," he added, only to be interrupted by Yuchu-chan's dismissive snort. For the sake of their child, he refrained from further argument. He could tell from Little Dumpling's searching eyes that she had not given up and was still brainstorming. Indeed, she soon piped up, "I won't have any. But Daddy can. I'll just watch him eat." This left Yuchu-chan with no valid counter, and she could only nod in concession. Triumphant, Little Dumpling hopped off the sofa and scampered off to the refrigerator to fetch ice cream. With a box of chocolate ice cream and a spoon in hand, she gleefully returned to Han Shichu's side, her face aglow with joy as she said, "Daddy, eat some. Then you won't be hot." Han Shichu, uncertain of the little one's intentions, nonetheless accepted the ice cream. He opened it, scooped out a spoonful, and asked her, "Daddy is really going to eat it?" "Yes. Eat it, Daddy. I'll just watch," she encouraged. Hesitating, he ultimately relented and placed the spoon in his mouth. Little Dumpling stared at him with wide, envious eyes, her tongue instinctively licking her lips as she swallowed in anticipation. Her mouth watered profusely, even a bit of drool escaping from the corner of her mouth. Seeing her pitiful expression, Han Shichu felt guilty eating in front of her, as though he were committing a crime. Stealing a glance at Yuchu-chan, he seized the moment when she was distracted to scoop another spoonful, intending to feed it to Little Dumpling. However, before he could reach her, Yuchuchan's gaze snapped back to him. What? She growled, her eyes narrowing in a menacing glare. Han Shichu could only manage a sheepish smile, suppressing his conscience as he once again sent the ice cream to his own mouth. Little Dumpling, observing Yuchuchan's intense scrutiny, turned to Han Shichu and, adopting a serious demeanor, sighed deeply. Oh dear, what's wrong? Han Shichu asked, ruffling her hair. Why the sudden sigh? To his surprise, she reached out a tiny hand and patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Daddy, you're a man. You need to be strong. Struggling for words, Little Dumpling fumbled in her attempt to articulate her thoughts, and after a moment, she adopted a fierce pose, declaring in her sweet, childish voice, Daddy, you need to be fierce. Don't be afraid of Mommy. You're not a child. You can't let her control you completely, understand? Though her words were a jumble, the message was clear. She wanted Han Shichu to assert his authority as the head of the household. For the sake of ice cream. This little one was quite the fighter, even encouraging him to resist oppression. Before Han Shichu could patiently explain, Yuchuchan interjected with a derisive smile. Oh, little ingrate. Are you trying to incite your father to rebel? While she could intimidate Han Shichu, she could not deter the kindergartner. Little Dumpling defiantly squared her shoulders, retorting, Mommy, you can't be mean to Daddy anymore, or else Little Dumpling will. Seemingly unsure of how to finish her threat, she faltered. Yuchuchan couldn't help but chuckle, challenging, or else what? After a prolonged pause, Little Dumpling finally declared, or else I'll make sure Daddy doesn't cook for you. Huh? Yuchuchan scoffed, I can just order takeout. Little Dumpling, her brows furrowed like two tiny caterpillars, wore a face full of indignation and determination, racking her brain for a more effective threat. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Mommy, if you keep being mean to Daddy, I'll tell Grandma and Grandpa, and they'll take care of you. Yuchuchan's smile faltered, and for a moment, the gravity of Little Dumpling's threat settled in. This clever little creature could read the room well. Upon seeing her mother's expression, she realized her threat had struck a nerve. A smug grin spread across her face. Seeing the triumphant look from the small child, Yuchuchan felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. But this was just the beginning. The barrage of Little Dumpling's antics was far from over. Daddy, can I use your phone? I miss Grandma and Grandpa. Both parents understood she meant Yuchuchan's parents. This had escalated to outright intimidation. Han Shichu played along. Sweetheart, do you know Grandma and Grandpa's phone number? Yes. Little Dumpling replied assertively. I remember Grandma's number and Mommy's number very well. In truth, Yuchuchan had taught her that well, but now she regretted it deeply. With a sense of reluctance, she cast a glance at the diminutive figure standing on the sofa, bravely shielding Han Shichu. How infuriating it was to think that a dignified and aloof female so, like herself, had to lower her head before a mere kindergarten child. Han Shichu regarded her with keen interest, wearing a mischievous smile. Unyielding, Yuchuchan shot him a glare in return. Humph. Han Shichu let out a couple of sarcastic snorts. Well, it seems she still fails to recognize the gravity of the situation and dares to glare at him. It appears that unless she is shown a taste of her own medicine, she will remain oblivious to the severity of her predicament. Now, backed by the Little Dumpling, Han Shichu exuded an impressive confidence. He was no longer the person he once was. He had risen, or rather, the Little Dumpling had lifted him. Since she did not weep until seeing the coffin, Han Shichu had no qualms about proceeding. Today, he must temper her arrogance. He promptly retrieved his phone, handing it to the Little Dumpling, saying, Come here, little darling, call your grandmother, my mother-in-law. The Little Dumpling nodded eagerly, taking the phone and beginning to input the number. To this point, Yuchuchan still harbored a flicker of hope, albeit with a tinge of anxiety as she observed the father-daughter duo, yet she refrained from voicing any objections. The proud swan was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. If she were to bow her head today, would they not subsequently feel emboldened to trample upon her? That was unacceptable. She was gambling, betting that the Little Dumpling would not truly make the call, that the mother would not answer, and that the Little Dumpling would not tell on her. However, she had significantly underestimated Han Shichu's standing in the Little Dumpling's heart. It was likely that the two of them combined could not measure up to him in her eyes. Thus, this crucial gamble, which would dictate her future standing in the family, was destined for failure. Without any hesitation, the Little Dumpling dialed the number. Before long, the call was connected, and she activated the speaker. A graceful and composed mature voice resonated from the other end. Hello, may I ask who is calling? The Little Dumpling eagerly squeaked, Grandma, Grandma. It's me, it's Little Dumpling. On the other end, U.S. mother immediately laughed, her tone softening. Is that our little darling? Whose phone are you using to call Grandma? The Little Dumpling replied candidly. I'm using Daddy's phone to call Grandma. Yuchuchan's heart tightened at once, her expression betraying her nervousness as her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Her anxious mind incessantly reassured her that it wouldn't happen. The little dumpling was merely trying to frighten her. She wouldn't actually tell on her. On the other end, U.S. mother gently inquired, "Little one, what prompted you to call Grandma all of a sudden? Do you miss Grandma?" The little dumpling, being quite clever, understood the importance of small talk before addressing serious matters. He knew that charming first would yield better results. Without hesitation, he nodded. Little dumpling really misses Grandma. Was this flattery? No. It was simply an understanding of social niceties. The tiny child was remarkably perceptive. Who was U.S. mother? A high-ranking official. Certainly not someone who would fail to see through the little dumpling's intentions. Not to mention, the fact that he had unusually chosen not to use Yuchu-chan's phone for the call indicated that he must have something important to discuss. U.S. mother, curious, asked, "Little one, is there something you want to talk to Grandma about?" Upon hearing this, Yuchu-chan's heart raced, her tension mounting as she fixed her gaze on the little dumpling. Yet the little dumpling was bound to disappoint her. He pouted, his cherubic face displaying an unmistakable expression of discontent, declaring, "Grandma, little dumpling is not happy, very, very unhappy." Well then, this was a critical moment. Yuchu-chan felt a sinking sensation. She shot the little child a fierce glare. How brazenly he had sold her out. But even if she were to snatch the phone away now, it would be too late. Her eyes darted around, calculating how to respond. "What's wrong, little one? Tell Grandma, and I'll help you." U.S. mother's tone shifted, revealing a discernible chill within her voice. The little dumpling, ignoring Yuchu-chan entirely, continued his report. "Grandma, Mommy is being mean to little dumpling and Daddy. I want to run away from home with Daddy." Well, the little one's accusations were relentless. At this moment, Han Shichu, fully embracing the theatrics, chimed in loudly, "Mom, your daughter is bullying us. We can hardly stay in this house." Yuchu-chan was momentarily taken aback. This father-daughter duo was shamelessly fabricating tales, weaving a narrative from thin air. She glared at them in exasperation. How utterly despicable. Their words were undoubtedly a spark that ignited U.S. mother's temper, a veritable powder keg. Even through the speaker, they could hear her furious breaths. Yet she dared not explode in front of the little dumpling and her son-in-law, struggling to suppress her emotions and quell her rage. Hearing her rapid breaths, Han Shichu realized they had secured their footing. U.S. mother spoke in a low voice, "Little one, don't be afraid. Grandma is here to support you and Daddy." "What about Mommy? Can you hand the phone to Mommy?" The little dumpling lifted his head, glancing at Yuchu-chan, and said timidly, "Mommy is glaring at Daddy and me." Little dumpling is scared. Goodness, another devastating blow. "Don't be scared, just hand the phone to Mommy," U.S. mother urged, but after saying this, she could no longer contain the tempest within her. The little dumpling proudly handed the phone to Yuchu-chan, tauntingly saying, "Here, Grandma wants to talk to you." What a cunning little girl. Yuchu-chan swallowed hard, reluctantly accepting the phone, staring at the screen for what felt like ages without speaking. Finally, she tentatively called out, "Mother?" U.S. mother took a deep breath and replied coolly, "Go to your room. I need to speak with you privately." Yuchu-chan did not feel relieved by her calm tone. Instead, she inwardly lamented, "Oh no, this is truly disastrous." After all, who could understand a mother better than her own daughter? Beneath that seemingly placid voice lay a tempest, a classic example of calm before the storm. Reluctantly, Yuchu-chan rose, dragging her feet as she ascended the stairs. Observing her dejected figure, Han Shichu and the little dumpling exchanged victorious smiles. "Ha, little dumpling, give me 5. Han Shichu extended his hand. The little dumpling, understanding the cue, eagerly raised her small hand and slapped it down with enthusiasm. A triumphant high five to celebrate their victory. Before Yuchu-chan even entered the room, a furious roar erupted from U.S. mother over the phone, resonating clearly even in the living room, where Han Shichu and the little dumpling shared a knowing glance, involuntarily shivering at the impending storm. It was easy to foresee the onslaught that Yuchu-chan was about to endure. However, having learned from previous encounters, Han Shichu deeply understood that one must not become complacent in their success. With a furrowed brow, he expressed his concerns, asking, "Little Tangyuan, do you think Mama will seek vengeance after this?" Little Tangyuan also frowned, but soon her face broke into a wide smile as she cheerfully replied, "There's nothing to fear. Mama is but one person, while Daddy and I are two. She cannot possibly outmaneuver us." Han Shichu, lacking confidence, countered, "But even combined, I fear we might not match your Mama's intellect." He was filled with doubt, but little Tangyuan radiated confidence. She stood tall, patted her chest with her tiny hand, and declared emphatically, "Do not worry, Daddy. Little Tangyuan possesses an abundance of wisdom. I am not afraid." Han Shichu nodded, reminding himself that even if a kindergarten child was untroubled, he, as a grown man, needed to maintain his composure. The aloof female CEO? From this moment forth, she must transform into a docile little lamb, hardly worth consideration. Little Tang Yuan glanced at the melting ice cream in his hand and eagerly exclaimed, "Daddy, please let me have a few bites, or it will all melt away." Indeed, even now, she was fixated on that delectable treat. She was an undeniable little foodie. Finally, her wish to savor the ice cream was fulfilled, and her heart brimmed with joy. Sitting on the sofa, she began to sway her little feet in delight. The effort she expended for just a taste of ice cream had truly worn her out, leading to this heap of chaos. Han Shichu pondered over little Tang Yuan, feeling somewhat taken advantage of by the little rascal. Yet, when he considered her various protective antics toward him, he dismissed his earlier thoughts. Besides, this time, little Tang Yuan was also advocating for his standing in the family. As chapter 82 unfolds, change the wife, bear the burden alone. Little Tang Yuan continued to indulge in her ice cream, while scheming for Han Shichu. "Daddy, if Mama dares to scold us again, I'll find you a new wife, one who is gentle, not fierce, and allows little Tang Yuan to eat ice cream." Little Tang Yuan, being quite affluent, mused that she could easily replace 2 wives. Her tone and demeanor exuded the confidence of a little heiress, for wealth breeds indulgence and the power to pamper her father. Han Shichu chuckled as he ruffled her hair, never anticipating that the little one would be so sensible, though she had taken small bites. The remaining ice cream did not last long before it was entirely devoured. The container appeared as if it had been licked clean by a candy bean, devoid of any remnants. With a lingering desire, she vigorously sucked on the spoon and extended her tiny tongue to ensure not a morsel was wasted. This endearing display brought a smile to Han Shichu's face. After finishing, she did not forget to cover her tracks, commanding the candy bean, "Guangdu, hurry and throw away the container." Guangdu dared not hesitate, swiftly rolling over to grasp the container and fleeing. Little Tang Yuan clapped her hands, and content, nestled against Han Shichu's embrace, swinging her short legs and humming a tune of her own creation. The adorable little one certainly knew how to enjoy life. The pair remained in the living room for over an hour until they spotted Yu Chuchan descending the stairs slowly, phone in hand. Her sullen expression seemed capable of wringing out water, and the dejected demeanor bore no trace of the proud female CEO. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the timid Guangdu discreetly slipped away, seeking to avoid any fallout. As Yu Chuchan approached them, she forced a strained smile, her ostensibly gentle gaze concealing a tempest of wrath. Gazing at the father and daughter duo, her teeth clenched in frustration, she exclaimed, "Do you 2 ungrateful wretches understand? When a person is pushed to their limits, they are capable of anything." Han Shichu blurted out, "I fear the math problems might be beyond us." Little Tang Yuan exclaimed in excitement, "Really, Mama? Can you take little Tang Yuan to kindergarten instead?" What was meant to be a threat had nearly backfired, nearly driving her to the brink of exasperation. Spending time with little Tang Yuan had even altered Han Shichu's thought processes. The father and daughter were indeed dancing on the edge of disaster. Nevertheless, Han Shichu found amusement in watching Yu Chuchan's anger. When she was upset, her breaths quickened, and her features contorted dramatically, creating a truly spectacular sight. Clearing his throat, Han Shichu feigned a cough, driven by a strong instinct for self-preservation and making a final effort. He spoke earnestly, "Little Tang Yuan, you are still young and do not fully grasp this. It is not that Daddy fears Mama. The reason I submit to her authority is that I love her. Mama's rules are for our benefit, stemming from her love. Do not think poorly of her just because she forbids you from eating ice cream." Little Tang Yuan, half understanding, nodded, her large, expressive eyes twinkling. She responded sweetly, "Really? Mama, little Tang Yuan loves you too." With that, she hopped off the sofa and tightly embraced Yu Chuchan's legs, showering her with affection and charm, which caused Yu Chuchan to beam with delight. How could she possibly hold a grudge against such an adorable little darling? Unfortunately for Han Shichu, he was not so fortunate. All blame fell squarely upon his shoulders. He never imagined that the little one could so effortlessly placate Yu Chuchan. Her tactics were indeed sharp. With a sigh of resignation, he realized that he must bear the weight of it all alone. Little Tang Yuan's attempts at charm were merely beginning. Yu Chuchan scooped the affectionate little Tang Yuan into her arms, settling on the sofa, her eyes softening as she gazed at her little one. "Mama loves you even more," she said tenderly. Yet little Tang Yuan shook her head, her voice sweet and innocent. "But little Tang Yuan loves Mama more, and for a longer time." Both Han Shichu and Yu Chuchan exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what clever angle she had discovered. Little Tang Yuan continued, "Mama, you only began loving me when you became an adult, but I have loved you since the moment I was born, so my love is greater. Indeed, flawless and perfect." Yu Chuchan smiled at the adorably charming little creature, unable to resist planting a kiss on her small face. Witnessing this scene, Han Shichu sighed heavily once more. After some contemplation, Yu Chuchan began to gently coax little Tang Yuan. "Sweetheart, Mama forbids you from eating ice cream for your own good. Eating things that are too cold can cause stomach aches, just as Mama has experienced. It's very painful, and one can hardly get out of bed. Do you understand? Little Tang Yuan nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains, obediently responding, yes, yes, little Tang Yuan understands. But will little Tang Yuan still go to grandma to complain? Upon hearing this, Han Shichu inwardly lamented. This woman was certainly not benign and was already plotting her next move. Little Tang Yuan grinned widely, without a moment's hesitation, and declared, no. Little Tang Yuan will never go to grandma to complain again. Yu Chuchan's face lit up with joy, nodding approvingly. Good, good. As expected of Mama's little darling. Since you are so obedient, Mama will allow you to have an ice cream today. Go ahead and get one. The unexpected reward sent little Tang Yuan into a frenzy of delight. She wrapped her arms around Yu Chuchan's neck, showering her with kisses. Thank you, Mama. Little Tang Yuan loves you the most. Ah, indeed. She was a clever little spirit, adept at navigating the winds of circumstance and reading the room. As she dashed off to fetch ice cream, Yu Chuchan finally turned her gaze towards Han Shichu. A breathtakingly beautiful smile graced her enchanting visage, her eyes glimmering with profound meaning. Han Shichu, confronted by her enigmatic grin, felt a shiver run down his spine. Summoning his courage, he stammered, Leader, what are you planning to do? Yu Chuchan responded with a playful smile, tossing her phone at him, her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on him with an unmistakable intent. This left Han Shichu feeling increasingly uneasy, as if sitting on pins and needles. At last, Yu Chuchan spoke, Han Shichu, I must say, you're truly a coward. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, there's no escaping it, so there's nothing to fear. Han Shichu, taken aback, shot her a haughty glance, replying with an unusual calmness, Stop with the nonsense. Whatever tricks you have, bring them on, I will face them. At that moment, if he had been a smoker, he would have wished for a cigarette to calm his nerves. In terms of demeanor, he felt entirely composed. Chapter 83, Heartless Abandonment. The Ruthless One. Oh. Yu Chuchan slowly rose, approaching him, looking down from her elevated position with a glint of amusement. So bold? You're quite brave, aren't you? Han Shichu smirked dismissively, rising to meet her, the tide of power shifting as he now towered over her. Bold. This was merely the beginning. Soon, I would show you a fierceness that would leave you incredulous. Is that so? Yu Chuchan remained unfazed, her laughter light and inviting. Come on, to my room. I wish to have a private talk with you. She then turned to little Tang Yuan, instructing, Little Tang Yuan, stay here and watch some cartoons. Mommy needs to discuss some matters with Daddy. Little Tang Yuan replied nonchalantly, absorbed in her ice cream, oblivious to the surrounding chaos. This time it was strawberry flavored, just as delightful as the chocolate. With that, Yu Chuchan cast a fleeting glance at Han Shichu, a subtle smile gracing her lips, before gracefully ascending the stairs. Han Shichu stood frozen for a moment, glancing at little Tang Yuan, who was blissfully indulging in her treat, seemingly of no help to him. Reluctantly, he followed her upstairs. Once he had departed, little Tang Yuan slowly lifted her head. Watching his retreating figure, she sighed dramatically, muttering to herself, Daddy, don't blame little Tang Yuan. I'm just a tiny child, what can I do? If I were to tell on him, we'd both be in trouble. Grandma is too far away to intervene. Sigh, perhaps I should buy Daddy something nice tomorrow. With another sigh, she shook her little head and returned to her ice cream. The clever little one seeing through it all. With her lineage suppressed, what could she possibly do? Clearly, the rational little Tang Yuan had callously abandoned him to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Han Shichu lingered at the doorway, hesitating for what felt like an eternity. The bravado he had feigned earlier had long dissipated. He was uncertain of what awaited him beyond this door. His fidgeting with his phone betrayed his unease. With a furrowed brow and a pensive expression, he unlocked his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and then tucked it back into his pocket. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the bedroom door. Once inside, Han Shichu found Yu Chuchan leaning against the headboard, and he declared, Leader, I warn you not to act recklessly. If my mother-in-law discovers you're bullying me, you'll surely regret it. Yu Chuchan scoffed dismissively. You dare bring up your mother-in-law? Do you have any idea how severely she chastised me just now? Here I am, a dignified woman in my 20s, reduced to silence and embarrassment. Do I not care for my dignity? She shot him a fierce glare, continuing, and you still dare to threaten me with her? Are you foolish? She's in the capital, we're in Shanghai. Do you think she has any authority here? Besides, I'm not afraid of her. I simply choose not to engage with her. After all, she's getting on in years, and I wouldn't want to provoke her into a fit. Yu Chuchan's confidence grew as she spoke, her expression increasingly arrogant and disdainful. Han Shichu smiled slightly. So, you're not at all afraid of her then? Yu Chuchan snorted derisively, just a nagging old woman in her 50s. Why should I be afraid? I merely indulge her with a bit of respect, listening to her ramble. If I didn't she wouldn't know what to do with me, understand? Han Shichu chuckled knowingly. So, tell me, Leader, What did you summon me upstairs for? What is it you wish to discuss? Yu Chuchan retrieved a sheet of paper, a pen, and a box of ink from the bedside drawer. She beckoned him closer, her tone playful and enticing. Come here, come here. Seeing her unusual demeanor, Han Shichu involuntarily shivered. What do you intend to do? Yu Chuchan cast him a flirtatious glance. Laced with allure, you'll find out when you come closer. It was a blatant act of seduction. Han Shichu scoffed dismissively. Was this what she considered a test of character? What official could withstand such a trial? He approached her bedside with a determined gait, asking, I'm here. What do you want? Yu Chuchan nodded towards the paper on the bedside table, saying slowly, sign it. Han Shichu, curious, picked up the paper and began to read. It contained a series of stipulations. First, no inappropriate romantic remarks to the leader. Second, no frivolous teasing of the leader, whether verbally or physically. Third, no arguing with the leader. Whatever the leader says is final. Fourth, the leader is always right, even when wrong. Fifth, no collusion with little Tang Yuan to report on the leader. Should any of these clauses be violated, one must agree to fulfill one of the leader's demands. Note, the leader reserves the right to add clauses later. What a blatant one-sided and inequitable agreement. Han Shichu would have to be severely unwell to sign such a thing. Despite the fact that this agreement held no real power, it was a matter of principle. How could he possibly back down? He slapped the unequal treaty forcefully onto the bedside table, taunting, what if I refuse to sign? What will happen? His frustration seemed entirely anticipated by Yu Chuchan, who smiled enigmatically, her demeanor calm and composed. Refuse to sign. If you do, there may be unpleasant consequences. Han Shichu scoffed. I'd genuinely like to see what those unpleasant consequences could be. You think you can intimidate me? Yu Chuchan slowly rose. Come, I'll show you something. With that, she pulled Han Shichu out of the room. Yu Chuchan led him to a room at the far end of the second floor. To be fair, Han Shichu had only ever entered Yu Chuchan's bedroom, his own, and little Tang Yuan's toy room. He had never ventured into any other rooms. Yu Chuchan gently opened the door, gesturing for him to enter, smiling. Please, take a good look. Han Shichu stepped inside, curiosity and confusion swirling within him. As the lights flicked on, he was nearly blinded by the array of trophies, medals, awards, and various certificates that adorned the room. The 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo, the black belt in Karate, the 9th degree Golden Dragon certificate in Sanda, the red belt in Judo, and the 9th degree martial arts certificate. All these accolades and a plethora of awards left Han Shichu utterly astounded. Good heavens! Who would have imagined that this delicate young female CEO was, in truth, a formidable force, a peerless warrior at that? Chapter 84. The Inadequate Apprentice, Striking at the Heart. Unable to suppress a swallow, he scrutinized this enigmatic CEO with utmost seriousness. It was utterly inconceivable that she was a master of martial arts. Han Shichu took a deep breath, secretly grateful for his fortunate fate. Reflecting on his audacious and reckless behavior prior to acquiring his divine martial skills, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Simultaneously, he marveled once again at how fortunate little Tang Yuan was. Had he not obtained those exceptional abilities, he might have been in grave danger. Currently, Han Shichu's astonishment stemmed from the unexpected revelation that Yu Chuchan was a force to be reckoned with, rather than any fear of her physical prowess. With divine martial arts at his disposal, dealing with someone of Yu Chuchan's caliber would pose no challenge whatsoever. A slight smile graced his lips as he spoke. So, is this all you've got? I must say, your memory is rather poor. I senti it. We discussed this just this morning, and you've already forgotten? Very well, allow me to reiterate. I, Han Shichu, am skilled in martial arts. If you, as my superior, intend to use force to compel my submission, you may find yourself sorely disappointed. After delivering his words, Han Shichu regarded her with a playful smile, eagerly anticipating her reaction. Yu Chuchan returned a faint smile, her demeanor light and untroubled as she replied, Is that so? Before her words could fully dissipate, she lunged forward, swiftly seizing his right hand and placing it upon her right shoulder. With a graceful motion, she executed a flawless shoulder throw, her movements fluid and precise, devoid of any flaw. Although her sudden and unorthodox display of martial prowess caught Han Shichu somewhat off guard, it was merely a fleeting moment of surprise. Regaining his composure, Han Shichu merely shook his head with a smile, making no attempt to resist her actions. It appeared that Yu Chuchan had somewhat underestimated him, believing that while Han Shichu possessed some martial skills, she could easily dominate him. However, the reality was that her exertion of force was akin to attempting to lift a mountain, for he remained utterly immovable. Undeterred, Yu Chuchan gathered her strength, bending her knees and gritting her teeth, attempting once more to exert her force. Yet, Han Shichu remained steadfast, as unwavering as a mountain. Watching the beads of sweat form on her forehead, panting heavily from exertion, Han Shichu lightly patted her rounded backside, teasingly remarking, "Ah, my dear leader. It seems your skills are not yet honed to perfection. As the saying goes, broad but not deep. Had you devoted yourself to the mastery of our Chinese martial arts, you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament. With a mere technique of mine, you are left helpless. Did your martial arts instructor not teach you the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Yu Chuchan released him and turned to face him, her expression one of astonishment, oblivious to the indignity of his previous gesture. She had underestimated Han Shichu, completely unprepared for the level of his martial prowess. My dear leader, I previously warned you that attempting to use force to coerce me into submission is futile. Do you believe it now? Han Shichu sought to provoke her anger, hoping to take the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Surprisingly, Yu Chuchan not only refrained from anger but smiled, gazing at him with keen interest. Han Shichu sensed something amiss. Her smile carried an insidious undertone. He pressed further, "Moreover, do you truly believe that this piece of paper holds any sway over me? You, leader, are particularly vexing today." Yu Chuchan frowned slightly, about to offer an explanation, but Han Shichu continued, "Particularly endearing and never tiresome. What time is it?" Yu Chuchan retrieved her phone from her pajama pocket, glancing at the screen, 10 o'clock sharp. Shaking his head, Han Shichu gently lifted her chin with his finger, ardently declaring, "No. It is the beginning of our happiness." After which, he exaggeratedly puckered his lips to blow her a kiss. Yu Chuchan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she swatted his hand away, coldly retorting, "Pah, disgusting." Han Shichu couldn't contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Look at you, leader. I not only uttered sweet nothings but also engaged in physical teasing. What can you do to me, aside from glaring and delivering empty insults?" Thus, he declared, "Spare me the theatrics. They are of no consequence and utterly ineffective against me. Do you comprehend?" Not yet satisfied, Han Shichu escalated his teasing. He leisurely retrieved his phone from his pocket, waving it before her. "Oh dear, it seems the recording function has been left on. Accidentally captured our previous conversation. What a predicament." Yu Chuchan fixed him with an intense glare, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. This scoundrel had resorted to secretly recording their conversation. How infuriating. Han Shichu, with his phone in hand, continued his antics. "Oh, dare you mention your mother-in-law? You know." The phone replayed Yu Chuchan's earlier words. Realizing the implications of her previous bravado, her expression darkened. She had dug her own grave, and it felt as though a steamroller had flattened her. Fuming, she glared at him, but Han Shichu wore a smug grin. Yet, the evening was far from over. He opened the call log and, without hesitation, dialed the first unfamiliar number associated with the capital. Yu Chuchan froze for a moment, but quickly realized the potential disaster. He was likely calling her mother to complain. This insufferable brat, acting like a petulant child, was all too eager to seek out his mother-in-law. Fortunately, her parents were in the capital. Had they been in the Magic City, it would have been disastrous. How had she forgotten to delete the call log? She had been careless. As she lunged to snatch the phone from him, it was too late. The call had already connected. Han Shichu, with malice written all over his face, switched the phone to speaker mode. A warm voice on the other end responded, "Hello, little Tang Yuan. Why are you calling Grandma again?" Han Shichu feigned a cough, cheerfully replying, "Mom, it's me, Han Shichu." Shichu. U.S. mother was taken aback, but quickly composed herself, her tone now laced with excitement. "Ah, so it's you, Shichu." U.S. mother inquired with concern, "What is the matter, Shichu? It's quite late for a call. Do you need something?"